Chapter 281. The unknown planet indeed boasted abundant vegetation. The vast ocean was dotted with tiny green islands. From the outside, it looked as if it had not been harmed by the Zerg. The small tree in his mind, after extracting 5 cores, had clearly expanded its capabilities. It now possessed the ability to communicate with Su-Li. Master, there are no traces of Zerg on the island below. After receiving the tree's response, Su-Li ordered the ship to dock and begin resting. A pleasant sea breeze blew, and the island was rich in vegetation. He even saw a few trees that looked like coconuts. He set lighting to pick some, while he lay back on the white beach, enjoying the sun. After a busy day, he hadn't properly relaxed in a while. Master, this is so sweet, it's drinkable. Lightning brought 2 over, cracked the hard shells with his fist, inserted a metal straw, and placed them next to Su-Li's head. He then sat down next to him. The sand was soft, and the air was thick with the scent of sea breeze, mingled with the scent of lightning, making it somewhat drowsy. But there was always someone making noise, not giving you a chance to close your eyes. Yihua jumped off Ship 1, scurried over to Ship 2, and kicked his apprentice in the face. You can't even navigate your ship day after day. You can't even dodge the scattered energy beams. I think you're looking for more practice. The captain of Ship 2 rubbed his buttocks, not daring to refute a single word. Half of the ship was pitch black. The engine had been completely destroyed, and there was no way to repair it except by replacing it. Considering that one ship was needed for the emergency maneuver, they had no choice but to remove Ship 2's spare engine from its port side, adjust it, and install it on the right side. Although they lacked the necessary equipment, it was undeniable that the mech girls were far more convenient than humans at times. They deployed their mechs, capable of lifting most of the ship's components. 3 teams of mech girls began exploring the entire island. Soon, they brought back a vast collection of finds. Unknown wild fruits, and a miscellany of bizarre creatures. Lightning, at that moment, seemed like an expert, wanting to taste everything herself. Junzei lay anxiously beside her, even reaching out to rest his hand on her, fearing she ingested something poisonous, and he'd be too late to save her. Left a little left. The queen on the deck had become a jack, firmly supporting the ship with her head, preventing it from tilting. The mech girls worked together to dismantle the wrecked engine at breakneck speed. The 2 queens drooled over the dismantled engine fragments, their eyes fixed on the busy mech girls with hope. After receiving a yes, they quickly used their jointed legs to pick up the fragments and stuff them into their mouths to chew. Su-Li's scalp tingled as he watched. He had no idea what the smoky, burning iron would taste like. Heyu jumped off Ship 1 and quickly walked to Su-Li's side. Master, we're lost. This planet isn't on any of the star maps known to humanity. Furthermore, there's no record of the mechanical island. According to the anchor points we marked before entering the planet, we've been drifting in the void tunnel for at least 3 hours. Can you find your way back? It shouldn't be a problem. We left 2 anchor points. Using them as guides, we can leap in the opposite direction for about 2 hours and reach the area covered by the signal. She lifted her skirt and sat down beside Su-Li. Hongying had already brought a parasol. Under the shade, a pleasant sea breeze blew, bringing an indescribable coolness. The boundless sea horizon was refreshing, and the crystal-clear foreshore was even more enchanting. No matter where you go, beautiful scenery brings a sense of peace and joy. Since they were already lost, rushing around wouldn't help. Su-Li had no idea that Eve, back home, was furious over his disappearance. He tore open his uniform, letting the sea breeze caress his chest. We have plenty of supplies. At least the elite species we encountered along the way have replenished us considerably. We collected dozens of egg cases. How could we not have a barbecue on such a pleasant beach? Heiyu's white legs shimmered. She raised her hand to cover her mouth with a soft laugh, her chest threatening to burst from the pressure of her arms. Su-Li glanced at her without hesitation. It's fair to say that research is different from professional combat. Hers was much softer than Lightning's. Unlike Lightning's, it had a certain springiness to it. Heiyu, clearly aware of Su-Li's gaze, moved closer to him, his movements becoming more bold. Be careful. This is so public, it won't make a good impression. Su-Li said, as he pulled Heiyu into his arms, and took a deep sip from her lips. The fragrance was faintly sweet, with a hint of mini coolness. Heiyu's eyes narrowed into beautiful crescents, and she hummed softly, "It's okay." Lightning still trying out all the different flavors. Hongying huddled behind him, her cheeks flushed. Aboard ship number 1, Junquan struggled to cling to the porthole, gritting his teeth. "Big sister, hurry, give me a status. I want to get down too." Junsho slumped in bed, a look of despair on his face. And she even needed a status? If she could she stay in bed? Big sister, move. Can't you see what third sister is doing? She's paralyzed, and yet she's already showing her affection to Lightning. How can you tolerate that? Junwei lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She suddenly felt something strangely familiar about the scene. It seemed like she'd been instigated by Jun Quan the last time, too. And her own master had seen her bound and tied up. She recalled the momentary daze Su Li had taken when he saw her. Her pretty face flushed, and she suddenly realized she might have mastered a new strategy. She could try it next time. Jun Quan glanced outside again, the aches and pains surging through her body making her eyes redden. Our sisterhood is as strong as plastic. Big sister, you're in so much pain, and third sister doesn't even care. I think she should be tied up too. Junwei's face changed. She hadn't even started trying this strategy yet. Stop trying to sow discord. She's doing that to prevent lightning poisoning. If you're willing, go eat it too. When you're foaming at the mouth, see if third sister will treat you. Jun Quan turned her head, her eyes gleaming with a penetrating glint as she scanned Junwei from head to toe. Hey! Second sister, when did you become a teammate of third sister? Big sister, second sister situation is a little. Junwei twisted to her side, meeting Jun Shou's sharp gaze. One glance and her scalp went numb. Jun Shou, why are you looking at me? Be more careful. Can't you hear that your youngest sister is just trying to sow discord? Oh! Big sister, listen to what the second sister is saying. Sowing discord between sisters? What good does that do me? Feeling the increasingly sharp gaze, Junwei suddenly became furious. This broken sisterhood should just end today. Chapter 282. Bonfires blazed. Smoke billowed from the damp wood. The peeled egg cases were placed on top, surrounded by the flames. The blended sauce was poured into each egg case, and a fresh, fragrant aroma began to permeate the beach. In his mind, the mechanical tree had once again grown in size. Although he didn't know the exact size of the mechanical tree on the mechanical island, the mechanical tree in his mind was thick enough to be hugged by several people. Golden lines appeared on its golden bark, and a shallow golden puddle appeared at its roots, shimmering with golden ripples. Apart from a mother insect's light cocoon, 5 cores from the insect king were spinning beneath its roots. Can you tame these? No. Beings at the level of the insect king have their behavioral patterns and mental imprints solidified. Taming them is impossible. But I can transform them into our own motherships. Xiaoshu's voice was crisp and light, and Su Li suddenly realized that he might soon have his own mechanical island. So, that was how the giant creature floating in the air came to be. How do we build it? Using elite species like it does? We can do it with vast amounts of energy. And it's even more powerful than a mothership condensed from the insect king's body. At least if we can condense a mothership, the core that forms the entire mothership will definitely not escape next time. Su Li could clearly sense Xiaoshu's resentment at the mention of the escaped core. He was just one step away from achieving his goal, but his consciousness blocked him, and he couldn't break through no matter what. That feeling of powerlessness filled Su Li with irritation. Ultimately, the disparity in power between the two sides was too great. If he could upgrade the Jun sisters to SSS level, perhaps he could cross that barrier. But to date, he had never heard of an SS level upgrade module. Modules are the condensation of laws, and S-level modules have already concentrated the power of laws to the extreme. Above that, Su Li had never even heard of one. Can the Mecha Girl be upgraded again? I mean, beyond SS level? Yes, but it requires a large amount of energy and a specific Zerg. What specific Zerg? For example, Rosie? Or rather, its original name, Slaanesh. To obtain SS level upgrade modules, the master must kill Zerg with a specific prefix. Such Zerg are rare, and most are found deep within the Zerg's heartland. And each one is a de facto leader of the Zerg. With all due respect, with the master's current abilities, you're still far from completing the hunt for Slaanesh. Rosie was just an accident. 10 of her wouldn't even make up a set of SS level modules. But a fully mature Zerg, just one, can provide a set of 6. Su Li couldn't help but smack his lips at this. A fully mature Zerg with a specific prefix. Even the Zerg kings that make up the Zerg motherships don't have a specific prefix. Thinking back to Rosie's past terror, he subconsciously shuddered. A queen insect that has the ability to destroy the outpost base, but in order to evolve itself, it has forcibly nurtured the outpost for 10 years and cultivated many queen insects as backup options. Even more terrifying, she'd been hiding underground in the outpost. This level of intelligence was only during her formative years, One could only imagine how terrifying she would be once fully mature. He looked at Ruozi, who stood before the campfire, gazing at the egg sac, wondering why several ingredients, apparently unpalatable individually, could produce such a delicious aroma when mixed together. Humans are actually smarter. It's just that you use your brains for strange things. Like food, desire, and war. You all clearly crave evolution, but you misinterpreted its most fundamental needs. You deliberately twisted them, transforming them into all sorts of bizarre desires. Suli rarely showed interest in a topic. For example, you and Lightning fought in bed. You called it a fusion of souls. But the truth is, your souls didn't fuse at all. Such actions didn't actually fuse your souls. They simply strengthened your mutual understanding through cooperation. That's all. Oh, by the way, it's undeniable that the interaction of bodily fluids can help strengthen you. After all, their saliva contains a certain amount of genetic enhancement fluid. But instead of pursuing even a tiny bit of enhancement, you'd be better off drinking a whole bottle of enhancement fluid. It's much more time-saving and labor-saving. Suli understood, but he refused to acknowledge it. At least in his opinion, the pleasure itself was enough to make him give more. No, master, if you're looking for value for money, you should go with Ruozi. At least she can fully absorb it, and use it for her own evolution. Suli glanced at Ruozi, who was studying the ingredients. He had no objection to Xiaoshu's proposal. Now he had a solid reason. Yes, he wasn't after anyone's body. He was simply striving to improve his strength. Are there high-level Zerg on this planet? Master, I'm a mechanical tree, not a mechanical god. To find out, you need to pilot the ship and explore the planet itself. A friendly reminder, Ruozi's only remaining evolutionary channel, besides the master herself, is to kill a fellow Slaanesh queen. For your sake, I strongly recommend that you refrain from further upgrades. Why? Because you might not be able to withstand it. Ruozi felt Su Li's gaze, turned around, and smiled at him. The perfect curve of her eyebrows, the perfect angle of her lips. Every smile and frown seemed to register with Su Li. Even the mere lick of her tongue against her lower lip made Su Li feel a little overwhelmed. He smiled at Ruozi and turned around. Xiaoshu was right. He truly couldn't bear it. Ruozi is Slaanesh. What was that one we captured on Sound Source Star? That one also belongs to the 7 deadly sins. The prefix is sloth. Su Li was stunned. So, the main reason Sound Source Star was covered in black thorns was because the queen was sloth. She didn't want to live? He suddenly understood how the Zerg on Sound Source Star had gradually become extinct. With a queen like this, it seemed extremely difficult to survive. But what was the point of collecting this thing? To paralyze his team's morale. Chapter 283. Can laziness be used to level up Ruozi? No. Slaanesh can only be leveled up by killing Slaanesh. Hearing this, Su Li suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Thinking of the other Slaanesh he might encounter in the future, he frowned. After all, they could be F or H. Ruozi had pale skin, but maybe the next one would be dark or tan. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he feels like he's developed a collecting habit. Night gradually fell, and the sea was serene. A gentle breeze caressed the waves, which crashed against the rocks before slowly receding, as if carrying away everyone's worries. The tranquil and peaceful scenery was a healing balm. Although many of the mecha girls were filled with resentment along the way, the pursuit had been nerve-wracking. They cuddled by the campfire, feasting on delicious food, venting all their resentment on the food. Su Li gazed at the egg case hanging placed before him. A fresh, fragrant aroma emanated from it. He eagerly dipped his spoon in, scooped out a piece, blew on it, and stuffed it into his mouth. The salty aroma of soy sauce mingled with the spicy flavor of minced garlic, with a hint of bitterness. That bitterness was very familiar, like the tea he often drank. In the light of the armed transport overhead, he could see the specks of black residue on the eggs. Yes, that's the smell. Hongying, do you still have this tea? Remember to make this next time. Other teas aren't as bitter, and staying up late can be hard. Hongying was startled, then nodded quickly, lowering her head and huddling behind him. Don't be so reserved. We were so open and honest in the hot springs. Why are you still so shy? Sit down and eat together. Tell me, how did you come up with the idea of brewing tea leaves here? I have to say, while there's not much tea flavor, the bitterness is still there. This? A sudden inspiration? Hongying didn't move forward, but instead quietly took a step back. Su Li looked at Hongying in confusion, remembering how she was so different back on Green Source Star. Now, even her maid outfit was long. The hem reached all the way to her ankles, even covering half of her small leather shoes. He had to bend down to see her white socks. This is a bit awkward, TSK. Women are so fickle. She was so open and honest a while ago, but now it seems like all that was a fluke. Lightning, having eaten and drunk her fill, leaned against the handle of her parasol and fell asleep. The June sisters, supporting each other, gathered around the campfire, glancing in his direction as they ate. The other mech girls were all fine. So what was Hong Ying doing? The egg cases were enormous, each one a meter long and half a meter thick. Even though he had become a super S-class pilot, he couldn't finish a whole egg case that large in one sitting. Luckily, Rosie was nearby, happily finishing the rest for him. She seemed unaccustomed to using cutlery, cradling the entire egg case and chewing it whole, shell and all, until it crunched. A good appetite often implies a good physique. Thinking of Rosie's massive frame, stretching hundreds of meters, it seemed understandable that she ate a lot. Han Hai came over with his plate and sat down beside Suli. Master, do we need to return tomorrow? The ship has been commissioned, and it looks like we should have no problem entering the warp. Suli put down his cup and gazed at the vast night. No rush. The Alliance is currently facing internal and external troubles. This deviation, I have to say, is an opportunity. If we can capture this planet, even if it's in the heart of the Zerg, it will be a great thing for us and the Alliance. You mean, the corporate federation will continue to press? Whether they press or not is their business. We can chop them down every time they extend their claws, but there's no reason to be constantly on guard against thieves. But if we want to take this place as a rear base, aren't we lacking a lot? We only have 2 armed transports now, to be exact. If anything goes wrong, we'll have no chance of returning. Suli stared at the glowing bonfire, then glanced up at the repaired second ship. He began to think. If Xiaoshu hadn't said they could have their own mothership, Suli would never have resorted to such a method of cutting off his own retreat. However, since the planet was beautiful, it might not lack sufficient energy. Ruazi's words were highly believable. This planet, nestled in the heart of the Zerg, still had such abundant vegetation. If Zerg were present, they must be at a high level. At the very least, they must be in the final stages of their growth. Let's give it a try. Ship 2 will remain on the island and hover high in the sky. I'll lead Ship 1 and conduct a preliminary inspection. If all else fails, we can simply retreat. Han Hai pushed his glasses up, his brow furrowed slightly. Another try. She was deeply skeptical of anything he said. He tried countless times since they met. Get some rest. You'll sleep on Ship 2 tonight. Now that the repairs are complete, pull the ship up and don't get any closer to the island. That way, even if an emergency arises, we'll be able to react quickly. Han Hai nodded, quickly finished his plate, and quickly headed toward Ship 2. Suli glanced at Han Hai's back. Mao Qiao woke lightning and pointed in the direction of the ship. As the two stood up, one by one, the mech girls narrowed their eyes. They watched Han Hai enter Ship 2, and each Mao Qiao followed Suli's lead as they headed toward Ship 1. Soon, the June sisters were the only ones left on the beach. Ship 2 began to slowly rise into the air. However, no one aboard noticed that Ship 1 was also slowly rising beneath them. Under the cover of darkness, Ship 1 hid beneath Ship 2, using the roar of its engines as a shield as it silently moved in another direction. The mech girls in the cabin were practically jumping for joy. They had finally managed to sneak away with the Legion commander once before. On the pristine white beach, June Quan, spoon in hand, frowned slightly. Sister, why do I feel like I'm getting further and further away from my master? June Shou paused for a moment, then pointed at Ship 2 in the sky. Oh, he might be in space. He's tired after a long day and probably wants to rest. No. I feel like my master is there. June Quan pointed at the endless darkness behind them. The faint flicker of a ship's taillights was still visible. Quick! Sister, my master, he's run away. June Shou whipped her head around so quickly that June Zhe could clearly hear the sound of her neck spinning. Chapter 284. You're a real tiger. That neck, how can it be twisted so easily? Suli pressed June Shou's shoulders, looking at her tearful eyes with helplessness. I didn't intend to leave you alone. Each of you will teleport. Isn't this to give you more rest? Yi Hua rolled his eyes and turned away. He couldn't stand this. She had been sailing the slow boat all day and was tired. Why didn't anyone understand? She felt she needed rest too. At least not sailing so late at night. She had long advised Han Hai not to interfere so much every day. Men, after all. Let him fly freely. When she was with him, wasn't it because she was too controlling that he left everything to her? She hadn't learned her lesson at all. They say secretaries do things when there's work to do, and secretaries do things when there's nothing to do. But how does your boss handle endless work for a secretary like you? I'll just leave it to you. It's not that I won't let you eat, but you're always thinking about overturning the plate. How can I let you eat? Han hai, you really deserve to call me sister. Look, sister, although I can't eat, at least I'm getting a taste of it. Yi Hua smacked his lips twice, and focused on the night vision equipment. Islands dotted the vast sea. The ship didn't deploy its lights. Instead, except for a few clearance lights, even the engines were at minimum power. It glided in near silence. As the ship moved forward, scanning, a virtual topographic map slowly appeared on the sand table. They were already at the edge of the ocean. Less than half an hour into their journey, they had already touched the continental plate. It was also covered in dense forests, boasting an extremely rich vegetation. Yi Hua had to raise the ship's altitude to clear the massive trees, which rose nearly 100 meters in height. The thermal imaging revealed scattered animals scattered throughout the forest. Su Li examined the various bright spots on the instruments and found a wide variety of animals. The only thing he could find was no trace of the Zerg. In his mind, the small tree also gave no warning, simply scanning the area in its own unique way. The crew began their shifts, and Su Li leaned back against the command console, resting his eyes. If the small tree discovered anything, he would immediately inform him. This planet was enormous, at least twice as large as the home planet. After searching all night, they had found nothing, and instead had once again reached the edge of the coastline. As the ship turned again, they spotted a strange, towering structure in the distance in the dim light of dawn. The ship gained altitude and headed towards the bizarre object. Only when they got close enough did they realize it was an extremely tall landmark. Su Li wasn't even sure if it could be considered a building, but what was certain was that it was definitely a totem-like structure. It was a towering stone pillar growing from the mountain. There were still no Zerg around. Su Li, driving the Lightning, approached and realized just how impressive this object was. Based on the traces at the scene, it was easy to infer that this stone pillar, with a diameter of 40 meters, had been hewn directly from the mountain. A large amount of rubble was scattered around the pillar, and it was covered with a series of exaggerated murals. Su Li couldn't understand the twisted handwriting. The symbols-like arrangement of the characters made it completely incomprehensible. But he recognized the images. A terrifying queen sat aloft on a throne, beneath it, kneeling all creation. He flew past the murals like lightning, his gaze growing more and more horrified. This showed that the Zerg actually possessed their own cultural heritage. If this scene were recorded and shared online, it would surely cause another uproar among experts. Yes, record it. Perhaps if the people from the Enterprise Federation saw it, they would quickly see the rise of several more Mother Goddess cults or Zerg lovers. People lacking faith often embrace all sorts of bizarre beliefs. If they can believe in a demon with a goat's head and a human body, then why shouldn't they? He turned his head to look in the direction of the ship. The goat horns on Ruazi's head gave him some unpleasant associations. That shouldn't be possible. After telepathically transmitting everything he had seen to Ruazi, her response left him speechless. She also had no knowledge of the inscriptions on the stone pillars. It was as if the intricate patterns inscribed therein served only as embellishment. For the Zerg and the Mechanids, genes are the carrier of all memories. Humans are essentially the same, but they struggle to access the memories hidden within their genes. Most often, they present themselves as individuals exceptionally skilled in certain areas. However, the Zerg and Mechanids are different. They draw upon the memories stored in their genes to achieve omniscience and omnipotence as much as possible. In his mind, the small tree snorted disdainfully, "Master, don't worry about that. I already know what the queen worm on this planet is." "What is it?" "Arrogant." The small tree shook its branches. "If my guess is correct, there are many similar stone pillars on this planet. They love to flaunt their merits, even if they're just dirty bugs. Fly north, master. This is the totem she uses to mark her territory. Perhaps a little further, you'll even see the royal palace she built for herself." Su Li flew back to the ship in the Lightning, following the direction indicated by the small tree. Because they were high enough, they soon came upon a vast excavated complex. Giant corridors, towering stone pillars, and connected buildings, each one enormous. He even saw a circular structure that resembled a large-scale coliseum. For a moment, he thought he had arrived in a medieval city. Such a unique architectural style could never be a coincidence in human consciousness. The moment he saw the building, he even had a misconception. Were humans imitating the Zerg's architecture, or had they stolen human memories? He preferred the second possibility. Because if it were the first, then it was conceivable that all the past glory of the nations outside of Longzhou would be inextricably linked to the Zerg. This also meant that humanity's so-called civilization, its history of development, and everything else were encompassed together. It was nothing more than a record of the Zerg's captivity. As his thoughts wandered, Su Li's heart tightened. Ruozi could nurture an outpost for 10 years to advance her level. What about higher beings? Mature beings could nurture an entire planet, a complete form, a galaxy. Their footprints have long permeated human civilization for countless years. If the origin of the Mecha Girl is the Mecha Tree, then where did humanity originate? So many brilliant scholars have gone mad with their research. Su Li suddenly felt that although he was not a scholar, he was not far from madness. Chapter 285. Traces of Zerg could already be seen within the complex. They rustled along the vast corridors of the building, like worker ants carrying animal carcasses, or cut timber. Some even held aloft several large green leaves, forming neat rows, as they marched toward the central plaza of the complex. They had abandoned the traditional burrowing habits of insects, and were now living openly outdoors, just like humans. In the center of the vast plaza, an enormous figure lay on its side, too far away to be clearly discerned. Su Li could only use his telescope, and then he gasped. Everything here defied his comprehension. Compared to the terrifying, overwhelming swarm of Zerg, everything he saw told him that he was confronted with the embryonic form of a perfectly orderly society. No, it was a complete society. There were sentinels and guards, and the long lines of insects even served as waiters. In the square, at a massive stone table, a dozen enormous elite species devoured their food with relish. They devoured every bite of food in one perfect gulp. These hideous creatures even humanely ate a few leaves after devouring a few bites of animal matter. And on the throne in the center, a woman cupped her cheek, her sharp horns swirling above her head, their tips pointed upwards, as if poking a hole through the very sky. She lay sideways on the throne, her half-closed eyes revealing a smug indifference. It was as if she were born to wield supreme power. Beneath her, nothing but ants. A massive female insect beside her picked up an animal the size of a calf, rinsed it in the nearby pool, and respectfully held it to her mouth. She tilted her head, and swallowed it directly. As she chewed, Su Li could see bright red blood dripping from the corner of her lips. He looked down, and what he had thought was a small hill turned out to be her insect body. Master, this is a third-stage mature insect king. Xiao Shu's voice reached him, causing Su Li to lower his binoculars. If her prefix is arrogance, can we use this to challenge her to a duel with me? My dear master. She is arrogant, but she is not stupid. Xiao Shu was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't understand Su Li's train of thought. She holds power, has countless insects under her command, and she challenges you to a duel? Who are you? Her father? Besides, you might not even be able to defeat her. After just a moment of observation, Su Li regained his composure and found his palms drenched in sweat. The overwhelming pressure of the massive Zerg horde left him feeling somewhat disoriented. He finally understood why he had never seen an SS-class upgrade module before. Just the sight of such an enemy filled him with trembling excitement. They hadn't completely abandoned their nest. If they could exploit the nest's advantages, they might be able to defeat it. However, attempting to explore the nest without attracting the Zerg's attention was undoubtedly a pipe dream. How to fight? He circled the command room, step by step. The telescope was passed around to every mecha girl present. Even someone as hot-tempered as Yihua had now transformed himself into a little sheep. He sat quietly in his cockpit, as obedient as possible. Fight? Who? He could consider pinning Su Li down and giving him a beating, but forgetting about attacking this queen. Not to mention that in all her years in the military, she had never seen anything this large. Could this thing truly be a match for humans and mecha girls? Number 3347? Your number 001 won't work either. Unless you use the Mecha Island to ram it. People always yearn for what lies behind the veil of mystery, but when the veil is lifted, few are surprised. Yihua felt that this statement was quite true. Now she wasn't surprised, only terrified. Captain, let's retreat. This idiot would be so terrifying that even the governor would be scratching his head, not to mention you. In the command room, all the mecha girls nodded in agreement. This was the first time they felt Yihua had a point. But Su Li didn't think so. Retreat? How? After finally getting here, retreating without even firing a shot? That's crazy, or even crazier. They might have seen her strength, but they obviously overlooked the fact that they weren't weak either. Don't worry. Even if your size difference makes it difficult for you to form an effective combat force, we're not always going to be beaten. As soon as Su Li said this, all the mecha girls' heads shook like drums. Just kidding. They wanted an exciting battle, But they definitely didn't want to fight like this. Captain, think again. Yes. That was a queen-net size, not a sea of worms. A single-handed attack would leave you surrounded. It's far too risky. Su Li was stunned upon hearing this. It seemed these mecha girls had no intention of participating at all. Where was his invincible iron army? Had they been eaten? He turned to look at the mecha girls, and for a moment, he even suspected they were possessed by some foul spirit. You're only emboldening the enemy and undermining your own prestige. We're not weak. No, we're weak. Yi Hua pointed in the direction of the insect nest, a lingering fear still on his face. Brother, those little soldiers are already as big as the elites. It's not that we're not striving, it's simply that we can't do it. She was a little confused. This was a stark disparity in strength. It wasn't something you could solve by just throwing 500 mecha girls at the enemy like dumplings and shouting, "The advantage is mine." There were tens of thousands of bugs down there. While their numbers didn't seem large, how many remained in the nest remained unknown. Let's fire a cannon to draw them out. We'll harass and annihilate small groups, and retreat aboard the ships if they're in small groups. Their speed gives us the advantage. The mech girls looked at each other in bewilderment. They knew very little about the current situation. At least, they knew nothing about the massive queen. Su Li scanned their pretty faces and frowned. Are you afraid? Faced with an unknown enemy, you're ready to become cowards? Since when did cowards appear in our Dawn Legion? The series of questions left everyone stunned. Precisely because the enemy is unknown, we must ascertain its true strength. The Zerg mothership is enormous, isn't it? I took on it anyway, didn't I? We have no choice but to advance forward. Only through real combat can we know if the enemy is truly just a facade. How could she scare you just by lying there? Brother, dear brother? Yi Hua's voice trembled slightly. Su Li's brows furrowed even deeper. He turned to the mech girls, about to offer some encouraging words, when he saw expressions of fear on their faces. He turned quickly, and saw that the behemoth had already risen from its throne. Its crimson eyes stared unblinkingly in the direction of the armed transport. Chapter 286. Run! What are you standing there for? Yi Hua heard this, and immediately revved the engines. You're kidding. Compared to her massive size, the armed transport was like a hair clipper. Even the single curved horn on her head was larger than their ship. Mom! Is that still the milky white Shuezi? Su Li's hair stood on end. Yi Hua, what a time. You still care about Shuezi. Her huge, vertical red pupils seemed to possess a unique kind of magic. One glance at her, and he couldn't muster any desire to resist. It was as if she were a peak emperor, possessing an unmatched aura of dominance. Stop! Stop talking nonsense! Run! He interrupted Yi Hua's sigh. If he hadn't known how to drive a ship, he would have wrested control from her long ago. That behemoth, resembling two hillocks, truly possessed the capacity for arrogance. The ship quickly increased to full power, but before it had sailed very far, it was gone. The insect king behind him picked up an elite, and flung it toward the ship. Jun Shou Jun Majesty. Su Li quickly ran to the ship's deck. As he leaped out, he was enveloped by a mecha. The golden Junlin hovered in midair, drawing his bow and arrow. A golden arrow instantly shot out, piercing the elite and exploding at midair. The arrow, undiminished in power, hurtled towards Pride. It arrived in an instant, accompanied by a visible blast of air. But Pride simply narrowed his eyes and raised his horns. The golden arrow instantly shattered, dissolving into tiny specks of golden light. In Su Li's stunned expression, not even a trace of damage could be seen on the curved horns. Who told you to sneak aboard? 500 mech girls, all on my ship, acting as counterweight. Seeing the slowdown, Yi Hua's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What do you mean by life or death? This was a matter of life and death for her now. She wished she could run behind the ship and push it along. Just one more shot. She wanted to grab Su Li by the collar and ask him if he was going to try again. A deafening roar resounded, its mingled spiritual power sweeping through everyone, shaking them. Even their thoughts faltered for a moment. The Insect King's roar was terrifying. The Jun sister's spiritual connection was nearly severed. If it had been, he would have been completely exposed amidst the insect swarm. Su Li knew, without anyone's warning, that he had hit a wall. A crushing swarm of insects surged out from every corner, and those capable of flight instantly soared into the air. Han Hai's urgent voice echoed over the communication channel. What happened to you? I just heard a roaring noise. Yi Hua clutched the communicator tightly. Lift off immediately. Emergency situation. Ship number 2, lift off. Get down. Everyone, get down and push the boat. Increased speed and then board. 500 mechas scrambled together, deploying on the deck one by one. Each mecha pulled at the ship's steel cables, and the thrusters instantly flashed with blinding light. The ship's speed finally began to increase, but the swarm of insects, covering the sky and the earth, had also arrived. Arrogant sat on the throne, his stern eyes fixed in the direction of the armed transport, without moving again. Ruazi huddled in the bridge, trying to minimize her presence. Dozens of round shields shot out, emitting a piercing whistling sound. The shield blades spun rapidly, slicing through the bodies of one Zerg after another. Bright green blood splattered, along with the Zerg corpses, splattering heavily into the forest below. The initial tranquility vanished as the two sides made contact. The Zerg, previously hidden in unknown locations, now emerged in their entirety. It was conceivable that the forest below would be densely packed with such hive entrances. He should have seen it sooner. The one feeding Pride was a high-sequence queen, and there were undoubtedly many such queens around her. The golden round shields fiercely sliced through the swarming Zerg elite. He himself transformed into a golden gyroscope, brandishing his greatsword in midair, buying time for the armed transport to escape. Perhaps the only thing to be thankful for was that Pride had no intention of taking action himself. Even Junlin, number 3347, probably wasn't considered a high-quality food in her eyes. So what about him? What about the mechanical tree in his mind? Suli didn't dare be careless, for he knew the queen. Perhaps her current immovable presence was just a facade to lull him into a trance. Perhaps the moment he turned around, he would face his utter end. Those crimson pupils, fixed not so much on the armed transport as on him. A life-or-death struggle, a true life-or-death struggle. Even if you can't condense more, condensing just one will do. Aren't those 5 cores? Master, you have to give me time. I made this on the spot, not by magic. He dodged the Zerg's attack, grabbed a Zerg's head, and slammed his sword into its mouthparts. In his mind, beneath the mechanical tree, besides the 6 light balls, suddenly appeared an incredibly tiny speck of light. It was an incredibly small screw. Suli felt like cursing. This was an ordinary bug, comparable to an elite species, and its energy only materialized into a few screws? How many years had Eve's mechanical island been gathering energy? 16 energy weapons materialized around him. Controlled by telekinesis, they concentrated their energy and emitted a dazzling blue light, once again clearing the Zerg around him. He had to coordinate the spirits of the June sisters, while also distracting himself from manipulating the weapons. He even had to reserve enough energy to keep a close eye on Pride. For the first time, Suli realized that his brain wasn't working properly. June Wei murmured unconsciously, her core heating rapidly as she piloted the mech, her legs unconsciously tightening. In her mental world, she could clearly feel Su Li's mind transforming into ropes, tightly binding her uncontrollable limbs. Even within the Zerg mothership, Su Li had never driven at such extremes. But now, to maximize Junlin's performance, he completely filled the mech with his mental power. Every one of the 5 sisters was bound tightly by mental threads, forcibly connected together. Master, hurry! They hadn't fully recovered to begin with, and now they were driving at full capacity again. With a muffled groan from Jun Wei, the golden field instantly expanded. Within the force field, Jun Shou's shield suddenly stretched and lengthened, transforming into dozens of hiltless swords, spinning wildly within the force field. A faint golden arc of light clung to it, shattering any Zerg limb it touched. No insect armor could withstand the golden arc's blow. He went all out. Master, is it still not enough? Yi Huadu has escaped. Above the green rain of blood, a 300-meter radius was completely empty. All the golden shields instantly folded together, forming a device resembling the muzzle of a cannon. The golden arc of light completely converged into a single ball, shooting out in the direction of Arrogance. Her crimson eyes finally narrowed, and she raised her hand. Junlin broke through the void tunnel and disappeared the next second. Chapter 287. You're such bastards. You were just running. Throughout the entire battle, not a single one bothered to turn back and fire a single shot. Ah! Are you so confident in my strength? Suli stood on the deck, his face pale. He knew better than anyone that the arrogant hand she raised wasn't meant to block his powerful attack, but to suppress space, completely denying him the chance to open the void tunnel. It was precisely because she had underestimated Jun Yu's full-strength attack that he had the chance to escape. The Jun sisters were completely exhausted this time. None of them would be able to raise their heads for at least 3 days. All 500 mecha maidens knelt on the ground. Yihua swallowed and sulked aside. Su Li's saliva flew everywhere, and the stars hit her face. Suli lowered her head and looked at Yihua, who was squinting at the floor in front of her. Her temper, which had been low to begin with, instantly flared. Unconvinced? Wasn't he? He admitted he was daring enough to try to gauge the insect's strength. But wasn't probing the strength a soldier's duty? Spotting a swarm of insects and a boss, turning around and running without testing their strength, wouldn't that be shameful? Although he just turned around and ran now, knowing the enemy's strength, he could fight a more prepared battle next time. Master, I fired. Lightning huddled behind Suli, his hand raised high, a look of praise on his face. Suli's words faltered, and he opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He felt strangely depressed. He looked at the 500 mecha girls before him. These were the elites he painstakingly cultivated. And yet, they couldn't even retreat. We're all here to have fun, right? A meal of egg sacks has made you a fool. He knew it was because of the huge disparity in strength between the two sides, but even if the gap was huge, he couldn't even fight back. Cooperate and cover. Cooperate and cover. How many times have I told you? Never leave your butts to the enemy. What did you do? Stick your butts out, afraid the enemy won't let you down? Basic tactical skills. A Zerg King scares you so much that you're all for nothing. Is this the style of our Dawn Legion? Why don't I remember training my soldiers this way? Where's that brave and aggressive spirit you showed off in the training grounds? On the battlefield, you're using it to pull boats? Did I ask you to come out here so you could give a passionate performance of boat trackers love? Answer me. The 500 mech girls hung their heads, silent. It was undeniable that they had indeed been cowardly. Faced with a mountain of arrogance, all their courage was used to escape. Suli's words were like a barbed whip, lashing their hearts again and again. The army's faith was forged bit by bit. Suli was right. As soldiers, they absolutely could not run without firing a shot. They had come out to fight, to further hone and improve themselves. They could run once, they could run twice, but they couldn't just keep running when they saw an invincible creature. But now, they didn't just run, they abandoned their commander and ran at breakneck speed. You gluttons. You grab the biggest bowls at dinner, but on the battlefield, you forget even the basics of coordinated combat. You are the elite of the Dawn Legion, not a bunch of rogue soldiers. If you need my instruction on how to retreat, then you can take off your clothes and get out of the Legion. The situation will only get worse from now on. Along the way, you fought Zerg swarms and slain elite species. In the future, you'll capture queens and spearhead offensive missions. You must slay king-level queens, and you must not be timid with emperor-level queens either. In the near future, we may even face emperor-level enemies. What will you do then? I can provide you with advancement channels, but let me be frank. They are limited. My modules will only be prioritized for those with outstanding combat achievements. For weapon modules, use the best. For upgrade modules, you are first supply. Level increases and combat power increases aren't just for your own good, but to give you a chance to survive in the increasingly dangerous battlefield, to give you a glimmer of hope no matter how dire the situation. But what have you done? Everything you learned on the battlefield over the years has been thrown away. 500 mecha girls, all pulling boats? What? Are those following you your relatives? Are you so sure they can't catch up and won't stab you? Yihua muttered, his mouth agape. What are you talking about? Speak louder. I said we weren't covering, but we knew you were holding the line. How could you just watch us get hurt? Besides, if we couldn't keep up the speed, we'd be dead in that situation. Didn't you see her milky white breasts? So huge. Standing upright, they'd be taller than a mountain. A big guy like me, I'd be as small as her belly button. Heh! Suli laughed in anger. So, while they're pulling on the cables to accelerate, materializing energy weapons, and firing volleys at the rear, wouldn't that add another reaction force, making the ship even faster? It would both increase the ship's speed and eliminate the enemy's manpower. You're a veteran on the battlefield, and you're saying that? Yihua lowered his head and remained silent. Suli turned to look at the June sisters lying together, his heart sinking even deeper. Record this planet's beacon, and leave its low Earth orbit immediately. I'm telling you all, from now on, anyone who slacks off will lose their lives. Return. Immediately begin a sweep of the planets surrounding Sound Source Star. If you can't capture 5 planets, don't go back. Yihua watched Suli turn around and quickly stand up. She had taken the lead by kneeling, her legs numb. If she didn't want to go back, then forget it. 5 planets is still a little too few, they wouldn't be able to travel much. The ship was rapidly departing from this unknown planet. The hearts of all the mecha girls gradually relaxed as the ship moved further away. Only Suli kept his hands clenched tightly. He knew that even from his current position, he was far from safe. The mountain-like figure cast a huge shadow over him. Possessing the ability to disrupt space, she naturally possessed corresponding tracking methods. They were still gambling. In her eyes, they were nothing more than insignificant, dispensable rations, putting the lives of all of her people on the mercy of others. This feeling irritated his heart to the point of nearly stopping. Is this the insect king with a prefix? Ming Rosie was also a similar figure, but the difference in strength was only a few stages, yet the difference was so stark. The Zerg's heartland wasn't a place anyone could enter. He suddenly realized that, at this point, he still needed to tuck his tail between his legs. The periphery was, after all, the periphery. Kill them! If he could escape by chance, he would lead the team and clean up the periphery. If he couldn't condense the mechanical island, he would take another step toward the Zerg's heartland. He would take Yihua's surname. Chapter 288. Suli finally breathed a sigh of relief after the ship entered warp mode. Han Hai clutched her waist, a sullen expression on her face. Her front armor visibly rose and fell, and she stared at Yihua with a look that seemed to want to devour her alive. What the hell are you looking at me for? It's your master who ran away. I'm just a soldier. My opinion doesn't count. How have you ever seen a wealthy landlord assign tasks, and then ask a donkey's opinion? Han Hai pushed his glasses up. If you weren't in the team, would he still run away? Yihua's eyes widened at this. Sister, I'm just a sailor. The captain's position is like a tethered dog. Even if your master slaps it, it's going to sail. You're clearly taking your anger out on me. You're not even acting. I admit the mission was a bit risky, but I won't argue whether the facts are correct or not. I can't even be politically correct. Why didn't you try to persuade him? Yihua rolled her eyes. As if everything the Su family says is right. You only been on the contract for a few days. And over a decade of sisterhood is already gone. Is this core contract so strong? Then her contract with Xuqiang needs to be reconsidered. At the very least, they should sign a few short-term transitional agreements first. Turn around. The culprit is right behind you. There's no need to point fingers at me. Han Hai blushed at this, and after a moment, he turned to Suli. Suli stared blankly at Han Hai, her large eyes filled with mist in a moment. When she heard Yihua's report over the communication channel, her heart instantly leaped into her throat. Even now, her body trembled. Thinking of the danger they might have faced, she wished she had been in the same boat with him. Sharing life and death is far better than living in fear. Suli was about to apologize when Han Hai raised his hand to cover her mouth. She threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Seeing this, Yihua turned and walked away cursing. So with her, it was just nitpicking, but with him, it was just a passionate embrace. What a dog-eyed thing. The discrimination was too obvious. Not only Yihua, but also Jun Quan was cursing. She was already lying down, and yet she was being treated like a couple. She risked her life to save the lives of a whole ship, but now she could only lie on the ground, watching her master embrace someone else affectionately. Sister, can you tolerate this? Jun Shou looked up at the sky, not paying any attention to her. Jun Quan narrowed his eyes, faintly hearing the grinding of Jun Wei's teeth beside him. Second sister, if it were me, I wouldn't tolerate this. Oh, then you stand up and punish her. I support you. Take all the external armor off her. Hong Ying, who was caring for Junza, trembled with fear at her own boldness. How had she gotten caught up in this vortex? Back then, she was just a naive and kind-hearted mecha girl, always concerned for her young lady. But time hadn't changed much, and she had become the main force behind the drugging and an accomplice in sowing discord. And the young lady, who used to pursue her goals with unwavering dedication, had changed too. She sat high and mighty in her chair, her brows stern, like a picky old woman. That wasn't about weighing things up, she was simply addicted. She used to enjoy reading cutting-edge science magazines, but now she was even into palace dramas. She released her hand massaging Jun Zai's calf and slid closer to Jun Yu, who was at the edge. It must be said, Jun Yu's perpetually stoic face gave her a great sense of security. Sister Hong Ying, can you please turn on the play button for me? I want to listen to some novels. Hong Ying smoothed down her drooping hair and smiled beautifully. Of course. What are you listening to? Let me see your playlist. She pulled a terminal from Jun Yu's pocket. Her smile instantly froze. Shock! A widow knocked on my door in the middle of the night. For a moment, she even thought she had a lightning-fast terminal. Jun Yu, his face serious, said calmly, the one at the bottom. I want to listen to with my mind-reading powers. I'm going crazy in the Android Girl group. Hong Ying silently put her headphones on, and hit the play button. She suddenly realized that she always seemed so out of place among these android girls. It was like a chasm between them. They were on one side, and she was on the other. The world was vast, yet she was all alone, her heart lost. How about she go knock on the door tonight? She felt she had an advantage in some ways. At least 8 times a second, in the outpost command room, Eve sat on Su Li's former stool, handling his pile of daily tasks. 038 stood beside her, hesitant to speak. The other mecha girls came and went, placing piles of documents on the desk. She felt the governor was a little too attentive. At least she didn't treat her like an outsider. This wasn't a matter for Mechanical Island. It was the business of their Cold Star Dawn Legion. You done all the work, what should I do? The southward migration has been completed, and coordination among the various mecha girls is still ongoing. The restructuring and personnel allocation of the various legions are all proceeding simultaneously. How could she not know that Eve actually had some free time, sitting here peacefully handling the affairs of Lingxue Star? Is she finally going to take action against her own brother? That doesn't make sense. Not to mention that they only conquered one planet. It's not right to abandon someone so quickly after their achievements have surpassed their master. When I came here, I saw you partially restored Lingxue Star's ecology, and the results are quite good. Whose idea was it? My idea. I figured he'd be out there fighting all day, and if he had some free time and could come back for a while, he'd feel better if he saw this. 038 began brainstorming. She didn't understand what he meant by these questions. Could it be that, with supplies increasingly scarce, her frequent handling of these things has brought her bad luck? Extravagance isn't a major offense, but if taken too far, there's plenty of room for maneuver. Well done. Lingxue Star is now becoming more stable. Have the construction teams build manors and gardens of varying styles. Ecological restoration needs to be stepped up. If things really don't work out, dispatch more fleets. Yeah. Go north. It's chaotic there right now, and the Enterprise Federation's fleet can't afford to take care of much. They'll turn a blind eye to the few mechas and transports. Just go get whatever tree or bird you like. Eve flipped through pages of documents, not even looking up. Everything should be done according to his preferences. If he doesn't have preferences, then even if we create them for him, we'll make sure he's genuinely satisfied. 038, Chapter 289. For a moment, she had no idea what he meant. The North is becoming increasingly bustling. The people in the business association tend to favor individual heroism. At least Su Li's current actions perfectly align with their definition of a hero. Decades ago, I didn't quite agree with Gao Mingrui's vision of universal peace. People have different perspectives. Even now, I still hold this view. Eve raised her head and looked at 038 quietly. But it's undeniable that even a nation with extremely bad roots has its merits. 038 looked at Eve quietly, knowing she had more to say. As expected, after flipping through 2 pages of the report, she continued, "We need people, lots of them. For hundreds of years, the Longzhou people have been the mainstay of our mecha girl contracts. But apparently, the previous relaxation allowed many others to enjoy the same treatment as the Longzhou people. We've proven this through practice, and it's not advisable. Going forward, the review of mecha girl contracts will be further strengthened. I don't want the current situation of abandoning comrades to happen again. This time, during the southward migration, we were forced to abandon nearly 300 million core mecha girls, nearly 100 million of whom were high-level mecha girls. These people and mecha girls were destined to never reach the core of the Enterprise Federation. When they finally realized this, Su Li became their only chance. He possessed the qualities needed by both the Longzhou people and other ethnic groups. We need a leader who can stand on his own. And they need a hero. So keep him, at any cost." 038's eyes widened slightly, becoming even more confused. Eve tapped the table and spoke cautiously, whether it's restoring the planet's ecology or building a manor. According to his vision, make Lingxue Star his home. A home he'll never want to leave. From now on, Lingxue Star will be on level 1 alert. All personnel entering and leaving will be subject to rigorous approval. The main fleet will be on 24/7 alert, and any ship approaching without permission will be instantly blasted to pieces. This place will become the new hub, at least a symbol of faith for all the mecha girls and the people of Longzhou. His loss of contact this time has sounded the alarm for us. What did you say? My brother's gone missing? 038's eyes widened completely. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Eve opened her mouth, completely stunned. No, as the current person in charge of Lingxue Star, you didn't even know your chief officer had lost contact? No wonder you were so calm. still sitting in your room handling government affairs. She and Gao Mingrui were practically frantic with anxiety. When did he lose contact? Wasn't he on EP281 Star fighting the bugs? Why did he lose contact? Did the ship blow up? Someone faint? Or was the entire army wiped out? 038 felt his body weaken as he spoke. Eve was stunned. How much do you miss Su Li? No, he didn't blow up, and he didn't faint. He was driving an armed transport, chasing the Zerg mothership. 038 slumped to the ground, his eyes glazing over. Chasing the Zerg mothership? That would be worse than the ship blowing up. At least he survived the last ship bombing. Eve glanced at 038, who lay sprawled on the ground, her brow furrowed. It's over, another one going mad. So when he comes back this time, do you know what to do? Come back? Can he come back? At least for now, it seems his life isn't in danger. I mean, at least he's still alive. 038 breathed a sigh of relief, her head lowered, as if resolved. Seal it off. Seal off the entire Lingsue Star, and don't even think about setting foot outside again. Eve saw 038's resolve and nodded secretly. This was exactly what she wanted. He dared to chase the Zerg mothership. Next time, he'd probably go after the Zerg Emperor. And then, he'd be venturing into the Zerg heartland every day. No matter how strong their nerves were, they wouldn't be able to follow him around in constant fear. In the past, she simply thought Su Li was daring and worthy of training. Until she discovered the mechanical tree in him. Only then did she consider him the hope of humanity and the mechanical island. But Su Li's actions this time clearly made her realize that her joy was premature. He wasn't her hope, he was more like the cause of her madness. A Super S-Class pilot, an SS-Class mecha, and you dared to chase a Zerg mothership? She now suspected that the genetic enhancement fluid he often drank might have some hallucinogenic properties, making him mistakenly believe he was invincible. The terminal's voice echoed from the side. Eve pressed the call button, and Li Jiangwo's voice, mixed with surprise and a hint of mixed emotions, came through. Governor, we found the Aurora. They're back. Back? How's the situation? Ship 1 appears fine, but Ship 2 clearly has a major malfunction. When they emerged from the Void Tunnel, they only had 2 engines left. Eve breathed a sigh of relief. This idiot has finally returned. It doesn't matter how many engines are left, as long as they're back, everything's fine. Good to be back. At their current speed, how long will it take to reach Lingsue Star? Does Ship 2 still have the ability to jump? Li Jiangwo wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Outside the porthole, 2 armed transports passed by his fleet, showing no sign of stopping. I think Commander Su. He has no intention of returning to Lingsue Star. He's already in orbit around Guangyuan Star. As we speak, he's already gone. As Li Jiangwo finished his words, a loud bang rang out from the terminal. With a lingering fear, he hung up the line and looked at his wife beside him. Do mecha girls go through menopause? I mean, how old is a mecha girl over 200 years old in human terms? Her wife rolled her eyes and turned to leave the bridge. Lingsue Star Command Room. Eve's chest heaved violently. The terminal that had smashed to the ground bounced over 2 meters high, intact. She had planned everything, but she had never imagined that she hadn't even considered returning. Right after chasing the Zerg mothership, she immediately started clearing the planet. Is he that dedicated? Do they need him to be so dedicated? The development of Sound Source Star has just begun, and only a small number of personnel have moved in, and you're already rushing off to the next stop. Then why is she waiting here? She has a mountain of matters waiting for her to attend to on Mechanical Island. What's the point of her waiting here? Others, with a transfer order, are only used to carry out a single mission. You're so good. You're planning to use this transfer order forever? She suddenly understood why it said XX star on the transfer order. So this XX represents everything. She looked at 038 and pointed to the door without a word. Go. Go to Guangyuan Star and bring him back. If you can't bring him back, you don't have to come back. 038 saluted and scurried out. She even began to imagine her brother's surprised expression when he saw her. Chapter 290. On Light Source Star, 500 mechas were running madly across the ground. They couldn't believe that, because of a single irregular retreat, they actually had to practice retreating on the battlefield. Kite flying, a ship-specific tactic, was now being used to its full potential. Quick, coordinated cover. Distance. Distance. I can't control it. I'm telling you. 322. If you poke me in the ass again, our friendship is over. The black and red mechas rushed forward, raising thick smoke and dust as they galloped across the wilderness, pursued by a swarm of insects. On Lung Chui Star, Watching Suli train the pilots, everyone gloated over their misfortune as they were chased and humiliated by the insects. But fate has its way, and no one escapes. Now, being chased like dead dogs by the insect swarm, they all wished they could plunge their heads into ice water to cool down. Overhead, Suli's voice snarled from the armed transport ship. Order within a hurry means you're supposed to be aware of your situation and avoid panic. It doesn't mean you, a bunch of defeated soldiers, should form a neat formation while fleeing. What? Do you want to be targeted? The troops below instantly split into several groups, each forming a small group and beginning to provide covering fire. To be honest, even the members of the mobile team on the original battlefield had no precedent for retreating during such a large-scale operation. As high-ranking mecha girls, they all had a high starting point. But precisely because of this high starting point, they made the same mistake as the other pilots. Immersed in their own inertial thinking, they neglected the most basic tactical development. It could be said that the C-class mecha girls of the former outpost, due to their low levels, had to work together daily, diligently practicing various tactical coordination. Whether charging or retreating, they were extremely methodical. However, the higher-level mecha girls were much worse. Among the 500 mecha girls below, it was easy to tell which were the former low-level ones. Their coordination and cooperation was truly a pleasure to watch. Their mixing with the higher-level mecha girls created a significant gap in the formation. Their lack of coordination made it difficult for the higher-level mecha girls to quickly connect, leading to frequent problems. If it weren't for their own rapid pace, they would have already begun to suffer losses. Suli frowned as he watched. It was fortunate that such a problem had been discovered in time. If it had been left unresolved, the price they would have paid would have been unbearable. He looked at the 17 mechs beside him. Do you see? This is our biggest problem. Hive assaults are a required course for our Dawn Legion. You can attack a hive, but you can't run? Don't laugh at others. When you run, you can even bump into each other. The mechs looked down at the retreating column below, each frowning in thought. Only after seeing it firsthand did they realize the severity of their problem. Cooperation isn't about running in front while the back turns and shoots. It's about the entire team working together continuously, leaving all but their own direction to their teammates. They clearly couldn't do that. Even in their previous teams, they had never achieved this. The long wartime mode had ossified their behavior. They always followed the formation, marching forward. They clearly prioritized individual military prowess over teamwork. But now, it seemed, they needed to work even harder to advance on the battlefield. Amidst the fleeting figures below, 537 cheered with jubilation. She spun around, dodging the Zerg's attack and thrusting her cannon directly into its mouth. 534 appeared sinisterly behind the Zerg, her heavy cannon piercing its rear. Suli turned his head, feeling a chill run down his spine. The two's coordination was seamless and impeccable. After so much training, the mecha girls' piloting skills had noticeably improved. Their control over their bodies had deepened, and their piloting skills had become more spontaneous. But their fighting style remained the same. 537 was fine, but 534 seemed to be forever searching for a backdoor. How did she manage to maintain her individual heavy artillery so consistently? It was always so straight and shiny. Did she take her instructions seriously? The standardized management procedures for weapons and equipment, did she get away with it? Suli waved his hand, sending the group of mech girls back into the wave below. Then, he raised his megaphone and gave the mech girls the order to attack. The black and red wave instantly shifted its direction. They were clearly more accustomed to attacking than fleeing in panic. With a burst of high-pitched, ecstatic cheers, they turned and rushed towards the Zerg swarm behind them, releasing all the pressure they had been accumulating for so long. Watching them charge into the Zerg swarm, Hahai stood on the deck, his body trembling slightly. Want to give it a try? Commanding a battle is one thing, personally taking part is another. Wouldn't it be thrilling? Suli raised an eyebrow, recalling the feeling, and grinned. Perhaps, it will be more thrilling than you can imagine. Hanhai was clearly eager to try. Although she had participated in battles before, it was always from the perspective of a commander. She had never experienced personally charging into a Zerg swarm before. Is it possible? It's okay, just leave it to me. Hongying, standing to the side, gaped open-mouthed as she watched Suli drag Hanhai off the transport ship, stamping her feet helplessly. It's over. The Dawn Legion's only remaining brain is gone. Isn't this a sin? The bright yellow mech unfolded, and Hanhai, clad in only his remaining nano-combat suit, crouched in the driver's seat. Suli quickly donned his half-covering helmet and secured himself in the cockpit. In the cockpit, a stream of data began to flash. He immediately grabbed the keyboard and gripped the joystick. The scene he saw startled him slightly. The exaggerated front armor meant that when he lowered his head, he couldn't even see the road 5 meters in front of the mech. Hiss! He gasped and subconsciously glanced at Han Hai in the driver's seat. She lay crouched there, her breasts bulging out from her sides. Her graceful body undulated, her waist-to-hip ratio a bit exaggerated. Perhaps because it was her first time piloting a mech, she was clearly nervous. Her body trembled slightly, and she twisted occasionally to ease the discomfort of being piloted. It must be said that this was his first time piloting a mech with such a field of view. Sully glanced at the insect swarm below and clenched Han Hai's unique weapon. Chapter 291. It was an extended shotgun with a bayonet. The gun's body was protected by thick steel plates, its smooth body emblazoned with intricate patterns. The golden roses blossoming on the buttstock betrayed Han Hai's inherent madness. A belt of ammunition wrapped around her waist was filled with shotgun shells, as thick as an adult's thigh. The charge in such a large-caliber firearm could instantly detonate an insect's head. He had never imagined that Han Hai harbored a deep sense of restlessness. This suddenly gave him the embarrassment of intruding into someone's privacy. Fortunately, Han Hai didn't seem to mind revealing all of this. He was very pleased with the feel of the mecha. The only drawback was the excessively large front armor, which limited his vision and weapon maneuverability. The bright yellow mech plunged relentlessly into the insect swarm. With a mere tremor of remarkable stability, it absorbed all the impact. Sully controlled Han Hai, unleashing the bayonets from the insects. With a twist and a swing, he thrust forward when the opportunity presented itself. In bayonet combat, the simpler the moves, the better. Leaving all defense to the shield behind him, he strode forward, slamming each incoming insect onto his bayonet. Unlike the wieldy and versatile nature of the spear, the bayonet primarily focused on a direct, back-and-forth attack. Even blocking was intended to accelerate the blade's impact on the enemy's head. The concise, rapid, and steady flow of attacks finally gave Han Hai a taste of what Su Li's mecha girls often referred to as brain burning. Her brain was quite good, at least when processing commands, there was virtually no delay. But when she focused on processing them, she found they were being output steadily at a frequency that was nearing its limit. If she didn't overclock, she would soon experience lag due to the constant barrage of commands. But if she overclocked, she would easily overheat. The dilemma made her grit her teeth, but when she saw the next command clearly, she shuddered and gave up thinking completely. What does forward chest thrust mean? For the first time, she doubted her own cognitive abilities. The body's subconscious reaction confirmed that her understanding was correct. The massive front armor swung violently, crushing a bug's head. She could sense Su Li's eyes behind her blazing with a dazzling brilliance, a light that even the half-covering helmet couldn't block. Perfect waist strength, perfect armor hardness. With a single attempt, Su Li seemed to have flipped some strange switch, completely transforming the Han Hai mech into a style all his own. In the cockpit, Han Hai watched as the insect, bound by its gun belt, slammed headfirst into the front armor, shattering it to pieces. She felt completely unwell. She felt a tinge of something sticky, mixed with blood, coating the armor. The strange sensation made her face pale. The immense core computing power kept her awake, but now she would rather let herself go, like lightning and the others, and let her mind go blank. Forget it, whether it was super or not, this mecha was far more obedient in Su Li's hands than in her own. The thrusters blasted out a scorching blast, and the bright yellow mech completely transformed into a humanoid killing machine, beginning its slaughter among the insect swarm. Lightning was right. Don't worry about whether the commands are connected. That's not your concern. Just do it. Bend your waist, lift your legs, and thrust again. Han Hai gradually fell in love with this feeling of not having to worry about anything. She only had to faithfully follow Su Li's orders, and he would lead her to victory after victory. When she first entered the outpost and commanded her first battle, the overwhelming swarm of insects filled her with immense fear. But today, when she truly faced the vast swarm, that fear began to dissolve from her heart, like the peeling of a cocoon. Even though the insects before her were still hideous and terrifying, even right in front of her face, they couldn't harm her at all. It seemed that as long as the man behind her sat firmly in the driver's seat, she could continue her killing spree endlessly. The Zerg's blood, with a cool warmth, splashed over her body, its mild corrosiveness negligible. She reached out and grabbed the Zerg's neck, interrupting its acid spewing, then with extreme violence, smashed its head into pieces with the butt of her rifle. A strange feeling surged from the depths of her heart, brightening her eyes slightly. A good girl. She had never been one. She was just a workaholic devoted to her job, and in her free time, she loved to buy all kinds of things to dress herself up. Because she always felt a void within her. No matter how much she bought, it could never be filled. So she worked even harder, hoping to find satisfaction through her work. But she was disappointed. Whenever she was exhausted to the point of exhaustion, a sense of emptiness would follow her like a shadow, leaving her feeling lost. Until Suli appeared. Until she saw so many mech girls swearing their loyalty to him, she realized that what she lacked wasn't just a sense of belonging, but also a sense of faith. Or perhaps, someone who could fully embrace her unbridled indulgence. She wasn't sure how she wanted to indulge herself. But as she stepped onto the battlefield today, she realized that this kind of exciting atmosphere was what she longed for most. Green blood splattered across the bright yellow fuselage. In the grooves of the armor, the blood had already formed clots. Han Hai leaped up, pounced on a medium-sized mech, and stabbed his bayonet into the gap behind its head. The feeling, as if a barrier had been broken, made her body tremble with excitement. She twisted the gun and pulled it out quickly. As blood gushed out, she felt a strange sense of satisfaction. She cast aside the initial nausea and fear, then took pleasure in the experience. She didn't know how many twists and turns her mind had gone through, only that she was completely lost in this extreme state of near control. His breathing gradually became heavier, and the rise and fall of his chest became more pronounced. Suli keenly sensed that the spiritual resonance was intensifying. As Han Hai finally narrowed his eyes, misfilling them, countless bright yellow vines suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They scrambled to wrap around the Zerg's body, their sharp spikes piercing directly into their flesh, causing them to raise their heads and let out a series of miserable screams. The spikes were hollow inside, as if they had a suction function, wantonly devouring the Zerg's blood. As the blood was absorbed, Han Hai squinted and licked his bright lower lip. On the bright yellow vines, brilliant roses blossomed in the wind. Suli looked at Han Hai, the bespectacled woman, who had turned her head, and suddenly felt that she had a touch of allure to her. Oh my god, is this a broken thing? Chapter 292. On the ship, Yu clenched his fists tightly. Another resonance. Why did he resonate with everyone else, but not with her? Was it because she and he couldn't connect? Or was it that, after all this time together, he still felt a distance between them? Her eyebrows raised, her teeth clenched. Each posture could be seamlessly transitioned. Isn't this level of tacit understanding enough to be a true connection? Off to the side, Hong Ying completely ignored Yu's anomaly, staring intently at the lightning on the battlefield, which morphed into streaks of light like a madman. Her speed had clearly reached its limit. The figure, with its red and gold undertones, became increasingly unbridled, no longer showing the restrained demeanor she had at the beginning. Everyone is growing, and she wasn't born to be active on the field. It could only be said that the battlefield was her only destiny. She had indeed found a good destiny. The core contract. It was a lifelong bond and constraint. Back then, she actually signed it with him simply for 2 bottles of lubricant. One was a student in the Mecha Academy's maintenance department, the other a defective product who repeatedly struggled on the field. Hong Ying preferred to believe it was Providence, bringing together 2 souls who needed each other. This feeling was exactly like the romance novel she was currently reading. The only regrettable thing was that Lightning's brain wasn't quite working. Even after all this time, the female supporting characters hadn't fought each other. The unusual behavior of the vast sea on the battlefield naturally caught her attention, but she clearly didn't take it seriously. Resonance. It'll all come to this day. However, her resonance skill was clearly different from the others' bursts. Hong Ying gazed at the vines surging across the battlefield. It seemed that every additional Zerg bound injected new strength into Han Hai. Suli had evidently noticed this as well. Han Hai's endurance far surpassed his other mecha girls. Was it the endurance afforded by the high computing power, or the positive feedback from the vines constantly sucking Zerg blood? For a moment, he even thought he should see 2 distinctive fangs in her small mouth. But she simply licked her lips, letting out a soft hum of satisfaction. Then, her movements, no longer restrained as at first, began to open and close freely, perfectly complying with his commands. The bright yellow rose blossomed with extraordinary splendor, becoming a dazzling sight on the battlefield. Beside Han Hai, black and red mechas appeared, thrusting their weapons forward, accurately striking the vital points of one Zerg after another. They completely transformed into a black and red wall entwined with vines, stubbornly resisting the advancing insect swarm. The oppression they had faced on the unknown planet was now fully released. Though they numbered only about 500, they represented the most advanced combat power on Lingxue Star. Suli piloted the vast sea while observing the small tree. Below it, tiny glimmers of golden light slowly gathered. He didn't know how long it would take to build a decent ship, but there was no doubt that as long as he continued to work hard, step by step, he would one day possess a vessel as vast as the mechanical island. If he still couldn't defeat Pride by then, he used his mecha island to knock her unconscious, or even crush her to death. In the sky, a new ship suddenly appeared above the battlefield. Soon, Su heard a familiar voice over the radio. "Brother, sister's here." 038's voice was tinged with joy. Clearly, she knew now wasn't the right time, so she simply ordered her ships to merge with ships 1 and 2, launching a long-range kite attack on the Zerg's flying units. "The captain's here? Didn't she say she was going to defend the home?" "What? We only been out for a few days, and we already lost our home." "Shut up. Even if you lost your home, you still have it." 537 finished filling in, kicking the Zerg in front of her. Seeing the longhorn beetle raise its mouth, she pulled a small species from her side, held it against her head, and charged at the beetle. They were no longer the armed mecha girls of the past, who required 3 people to work together to kill the longhorn beetle. Enemies that seemed terrifying back then are now often dealt with just a step forward and a swing of the sword. Acid gushed out, suffusing the small-bodied creature's head and face. 537 discarded the struggling small-bodied creature and grabbed hold of its longhorn beetle's long whiskers. 534 thrust a heavy cannon into the beetle's throat and pulled the trigger. The head and body exploded, green blood splattering all over. "I'm telling you, could you be more careful next time? Don't fire near my ear. That's not a rifle, that's a cannon. A heavy cannon. One shot, and my head's buzzing. Did you hear that? If you fire your cannon near my ear again, I'll be furious." 537, seeing 534 didn't respond, turned and looked in her direction. She gestured with her hands for a long time, but she couldn't understand. She turned and continued forward, but 534 pulled her, causing her to stumble. Turning around, she saw 534 pointing in another direction. Only then did she realize she had been moving in the wrong direction. "What's wrong with you guys? You've gone off the track without a word. What's wrong with 537? Why does she keep going off the track? Oh my god, she seems deaf." 536, She glanced at the heavy artillery in 534's hand and instinctively moved away. God knows, that thing was now covered in a variety of colored liquids, dripping down like sticky liquid. If it got on me, I rub it off twice. On the ship, Yihua watched the Zerg swarm below slowly being whittled away, her eyes red with anxiety. Their stress was stress, and they needed to release it, but she seemed to have no stress at all. When had she ever been able to steer a ship so steadily? This vast wilderness, if she wasn't allowed to steer a few circles, she would feel uncomfortable all over. This was war. Is this time for training? If she could practice, then she should practice even more. She always felt that her ship's drifting wasn't smooth enough. At least when shaving the Zerg's heads, she always couldn't control the pressure. As a result, after one circle, some had their tops shaved off, while others had their heads completely gone. She felt that she shouldn't be so partial to one over the other. It was a different kind of unfairness to the Zerg. The entire battle lasted 3 hours. 2 hours of running and training, 1 hour of engaging the enemy. The Dawn 3 armed transport slowly descended, and 038 trotted out. Before she could reach Su Li's side, he had already rushed over to meet her. A strong hug stifled the words she was about to say. The man before her smiled brightly, just as he had a few days before. Even though it had only been a few days since they last saw each other, it felt like ages had passed. "Sister, you're just in time. There's a problem with ship number 2, and I was just wondering how to fix it. Hurry. The crew will transfer within 20 minutes. Ship number 2 is leaving for home. The engine is almost dead, so remember to drive slowly." 038 opened her mouth, about to speak again, but Su Li hugged her again, spinning her in circles. "Sister, now that we're here, let's have a fight. I tell you, it's so exciting." For a moment, 038 was lost in thought, as if she saw the young man walking against the flow of people on the field again. She opened and closed her mouth, then heard Su Li continue, "Stay. With me helping ship number 3, I can finally put my mind at ease." 038, She suddenly realized she had prepared so many excuses. Not only could she not open them, she couldn't even go back. Forget it, the governor had already said that if Su Li didn't go back, she didn't have to go back either. Just keeping an eye on him right next to her, would be even better. Chapter 293. There were clearly no high-level queens on the Light Source star. The numerous mech girls, began expertly cleaning the battlefield, gathering edible supplies to fill the ship's spare cold storage. At the entrance to each hive's passageway lay a loud, howling figure, attracting the attention of the Zerg larvae within. They had clearly developed a routine, laying out their massive nets with pinpoint precision, focusing on annihilating entire families, and leaving no potential threat behind. In the petri dish aboard ship number 3, black thorns from the sound source star stretched their branches within a specially designed transparent cover. The spikes shifted their positions as the personnel moved around, appearing to possess considerable offensive power. "Why did you bring this here?" Sully held the roasted insect leg, staring at the black thorn before him. It looked as if it was about to strike him. Knowing its power, Sully was reluctant to even get too close to the cover. 038 shrugged, the buttons on his blue and white uniform looking a little loose again. "The researchers want to see how well these plants adapt to different environments. Honestly, the crystals they produce have wide-ranging applications. If we can cultivate them on a large scale, it would not only alleviate energy shortages, but would also be a significant aid in curbing the spread of the Zerg." Sully's words instantly reminded him of the planet where Pride resided. He smiled crookedly and looked at Thorn as if he had seen a treasure. "Can they be further enhanced? I mean, if they were watered with the blood of high-level Zerg?" A researcher nearby pushed his glasses. "In theory, it's possible. However, breakthroughs in plant genes often take a long time. The governor has already ordered his fleet to carry blackthorn seeds and head towards the surrounding planets. Perhaps in the near future, we'll have a new barrier made of blackthorn." Sully took a bite of the insect leg in his hand and didn't ask any more questions. Eve's decision was right. But the question is which planets she plans to plant the seeds on. The fact that the crystals can be used is undoubtedly a good thing. But a plant like this, which can even kill insects, clearly can't coexist with other organisms. At least not with humans or mechas. It's a reliable line of defense, but how big is it? He barely started out. Wouldn't he be heading home? 038 glanced at Sully's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't worry. It won't hinder your expansion. The Governor General's message is to spread seeds to as many outer planets as possible. Firstly, plants need time to grow. Secondly, with our current rate of advance, it will take time to gradually push outward. We can't advance too quickly." "What? Has the situation in the north changed?" "Well, at least it's become chaotic. Many companies in the Enterprise Federation started out with modules, and even most of their pillar industries are still modules. With a large number of mecha girls withdrawing from the defense line, they lost their foundation. Many wanted to move to the Southern Theater Command, but the Enterprise Federation wouldn't allow it. They made an example of some, and forcibly annexed their industrial chain." Sully tilted his head. "Has the Enterprise Federation not given up on module production? That shouldn't be the case. Judging by their nature, they're probably plotting something. These self-serving people wouldn't want to mess things up. They wouldn't do a business that's losing money." 038 nodded. "According to the intelligence they sent back, the module production line is being reconfigured. The new production will be for enhanced components for the cyborg soldiers." Sully took the terminal from 038, placed it on the table, and gently slid it around. The images of cyborg soldiers made him frown. Each cyborg soldier stood about 3 meters tall. They were fully armored, with only a few exposed parts brimming with muscle. Almost 50% of their bodies were mechanical. Could such people, strictly speaking, still be considered human? Sully carefully enlarged each image, his fear growing with each look. Compared to current power armor, this iron shell was undoubtedly more flexible. But what normal person could grow to 3 meters tall? Compared to the massive body, the normal-sized head stood out. Only with the massive metal helmet did it appear more balanced. This wasn't just a transformation. He even thought they replaced a giant robot with a human head. How powerful are these cyborgs? They're far superior to soldiers in power armor. They're also more agile than C-class mechas. The corporate federation claims they're all veterans who survived the battlefield and voluntarily accepted the Federation's transformation plan. But there are simply too many of them. In a remarkably short period of time, they spread across the eastern, western, and northern battlefields. 3 battlefields, all taken over? Although their defenses have been reduced since they pulled back, how could they possibly mobilize such a large number of personnel? The moment their gazes met, Sully suddenly understood her hidden meaning. Previously, the front lines were jointly defended by tens of billions of humans and more than 1 billion mecha girls. After the mecha girls withdrew from their defenses, more men were needed to fill the gap. Where the men came from was as obvious as lice on a bald head, more obvious than ever. He swiped twice more, and sure enough, The comparison of the two photos made Su Li's insect legs pale in comparison. Two identical faces, yet belonging to two different legions. For a moment, Su Li even wished the corporate federation would vanish from human history. They were cloning humans and modifying their bodies through special techniques. This was how they secured sufficient manpower. They'd been dishonest before, tinkering with Zerg genes to wreak havoc on the mechas, and now they were wreaking havoc on humanity itself. Su Li no longer wanted to question the corporate federation's bottom line. In their eyes, those so-called moral constraints might as well be non-existent. But now that they already had sufficient troops, why would they abandon their defenses and leave those who had previously defended them to fend for themselves? Most of these people's genes were harvested from planets on the front lines. 038's words left Su Li numb. Longo had collaborated with such an ally for over 100 years. It's easy to imagine how many times the corporate federation had stabbed Longo and Mecha Island without his knowledge. Great harmony, same old hammer. It would be fine if he stopped provoking him, but if they dared to raise a finger again, he chopped them off completely. Chapter 294. On Lingxue Star, Eve sat at her desk, gently massaging her brow. A thick stack of requests for battle had been piled up from the various legions. It seemed that after Su Li conquered Green Source Star and Sound Source Star, the fighting spirit of each legion had been completely aroused. A series of requests for battle were delivered to the desk one after another. In the past, there was a constant stream of battles. At least the defense zones stationed by each legion were harassed by the Zerg daily. But since Su Li began his sweeps, the legion suddenly found themselves with an incredible amount of free time. Especially after they borrowed the queen from Lingxue Star, they had completely settled into a peaceful life. It was then that they realized that without fighting, their bodies would itch. Practice for battle. Now all they did every day was practice. The land in front of the defense line had been forcibly turned into thousands of acres of fertile farmland. The power mechas could only be driven by soldiers as plow cattle in the fields. It was not without advanced farming equipment. But when they let the equipment do everything, they went completely crazy. During the war, they were always in danger, and they longed for a stable life. But when they finally found stability, they became afraid again, fearing that if the stability lasted too long, they would lose their fighting spirit. Seeing that other legions were busy fighting, the idle legions were unhappy. This was especially true of the Longzhou Legion, which had been transferred back from various defense lines. Crazy. All crazy. He alone has driven everyone crazy. With nothing better to do, wouldn't it be better to find a wife and have children? My mechanical island has over 1 billion mech girls, and none of them have their own pilots. Why aren't they working hard to have children? Fight. Fight. Fight all day long. What's going on? Not enough bugs to eat. Huh? She looked at the elder before her, and questioned him from the bottom of her heart. The elder's face strained. What did this have to do with her? She was 12th in rank, so she deserved to be treated with disapproval every day. Why didn't she ask 0304? Why were they all assigned to various planets to handle affairs, while she was confined to her side, listening to her complaints all day long? And those mech girls, each one desperately trying to come to Lingxue Star. What are they doing here? There's no future for them on my mechanical island, only on Lingxue Star? The elder rolled his eyes. You're still sitting on Su Li's stool. How dare you criticize others? In 3 days, dozens of legions completed their reorganizations, and large numbers of mech girls poured into the front lines. With the Lingxue Star mech girls and their queens supporting them, they had already launched counterattacks on nearly a dozen planets. With the influx of mech girls, the combat power of these legions more than doubled. They established themselves on their new planets, and fought Gao Jia in their first battle. This significantly reduced the population density on the existing planets in the southern military region. At least, the density of mecha girls was significantly reduced. Everything was moving in a positive direction. The only flaw was a certain madman who never returned home. He was like a perpetual motion machine, always purging planets, or on his way to purging them. Eve glanced at the affairs of Lingxue Star to her right, and slowly frowned. She remembered that these things were handled by 038. On the third ship of Guangyuan Star, 038 clutched the railing tightly with both hands. Amidst Yihua's loud shouts, he let out a cheer, and followed the team onto the armed transport. Screw the official duties. Mecha girls belong on the battlefield. The blue and white mecha unfolded and fell into the Zerg swarm. She suddenly regretted not using the S-Class upgrade module. That was why she was still at S-Class. Although most of the 500 mecha girls were still S-Class, as Su Li's personal assistant, her S-Class strength was clearly not enough. She charged forward with the main force, dodging the Zerg's attacks again and again. Sitting in the office for so long had diminished her skills. Although she participated in daily training, there was still a huge gap between training and the battlefield. With the extended heavy sword in hand, she adjusted her rhythm and pace again and again, and finally found her former feeling. She followed the black and gold mecha and pounced on the Zerg before her. As the captain of the armed mecha girls squadron, she was already quite skilled, not to mention having been piloted numerous times by Su Li. Her movements had been honed through repeated training, and her strikes were as sharp and ferocious as Su Li's. Left. Protect yourself. She twisted to avoid the insect's sharp jaws and thrust her sword into its neck. As she drew her sword, she could clearly feel the pent-up anger slowly dissipate. Su Li, piloting the black feather, was right beside her. The feeling of security brought a smile to her face in the cockpit. Even the oncoming Zaoma seemed endearing to her. A red figure passed by, like an elusive gust of wind. Master, why are you switching? No, you only been driving for less than 10 minutes. Wait for the next round. Hey, you slightly annoyed voice echoed through the communication channel. She had just felt like rolling her eyes when lightning intervened. Those layers of silk she was wearing were all for nothing. She turned her head, blushing slightly, and looked at Su Li. She felt his hand gripping the joystick, feeling it still so strong and reassuring. Master, after tonight's battle, can you overhaul it? I feel like the oil valve is a little loose and needs tightening. Su Li remained calm, his chin visible beneath his helmet, nodding. Hey you, receiving a positive response, leaned back, pressing closer to Su Li. And, there's the front armor. No problem, I'll debug it for you later, he said, moving the joystick in his hand. With a soft grunt from Heiyu, he swung his sword and decapitated a Zerg. The mecha girl, having been promoted to SS rank, had greatly enhanced her mental connection. Even so, while being controlled by Su Li, she could still feel her core rapidly heating up. Before the upgrade, she could only sustain high-intensity combat for 15 to 20 minutes. Now, she felt she could hold out for at least 40. Furthermore, the current battle was far from intense. Even if she could sustain the entire battle, she wouldn't have any problem. Her mind gradually emptied. Feeling the commands flowing smoothly through the keyboard in her mind, she could sense that her master had truly become one with her. The wind blew across the battlefield, and the dancing greatsword cut through the wind, slicing through the Zerg's skull with resolute determination. The medium-sized Zerg swarm wasn't large, but it would take far longer to clear it with just 500 mechas. In her mind, the small tree constantly absorbed the energy emanating from the battlefield, exerting all its might to condense the so-called mechanical island. The appearance of arrogance not only cast a shadow over Su Li's heart, but also sounded a warning. Better seize every opportunity to strengthen himself. Otherwise, if he gets crazy and goes before the Insect Emperor next time, he'll have no chance of escape. Chapter 295. Red Flame Star. The broken shards of wine bottles gleamed in the streetlights. Teams of soldiers marched in orderly formations toward the front lines. A little girl quietly covered her mouth, trying to hold her breath. Thick curtains obscured most of her face. Her exposed eyes trembled slightly as she gazed at the orderly procession before her, a hint of fear evident. And the source of her fear was the men in the procession. They had marched past her home yesterday, the day before yesterday, and the day before yesterday, marching in the same pace. These soldiers were of unusual height. They were covered in armor, with only a few not wearing helmets. Those who wore helmets revealed only 2 streaks of red light behind their visors. The undead legion of the Corporate Federation boasted immortal physiques and supreme combat power. Behind them were massive chainsaws. On each massive saw blade, thick, sharp teeth stacked like shark teeth. Dad, do you see them? Those men. I swear to God, I've seen them every day for the past 2 days. The dark-skinned man stared at the neatly arranged lines under the streetlights, a flicker of anger crossing his face. How dare they? How dare soldiers spy on my daughter's window? No, that's not it, Dad. They weren't spying on me. I was spying on them. I mean, weren't they heading to the front? But why are these the same men always coming from the rear? Are they the deserters you're talking about? Otherwise, why are they included in every reinforcement? The black man's eyes widened as he leaned over to the window and began to survey the area. He memorized the faces of the men, pondered for a moment, and rubbed the little girl's head. Good girl, it's time for you to rest. If you wish, you can cuddle with your mother and let her tell you a bedtime story. The little girl nodded, quickly gathered her pillow, and ran to the next room. The man gathered himself, picked up a child's toy telescope, and in the dim light of the street lamp, surveyed the troops heading to the front lines to reinforce them. Gradually, a very familiar face came into view, and his body froze. If he remembered correctly, this guy had been in a grave for 7 years. He put down the telescope and rushed frantically into the living room. He found his family photo album and began to leaf through it. In the photos, the dark-skinned, fleshy man was trying to smile kindly. The man slumped to the ground, his chest heaving violently. Thinking of his daughter's words, he shuddered. His father had died 7 years ago. Yet today, he saw him marching in formation, clad in armor inscribed with the Firebird. He had buried him himself. How dare they? How dare they? The undead legion had fought with distinction, withstanding time and again the Zerg attack. Perhaps the undead legion never remained immortal. Rather, the same individuals were always there to fill in the gaps and complete their unfinished missions. Reinforcements marched away with heavy steps. They arrived daily. It was obvious that the so-called victory on the front lines was but a glittering illusion, allowing those on the planets behind to indulge in the pleasures of life. Only those on the battlefield planet knew that countless reinforcements arrived daily, entering this vast stranglehold. On the battlefield, Zerg snarled, abandoning the wholesale charge against the positions before them. Instead, they concentrated their superior strength, using it to penetrate the enemy's perimeter. Many of the undead, having lost their lives, collapsed to the ground, their blood spilling across the walls. The Zerg, who had previously harbored a deep affinity for human genes, ignored them, stepping over their remains and rapidly advancing into the defensive lines. Flamethrowers spewed fierce flames, completely blocking the Zerg's path. The undead roared as they charged into the sea of fire, raising their chainsaws and slicing through the Zerg's armor. They fought fearlessly, leaping into the flames without hesitation, seemingly devoid of any human emotion. Figure after figure appeared on the flanks of the Zerg swarm, wielding their weapons and charging towards the Zerg emerging from the flames. Dense swarms of cyborg warriors filled every corner of the defense line, rapidly maneuvering to the required positions following the dispatcher's orders. Though their presence was merely a sacrifice, it must be said that they did slow the Zerg's advance. Amidst the sea of fire, one massive figure after another wielded their chainsaws, slashing recklessly at the Zerg before them. As if insensible to any pain, they allowed the flames to consume them, their armor scorching red, and finally, under the damage of their mechanical parts, they collapsed unwillingly to the ground. Across the Zerg's positions, the elites let out a roaring cry. After their fruitless attack, the Zerg chose to call it a day. In the command room, a man, cigarette in hand, cursed and frowned. He swept aside the bottles and cans before him, grabbed a half-finished beer, and stuffed it into his mouth. He drank the entire beer in one gulp, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and pressed the button to start the recovery. A large number of undead legionnaires poured into the battlefield, dragging the bodies of their comrades with them. Even those who were still alive quickly pointed their weapons at their heads and pulled the trigger. As bodies were dumped one after another into the small recovery vessels, the legion retreated to its defenses, standing on the city walls, awaiting the next Zerg attack. The entire defense line seemed to have fallen into a dead silence. Aside from the pungent smell of blood, there was no trace of human presence. The soldiers standing on the city walls remained motionless, not even communicating with each other. The small, single-person assault ship completed its assault mission and returned home for maintenance. God knows what mission they accomplished, yet there wasn't even a scratch on the ship, only the depleted ammunition. Inside the hive, the queen let out a shrill roar. She grabbed the small creature beside her and bit its neck. Amid its violent trembling and struggle, she tore off a piece of flesh, chewed it up, and swallowed it. Her scarlet eyes were filled with utter fury. At the end of the hive, a dozen or so stacked metal blocks intensified her rage. In the distant passage, a rustling sound echoed, and a dirt-covered insect let out a sharp hiss, bringing the violent queen some happy news. Chapter 296. The body recovery ship flew past the edge of the battlefield. In the darkness, a team of hidden mechs gestured, and the leader deployed in a corner, gently grasping one of her teammates and throwing him toward the passing ship. The latter adjusted his body midair and flew straight toward the ship, reaching out with both hands and clinging to it tightly. It didn't even close the rear hatch, leaving a large number of bodies exposed. The mech covered her mouth and nose, rolled into the recovery bay, searched through the pile of bodies, found 2 relatively intact ones, and threw them out through the hatch. They chose not to perform the autopsies on the dangerous battlefield, but instead chose to perform them behind the defenses. The mech jumped off the recovery ship, joined her teammates, and dragged the 2 metal shells into the building. Someone had been waiting inside for a long time. The lights were on, and various equipment was neatly arranged. The mecha girls carried the heavy armored shells and placed them on hard steel beds. As soon as they were placed, the beds creaked, a testament to their immense weight. The researchers, without further ado, immediately began dismantling the undead Legion soldiers. 7 or 8 people worked simultaneously, some focusing on their limbs, some on their mechanical structures. 2 others carefully scanned their heads and removed their heavy helmets. The light illuminated the helmets, revealing a series of neural sensor elements within. The entire armor was crudely crafted, practically constructed from scrap alloy. It looked imposing, but in reality, it offered little effective protection. The Zerg's vaunted mouthparts could easily penetrate it. The robotic arms they used to activate their weapons, however, were made of some relatively normal metal. The entire arm was also densely packed with neural sensor components. Blood flowed all over the operating table, but the researchers simply frowned and continued their work. Their bodies are loaded with excessive levels of stimulants and hormones and enzymes that promote further muscle development. Their internal organs are overwhelmed. It's safe to say that even if they didn't die on the battlefield, they only had a few years left to live. Their bodies are prematurely matured. Their actual age is probably less than 3 months. Cloning and reconstruction technology is generally only used to regenerate wounded soldiers. But the corporate federation has actually used it for complete human regeneration. This is a complete betrayal of human ethics. Before we discuss this, I think you should come and take a look at this. It's more than just a simple brain chip implant. As one researcher spoke, everyone gathered around. A chip, roughly the size of a thumbnail, was implanted in a clearly underdeveloped brain. A researcher grasped it with tweezers and violently ripped it from the brain, unleashing a mass of indescribable mush. Its function might be more than just coordinating the various mechanical components. What do you mean? What else could it mean? Isn't it obvious? Such an underdeveloped brain is completely incapable of combat. If they relied on it, these soldiers wouldn't even be able to stand. If that's the case, why use humans? Use human clones? Wouldn't they simply use a mechanical army with fixed AI to create a far more powerful combat force? Mechanical armies can't simulate human neural units. Don't forget, with current technology, even machines using only artificial intelligence still struggle to master the transitions required for combat maneuvers under complex road conditions. And there's something that goes without saying, everyone understands. The cost and maintenance of a purely mechanical army is prohibitive. So these mentally retarded freaks can handle every emergency on the battlefield? I even doubt they're capable of independent thought. A flurry of discussion echoed through the room, causing the mecha girls on guard duty to turn their heads frequently. Stop! A somewhat aged voice suddenly interrupted the argument. He glanced at a researcher nearby and adjusted his glasses. What did you just say? The researcher paused. I said, those mentally retarded ones. Next. The old man waved his hand, feeling as if he had grasped something. I said they don't have the ability to think for themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, a sticky lump of phlegm formed in his throat. Unable to think, they're fearless and insensitive to pain. Unable to think, they can be deployed across the battlefield, at the mercy of others. Even with missing limbs, they can still ably fulfill their mission. So who controls their thinking? Or rather, who implanted their minds? Why must clones be used? Because they are cheap. With today's breakthroughs in genetics, their cheapness is unimaginable. With armor made from scrap, a few standard metals, and weapons, they can fight on the battlefield like a normal army. They don't even need a full meal. Controlled by the chip in their brains, they don't even feel hunger. Their stomachs were shrunken, their intestines atrophied. All the energy their massive bodies needed to move came from the highly concentrated syrup hidden within their armor. The intensely sweet, yet already bitter, taste was every researcher's nightmare. They would often lick it once or twice to keep their brains functioning. This military-issued mental sedative, barely even rations, was so cheap it could be bought for a fist-sized piece for $1. Everyone's eyes turned to the bodies lying on the bed. When they were alive, they were insignificant, cheap, and devoid of their own minds. Dead, they were equally insignificant. The ships collecting the bodies would be destined for the factories under the cartel's control. The fully intelligent assembly lines would dismantle their weapons and metal arms, throwing whatever remained into furnaces, refining the scraps, and forging new armor. Everyone looked at each other, each contemplating an extremely terrifying possibility. A mech girl opened the door and walked in, saluting everyone inside. Everyone, time's up. We need to move. The stainless steel barrels carried by several mech girls behind her made the researchers frown. Can't you try a different method of teleportation? We're getting old, and every time we ride in a barrel, we feel like throwing up. Sorry, everyone, but we haven't achieved a significant breakthrough in teleportation technology yet. The only way is what the members of parliament have proven through their own lives. So excuse me. The researchers, knowing the futility of complaining, were carried by the mech girls into the barrels, where they tugged at the restraints and strapped themselves in place. The mech girls closed the lids, exchanged a glance, and then, carrying the barrels, exited the room under cover of darkness and ran towards a location 2 blocks away. The remaining mech girls moved all the equipment and set the unused house on fire. Shortly after they evacuated, a small group of human soldiers drove up quickly. The leader, staring at the raging fire before them, pounded on the car door and began hysterically cursing at the abandoned house before them. Chapter 297. Eve looked at Gao Mingrui, who looked noticeably younger than before. It was clear that the news of Su Li had reassured him. At this point, are you still dreaming of universal peace? She pushed the series of reports across the table. But Gao Mingrui had no interest in even glancing at them. He stared blankly at the narrow pass outside the communications tower, engraving everything he saw in his mind. This is where Su Li truly rose to prominence. Wonderful. I can imagine how he relied on his own strength to make his way out of this place, step by step. What a pity. I arrived too late. I heard that the mountain walls used to be covered in stink bugs. After drying, they looked like giant wind chimes. When the wind blew through the valley, they twisted their bodies. Eve shuddered. Don't even think about it. You definitely don't want to see that scene. A swarm of bugs drifting in the wind like hang ghosts is not a pleasing sight. Gao Mingrui smiled unconcernedly. Life is just to see more things you haven't seen before? That's a hallmark of Ling Sui's star. After all the effort to come here, only to see nothing, that feeling of loss is truly torturous. But after seeing it with my own eyes, I finally understand why you're so drawn to this place. Why? Perhaps it's because the women in the mechas here smile so sincerely. The people themselves are the same. It's true that once you have a goal and work hard towards it, it's actually much easier than you imagine. It's just a matter of following his footsteps, step by step. No matter how far he goes, even if you can no longer see him, when you look down, his footprints are always there. If you don't have the ability to bring him back, stop lamenting about this. Otherwise, I'll be unable to resist beating you up. You don't know what he's like, so there's no need to try to flatter him. I don't want to see his footprints. I have no interest in his size 42 feet. Eve's eyes widened, glaring at Gao Mingrui before her. He always seemed to intentionally or unintentionally shield Su Li and get him off the hook. She and Su Li were clearly closer, so what right did he have? Because he was a human being? Hearing this, Gao Mingrui finally turned his head. Surely, she knew he had a size 42 foot. How is Su Li's pilot training going? Still improving steadily. But I have to say, his training is extremely effective. He's successfully trained a group of S-rank pilots to C-rank. Gao Mingrui listened to Eve, and obediently took the information she handed him. He couldn't understand why you paid so much attention to Su Li, to the point of resentment, but it was obvious that this attention was exactly what he needed. To unite Mechanical Island and Longzhou, Su Li's presence is indispensable. It's not a bad thing. Improving the basic skills of pilots will only elevate their skill levels. I can already foresee that in the near future, the Dawn Legion will completely become our Dawn. If these 500 pilots can all become Super S-Class, then we'll have a bunch of disobedient, wandering Su Li disciples. Gao Mingrui didn't respond. He suddenly realized that no matter what he said, the other party always had a connection to Su Li. Okay. Let me see the documents and reports. He picked up a stack of reports, and, as he flipped through them, a frown formed between his brows. He raised his head, glanced at Eve uncertainly, and began to tap the table rhythmically. Eve noticed his expression and said, 60 years ago, I warned you repeatedly that the cartel was full of evil ambitions, but you insisted that they were all human, innocent humans making up the majority. While I agree with you, some people are never worth saving. She leaned back in her chair, a cold look in her eyes. The legions they deploy on the front lines are filled with people like this. I don't understand what you call humanity. Please tell me, are clones considered human? If they lack human emotions, then in a narrow sense, they are not human. But as a human, I reject such an argument. Humans are human, and no living being should be mass-produced through technological means. Gao Mingrui flipped through the report page by page, finally pausing on one. He picked up the paper and read it word by word, his hands beginning to tremble slightly. Do you see what's going on? That's right, they don't have any souls. Or rather, they don't have souls of their own. They're just a bunch of shells, containers mass-produced using cheap cells and culture medium. Eve laughed in anger. The defense we held for so many years has become a complete joke at this moment. They don't care about the gains and losses of their defenses. On their comfort zone planets, they develop war games, using instruments to transfer the minds of ordinary people into those war machines, allowing them to fight on the front lines instead of soldiers. And what about them? They can make a fortune by selling a series of game props. A defense line that even a large number of professional soldiers can't hold, and they expect a group of ordinary people playing video games to defend it, using the bodies of their friends, relatives, and possibly even deceased relatives. It has to be said that they have once again crossed the line of humanity. Perhaps on the planets they occupy, the way of greeting will change. They'll say, "Hey, buddy, I killed a lot of bugs yesterday with your dad. Did you drive my mom?" Her face was thick with sarcasm, but her eyes were filled with coldness. Bullets cost money to buy, and after death, you need to spend money to regenerate your life. They even produce a series of bizarre equipment for the public to choose from. This makes their entire supply line not only completely cost-free, but also profitable. And if there's a gene shortage, the entire corporate federation's vast gene pool can be activated instantly. Perhaps it's already been activated now. Do you know what this means? Gao Mingrui took a deep breath. Longzhou's gene control is very strict. Over the years, I've been committed to keeping it under tight control. Eve grinned. That's good. At least, I won't see your clone on the battlefield one day. But then again, you were quite handsome in your youth. If you were to appear on the battlefield, you'd surely be admired by many wealthy women. TSK, after all, this is the former speaker. Chapter 298. Eve's words, and the intelligence from the north left Gao Mingrui completely uneasy. He understood that even with a vast army of clone troopers, the corporate federation would be unable to withstand the Zerg attack. This was war, not a problem that could be fundamentally resolved with simply adding fuel to the fire. He had assumed that the corporate federation would be able to withstand the Zerg advance with its superior technology and strong military personnel. But he had never expected such a shocking outcome. For the first time in his life, he felt he was wrong. Perhaps the entire alliance should never have existed in the first place. They now possess a large portion of the human gene pool, and even possess a significant number of common Zerg genes. I can even foresee countless research labs working overtime right now to explore controllable Zerg. Just as they've done before, this time, they'll fuse Zerg genes with humans. Gao Mingrui fell silent. After a moment's reflection, he raised his head. I will complete the evacuation of the remaining personnel on the home planet as quickly as possible. Also, I approve Operation Blackthorn in the north. Establish a quarantine zone while the situation is still under control. Eve nodded. This decision should have been made long ago. A so-called home planet has tied up too many people's energy. Rather than this, it's better to let go completely. The situation is already at odds, so why bother with feigning compromise? Let's do it openly. I'll use the mechanical island's virtual projection to project the material over, directly load it into barrels, and teleport it to a specific location. You're all old hands. Can you find a more reliable method? Don't worry. This has been modified, enhanced version 2.0. It won't shake me to pieces. Red flame star. As everything fell into darkness, the Zerg launched another assault on the defenses. Inside the fortress, the guards on duty straightened up from their recliners, cursing. After checking the status of the defenses, they activated the emergency plan. Teams of soldiers leaped from the walls, beginning a new round of strangulation. Their underdeveloped vocal cords could only produce incomprehensible roars. Their eyes were bloodshot, and with unimaginably exaggerated movements, they charged the Zerg horde before them. Messages flashed from their helmets, carrying a cascade of obscenities. Hey man, that's a nice physique. Killing bugs all the time is boring. How about we go back there and have some fun? Is this game really that realistic? Hey! 3-meter-tall girl. It's really not real, you'll know if you try it. Deserting will result in a forced log-off. 1 life is 100 Federation coins. It's okay, I got you covered. We already contacted them. It's not far away, at the boundary line of the next battle zone. She doesn't have to come over, and we don't have to go over there either. We can just do it right along the line. On the battlefield? That would be really exciting. Under their helmets, the clones' faces were expressionless. Only the heavy breathing as they ran made their faces twitch slightly. In the attacking formation, some occasionally fell behind or rushed in the wrong direction. But with so many people, no one could notice every little change on the battlefield. As for the duty officer in the duty room, he was just paid to monitor the surveillance. Everything outside had little to do with him. 10,000 yuan a month, just to stay in this tiny space and sound the alarm. Nothing could be easier. Countless medium-sized species reared up, spewing streams of acid that doused the blue shield. Countless insects attacked the perimeter like crazy. They didn't even bother attacking or killing the tin cans. Because, aside from their tin, they offered no edible value. In the underground tunnels, hundreds of medium-sized species fiercely tore at the blue shield before them. Under cover of the surface attack, the subterranean destruction was also underway. The queen insect stared at the shield before her, her eyes bloodshot. She could sense that behind this shield lay a wealth of delicious food. She had had enough of the humans' deception. These abominable tin cans were humanity's greatest blasphemy against this game. They were their greatest blasphemy against themselves. The desecration of the king, however, required a feast of blood to even subside. Several elites lay dormant before her, also staring at the barrier before them. They could sense their king's wrath, their compound eyes condensing into a tangible rage that shone a dazzling crimson. As the light from the shield before them began to fade, every Zerg subconsciously tensed their muscles. Hundreds of tunnels had taken nearly a week. She had endured for too long. As the shield before her shattered, a sinister smile finally flashed across the queen's face, and with a single movement of her limbs, she crossed the seemingly unbridgeable chasm. Humanity had been too careless. They had simply allowed them to gnaw and tear at the shield. And now, they were finally paying the price for their rival. Switching the shield's backup power source took time. And that brief moment was enough for the elites to carve out a shelter behind the shield. On the surface, as the Zerg breached the shield, countless Zerg swarmed into the defenses. Under the elite's control, they abandoned their lingering fight and instantly fled, drawing large swathes of the undead legion to various directions. The backup power source was reactivated. The moment the blue shield illuminated, the attendant in the duty room wiped the sweat from his forehead. Watching the incoming Zerg being strangled one by one, he slumped back into his chair. "Damn, I'm so scared. This job is truly excruciating," he muttered, opening another can of beer. Only when the beer poured down his throat did he feel the tightness in his throat ease. But what he hadn't anticipated was that, hundreds of meters underground, dozens of elite species were diligently digging forward. They needed to create enough space to accommodate the incoming horde should the shield shatter again. Streams of thick acid corroded the soil, carving out passage after passage. The flying soil was carried and devoured by the following insect swarms, mixed with mucus and then coated the walls. The ground beneath his feet was compacted, and a circular pit took shape at breakneck speed. Hundreds of smaller species opened several passages in all directions, pushing vast quantities of soil into the created cavity. The soft soil allowed their burrowing abilities to reach their full potential. In less than 2 hours, they had already carved a tunnel 100 meters long, wide enough for 2 mechas to run side by side. And it was still gradually extending inward. Above the surface, behind the defenses, countless families slept soundly, none aware that their lives were quietly entering a countdown. Chapter 299. Inside a house, the robot girl stood by the window, the darkness inside well concealing her figure. Through the slit in the curtains, she could clearly see a man outside, under the dim streetlight, impatiently swatting away mosquitoes. He held a cigarette between his fingers, puffing intermittently. A car slowly pulled up beside the streetlight and opened a side door. The man climbed in, then tossed the cigarette butt out the window. The robot girl breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the car slowly pick up speed. Wait, they still needed to wait a little longer. The governor had already ordered a full retreat. They only needed to follow the procedures and transport personnel and supplies via the established transmission equipment. They would be able to complete their evacuation. Those dog-like henchmen were searching for them, but they could have more time and energy to focus on the battlefield. Yet, they acted as if the mecha girls had dug up their ancestors' graves, constantly deploying large numbers of personnel to investigate their every move. In the basement, the human scouts had already settled into their steel drums. With the activation of their positioning devices, they vanished into the basement. There was a rhythmic knock on the door, and the observing mecha girl turned her head to see her companion waving at her. She nodded, followed her companions into the basement, and stepped onto the teleporter. With the activation of the button that destroyed the teleporter's delay, the last group of mecha girls completed their evacuation. Just before the teleportation, she vaguely saw the basement wall, as if it were slowly melting. In the mecha island, the melting wall before her eyes was covered by a familiar scene. The scene she had just witnessed in the basement of Scarlet Flame Star. She dismissed it as an illusion. Even if it wasn't an illusion, It had nothing to do with her anymore. The intelligence specialist's mission had been completed, and as promised by the mechanical island, she would have a year-long vacation of her own. In the basement, the mechanism for destroying the transfer device finally activated. From the sprinkler system, various highly corrosive acids sprayed out, mixing in the air, and evenly spraying all the instruments. They emitted puffs of smoke and a pungent smell, which were directly extracted by the ventilation system and released into the atmosphere. In just a few minutes, the void positioning transfer device was unrecognizable. Hole after hole appeared in the foundation of the wall. Soon after, the head of a small species emerged from the hole, drenched in the spraying acid. Just as it was about to flap its wings and scream, the elite species behind it ripped its wings off. As its body was dragged into the tunnel, its entire head had been completely corroded. Light flickered from the insect's red compound eyes, forming a dense mass in the dark tunnel. On the streets, patrol cars, lights flashing, slowly cruised through each block. On the streets, groups of drunks, lost in thought, clung to telephone poles and howled for their mothers. The sound of shattering bottles and the roar of the party crowd echoed through the air. The deafening sound of the speakers was deafening. Most of the town's inhabitants were absorbed in their own revelry, completely ignoring the already unremarkable house in the corner. The aroma of barbecue at the party diluted the pungent smell of strong acid. Even if it hadn't, no one would have cared. In an open country, let alone the smell of strong acid, even if someone was making drugs in the basement, they wouldn't care. Unless, of course, you killed their dog or took their cat. Under the shroud of night, no one noticed a deep pit, half a meter in diameter, forming behind the bushes. Larvae, about the size of golden retrievers, swarmed out of the pit. In groups of 2 or 3, they crawled into the surrounding houses. Inside the pink-hued bedroom, a little girl slept soundly. In the shadow of the wall lamp, the larva's massive shadow covered the entire wall. It leaned in front of the girl, as if admiring something, or perhaps craving her scent. Its mouth rustled, and sticky green saliva dripped onto the pillow printed with Winnie the Pooh. The sleeping girl frowned slightly, and the next second, the insect bit directly into her head. From its mouth, a sharp needle-like proboscis pierced her skull, curling slightly and transforming into a steel hook. It dragged the girl from the bed and tore her out the window. The noise startled the sleeping mother. She sat up with a start, listened carefully, and nudged her husband, who cursed and sat up in bed. Looking out the window. Under the dim streetlights, not a single bird was visible. In the villa in the distance, the party was still going on. It was obvious they wouldn't be over anytime soon. The blaring music mixed with the crowd's cheers, audible even from hundreds of meters away. There's nothing strange about that noise. It's probably just your imagination. Go to sleep. Young people's indulgence is understandable. If your son can get into the National Defense University, we'll hold one and give that 3 days and 3 nights of joy. Honestly, maybe in 3 days, you'll be a grandmother. He turned his head and ruffled his blonde hair. The woman was clearly relieved, but when she looked up again, she saw something terrifying. A thin spike pierced the man's skull. Illuminated by the outdoor light, the spike curled, hooking the man's head and smashing through the window. The shoulder that had captivated her was so broad that it became lodged in the window. The larvae tugged at him several times, unable to pull him free. The sticky blood mixed with the brain matter made the larvae's mouthparts tremble with happiness. They had never tasted such high-quality food before, and their movements were even more ferocious. The woman used the perfect moment to escape with a piercing scream. But her scream had no effect, it only attracted larvae from other rooms. They had already spread throughout the house. The roof, the windowsills, even the cabinets filled with canned goods. The sharp mandibles tore open the door. In the woman's horrified eyes, she even saw her son being dragged along. From the door to the bedside, a distance of 2 or 3 meters, a mere leap for the larva. It leaped lightly, its body still in midair, and it impatiently extended its mandibles. Puff! With a soft sound, it contentedly bent its mandibles, and clamped them firmly on the back of the woman's head. Savoring the delicious taste of brain matter, it even suspected that if it continued to eat, it would one day become as great as the queen. They dragged the corpses, rustling back to the tunnel entrance, dumping one after another into the cave. The larvae greedily sucked at their mouthpieces. After unloading the corpses, they turned and rushed to other houses. In the cave, the queen grabbed the little girl's body, opened her mouth wide, and swallowed her tiny body whole. The pure cotton outer layer enveloped the soft filling, while the interior was crispy and chewy. Another bite revealed a pure, fragrant, and flowing heart. She squinted her eyes in utter delight, even sucking on the fingers that had pinched the girl. A faint red line began to spread across her collarbone, moving downward. As she devoured more and more humans, the red line became more pronounced. Chapter 300. Oh God, for so many years, you always run away. Perhaps you should learn from Peter next door. At least when it comes to defending his rights, he always has endless courage. What does this have to do with courage? Protesting is useless. It's useless, don't you understand? I'm not running away, but Red Flame Star is simply too dangerous. Honestly, if the Long-O and Mechanical Island teams don't retreat, you could live here until you die. But now, you must listen to me. I booked a boat ticket for tomorrow. We must leave now. The man paced back and forth in the room. Even though the woman was hysterical, he lowered his voice. After all these years of marriage, you must listen to me this time. Let's go south. To the next planet? You're still trying to deceive me? Who told me that Red Flame Star was so promising? The property tax rate is the lowest. As long as we choose to develop on Red Flame Star, we'll definitely reap the rewards? Yes, that's right. Haven't we gained anything? We gone from nothing to being worth millions. Mary, wake up! If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. The woman scoffed. Worth $1 million, and then have to start all over again on the next planet? Johnson, I don't have another 10 years. I'd rather die here. Don't you want to leave? Sure, the house is mine, the company is mine, everything here is mine. You can take your clothes and get out of this house. The man's face was filled with surprise, but then it was filled with deep disappointment. He silently picked up his coat, looked at his wife's smug face, and walked out of the house with a sense of loneliness. He went to the garage, looked at the old car that had been with him for 10 years, and opened the garage door. He tossed the 2 boat tickets onto the passenger seat, quietly lit a cigarette, and started the car, heading for the nearest airport. The woman watched the man leave through the window, a sneer of disdain tugging at the corner of her mouth. Let's go! She could fax the divorce agreement anytime, and now, she could clearly do something more fulfilling. She slowly walked to the closet and reached out to grab the door. Dear Peter, that good-for-nothing is finally gone. Come on, get out. I can't hold it any longer. The closet door swung open with great speed. A dark figure darted out, violently pinning the woman to the bed. Its sharp jaws instantly pierced her brain, completely wiping out her joyful expression. The first gunshot finally rang out in the southeast corner of town. But this timely warning didn't have the desired effect. Perhaps it rang out just as champagne was being opened at the party, or perhaps the people, deep in sleep, had long since grown accustomed to the sound of gunfire echoing through the streets. Lost in their own world, they completely failed to notice the insects crawling along the streets. The larvae were completely bustling about the town, moving in and out of every household, diligently gathering future rations for their king. In less than half an hour, the entire town was completely silent. The dim lights still flickered. Beneath the colorful lights at the party, the ground was littered with devastation. And within this devastation, a vast number of small species and larvae gathered, dancing to the rhythm of the lights, devouring whatever they could. Those blood-stained items, especially their favorites. The colorful lights illuminated their bizarre faces, their pairs of compound eyes reflecting strange light, appearing even more eerie against the vibrant music. Finally, one of the insects, unable to bear the din of the speakers, took a bite. A flash of electricity flashed through its body, plunging the room into complete darkness. It spat out its mouthparts. This thing, so noisy, didn't taste as good as it had imagined. The town fell silently into silence. The queen within the hive showed no intention of launching a rapid attack. She simply lay dormant within the hive, watching the elite species direct the insects as they began to construct a new hive system underground. Each of the queens shared in the bizarre bounty from above. Spurred by the abundant nutrition, they began to lay eggs in large numbers. Eggs of varying sizes were stacked in their appropriate locations. Under suitable temperatures, such eggs will hatch in a remarkably short time. After stacking the eggs, the larvae left their younger siblings behind. They followed the main force forward, leaving everything remaining in the town behind to the soon-to-be-born larvae. On the streets, transport vehicles followed one after another, following their designated route. The larvae on the road rustled and rustled, hiding themselves in the darkness. They silently watched the vehicles and the 3-meter-tall giants, following their progress in measured steps. They watched them walk away, then emerged from the darkness and continued their journey through the houses. Green belts, cars, bicycles, even streetlights. They were eager to take a bite of everything on the ground. But under the queen's command, they only emptied the houses, leaving even the lawns outside untouched. This made the entire town appear as if nothing had happened. At least from the outside, it still looked peaceful. Beyond the defenses, the Zerg attack continued as usual. No one could discern the overwhelming swarm of Zerg. The individual assault ships out on exploration missions even frequently sent short reports from within the swarm, confirming the Queen's presence. Above the atmosphere, the frigate's main guns bombarded the ground again and again. Their energy reserves were running low, forcing them to coordinate replenishment again and again. The transport's engines overheated from the constant back and forth movements. The captains frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the rapid energy consumption. But frigates themselves weren't considered ground-based units. They hovered high in the sky, completely unaware of the situation on the ground. They could only bombard the ground forces repeatedly, following the coordinates provided by the ground forces. But this strategy achieved nothing but a constant drain on their energy. In just 2 hours, they had already fired nearly 80 rounds. Even the most insane captain knew there wouldn't be 80 queens on the ground. Whose relatives are fighting down there? So daring? With this kind of tactics, even if I were a queen, I wouldn't show my face. The captain cursed, his eyes brimming with rage as he looked at his rejected anomaly report. He couldn't help but think back to the days when the various legions, along with their mechas, were stationed there. The amount of artillery fire he delivered in just 2 hours would normally have been equivalent to a month's worth of mobilization. Chapter 301. Homeworld, Human Parliament. The obese finance minister waved his stubby fingers, stirring the steak on his plate. In the spacious office, only he and his 2 secretaries were present. And in front of his own people, he clearly had no habit of paying attention to his appearance. A breeze blew in through the window, lifting his golden hair and revealing his bald patch. He grabbed the steak from his plate with his hands, wishing his mouth was full of blood. Sauce dripped onto the documents. The secretary saw it, and was about to sort them out when his fat, sauce-soaked fingers pressed against the table. He rubbed his fingers against her skirt, kneading them. After finally wiping his hands clean, he brought them to her nose and sniffed them fiercely, a strange smile on his face. The secretary allowed him to do what he wanted. After a moment, she stood up, adjusted her skirt, and, twisting her waist, went into the cubicle to change. The pot-bellied minister turned his gaze to another secretary, his red-eyed eyes gleaming as he beckoned her, who hurried over. He wiped his other hand on her skirt, buried his face in her chest, and wiped his mouth. The secretary collected the sauce-stained document and replaced it with a new one. He didn't even bother to read the specifics, simply staring at the string of figures. Military expansion? Requesting 3 regular legions? 3 billion in military spending? He snorted disdainfully. 3 billion? That's enough for him to raise 300 undead legions. 3 regular legions. What would that bring? A massive expenditure on armaments, personnel, and supplies. And most importantly, pensions. These military officials are all idiots. Is the ammunition those artillery regiments pour out every year free? 300 undead legions, costing 3 billion, yet bringing him 30 billion in revenue. Comparing the two, even a fool would know which choice to make. What 6 legions couldn't hold, 10 undead legions could hold. As long as there's a steady supply of troops, this line of defense will always hold. There's nothing better than a tool that's both cheap and profitable. For a businessman, everything before him is simply a matter of choice. Even if the line of defense is breached, what does it matter to him? There was a knock on the door, and a man about his size pushed it open, stumbling in. Approved? I don't know what tricks that old man Galmingrue used to convince Su Li. We can lease the Queen Beetle? The finance minister's eyes lit up. This was clearly rare good news. If it worked, it would undoubtedly be a great achievement. He wanted to stand up immediately, but his stomach got stuck at the table, and he tried twice to get up without success. What are their demands? They want to take away all the people of Longzhou from our home planet. Besides that, they want all the necessary ammunition for our main army. Honestly, they've been fighting so fiercely in the south that they should have used up all their ammunition long ago. The finance minister narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. Why are they suddenly trying to relocate the remaining residents? The visitor shrugged. Probably because they conquered several planets. Initially, they wanted us to equip them with undead legions, but I refused. It's safer to hold onto your own trump card. There was no room for negotiation, so in the end, they compromised and wanted to evacuate these elderly, children, women, and children. Then let them take it. With these old bastards around, Galmingrue must be thinking twice. He asked for so much of the main fleet back then. Now that those old bastards are gone, who's going to control the fleet? It's unclear who will do it. As expected of a minister, You see things comprehensively. I hadn't even considered that. The Minister of Finance narrowed his eyes, clearly enjoying the flattery. So what exactly did they say about the queens? The lease is calculated on a monthly basis. The monthly rent for one queen is equivalent to one base legion's ammunition reserves. I didn't dare to agree to this, so I decided to ask the minister's opinion first. The Minister of Finance's fat fingers began tapping the table. He found this gesture, learned from Gao Mingrui, quite useful. It not only enhanced his prestige, but also helped him think. He was extremely pleased with his colleague. This kind of matter could only be decided by him, the minister. The ammunition reserves of regular legions throughout the Federation were innumerable. However, as the Undead Legion surged across the front lines, the main battle group's conventional ammunition completely lost its usefulness, left to gather dust in warehouses. Various arsenals had already ceased production of this scale of ammunition, and were gradually transitioning to a new model. This meant that a large portion of this ammunition could only be supplied to the Southern Theater Command. He felt a certain reluctance to just give it away. But if he didn't, the centralized destruction would be another significant expense. He drummed on the table, seemingly caught in a dilemma, but in reality, he had already made his decision. Trading waste for queens was undoubtedly a highly profitable deal. Leasing? Who would lease from you? Once in their hands, there was absolutely no reason to return them. How many queens did they promise to give us? Gao Mingrui said they can provide us with 3, but they require a one-time payment of 36 base units of ammunition and a 1-year lease. Hearing this answer, the Minister of Finance finally felt relieved. A lump sum payment for a year's supply? It's obvious they're out of ammunition and food. Weren't they so resolute in their departure? In the end, wouldn't they still be begging for mercy from the Enterprise Federation, and offering to lease the queens? Just nice words. It's nothing more than a one-time deal. He raised his now shredded eyes, a cold glint in his eyes. Sending off beggars? 3? Let him catch 20. We can pay a year's supply in one lump sum. But make it clear, the queens must be delivered before his Longzhou people evacuate. The minister is truly impressive. This will probably leave him exhausted again. 20 queens means his army will be decimated again. I wonder if anyone will be able to use the ammunition once he gets it back. In the office, the two men smiled at each other. A hearty laugh, on Light Source Star, Su Li sneezed suddenly. He rubbed his neck, twisting it against a row of specially crafted alloy steel cages. Under Ruozi's pressure, the 10 female insects huddled together in a small ball, trembling slightly within their cages. He looked at Gao Mingrui's virtual image to the side and raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? We're going to mix 3 obedient ones among the 20 disobedient ones? Yes. If they're really as obedient as they appear in the video. That's not a big deal. No matter how high the mountain, or how long the road, as long as they walk through my cares, I'll always be their father. Gao Mingrui was stunned. Before he could say anything, Ruozi's cheeks flushed completely. To be honest, this was the first time she called a human dad. It felt a bit strange. Chapter 302. Old Gao. You need to persuade the governor. Su Li ignored Gao Mingrui's surprise. He turned the camera to focus on the 10 female insects before him, his face heavy. He placed himself back in front of the camera and tilted his neck. See? I've been working on the organization's cause, sleeping soundly. I even have a stiff neck. Look at the dark circles under my eyes. I'm not kidding. Ruozi quietly turned her head. He wasn't kidding. Her father had been working until the early hours of the morning yesterday, shouting until his voice was hoarse. You keep telling me to go back, go back. Just to catch a few insects you don't know? I'm burrowing into the worm pile every day. You know the environment in that worm nest. It's pitch dark. It's extremely oppressive. That's just me. Who else could bear it? Gao Mingrui looked at the haggard Su Li, his heart trembling. He was about to say something when he heard the cheers of the female agents beside him. They rushed down the hive with such excitement that Su Li's face froze. Words of persuasion reached his lips, but he couldn't utter them. Even with Gao Mingrui's experience, he could only pretend he didn't hear them. But could those cheers be ignored? Look at the mecha girl in the picture. The mecha is so happy, jumping 5 meters high on the spot. You're telling me the hive environment is depressing? Gao Mingrui's lips trembled twice. If he didn't add a sentence, the conversation would be over. Yes. It's obvious that the team is difficult to lead. The long period of depression has taken a toll on their mental state. Su Li was stunned for a moment, then slapped his thigh. Right. That's right. My lightning hasn't even had the appetite to eat lately. Ruozi turned quietly. Lightning, standing in front of the campfire, held a pot in one hand and a rice spoon in the other, stuffing Cuckoo's mouth with rice. You know, with 20 queens, it's a long and arduous task. It's definitely not something we can take down with just one planet, right? And the deadline they've given us is tight. Lao Gao, talk to them again, or else delay the evacuation. Delay? Yes, delay. How long? How long do you think? How about half a year? Gao Mingrui had just taken a sip of tea when he spat it out. Are you trying to persuade the governor? How? Risking his life? The mecha girl's depressed state is largely your fault. Why don't you give her a break, some rest and work? She'll be as happy to see the hive as if it were her own home. It took you a week to capture the sound source star and the light source star. During that time, you even had time to chase the Zerg mothership. If I really gave you 6 months, you'd probably take down the Zerg homeworld. That's really no use trying to persuade me. Old Gao, I shed blood for Long Zhou. I dedicated my entire life to Long Zhou. You're so old, and you won't even give me a chance to live comfortably. So I don't deserve a peaceful retirement. You're going to have to cover everything for me, you bastard. 6 months? As soon as I say that, my head's going to explode. Believe it or not. Su Li frowned, staring at Gao Mingrui's serious expression for a moment, then slowly shook his head. I don't believe it. You? Gao Mingrui was furious. Thinking back at Yi's expression as she spoke, he felt a chill run from his tailbone to his skull. Imagine the effects of menopause on a 2,300-year-old witch. She doesn't want you to hang around out there anymore, but you keep talking for half a year. That's fine. Why don't you just go away for a whole year? When you come back, it'll be his anniversary, and you can even burn some paper. Su Li felt a little annoyed. He knew his request was a bit outrageous, but the problem was, if he went back now, would he ever be able to get out again? 038 had already conveyed Yi's intentions to him very tactfully. If he went back now, he would be foolish. The mechanical tree needs to grow. If it can't be active on the battlefield, it won't receive sufficient improvement. If we rely on the rented queen to complete the reverse upgrade of the mechanical tree, it will take forever. Thinking of arrogant demeanor, he knew he couldn't stop. Pitting his hopes on the enemy's mercy was undoubtedly cruel to himself. You should return and train. Once you assembled a strong enough team, I'm sure she won't refuse to let you out. Also, haste makes waste. You must know that the Zerg are endless, and just integrating the areas we conquered will take a long time. Population growth, strength growth. We need a large population base to enable our rapid growth. There are many factors that influence the outcome of a war. Finances, population, and military strength. Often, blind expansion isn't enough. Gao Mingrui glanced at Su Li and tapped the table with frustration. He wanted to teach him more, but it was clear he wasn't very interested. Come back. I can help you by yourself another week at most. Once you gathered enough queens, come back as soon as possible. If you still want to go out, it's best to come back and settle down for a while. As long as you come back, I can assure you it won't be long. He tried to persuade her earnestly. Having never had children his entire life, he now felt the pain of raising one for the first time. It was so frustrating. He was just far away, but if he got any closer, he'd kick him. What if the child just ran out to play every day and never came home? Then, of course, he could use love to influence him. Gao Mingrui felt that he was now filled with love. Senior politicians usually kept their emotions to themselves. As long as he wanted to hide his urge to kick him, he could do so. All right then. I'll try. Since you said so much, I'll go back next week. Hearing Su Li's words, Gao Mingrui's expression was relieved. Whether or not he had explained it to Eve, he had the video of the video call as proof. Whether or not he came back next week was none of his business. At least he had persuaded her. Light source star. Su Li glanced at the 10 cages before him, then turned to the side, where another 10 cages were placed. 20 queens. The light source star was considerably larger than an average planet, but 20 queens was still a bit much. How on earth could this place have been so fertile? Even Gao Mingrui couldn't have imagined that a single planet would allow Su Li to achieve his goal ahead of time. He stood at the edge of the deep pit he had dug, watching as a large number of abandoned Zerg carcasses were pushed into the pit, and then covered with dirt. He dropped a golden seed into the soil. After watering it, it immediately began to break out and grow. Without the interference of the queen pheromones, the sapling grew at an incredible speed. Under the watchful eyes of the mecha girls, the sapling quickly grew to over a meter tall. As its yellow leaves swayed, the queens leaned towards the edge of the cage. They hated the aura so much that it was, to a certain extent, even stronger than Roazi's suppression of them. Chapter 303. On the ship, 038 hummed a cheerful tune, her proud figure clad in an apron as she squeezed whipped cream onto each bug meatball, carefully adding some rosemary as a garnish. After all, her brother was the Legion commander. Eating something like this still required some ritual. She straightened herself up, looked at Lightning, who was clinging to her pot and devouring her food before the bonfire outside, and silently put the tray in the cabinet. Why is this girl's appetite getting bigger and bigger? She used to be full with 10 bowls of barbecued pork rice, but now she even uses a pot to eat. By the way, when did Lightning's appetite start to soar? Han Hai, who was eating nearby, was slightly startled. He glanced down at his plate and noticed that his appetite seemed to be increasing as well. It must be after being tortured by the master. I couldn't eat much before. 038 glanced at Han Hai's plate, which was slightly larger than a typical mecha girl's. That's not right. He's tortured me a lot too. Back on the home planet, he was holding my joystick. Clang, clang. It was like that. I haven't seen my appetite increase. Hearing this, Han Hai slowly lowered his head, his face flushing slightly. She always felt that the cockroaches were especially fragile today. She could kill 2 more later. 038 glanced at Han Hai and tightened her hands under the table. After all, she was naive. Turning and turning, how could they be the same thing? She suddenly missed the days on the home planet. Although he wasn't as glamorous back then, he had fewer mecha girls around him. And look at him now. Outside the porthole, there were at least 100 mecha girls standing behind him, their eyes gleaming green as they stared at him. That doesn't even include the ones in the upper and lower insect nests. There's also the one at the Lingsue star base. She gasped. How could her brother's tiny body handle it? At least she had to ask Lian for some nutritional supplements when she got back. Those stink bugs all over the mountain walls had been pulverized, and she had to give the breeding base a heads up. She pondered for a moment, and suddenly felt that the base couldn't survive without her. At least the logistics would likely be disconnected. But if she didn't go, wouldn't the battlefield supply be even more critical? Han Hai felt uneasy under 038's gaze. She didn't care to eat 2 more cockroaches. She quickly cleared the food from her plate, gathered her utensils, walked to the deck, and jumped off. 038 saw Han Hai's hands-off demeanor, and gritted his teeth. These days, those responsible for fighting the war coordinate, and those responsible for coordination go to fight. What kind of command structure had her brother constructed? She glanced toward the ship's bridge. Yi Hua, who was supposed to be inside, had vanished. Oh, now there's no one to steer the ship. Furious, she plunged the knife into the chopping board. God knows, it's not that she doesn't want to go back, it's simply that this ship will fall apart without her. Iron cages were loaded onto the armed transport. Under the high dose of anesthetic spray, even the queens couldn't withstand it. And with Ruozi on board, they couldn't cause any trouble. A queen worm scurried towards Suli, but her movements were so rapid that she slid over 20 meters. She quickly switched her legs, adopting a very humane, ingratiating expression. With both hands, as if offering a treasure, she placed a very quaint box on the ground in front of Suli. The box was covered in dirt, clearly freshly dug from a hive. You again? You seem to have a knack for finding things. Suli glanced at the box, unsure of its material. However, its unique wood grain caught his attention. There are countless civilizations in the universe, and who can guarantee that, besides humans and mechas, there haven't been traces of other civilizations on Light Source Star in the past. Although Suli rarely saw such things, artifacts of other civilizations were always on display in major museums. He examined the totemic emblem on the wooden box in front of him with some curiosity, confirming that his knowledge contained no such information. In his mind, the branches of a small tree trembled slightly, searching for the memories hidden within its genes. But it was clear that the mecha tree had no such knowledge either. Ruozi's lavender eyes flickered. After evolving to a certain level, the Zerg can also unlock memories within the sequence. This is also the most favorable guarantee for their continued advancement. Your Majesty, this seems to be a civilization from thousands of years ago. Let me look. They lived in caves. This is a storage box they built, used to store valuable items. It seems to require one's own blood to unlock it. She licked the emblem on the box with her tongue, then closed her violet eyes. In just a moment, she deciphered the remaining blood on the emblem. Your Majesty, I can try. As she spoke, drops of blood oozed from her fingertips. As the blood dripped, the emblem on the box suddenly began to tremble. Suli's face was filled with disbelief. It felt like the first time in his life he had ever seen a mecha girl unfold before him. Something crafted by a civilization thousands of years ago is still usable today, He turned to glance at Ruozi. Millennia of research into anti-theft measures are useless in your hands. So, the Zerg can actually simulate blood. Does this mean they can also simulate genes? Probably. After all, they have the ability to be bred. The mecha girls before him might be the owners of the first mecha tree, the product of Zerg-directed simulation. Because every path he had taken so far could be perfectly matched to the mecha island. He had always thought his little tree was useless, but it was obvious that he had never seriously studied it. If he were willing to invest a great deal of time and energy in cultivating the mecha girls, he could also possess a powerful troop-building system like the current mecha island. The box slowly opened, revealing the contents. It must be said that no matter what civilization, the definition of precious objects always follows certain rules. For example, emotional attachment. A family portrait that had long since faded. The portrait, made of unknown material, was already blurry, but Suli knew it was a family portrait. The people of this civilization looked a bit like leeches, but it was undeniable that they also had only one head. 7 heads appeared on a single piece of paper. Aside from a crime scene, a family portrait was the most likely scenario. Besides the family portrait, encased in an exquisite frame, the box also contained a leech-like doll. The colors on it were no longer clear, but it was still soft and bouncy when held. A collection of odd and eccentric little items. Their commemorative significance far outweighed their practical value. In his mind, the small tree suddenly trembled, its branches waving vigorously, and in Suli's mind, it cried out loudly. Source Crystal! It's Source Crystal! Chapter 304. Suli took out the items one by one, finally placing a glass bead before his eyes. The voice of the little tree in his mind nearly broke. This is it. He stared at the glass bead before him, memories flooding back. This thing, isn't this the checkers piece his parents used to play with? He hadn't seen anything like it in years. The transparent beads came in red, blue, and even some beautiful, colorful ones. Is this a source crystal? He held it high, facing the sunlight. Only then did he see that within this seemingly glass bead was a hazy golden energy. Give it to me quickly. This can help me evolve. This is the source crystal. With it, we can build the Insect Emperor Mothership. The words Insect Emperor Mothership completely awakened Suli from his memories. What's the use of this thing? It's a great nutrient for me. But for the Zerg, it's useless. That's probably why it was left behind. Xiaoshu's words suddenly made Suli ecstatic. Useless to the Zerg? No, maybe it's not useless, but the Zerg here are too low level, so they don't know if they have any use. After all, the number of 20 queens is enough to explain something. The light source star may contain a great treasure. Little thing, come closer. The queen quickly lowered her head upon hearing this. Suli kicked the box in front of her and raised the sphere in her hand towards it, allowing it to examine it carefully. I know you're a reliable finder. Go ahead. If you find more, I'll open the blood bank and let you choose. The queen's eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly, dashing off towards the hive. But a moment later, she turned and ran back. Skirt, oh sure, can you get a few from the waist? Here. As many as you want. Go pick your own from the ranks. Unfeeling the least pity for a queen without any troops to lead, she dashed towards the distant swarm, pulling at least 300 larvae from it, and charging into the hive in a mighty procession. Suli frowned at her frantic demeanor. Jun Shou, follow her. Don't let anyone down there get their hands trembling and ruin this precious treasure. Jun Shou chuckled softly, and disappeared from the scene. Suli didn't have to wait long. The queen had a keen eye. At least before she presented her treasure, she had already spotted quite a few similar items. It hadn't brought it up because it wasn't sure if Suli would like it. But now it had. Over 300 larvae, each one laden with stuff. Suli narrowed his eyes. The queen walked at the end of the Zerg formation. This one was going too far. Under each of its arms, a coffin was tucked away. For a moment, Suli suddenly realized that old Gao Mingrui had said something quite right. Nothing can be accomplished overnight. He was truly too panicked. He almost missed out on the biggest prize. In his mind, the entire tree was trembling. Since it began to grow, Suli had never seen it so excited. Ruozi, do you know how many planets this leech civilization has covered? Ruozi's eyes flashed purple twice. Your Majesty, this information is very vague, and I don't remember much. But if I can obtain enough genes from this race, perhaps I can interpret this civilization for you from another perspective. Suli fixed his gaze on the coffin carried by the queen insect, and swallowed with a gulp. He suddenly found it difficult to look directly at Ruozi's tender little mouth. This wasn't a good habit. Wanting to try everything was bad. He could respect her ethnic customs, but he also hoped she would consider her own values. Digging up someone else's grave was one thing, but tasting the saltiness was a bit too much. The queen insect brought back something that didn't disappoint Suli. Amidst its chaotic narration, Suli still understood its words. In the insect nest below, a large number of tombs were discovered. This cave dweller seemed to be very interested in these shiny things. They crafted it into various ornaments. At least within the tomb complex it had discovered, there were many such items. At Xiaoshu's urging, Suli pressed the so-called source crystal in his hand to his brow. As Xiaoshu absorbed it, the source crystal gradually dimmed. Meanwhile, its form began to expand once again. Although the physical change was minor, Suli could clearly sense a fundamental improvement. "Master, I want more." "There will be more." Ruozi was squatting in front of him, opening each box that needed unlocking. As more and more source crystals were collected, Suli felt completely overwhelmed. He had thought that collecting a few from a burial complex would be enough to please Xiaoshu. Unexpectedly, in just a few moments, source crystals of all sizes had filled a 1 cubic meter box. The queen worm, having finally received the high-quality rations Gao Mingrui had provided Ruozi, was so happy that wrinkles appeared on her face. Suli looked at her ugly face, and for the first time, found it pleasing to the eye. The harvest of so many source crystals meant only one possibility. There might be one or more source crystal veins on the light source star. Even if there aren't any on this planet, there's a high probability that there are on the planets controlled by this race. Old Gao, sorry, although I promised you, it seems I can't go back a week. He silently turned around. While digging up other people's graves was somewhat unethical, he felt the need to gain a deeper understanding of the development of civilizations. After all, human civilization had reached a certain level of development, and the history of all civilizations could be used as a reference. On the virtual star map, the locations of all captured queen beetle nests were marked one by one. Combining this with the location of the item the little creature had discovered, Suli quickly determined the direction of a mineral vein, or perhaps a large concentration of source crystals. At his command, all the Zerg began to move again. They had painstakingly crawled out of the hives in response to the call, and now they had to crawl back in. Amid the loud hissing of the little creature, the massive swarm of Zerg began to maneuver towards the marked points. A large number of mechas emerged from the hives. They had barely begun their task of driving out the larvae and strangling the eggs when they were forced to withdraw. They stood at the hive entrance, watching the insects rush back into the ground. They were completely baffled. What's going on? What's going on? Has the queen rebelled? I told you these things are unreliable. Send them to those bastards in the council now. Look, we're screwed now. With so many bugs, how long are we going to kill them? Hurry, help me get aboard. I can crush them before they get too far. Chapter 305. No one paid any attention to Yihua's request. The collection of items before Suli had already attracted the attention of most of the mecha girls. They hesitantly stepped forward, gathering in groups of 3 or 4, examining everything before them with curiosity. Perhaps because they had never fought outside before, this was the first time they had seen a race on a Zerg-occupied planet actually able to take something from the Zerg's mouths. If nothing else, the intricate array of accessories and the complex unlocking methods of the boxes alone were enough to prove the former glory of this civilization. What? Killing bugs isn't fun anymore? Digging graves instead? Yihua rubbed his full stomach, watching with horror as Ruozi licked the emblems on the box with her long, slender tongue. His scalp tingled. She was half an insider, so she naturally knew Ruozi's identity as a Zerg queen. But when she saw what Ruozi was doing, she still felt a lump in her throat. Suli is a ruthless person, otherwise, he could be the commander of a corps. She spun her eyes around, finding no one willing to help her. She frantically scratched her head, wanting to get closer, but afraid to see Ruozi's manipulations again. Junwei pulled a source crystal from the alloy box and examined it closely. It had various shapes, but it looked no different from ordinary glass. Even when she used her perception abilities, she couldn't detect anything unusual. It was hard to imagine that something like this could pique Su Li's interest. Junwei's expression further confirmed Su Li's suspicions. Even the queen insect couldn't determine the source crystal's purpose, let alone the mecha girls. As for the mechanical tree on the mechanical island, he had yet to see its true form, and naturally, he wasn't sure if it still retained any sense of self. Looking at the boxes of source crystals, Su Li suddenly looked up at Junwei. Is the governor still on Lingsue Star? Yes, she and Speaker Gao are both. Hearing this, Su Li pulled 2 uniquely shaped items from the box and handed them to Junwei, whispering, Go back and personally deliver this to the governor. Junwei stared at the gleaming necklace before her, a flicker of displeasure in his golden eyes. His own man told him to give jewelry to another woman. Was that what a normal man should do? Remember the look on her face when she sees the item, and tell me when you come back. Junwei became even more furious. She frowned, having never expected to have to pay attention to the governor's expression. What? You're planning to treat the problem head-on? He reached out and patted Junwei's waist twice. Go quickly and come back soon. Junwei curled his lips, his face full of dissatisfaction. She glanced down at the trinket in her hand, then teleported through the air, disappearing before Suli. Master! Come, have a bite, ah! Lightning, holding the insect leg from a distance, hadn't noticed her master was facing a crisis of trust from Regal. As the lids of the two coffins opened, all the mecha girls present gasped. A dazzling brilliance filled the entire rectangular box. While it was unknown what these small stones were used for, they were truly beautiful in the sunlight. Bling bling. Lightning finally noticed the gathering crowd and approached with the insect leg. She was immediately met with a dazzling display, a blinding glint that made her squint subconsciously. Suli leaned forward, and before he could examine it more closely, he saw a hand covered in oil reach out and pick up a source crystal. Lightning curiously sniffed it, finding it tasteless. As the mech girl stared in shock, he casually tossed it into his mouth. Spit it out. Suli was completely stumped. What the hell is this? You don't even know what it is. How can you be sure it's safe to put in your mouth? He pounced, gripping Lightning's mouth with one hand and digging in with the other. Suli felt like he couldn't even look directly at Lightning's mouth now, because she wasn't always within his sight. Who knew what she eaten while he was gone? Master, you're so mean. Suli finally managed to get the source crystal out of Lightning's mouth, only to hear Lightning's disgruntled grumble. He immediately glared at himself. Ruizi wanted to slurp, but before she could, you just stuffed it into your mouth. You're such a grown-up. Can't you give me some peace of mind? You? Ugh. You can't eat this. Suli opened his mouth several times, but faced with Lightning's aggrieved expression, he swallowed his complaint. Looking at the source crystal in his hand, stained with Lightning's saliva, he felt both angry and amused. Be good. Go eat the bugs. He was becoming increasingly anxious about Lightning's brain. It used to be said that a woman in love would lose her sense of self, becoming obedient and demented. But now, that couldn't be said anymore. She truly had no brains. She didn't even recognize a coffin, yet she stuffed everything into her mouth. If you saw the corpses of these leech aliens, wouldn't you subconsciously think they were spicy strips? Huh? He suddenly felt like he was constantly worrying. Suli turned around with a gloomy expression, only to see Ruizi stuffing a dark object into her mouth. The object was clearly harder than she imagined, causing her cheeks to puff out as she chewed vigorously. He frowned deeply, and for a moment, it felt like the sky was falling. Your Majesty, I deciphered the location of their civilization's main city. According to the current star map, it's on the light source planet. As for the other occupied planets, there's no clue at the moment. However, their main city is built on a mineral vein, and I know the exact coordinates. Suli watched Ruizi raise her neck and swallow the object. He was tempted to reach out and help her remove it, but the thought of her fine teeth deterred him. He tilted his head to peek into the long box, and saw that the leech-like people in this civilization had long since shriveled up into a single string. They looked like dried goods that had been starved of water. Despite the spacious coffin, they only occupied a tiny space, barely the length of an arm. Ignorance is not a crime. No, may you be blessed with boundless blessings. He muttered a few words he wasn't sure of, bowed twice toward the coffin, and then straightened up. But before he could say anything else, Ruizi smacked her lips. Don't worry, my lord. There's nothing poisonous or pathogenic here. Their preservation process is quite good. Not only is it chewy and springy, but the nutritional value is also great. Suli covered Ruizi's mouth with his hand. He wasn't even sure what kind of outrageous thing Lightning would do if he continued to listen. Chapter 306. To prevent Lightning's curiosity from overreaching, Suli decided to personally pilot her to explore the ruins. As the Mecha Girls team gradually advanced, they arrived at a vast underground space. Contrary to Suli's assumptions, there lay a vast city below. In fact, aside from one open surface, the mountain walls were densely packed with pits. Rather than a manifestation of the civilization of an underground race, it was more like another insect nest. The Mecha Girls spread out, cautiously surveying everything before them. Suli piloted Lightning, deployed the flight module, hovered in midair, and surveyed the surroundings. The pits weren't large, but through the glass outside, one could see that despite their small size, they were fully equipped with everything one would need. Furthermore, each pit was lined with a large floor-to-ceiling window. Next to the window was a wide platform, which not only ensured privacy but also seemed to serve as a docking station for vehicles. On nearly every platform sat a sculpted vehicle, resembling a fluttering beetle. However, after countless years, these vehicles were visibly covered in a thick layer of dust. Many were even damaged by the falling bricks and stones from the roof. Sully manipulated lightning to pick up one and examine it, but as soon as he did, it collapsed into a heap. Clearly, it had completely lost its stability. The entire cave was poorly ventilated, with oxygen levels less than half of those on the surface. One could imagine that even during the heyday of this civilization, it was extremely damp and dark. The only problem was that it still contained oxygen. Too many things in this world are vulnerable to the erosion of oxygen. Sometimes, Sully even suspected that oxygen was essentially a poison, a highly addictive poison that nothing could escape. He flew forward along the entire wall, and after passing a fork in the road, he turned inside and discovered that the entire cave was composed of many similar wall structures, stretching as far as the eye could see. Countless Zerg, illuminated by searchlights, rustled in and out of each pit, slowly collecting the so-called source crystals for Sully. "Master, look here!" Lightning exclaimed in surprise. Sully turned and immediately saw a huge scroll carved into the mountain wall beside him. The murals were so exquisitely crafted that even without words, one could guess their meaning. They were interspersed throughout the cave, forming the most magnificent chapter of this civilization. "Your Majesty, the coffin the little creature is holding was found here." They seem to enjoy digging graves behind the walls of their homes, as if they hold a tradition of never leaving their families even in death. Sully did not reply. He simply gazed quietly at the mural before him, following the flowing lines, studying the past glory of this clan. Following the mural's guidance, he quickly located the source crystal. As a decorative item held by everyone, it undoubtedly holds a pivotal position in the history of this clan. In their murals, the source crystal is likened to the sun. The light of the source crystal brought light to their world. The light illuminates all things, allowing them to grow. He couldn't help but feel curious. As far as he knew, at least for the cave dwellers living underground, a craving for light wasn't necessary. Furthermore, for most cave dwellers, their eyes would have lost their function. After they vanished into history, humans settled on the light source star. At least during their time there, no trace of this race's remains had been found. This undoubtedly indicated that their entire existence lay hidden beneath the earth, beyond human reach. This was akin to exploring the depths of the earth. Could such a civilization, with no trace of it on the surface, truly need this light? Have they truly touched the light? He fished out a source crystal. Amidst the darkness, it didn't radiate the light it should have. This meant that their so-called light might be another form of transmission. Illuminating all things, it triggered greed within them. When greed began to accumulate, and people were unaware of it, they fell into the abyss of despair. And then the race began to decline. Sully flew over the murals, feeling as if he had missed something. "Master, there's another one." The lightning's warning stopped him in his tracks. He looked down into the abyss below, only to discover that, illuminated by the light, the abyss was a dazzling galaxy. In his mind, the small tree let out a deafening cheer, its branches shaking so fast that the leaves could barely keep up. Before they had shaken a few times, golden leaves fell away, startling Sully, who quickly used his telekinesis to steady the trunk. He too was shocked by the scene below. If these were all source crystals, he might have to stay on the light source star for a while longer. He slowly descended the lightning. Just as he reached a certain altitude, a sound like an electric current emanated from the mech. Sully hurriedly climbed the lightning, and the fluctuating screen slowly returned to normal. This sudden change made him raise an eyebrow slightly. With only a single source crystal, nothing unusual had happened. Now that a source crystal vein had been discovered, he couldn't enter and explore. "Lightning, what do you think of that?" "It's okay, Master. The data is normal, and all components are in good working order. We can try a few more times." Sully descended again, but this time, his speed was even slower. As expected, after descending about 20 meters, the electric current sound returned. He could clearly feel the lag in controlling the lightning increasing. Without any hesitation, he piloted the mech skyward. "All departments, please do not explore downwards. The magnetic field below is unusual and may affect the pilot." Sully said this, then fixed his gaze on lightning's back. Data streams scrolled through his eyes, but he also found nothing unusual. But finding nothing unusual didn't mean there wasn't anything. He immediately pulled lightning out of the cockpit, looked him over, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you sure there were no anomalies when you just descended? Why do I feel like my control suddenly dropped by about 10%? Maybe I was distracted. I don't know why, but after descending to a certain altitude, I find it difficult to concentrate. Is it a groggy feeling? Lightning shook his head slightly. No, sir, it's my head. It's that itchy feeling in my head. Suli, Chapter 307. Little tree, can source crystals theoretically boost brain power? As the only tree in the room with some knowledge of source crystals, Little Tree fell silent. Fortunately, Junwei suddenly appeared beside Suli, relieving him of his awkwardness. As Junwei's black skirt fluttered, she leaned sideways, catching Suli's concerned gaze. Her mood instantly soured. When he first received the necklace, she froze for a moment, then blushed slightly. If it weren't for his enhanced vision, he wouldn't have noticed the subtle shift in her expression. The thought that she might be so naive, Junwei was completely paralyzed. How's it going? Did the governor say anything? Junwei rolled his eyes in annoyance. Does a 2-degree upward twitch count? Master, can Junsho do this job next time? Honestly, it's a bit annoying. Suli frowned, pondering for a moment, unable to grasp the meaning of a 2-degree upward twitch. Was it a tacit agreement about his future actions? Or had she simply not noticed what the necklace was made of? This was the source crystal that allowed the mechanical tree to grow. Shouldn't it have returned immediately with Junwei? Perhaps the second possibility was more likely. If the second possibility was the case, then it was obvious that the mechanical tree on the mechanical island had at least lost most of its thinking ability. I had thought I could get some answers from Eve, but now it seemed that the idea itself was a fantasy. The most convenient method was to land on the island. But then, there was the question, after possessing the mechanical tree and being able to plunder the laws of the elders, would Eve still let him land on the island? It's unclear whether Junwei carefully scrutinized Eve's expression, but she definitely took in Suli's. At least her eyes were fixed on Suli's brow, watching them frown over an old woman. Master, is the governor's reaction important to you? Suli answered without hesitation, very much. It concerns our future. Junwei's eyes widened at that, unable to understand how Eve's attitude could affect their future. She didn't believe she could control her, no matter how powerful she was. If she could control the bed, could she control the outside world? If not, she could still do what she needed to do in the cockpit. Master, that's the governor. She's experienced. I know, that's why her attitude is so important. Did she really say nothing? Except for a couple of raised corners of her mouth. No. Junwei couldn't understand. Her master had never been like this before. I haven't eaten anything from this bowl, and I'm already thinking about what's in the pot. You don't want the big white steamed buns, you want the dry biscuits, that thing, it's been sitting there for over 200 years. Don't you find it irritating? Suli obviously didn't notice Junwei's strange expression. On the contrary, Lightning glanced up at Junwei, and immediately imagined countless images from her expression. What kind of expression was that? Was she abandoned by her master, or was she still in love but unable to reconcile? Could it be that the governor was forcing a couple apart? She keenly sensed something was wrong, and turned to look at Suli, her expression a touch more serious. Master, you're not doing this. Huh? Suli raised her head, somewhat confused, and met Lightning's serious face. The governor isn't that kind of person. Even if Junwei is flirty and aloof, he wouldn't like this. At that, Junwei was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. In her cockpit, she angrily cried out, Lightning, that's not the case. Our master gave the governor a gift. A gift, you know? And a necklace. At that, Lightning's head whipped around, so fast it even stirred the wind in the cockpit. Her long, bright red hair didn't even have time to react before her face had already turned. Two piercing gazes pierced Suli through the gaps in her hair, like steel needles piercing his body. His throat moved, and his brows furrowed even deeper. What the hell is going on? Master, the book says that women over 200 years old are admitted to the ranks of immortals. When did you become so obsessed with ascending to heaven? Junwei stared at Lightning in disbelief. Sister, is this a matter of heaven? Shut up. Listen to me now. Junwei, go back and tell the governor that the necklace you gave her is source crystal. It's a special mineral that can evolve mechanical trees. Tell her we can't return for a week. A vein of source crystal has been discovered on Light Source Star, and we need to station here to complete our collection work. Suli's head was pounding. He couldn't understand what was going on in these mecha girls' minds. Go and come back quickly, and tell ship number 3 to deliver the queen to Lao Gao. Junwei covered his forehead, and glanced at Suli suspiciously. Seeing his serious expression, he reluctantly disappeared. In the cockpit, Lightning's hair finally reacted, waving symbolically. Her eyes, unblinking, remained fixed on him. What are you looking at? What did you just find? Show me. You're the only one who knows so much all day. Lightning quickly turned around and pointed toward a cliff below. Suli followed her gaze and, as expected, spotted some remnants of a mural. He flew over and pieced together the broken pieces of the mural. Although some parts were damaged, he could still see a group of humanoid creatures surrounding an extremely large source crystal. Based on the proportions of the mural, even with some exaggeration, its size was enough to rival a football field. Suli circled the mural again. Although there were still some missing parts, he felt a slight tremor in his heart. It was clear that the rise and fall of their entire tribe was closely linked to the source crystal. Greed is easy to understand, but how was the tribe's decline related to the source crystal? He raised his head. Under the light of the searchlight, an unimaginably huge source crystal shone with a dazzling brilliance. As the searchlight shone, it instantly refracted countless rays of light, illuminating the entire cave in stunning detail. The sudden brilliance caused everyone to pause and gaze upwards. Amid Xiaoshu's trembling with extreme excitement, Lightning's eyes lit up slightly. Master, this great treasure is truly brilliant. Suli suddenly understood where these cave dwellers derived their light. For a race living underground, such light was nothing short of miraculous. No wonder their murals so extol this light. Suli suddenly thought of the shrunken corpses in the coffins. What if their shrunken bodies weren't the result of exceptional embalming techniques? Chapter 308. The so-called abyss can be a metaphor, or it can be a statement of fact. The leech-like appearance in the family portrait suggests that its body must contain a large amount of water. The light from above refracted downward, and the light from below refracted again, making the entire cave as bright as daylight. If it were simply refracting light, it would be fine, but what if it also refracted light waves containing the energy of the source crystal? Suli piloted the lightning rapidly upward. As expected, after reaching a certain height, the machine began to feel strange again. It was as if it had entered a special magnetic field, causing its movement to stagnate, and this feeling intensified with each step forward. He gave up moving forward and let the machine fall freely downward. In his field of vision, several insects entered the area that the mecha girls could not enter, and their movements began to be restricted. It had to be said that the vanished clan had found the most appropriate altitude. Caught between two magnetic fields, they managed to thrive over the years, creating a brilliant civilization. It must be said that they're truly formidable. Such an environment instantly robbed Suli of his desire to continue exploring. He didn't want to be roasted to a crisp in this giant microwave oven, not to mention the potential for other side effects. Master Anshin, there won't be any effects. I'll absorb any that do. The little tree said cheerfully, swaying its branches. It would be best if we could stay here for a while. Suli ignored the little tree's request. Living in such a low-oxygen environment, he feared he'd fall asleep and never wake up again. He couldn't stay in the cockpit of the mecha girl forever. The caverns were packed with densely packed rooms. If each one was lined with coffins, then this wasn't just the settlement of a vanished tribe, it was also a massive cemetery. The thought of Ruozi sucking on someone's mummified corpse made him sick. In the cockpit, Junwei reappeared, along with a stunned Eve. She didn't waste a word, getting straight to the point. How much source crystal ore is there? Suli shone the searchlight vertically upwards, and the next second, the women in the cockpit instinctively covered their eyes. A gasp was heard. Eve looked at the huge, glittering source crystal above, then at the dense, glittering points of light below, and was completely stunned. A vein of ore, shimmering like a star, twisted and turned, with no end in sight. The source crystals in this ruin were already countless. Eve's body trembled slightly. Initially, she was drawn to Suli's exceptional piloting skills, as he could produce high-quality mecha girls for the mecha island. But later, she became even more interested in the mecha tree he envisioned. It was bound to be a new hope for the mecha girls. And now, she once again discovered that Suli was her lucky star. The emergence of the Blackthorn gave them another means of controlling the Zerg, and the arrival of the source crystals freed the mecha island from any worries. The necklace Suli had given her was immediately taken to the mecha island. The energy contained within it caused the mecha tree, which had been stagnant for so long, to begin to loosen up. A single source crystal caused the mecha tree, which hadn't sprouted leaves in years, to sprout new buds. This wasn't just a matter of the mechanical tree growing. It also meant that the bottleneck that had been weighing on the heads of many mecha girls was loosening. The prerequisite was that there were plenty of these source crystals, Looking at the winding vein of minerals before her, like a long, flowing river, she finally couldn't contain her excitement and pulled Su Li into her arms. Off to her, Junwei and Lightning's eyes widened instantly. Their pale blue hair fluttered, obscuring their vision. When it cleared, they only saw Eve standing off to the side, staring out, and Su Li, looking bewildered. For a moment, they felt like kittens scratching their heads. What the hell just happened? Su Li could understand Eve's excitement. After all, he had a vivid example of this happening in his mind. The little tree bared its teeth, clamoring frantically for Su Li to pick a room and stay, or it would run away. After careful consideration, Eve gave up the idea of letting Su Li continue his exploration. Although this guy was a lucky charm, always finding the resources they needed, nothing could be accomplished overnight. Especially the discovery of the source crystal. Eve suddenly realized that she knew nothing about his ability to act, and had no way of knowing for sure. Once he upgraded the mechanical tree to a certain level, she would completely lose control of his movements. Humans are not capable of collecting source crystals. According to the information recorded in the mechanical tree, while source crystals are beneficial, they are a double-edged sword for ordinary creatures. They can fundamentally elevate a creature's life level, but conversely, they can also alter the genetic structure of some creatures. Don't come into the space below. The source crystal mining can be handled by the Zerg and the Mecha Girls. You can just keep an eye on it from up there. Also, starting today, I will rotate the 12 elders to your side. They will provide you with a series of training and guidance. Training and guidance? Su Li frowned. Eve squinted her eyes, hands clasped behind her back, a serious expression on her face. They handle the daily affairs of the mechanical island, and are truly exceptional experts in every area. Their average age is around 100, and they possess a wealth of life and professional experience. With some guidance, you can still achieve success. As a qualified Legion commander, or even a commander-in-chief, you still have a long way to go. Your individual combat skills are undoubtedly exceptional, and your command and tactical prowess in small-scale battles also impress me. But you're no longer the commander of an outpost, nor the athlete who races on the field. You're the heart of a legion. I hope you at least possess the ability to command it in combat, rather than simply leading elite squads in breakthroughs and charges. They can handle such tasks on their own. Su Li heard this but didn't respond. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to build an elite squad. The trade-offs in personnel, and the allocation of supplies, not to mention the cost, the psychological quality of the squad members alone, was a major hurdle. He wasn't necessarily commanding the elite squad to storm the city and capture territory. Rather, only he, with his small tree, possessed the necessary capabilities to locate the queen. If he didn't enter the hive and complete the assault on the queen, even the elite squad would suffer heavy casualties. They overestimated the elite squad. Perhaps the battle reports of 0 casualties were impressive, but without him, the elite squad was only slightly better than the action squad on the battlefield. If they played it safe, it would be fine. But if they charged like they were now, they would be annihilated before even capturing a single hive. Strategy and tactics have always been flexible and adaptable. And what determines this is the team's hard power. But it was obvious that these hundreds of mecha girls had not truly met Su Li's requirements. Chapter 309. Expecting them to conquer the enemy on their own is undoubtedly wishful thinking. At least in Su Li's opinion, what they need is a stronger reinforcement. Only by further improving their strength can they have a fundamental guarantee of survival on the battlefield. And the 500 pilots training at the base are the greatest guarantee he provides them, besides the modules. Eve glanced at Su Li's expression and knew he hadn't listened at all, and her brows raised subconsciously. I know what you're thinking. While improving the mecha girl's strength is important, your improvement is even more important. I mean improving your mindset. Sacrifice is the destiny of every soldier. Casualties are always inevitable. I know you're not convinced. But war is never a matter of a few. It took us over 100 years to perfect and integrate the most suitable regimental composition for defending the front lines. I believe you know that your tactics are only a flash in the pan. I didn't overestimate their strength. Your efficient combat depends entirely on your ability to quickly locate and eliminate the queen. But you must understand, we don't have enough mechanical tree species, so naturally, we don't have any more Su Li. This means your tactics will never be widely adopted. You mean you can keep fighting, right? But this burden is too heavy, and you've been carrying it in an inappropriate way. If you keep going like this, you'll eventually collapse under the weight. The various war groups have already achieved considerable success on other fronts using the queens you captured. Compared to our previous passive defense, we've taken a crucial step forward. I'm not asking you to stop. I'm simply asking you to recognize your own importance, and before you impulsively make any unorthodox decisions, consider the burden you bear. I can tell you frankly that you are the hope of humanity and the mechanical island. After a series of battles, you even become a faith in the hearts of countless legions. The words Dawn Legion are more than just a name, they become a banner fluttering in the hearts of countless warriors. It cannot be defeated. Absolutely not. So, the next time you consider pursuing a Zerg mothership, I hope you can be more sane. At least understand that this isn't something a Legion commander, or a faith, should do. Eve turned and stared at Su Li without blinking. Now she didn't even dare to think about the dazzling source crystal, or all over the ground. This must be made clear. Otherwise, with the blessing of the source crystal, who knows what he'll do? This isn't a discussion. This is a military order. I might as well tell you the truth. It doesn't matter what you learn. Either stay on Guangyuan Star and oversee the mining, or return to your Lingsue Star to settle the minerals. I sincerely hope you'll achieve something from your studies. At least learn how to write a combat application report. The thing Su Li feared most finally happened. He admitted that he had been reckless before, but after experiencing arrogance, he had become much better. Hadn't he come to Guangyuan Star honestly? And he hadn't caused any trouble. Forget it, you shouldn't even stay on Guangyuan Star. Return to Lingsue Star. When you finish writing the combat application report, you can come out again. Before Su Li could react, the little tree gave up. This was the rations it had found. It had found them. This old woman was no good. She actually wanted to keep them all for herself. Regarding the growth of the mechanical tree, I will give you priority access to all the source crystals I collected. But you must promise me that you will never venture into danger alone again. Master, promise her. Promise her now. In the cockpit, under Eve's cold gaze, Su Li finally nodded silently. Jun Wei, take us both back. Jun Shou appeared in the cockpit and embraced Su Li. As a blue light enveloped Su Li's body, Jun Wei extended his palm and placed it on Su Li and Eve. Lung Chui Star Outpost. In the communications control tower, Gao Mingrui saw Su Li up close for the first time. He looked like a frostbitten eggplant, wilted and limp. Having just completed a teleportation, he stood on the ground, seemingly unwilling to even stand. There wasn't a trace of the aggressive demeanor he displayed in the parliament. Even the cunning she displayed during the video call with him was gone. In contrast, Eve's eyes, standing beside him, were much brighter. It was clear she was in a state of great joy. Not to mention, the moment he saw Su Li, he was also in a state of great joy. At least this time, when he wanted to kick him, he could just stretch his legs and reach him. Hey, isn't that Commander Su? Is your combat mission over? Su Li rolled his eyes at Gao Mingrui's sarcastic remarks. Why are you on my turf? Shouldn't you be on Tianhuan Star? Gao Mingrui smiled. Mainly, I wanted to see Commander Su in all his glory. Su Li slumped down on the sofa, feeling like he didn't even want to exchange the most basic politeness. While staying on Light Source Star wasn't much different from staying on Cold Extract Star, both were restricted and forbidden. How could the outside be the same as the inside? This feeling of confinement, in particular, made him feel even more nauseous. Now you see it? A single nose and two eyes, aren't you a little disappointed? Disappointed? No, I'm not disappointed at all. On the contrary, I'm genuinely happy. Especially since you can only stay here with an old man like me, I'm even happier. Sorry, don't be so happy. I'd rather be at the farm studying Zerg reproduction. A cool breeze blew outside the window. Admittedly, it had been a while since he'd been to the top floor of the communications tower. Sitting on the familiar sofa, feeling the familiar breeze, a sense of security quickly washed over him compared to the exciting and tense atmosphere outside. Eve walked over to the table and sat down, beginning to handle her daily duties, and systematically arranged the various matters concerning Light Source Star, completely ignoring Su Li on the sofa. There were 3 people in the room, 2 of them leaders, which undoubtedly made Su Li feel uneasy. In all honesty, aside from chasing the Zerg mothership and showing off his arrogance, he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. Why was he grounded for no apparent reason? Even after all, the expansion work had just begun. He stared at Eve for a moment, not daring to speak. He turned his gaze to Gao Mingrui. No, old Gao. We sacrificed so many planets, and the expansion work has barely begun, and you're calling a halt? No matter what, we have to capture one more star system. Including Green Origin, there are only 3. Gao Mingrui set the documents aside, glanced at Su Li in front of him, and a slight smile rose at his lips. You want to conquer the Milky Way, right? Chapter 310. Suli discovered that the other party had no intention of engaging in a conversation. After Junwei made several consecutive trips, bringing back all his mecha girls, he finally resigned himself to his fate, knowing he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. The two of them were working openly in his former command room, while he, on the other hand, was like an outsider, brazenly lingering there and refusing to leave. The moment Hei returned, she dove headfirst into her research lab. Whenever she discovered something unusual, she would study it for a while. She had just begun cultivating black thorns, and the discovery of the source crystals had clearly given her another option for cultivating them. Inside the capsule, Lightning was carrying a large box of source crystals, intending to create a bunk bed for her bedroom. After repeatedly entering the magnetic field, she became obsessed, believing that this thing would greatly enhance her brain power. So much so that she now glued the source crystals onto the ceiling, not just the floor or the walls. Are you crazy? It's still unclear what effect this thing has on humans. Haven't you seen those leech people? They all become stale. It's okay, master. The governor said that the mecha girls are infertile anyway, so they're not afraid of this thing causing harm. She spoke so matter-of-factly that Suli was shocked. But even if you enjoy this thing, you can't even leave the bed alone. Ruozi came over, picked up a pill from the box, and popped it into her mouth. Don't worry, my lord. Based on the genetic memory of the Leech clan, we can infer that this process requires a long period of radiation. In principle, to change your genetic structure, you need to spend the next 20 years naked in the magnetic field, enjoying the radiation. Suli didn't reply. At the tree's urging, he grabbed a handful of source crystals and pressed them against his forehead. He could only hope the tree would quickly absorb all the energy within. At least that would provide a little extra security for his life. As the tree began to absorb the energy from the source crystals, a faint blush crept onto Ruozi's face. The golden cocoon beneath the tree had finally completed its incubation. It kept urging Suli to release laziness to make room for more source crystals. Desperate, Suli summoned Junsho and went to Ruozi's former nest. In the empty nest, Ruozi snuggled up to Suli. The golden cocoon began to shatter at Suli's touch, revealing a massive, fluttering moth within. Golden streaks covered its grayish-white wings, its entire body a mere fraction of Ruozi's hundreds of meters. After being nourished by the small tree, it had become plump, clearly more nourished. The body was equally graceful, but instead of a pointed horn, it had two antennae sticking out like antennae. Her expression was droopy, as if the entire world owed her an explanation. Even her eyes were half closed, as if opening them wide was an effort for her. Your Majesty, she shouted weakly, and then her entire body was enveloped in golden light, transforming into a human form. A somewhat plump woman knelt there, completely naked. As if the kneeling position was tiring, she couldn't even hold on for 2 seconds before she swayed and fell to the ground on her side. Your Majesty, I'm hungry. Suli's brows arched, and for a moment, he felt like he found a master. The markings on her legs were a vibrant red, also outlined with gold. Her figure was perfectly curvy, but her posture was a bit ungainly. Junsho looked at her with disdain, and threw a piece of clothing on her. But she was clearly incredibly lazy, too lazy to even bother putting on clothes. He couldn't help but think of the time he captured her. At least then, upon seeing him, she followed her instincts and wanted to get up and bite him. Unlike now, she was a complete mess. Suli pulled a bag of chips from his system backpack and tossed it to her. Her mouth stretched to her ears as she swallowed the bag, along with it. Throughout the whole process, the only things that moved were her mouth and her hands. Hiss, Suli gasped. This feeling of relaxation would make even the Zerg Emperor gnaw at her. He wanted to know, what use was a queen like this? The laziness panel in the system's interface showed decent stats, but the problem was, they were only decent. She had only a limited number of basic skills, only half of Ruozi's. She could accumulate daily energy, triggering a double reproduction at specific times. After all the calculations, if she reproduced a little every day, there wouldn't be any need for the so-called double reproduction. It was like she was supposed to have 1 child a year, but she found it too much trouble and decided to save it for the 10th year, giving birth to 10 at once. Such abilities, combined with her rare skills, made him question his own life. Not only was this a bug of little use to him, but he was also afraid it was of no use to the entire Zerg race. No wonder her swarm on Sound Source Star was reduced to just 2 or 3 kittens. Besides the influence of the Blackthorn, her indolence in breeding was probably the biggest reason. So what was Xiaoshu's purpose in capturing her? Was it to allow him to integrate all the cards and achieve the relevant achievement? It goes without saying that the moment the panel of this thing opened, Suli wanted to slash her to death. Ruozi held the source crystal in her mouth, as if she were chewing a piece of hard candy. Lazy raised her furry, iron gray head, and looked at Ruozi's mouth with a look of hope. She tilted her head in thought, then scooped out the source crystal from her mouth and stuffed it into Lazy's. A strong sense of recognition instantly flashed in Lazy's eyes, as if Ruozi were her reincarnated mother. Your Majesty, she's not as useless as you think. At least she doesn't eat much. And, if you keep ignoring her, she'll just lie there. Watching Ruozi rack her brains to find a good point for Lazy, he felt a little sorry. Okay, Rosie, she's yours. Put her in your room. Just make sure she doesn't starve to death. Oh, and make sure she's dressed. Rosie's eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly. Then she reached out her small hand, grasped Lazy's neck, and lifted her up with one hand. June Shou, expressionless, activated the void teleport again, bringing everyone back to the cabin. After releasing Lazy, half of the tree's roots became detached. It directly absorbed a large amount of source crystals from the box, wrapping its roots around them, completely freeing Su Li's head. In his mind, golden balls of light began to rise one after another, converging towards each other. The energy intensity provided by the source crystals undoubtedly far exceeded that of the Zerg. In a very short time, the outline of a ship quietly emerged. It constantly shifted its shape, seemingly unable to determine its final form. The vast amount of source crystals, absorbed by the energy, turned to dust. The source crystals in the box Lightning had brought back were being consumed at an extremely rapid rate. By the time Lightning had finished covering the ceiling, the box was completely empty. Just as Su Li was staring intently at the ship-like energy, the golden ball of light suddenly transformed into a pool of golden liquid energy, which was completely absorbed by the small tree through its roots. A loud burp echoed in his mind, and Su Li froze in shock. Chapter 311. He had never imagined that his own little tree could be an actor. Its body began to visibly expand in his mind, its broad crown shrouded in a golden halo that spread in all directions. Its trunk grew thicker and thicker as it grew. Golden light streamed across its bark, and rune-like lines snaked upwards. But what was happening now was not what he had longed for. Where was his ship? Where was the mechanical island he promised? Playing. A mental hand instantly reached into his mind and clamped onto the tree's neck. Spit it out. Spit it out right now. Burp. Too late, master. Stop shaking, I absorbed it all. You? Do you know what you done? That's a ship, that's a mechanical island. That's the ultimate weapon against arrogance. The little tree swayed its branches twice, its voice lazily tinged with overeating. Don't worry. There's more to come. Besides, you can't use it now that it's gathered. Aren't you grounded? Really? If you put it that way, should I thank you? Su Li remembered the indifferent faces of the two powerful executives and collapsed onto the sofa, feeling drained of energy. He had no strength left. This was betrayal. A monstrous betrayal. Although Rosie's eyes had brightened even more brightly due to the little tree's improvement, he no longer had the energy to admire them. 0304 knocked on the cabin door, and pushed it open and walked in. The two of them held a thick stack of books in their arms, and placed them heavily on the coffee table. Wake up! Commander Su. Now that you're back, let's start studying. We developed a teaching plan tailored to your needs, as requested by the governor. Su Li raised his head, feeling hopeless. I haven't even been back for 2 hours, and you're really not planning on giving me a break? 03 smiled, revealing a perfectly formed set of teeth. Commander Su said, learning is the best rest. 04 covered her mouth. Freed from the constraints of the rules, they had regained their youthful appearance. If nothing else, their efficiency had improved significantly. Wake up! Our 12 elders worked overtime to come up with this study plan. It's perfect for you. Today, let's begin with the first lesson, discussing the standard writing procedures for various application forms. 03 unfolded the thick book, pointed at a template, and smiled brightly. Come on, Commander Su, copy this template 30 times. Outside the capsule, the sound of birdsong rang out. 038 had indeed done a good job restoring the ecosystem. He felt as if even the birds outside were mocking him. What else is coming up? Just get it all out at once. The rest of the program isn't much. After 2 hours of writing application forms, there's another 2 hours on the tactical deployment of legionary operations. After dinner, you'll also need to set aside 2 hours to study the general principles of federal military. 6 hours? I have to study 6 hours a day? Su Li's eyes widened. Even when he was at the Mecha Academy, he had never had such a full curriculum. If he had that kind of time, he would much rather be in the workshop studying mechas. 04 shook his head slightly. No, I think you might be mistaken. It's not 6 hours. You still have to use your after-school time to complete the corresponding coursework. And the degree of your completion will directly affect your rating. Rating? What rating? According to the governor, your ratings are quite different. They are self-centered, arrogant and unbridled, slightly restrained, repentant, and moderate and peaceful. Believe me, only if you receive at least a third-tier rating from the 24-person jury will you have a chance to step beyond Ling Sui Star again. Su Li's eyes widened in shock, staring at the two people in front of him in disbelief. He sat up straight on the sofa. I can't run away yet? Do you believe I can teleport? 0304's gaze made him swallow the rest of his words. He angrily took the book from the two elders, stared at the sample application, and began to copy it word for word on the terminal. The two elders exchanged a glance and grinned. God knows, this guy is such a worry. No one knows what's going on in his head. Chasing the Zerd mothership? They almost thought the mechanical tree they'd been waiting for all these years was just going to be delivered directly into the enemy's mouth. Thankfully, he's back in one piece. During his absence, the 12 elders were oppressed by Eve at every opportunity. God knows how they managed to get through this seemingly brief week. Since he's back, then come on. The smile will never fade, it will just shift from one face to another. I'm not afraid of you running away. Teleport. How can you teleport in front of the mechanical island? You run, I chase you, you can't even get away. This time I'm just teaching you a lesson. If you dare run, I might punish you next time. Right, well. Since you're just copying, the score on the paper is extremely important. It's also one of the assessment criteria. Su Li's forehead pulsed. Although he knew it was his greed and recklessness that had frightened him, he accepted a minor punishment. But this sarcastic tone was incredibly frustrating. It's uncomfortable. Just bear with it. We've been living like this every day these days. 04 sat on a sofa to the side and teased Jun Shou's gerbil. She poked the gerbil's furry head with interest, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. It had to be said that Su Li was right. Studying really is the best way to relax. At least while Su Li was studying, she could escape her mountain of official documents and enjoy 2 hours of pure relaxation. Whether or not she rested wasn't a big deal, the main thing was seeing Su Li diligently copying, veins popping from his forehead, brighten their moods. Not only did they tease Su Li in their eccentric voices, but they even deliberately made loud noises when taking a sip of tea, as if they were drinking some kind of nectar. TSK. Ah! The mecha girls saw Su Li's expression and tried hard to suppress their laughter. They were so afraid of laughing out loud that they hurried back to their rooms. In the vast hall, only the two elders and Su Li, who was furiously writing, remained. In the bedroom, Lightning looked at the source crystals on the ceiling and on the bed, then laid down on them with a reverent look. Don't say it, don't say it. The itching in my head came over me with a bang. Chapter 312. Su Li felt as if he were back in the days when the professor was watching him. While it wasn't excruciating, he swore he'd rather stare at Tao Tao's forehead every day than read a military overview covered in words. Especially when the two appeared at the same time. Tao Tao strode in, a smile of sheer joy on his face that made Su Li feel deeply offended. He found that since his return, he couldn't stand seeing people smiling in his presence anymore. I'm learning. It's no wonder you're a corps commander at such a young age, brother. With your attitude, you'd be a waste of talent if you weren't a marshal. He sat across from Su Li, his shiny forehead in his place. The publicity department's work continued smoothly. The small drones carried by the pilots on combat missions were performing their duties with flying colors, and they had ample footage for targeted editing. As the number of personnel increased, Tao Tao's work became less and less. But he never relaxed. Although he still couldn't keep up with the training pace of the main force, he was now a bald man with 8-pack abs. Su Li looked up at him, a look of deep resentment on his face. Tao Tao's smile froze, and he touched his head awkwardly. Well, I didn't mean to bother you, but the supply department's stock of genetic enhancement fluid is almost gone. I figured Kulian wouldn't have to make another trip, so I'll just help out. Su Li looked up at Tao Tao, and suddenly smiled maliciously. Running out? No problem, brother Tao. You know, we're a regular army now, not the small base we once were. Everything has to be more formal now. So, go back and prepare a 3,000-word supply request and submit it. Once I approve it, the supplies will be dispatched immediately. Tao Tao was momentarily taken aback, then pulled a stamped document from his pocket and placed it on the table. I submitted it. 038 has already stamped it. They said they can pick it up directly from you. Su Li frowned as he looked at the neatly written supply request in front of him, his lips twitching subconsciously. It seemed everyone else was formal, but he was the unconventional one, completely free-spirited. He turned and returned to his bedroom, where he retrieved a large supply of enhancement potions from his system backpack, packed them into a box, and then pushed the door open to place them on the table. Brother Tao, if you want to pursue Sister Keiling, you can't run out of potions. Your physical fitness has reached A level now, so don't drink the lower level enhancement fluids. There are 2 boxes, and the smaller one is yours. He sat back on the sofa, watching Tao pull the boxes over, feeling a little dazed. So much time had passed without him noticing. From the moment they met, to his long journey to seek refuge, he, the hands-off boss, seemed to have grown accustomed to leaving the base to them. Looking at the now flourishing base, and the gradually recovering ecology of Lingsue Star, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He was silent for a long time, then could only offer a dry apology. Brother Tao, I'm sorry. The base has been entirely dependent on you for over a year now. Thank you for your hard work. However, I sincerely wish you good things in the near future. Just let me know when the time comes, and we'll build something big on Lingsue Star. Tao waved his hand hastily upon hearing this. What kind of nonsense is that? What do you mean it's all our fault? Without you saving the day time and time again, we have been utterly destitute long ago. How could I even have the chance to date the mecha girl now? So, are you satisfied with your life now? I'm satisfied. Absolutely satisfied. I have something to do every day, and someone I love to pursue. What could I be dissatisfied with? He rubbed his bald head and grinned broadly. To be honest, I was definitely lost when I first arrived. But even if there wasn't a path ahead, I just wanted to walk around and see what was going on. But the more I walked, the more lost I became. And guess what? I turned around and suddenly realized I was a complete idiot. Su Li was slightly startled, thinking Tao was going to tell him about his shameful past, but he immediately started laughing again. If I don't turn around, I'll just keep running towards an unknown goal, with no end in sight. Turning back, I realized I already had everything by my side. Don't worry, I haven't been on many battlefields with you, but after several defensive battles, I consider you my lifelong brother. Look at this base. Not only are there birdsong and flowers blooming, but it's also thriving day by day. I don't know if it's God's mercy that I even met a poor man. He spread his arms and gestured twice, a happy smile on his face. I have brothers who I shared lifelong ties with, the lover I longed for, and my own home here. Actually, looking back, what I needed was never a higher stage. I simply wanted an existence that could fill the emptiness within me. And now, I have it all. Su Li's heart trembled slightly. He lowered his head and looked at the military manual in his hand. He suddenly remembered how easily he used to be content. At least when he first acquired Lightning, his days were filled with thoughts of driving her around the training grounds and tuning her in the maintenance bay. Back then, all he cared about was helping Lightning raise enough money to upgrade her. But fate had played tricks on him. In a short period of time, they had experienced so much that he now commanded a legion. Although he no longer had to worry about making money, it seemed he had lost the joy he once had. Instead, he had become completely utilitarian and impulsive. Even piloting a mecha girl couldn't bring him back to his original joy. It seemed as if everything was just about killing. 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 Even he, and they weren't war machines, but real people and mecha girls. But when had their definition of self changed, Su Li raised his head, gave Tao a deep look, and grinned. He smiled heartily, saying to Tao, Brother Tao, thank you. Tao smiled back. Don't just read all the time when you have nothing to do. Studying requires a balance of work and rest. If I were to ask you, when you're feeling down, you could go to the training ground for a walk. At least after a few good laughs, your thoughts will clear up a lot. Okay, I got it. Starting tomorrow, I'll go back to training. I have to say, I've been away for over a week, and those brats are probably missing me a little. Right. That's right. Feelings of depression and unhappiness are best addressed. A smile can easily change things. Chapter 313. When the first rays of morning sunlight pierced the sky, all the reserve pilots on the training ground saw that figure standing upright. In the hazy mist, that figure was like a sharp saber, not only slicing through the thin fog, but also slicing through the morning sun's rays. All the reserve pilots preparing for drill stopped in their tracks the moment they saw that figure. He was like a nightmare to them. Even if he wasn't at the base, he could still wake them in the middle of the night. And now, like a ghost, he stood in the mist, announcing his return to everyone. Li Tianlang craned his neck and swallowed. Even without approaching, he could sense the terrifying murderous aura emanating from Su Li. Zhang Chongping took one look and frowned. Why is he back? Didn't he say he was going out to expand the territory? Li Tianlang nudged Zhang Chongping with his elbow, his face contorted. Does it matter whether he comes back or not? What matters is that someone has offended him. Can't you sense the evil aura emanating from him? Evil aura? I can't sense it. I'm telling you in advance, I understand my master. Everyone should take care of yourselves during training today. I don't have the energy to help you. He scurried onto the drill field, assembled a team, and ran to Su Li, raising his hand and saluting. Reporting to the commander, the reserve force has been assembled. The expected number is 500, and the actual number is 500, with no one absent. Please give your instructions. Amidst the puzzling looks from the pilots, Su Li turned and smiled kindly. It's a nice day today, fully geared up. Let's go for a 10-kilometer sprint. Li Tianlang tried to appear cheerful. He saluted Su Li, then turned around with a face that instantly fell. Everyone, 3 minutes to pack your gear and assemble at the entrance of the squad dormitory. At the command, the team quickly dispersed. 500 reserve pilots rushed into their barracks, outfitted their gear within 3 minutes, and lined up again at breakneck speed. At Li Tianlang's command, the 500 men, with expressions of despair, began their morning exercises in the mist. Su Li, carrying his backpack, led the way. Cao Dao was right. A smile is easily lost. Run! Run! You've been hungry for one night, not a lifetime. Squeeze every bit of energy out of your remaining stomachs. Turn your urine into sweat, your feces into food. Run! Even my grandmother, with a cane, can run faster than you. The demonic roar echoed again from the front of the line. The familiar tone, as derogatory as ever, made everyone grit their teeth. But no one in the line objected. They simply quickened their pace, not hoping to overtake Su Li, but at least to surpass the grandmother on crutches he was talking about. After this period of training, they had clearly grown accustomed to Su Li's jarring manner. 10 kilometers is considered a sprint, yet even his grandmother, with a cane, could run 10 kilometers in 35 minutes. They longed for his grandmother to come and demonstrate it in person, but none of them had the courage. Miss me, huh? You bastards. After a week of not seeing you, I'm sure you've been missing me to death. Don't worry. To take care of your thoughts, I, Su Li, have given up my battles and returned home to ease your longing. Everyone subconsciously clenched their teeth. Whether they felt the pain of missing someone or not was unclear, but running 10 kilometers so early in the morning definitely left a bitter taste in their mouths. 10 kilometers isn't scary, the terrifying thing is the slow pace. That was like a tireless off-road vehicle, focused solely on running, completely oblivious to whether the others behind him could keep up. It seemed as if he believed that if he could do it, everyone could do it. Li Tianlang was already rolling his eyes. Under the combined physical and mental torture, he decided it was best not to look his master in the eye. At least, he wouldn't be able to suppress the urge to strangle him. The fully loaded backpack weighed heavily on everyone's shoulders. The weapons hanging from their necks exerted downward force repeatedly with the turbulence. They could only hold the backpack straps firmly with both hands, freeing a few fingers to steady the guns. It's messed up. The rhythm is off. Even out your footsteps. Where's your control? Have you lost it? I think you just need practice. Where's the harmonica? Put the harmonica in your mouth. Play it for me. Change the tempo today. Let's play I Feel Cute. Su Li put the harmonica in his mouth and started them off, while sprinting backwards. A quirky tune rang out, and the faces of the reserve pilots paled. A bunch of grown men, whistling this song while doing morning exercises. And passing by the training formation of the pilot girls, although they didn't know what the song was about, the title alone conjured up a wealth of associations. They almost wanted to die. Hurry up and play. Do you want to eat? You don't want to play, right? If you don't want to play, then stand in front of the mecha girls and yell, I'm a loser. 200 times. A shrill voice emanated from the ranks, causing Su Li to raise an eyebrow. After this period of training, their control had improved considerably. It was clear that everyone was diligently coordinating, controlling their bodies while consciously regulating their breathing, striving to blend the melody as seamlessly as possible. But what could a bunch of grown men with little musical understanding possibly produce? Isn't that embarrassing? No one could tell what they were playing. What was there to be ashamed of? It wasn't that Su Li was forcing them to play the entire tune, rather, he wanted to hear what he wanted to hear from the harmonica. That was their control of their breathing during intense exercise. They needed this kind of training to push their lung capacity to a deeper level while pushing their bodies to their limits, allowing them to absorb the genetic enhancement fluid. Li Tianling always stood out. Su Li could say that out of the 500 people in the formation, 490 had never heard of this song. A group of people were playing randomly in the formation, but he, clutching his harmonica, perfectly demonstrated his entire piece as he ran past the mecha girls. The utterly adorable style of the music caught everyone's attention. Li Tianling, belatedly realizing it, put down his harmonica. Seeing the unfriendly looks from his teammates, his face furrowed once more. Su Li smiled, showing off. This part of daily training was the most joyful part. Chapter 314. The team instantly accelerated as they passed the mecha girls. This showed Su Li they still had some wiggle room. He grinned and happily quickened his pace. Improving the pilot's physical fitness wasn't a quick process, but with the genetic enhancement fluid, their speed could be greatly improved. Seeing even the weakest of the group reach A-level fitness, Su Li knew they still had room to improve. A 10-kilometer armed cross-country run, followed by a half-hour intensive physical training session. By the time they finally got back for dinner, steam was rising from everyone's bodies. Sweat was a constant stream on their skin, and the cool breeze blew past, carrying away much of their body heat. Clearly visible white spots covered their exposed skin, covering their arms and legs. These were fine salt specks. Brushing their arms with their hands felt like gravel. Don't drink too much water. Leave plenty of room for food. Bring it back to wash up and eat. We'll meet at the mecha training ground in a half hour. Su Li finished his instructions and unloaded his load. Hong Ying handed him a glass of water, which he took and gulped down. Master, most of our mecha girls will be back today. The rest have been dispatched north, with their ships, by Commander-in-Chief Gao Mingrui. The delivery of the queens? I know what they're planning to do with their ammunition. Hong Ying took the glass. They say they're setting up a fixed-point transport system for unified delivery to the Mecha Island. Oh, greed is insatiable. 20 queens, they'll be causing a lot of trouble in the future. Hong Ying didn't respond. She kept her mouth shut, watching Su Li stretch his body. After a thorough stretch, he walked into the shower room in the reserve pilot's quarters. She stood at the door, listening to the noises coming from inside, waiting quietly. A moment later, Su Li emerged, fully dressed. She hurried after him, heading for the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, Han Hai was carrying a thick stack of documents, spread across the dining table. Su Li sat at the table, placed the terminal in the middle, and opened a virtual star map. Han Hai pushed his glasses up and sorted through the documents. Construction Team 1 has completed the second phase of the academy, while Team 2 is implementing ecological landscaping throughout Lingsue Star. This is the construction plan they provided. 038, and I have reviewed it, but some details still require Master's approval. In addition, the physical examination reports for the current pilots have been released. The subsequent training plan will still require Master's personal approval. Also, Lingsue Star currently has only one main legion. According to the planetary ratio, the Governor and Commander Gao want to complete the remaining legions, reaching a minimum of 10 permanent legions. Su Li pointed at the star map on the terminal. He looked up from studying the southern military deployment. 10 legions? Why so many? The Mecha Island is floating overhead. Why would we need so many? She's saying she wants to deploy 10 more legions of mecha girls. Is she afraid I'll run away? Han Hai tilted his head, a bit amused. One more thing. They'd like to ask for your opinion on the establishment of a metropolitan area on Lingsue Star. The current arrangement is to relocate the core personnel evacuated from the home planet to Lingsue Star. You can make your own decisions on this matter. The planet is so big, just let them choose a location far away from me. The clinking of cutlery echoed throughout the dining room. Su Li closed his terminal, grabbed the plate Hong Ying had placed on the table, and quickly began devouring it. The perfectly cooked chickpeas were soft and tender, blending beautifully with the flavor of the beef. He scooped a spoonful into his mouth, and a complex aroma instantly filled his mouth. The food in the base's cafeteria was always incredibly appetizing. This made him think of his own cafeteria whenever he ate, no matter how far he traveled. Tao was a blessed man, provided he could catch up with Lian. His words made sense. Su Li now realized that he had missed out on so much good things. For example, Han Hai and 038, who had been organizing so much work for him. Even at the dinner table, the two mecha girls were helping him handle most of his official duties. There are also the Corps' financial statements, and the plan for requisitioning supplies for next year. The inventory of the Corps' existing ammunition inventory has begun, and is expected to be completed within 3 days. The new ammunition requisition plan has also been submitted. Furthermore, recruitment for the second batch of reserve pilots has also begun simultaneously. The size of this batch of reserve pilots will be doubled. No, tripled. Suli quickly swallowed his food and continued, this will be the top priority of the base's work for the next 6 months. Remember, the personnel must be selected from Longzhou natives. Forget about political correctness, I require them to be thoroughly Longzhou natives, from head to toe, from the inside out. Hanhai nodded, quickly making notes on the termo. This type of work has been carried out according to this standard from the beginning. Now, all creatures that can enter Linguistar, not to mention humans, even animals, are eager to trace their ancestors back to the past. So does the task of building the air defense fortress still need to proceed? You mean the one that's been postponed for 3 months? Yes. Scrap the proposal. At least on Linguistar, we won't need it yet. Once the southern battlefield is developed, we'll become the rear base. Hanhai nodded and piled the documents together. Finally, he cleared a small space in front of him, just enough for his plate. Watching her nibble on her food, her golden hair trembling gently in the breeze, Suli smiled and took a sip of soup from his bowl. He suddenly felt less anxious to finish his meal. Besides Hanhai and 038 sitting across from him, Lightning and Heiyu also sat beside him. Lightning looked dazed, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Heiyu, on the other hand, had dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept all night. Why don't you rest for a while? Heiyu raised his face, his eyes brimming with excitement. Master, a major discovery. Source crystals can accelerate the growth of black thorns. They can accelerate their evolutionary cycle in a very short time. Oh! How fast? Very fast. With the blessing of the source crystals, their cells, already rapidly fissioning, are now fissioning at 10 times the rate before. And the black thorns are in excellent condition. If I combine Zerd flesh and source crystals with them, I believe it won't be long before I can cultivate a new strain. Then, I can even try it out on the planet of arrogance. Have you tested it? I mean, the allure of black thorns to insects after they've been combined with source crystals. Heiyu paused, then gave Suli a deep look. He hadn't paid attention to the progress of the experiment in a long time. Looking at Suli, who seemed to have returned to his former self, she smiled happily. I was planning to do some testing. After dinner, I'll go to the farm and find some insects to try. Take your time. Don't rush for results. Safety is paramount. Heiyu's eyes curved as he nodded emphatically. Chapter 315. In the hangar next to the training ground, Suli looked up at the massive training mech before him, raising his hand to gently stroke its steel plates. The cool touch brought a sense of comfort. On the training ground, such mechs were desperately struggling under the pursuit of insects. High pressure is the best way to improve piloting skills, bar none. When faced with a true test of life and death, people unleash their full potential. Suli couldn't bear to see them lose their lives in vain on the battlefield, so he used everything at hand to simulate the battlefield environment as best he could. The academy was already equipped with numerous simulation training chambers. However, after experiencing them, these candidate pilots lost interest in them. They simply couldn't realistically simulate battlefield scenes. But the queen insects under Su Li's command could easily make them experience the immersive terror of the situation. They were all warriors who had experienced life and death. If there was anything in this world that they both loved and hated, filled with fear, it was Su Li first, followed by the various queens active in the training grounds. As the intensity of the training intensified, they even began to manipulate the insects, simulating a swarm. Even the insects have vacations. Work 1 day, rest 6 days. Why should we work 6 days, rest 1 day? Maybe because you're a rookie. Where's the commander? Why haven't I seen him? He's in the hangar preparing mechas. A sense of disappointment inevitably welled up in the hearts of the soldiers. They feared Su Li. But when he taunted them, even if they expressed disdain in their hearts, it at least proved that they were capable enough to earn the commander's attention. It seemed they still lacked a great deal of skill. So much so that he would rather maintain the mech than watch them tirelessly pilot it. Su Li naturally had no idea what the soldiers outside were thinking. He simply stroked the mech's exterior armor again and again, becoming increasingly mesmerized. A lump of metal had its advantages. At least no one would accuse him of molesting the mech's mother. He caressed the armor inch by inch, memories flooding through his mind. Although he knew that this mech, a full-scale replica, was not the one he piloted when he died in his previous life, he couldn't help but feel a certain emotion when he saw the mech before him, a mech so familiar to him. Everything looked identical. For consistency's sake, he even spray-painted it with the same paint job. He put on his metal watch and pressed the start button. The massive mech emerged, extending its hand to him. Sully flipped over, and as the cockpit closed, most of the mech's roar was blocked out. Everyone at the training grounds watched as a training mech numbered 01 burst from the hangar. It galloped along the edge of the training ground, clutching a long alloy spear. The sharp tip gleamed with a cold gleam, making everyone who saw it feel their skin clench. Sprinting, slashing, and sweeping, the alloy spear danced in its hand, seemingly not a weapon, but an extension of its body. Each move was powerful yet agile, causing the reserve pilots to involuntarily put themselves in the shoes of its enemy and frown deeply. The spear's tip danced like a serpent, making it impossible to predict which direction it would advance. Training on the field gradually ceased. The pilots stared intently at the figure at the edge of the training ground. With a single glance, they knew the pilot of Unit 1 was their regiment commander, Sully. The queens on the field silently retreated 2 steps. As captives, they understood Sully's formidable power even more than the soldiers themselves. He had appeared suddenly, like a ghost, and possessed extraordinary operational skill. The dancing tip of the spear was a vivid memory for all the queens. None of them could forget the moment they were captured single-handedly. They had all resisted and then surrendered. The price they paid varied, but there was no doubt that each bore several bullet holes. The retreating queens quietly rubbed their wounded areas, trying to curl themselves up and minimize their presence. Now they feared Sully would have a sudden inspiration and need a sparring partner. In the stands, Lightning squinted, feeling as if his master had left him to play with a doll. She half-leaned in her chair, her long legs draped over the guardrail. Her long red hair cascaded down, and she exuded an air of unapproachability. Hong Ying stood to one side, suddenly feeling unfamiliar with the Lightning before her. "You were fine being silly, but why did you suddenly start to control it?" She bit her lower lip lightly, wondering if she could get herself a crystal pillow once the source crystals arrived today. She didn't expect to be incredibly clever, but at least a little extra endurance would be good. The figure in the field stomped the ground hard with one foot, sending the entire mecha soaring into the air. Clutching the spear in hand, he slashed down fiercely, the alloy spear crashing to the ground with a whistling sound, sending a slight tremor through the field. It stood with its spear sheathed, carefully feeling the spear like a human. After checking the tip was intact, it kicked the shaft and began to swing it once more. The whirring sound of the spear, as it swung, was piercing even above the roar of the mecha. Pilot training isn't actually difficult. The challenge lies in how far pilots can progress along this path. From entry level to piloting. From step-by-step command input to repeatedly increasing speed. Gradually gaining familiarity, gradually improving. Apart from special talents, only by gradually refining the fundamentals and making them your own can one master the mecha with ease. Only after they have thoroughly mastered and understood the mecha can they begin to delve into the techniques. And all these techniques stem from their understanding of the basic commands. Before, this group would have found it difficult to resonate. But only after they had trained step by step according to Sully's plan did they realize just how difficult it was to achieve such a high level of piloting proficiency. The candidate pilots stared at the mech before them, their eyes fixed on the gap between them and him. As the black mech swung its spear tip, instantly piercing a guardrail in 3, everyone gasped. The guardrail was barely the thickness of an adult's forearm. Accurately striking it with a spear would require years of practice for an average person, let alone piloting a mech. He retracted his spear, folded it, and slung it across his back. He then drew his twin swords from his waist, and casually danced them in a sword dance. Hong Ying, observing this, quickly took 2 steps forward. As a full-time dual-weapon fighter, she naturally watched Sully's movements closely. Chapter 316. Sully hadn't honed his skills in a while. He twisted his body, causing his arms to swing slightly. The tips of his 2 swords scraped across the ground. Just as Hong Ying blinked, the tip swung up with a flick of his wrist. Hong Ying felt her scalp tingle as she watched the subtle movement. She had been piloted by Sully more than once, so she was naturally familiar with his commands. A seemingly simple maneuver required the coordination of at least 10% of the mecha's computing power. The movement of each joint required the support of over a dozen commands. Not to mention the near-terrifying delay in commanding a mecha this size. To perfectly execute one's moves required extremely strong fundamentals and a thorough understanding of the mecha. Hong Ying undoubtedly understood her own mecha. However, such manipulations would have been difficult for her to perform on her own. Mecha girls often favored bold and sweeping moves, and for good reason. They were easier to control, and could inflict immense destructive power. On the contrary, if one blindly pursues technique, one might suffer a heavy loss in a battlefield environment. But it's clear that Su Li's training for the mecha girls is also intended to strengthen their control over their mechas. The stronger the control, the more precise the movements in combat. And what Hong Ying yearns for most is to have Su Li's absolute control over her mecha. Although the techniques for wielding dual swords differ from those forks, mastering one more technique increases the chances of survival on the battlefield. Seeing the dual swords wielded, her eyes widened. Instead of watching the dazzling display of swordplay, she stared intently at the mecha's joints, mentally reviewing the commands as they changed. Her cheeks grew redder and redder, and soon, white smoke began to rise from her head. At that moment, she envied Heiyu's intelligence immensely. She could infer the mecha's movement and transition simply by relying on the traces left at the scene. Yet, she watched helplessly, unable to replicate the commands. It was too fast. So many changes. If one command went wrong, it often took 3 to 5 more to correct it. Just like when he was piloting her. Once the commands became complex enough, she couldn't handle them, and could only rely on instinct. Don't watch. You're just wasting your time. Either work hard at it, or let your mind wander, and let your instincts do the work. Whether you believe you can master it, or trust your instincts, it all leads to the same end. Hong Ying turned to glance at Lightning, noticing that her speech had become more coherent. Why are you looking at me? No, what's that look in your eyes? I have a brain, all right. I just don't use it normally. Lightning lowered her legs from the guardrail, and was about to say something when Junwei suddenly appeared from the side. She stepped out of the void, carrying a stainless steel thermos. Sister, your snack. Before she could even steady herself, Lightning snatched the half-meter-tall thermos. Delightfully, she opened the lid and peered inside. Oh wow! Barbecued pork and chicken rice. Thank you, Junwei, you're so kind. She took a bite while hugging Junwei, her eyes widening as she stared at the chicken drumstick rice. Junwei smiled happily, pulled an oversized spoon from his void arsenal, and placed it in Lightning's hand. Lightning took it, completely forgetting he'd just eaten an hour ago, and dove into his food. Hong Ying sighed softly, wondering if she had lost her mind. For a moment, she felt like she was sane. The mech at the edge of the field stopped its continuous stabbing with its dual swords, and after a few steps, retracted them. Ruozi suddenly appeared at Su Li's side, lowering her head. Your Majesty, the Queen has reported that the deal has been completed, and they've been taken back to the Northern Star region. Su Li removed his helmet and placed it on the platform, then reached up and touched Ruozi's head. The cockpit door opened, and he leaped out, unhooking the control ring and tossing it to Junwei beside him. Let's go! Let's go back. The big show is about to begin, and I can't be the only one enjoying it. Maybe this time, through those queens, we can get some unexpected gains. In the communication tower, Gao Mingrui and Eve smiled at each other after receiving the news. The successful completion of the transaction was undoubtedly good news for them. Such a large amount of ammunition is enough for the existing legion to squander for 5 years. Coupled with the production lines they have been building, as long as they don't aggressively expand their territory, there will be no problem with the ammunition supply. Although they are as shameless as ever, I have to admit that what they see as garbage for destruction is the foundation of our work. If it weren't for official business, I would be drinking right now. It's worth a drink. Not only has it relieved the pressure on our front lines, but they even brought back 20 of their ancestors. I bet they'll definitely conduct biological experiments on the Queen. I'm not betting on that. Gao Mingrui waved his hand, his eyes knitted together on his aged face. But this time, the mechanical island was a real help in transporting the personnel. I guess they couldn't have imagined you actually deploy the mechanical island to assist with the transfer. Oh, there are so many things they can't imagine. The transfer, which originally took half a month, was completed in a day. I bet those politicians are going crazy by now. The thought of the potential reactions of those in Parliament made Eve particularly cheerful. She glanced at the mountain wall outside, and suddenly felt a pang of regret. Ah, I wonder if there will be another chance in the future. Gao Mingrui was slightly stunned. What chance? She pointed at the mountain wall outside and smiled. The councillor's chance to plaster the wall. Gao Mingrui, hearing this, suddenly looked at each other with a mixture of laughter and tears. Don't worry about this matter. As long as they continue on their current path, they can probably plaster the entire mountain wall. Especially those people behind the Enterprise Federation. These rats hiding in the gutter will be caught one day by us. Northern Enterprise Federation occupied area. In the transport ship, a huge iron cage was covered with thick black cloth. Inside the cage, made of composite steel columns as thick as thighs, the legs of a female insect twitched slightly. The black cloth blocked the view of the guards outside. The segmented legs moved gently, contracting and expanding again and again. Even through the thick black cloth, its compound eyes could clearly sense the location of the soldiers outside. With a soft puff, the segmented legs easily pierced a black soldier's head. Amidst a flurry of shouts, the segmented legs dragged the corpse to the edge of the cage, brought their mouthparts close, and began to bite. The people outside were in chaos, running and shouting. Although everyone held a gun, no one dared to fire. They watched helplessly as the queen devoured their comrades before their eyes. The soldiers panicked, their knuckles turning white as they gripped their guns. Comrades close to the black soldier held their weapons tightly, furiously trying to fire, but were violently knocked down and disarmed by the group. As each soldier was pinned to the ground, a man in a suit and tie slowly approached and stopped at a safe position. He frowned slightly and covered his nose with a white handkerchief. It was as if the blood before him had severely irritated his delicate nasal cavity. It was also as if he felt an inexplicable distaste for the dead. Confiscate all weapons from the soldiers in the cabin. To ensure the safety of our queens, they cannot possess any weapons. Remember, the 20 queens here are the most valuable assets of the corporate federation. Let alone one of them dies, even if they lose a single hair on their legs, you will not be able to leave the ship alive. Chapter 317. Those cold words sent a shudder through the hearts of all the soldiers. They had never imagined that in a corporate federation that supposedly prioritized human rights, their lives would be less noble than those of a single insect. But seeing the black muzzles of guns around them, they resigned themselves to their fate and surrendered their weapons. The man in the elegant suit covered his mouth and nose with a white handkerchief, cast a disdainful glance at the people in the cabin, then smiled at the queen insect feasting heartily. His gaze shifted from the queen insect's mouthparts to each of its limbs, his eyes gradually revealing an uncontrollable fascination. In just a moment, he was so excited that his entire body began to tremble. The queen insect paid no attention to the pervert outside. It simply chewed the soldier slowly, devouring his head bit by bit. Then, using its segmented legs to adjust his body through the railing, it switched to its limbs and continued its feast. A dazzling glint blazed in the man's eyes. He spread his arms and spun his body, as if showcasing his treasure to the entire cabin. Oh my God! Did you see that? How beautiful she is! And how intelligent she is! She even knows how to adjust her prey's orientation to facilitate her nibbling. The queen insect, ? A hint of hesitation etched itself in her scarlet compound eyes. She stared at the suited man before her, somewhat puzzled as to how such an idiot had ascended to such a high position. Though his praise delighted her, he clearly harbored doubts about her intelligence. This gave her a certain disdain, and she gave up the idea of trying him. She strongly suspected that mental retardation was contagious. Bring us our finest steaks. Perhaps our little cutie would appreciate some vintage red wine. 2 heavily armed guards followed the man's instructions, and soon arrived with a large food cart. They stopped beside the man, watching the queen in the cage devour the soldier completely. Following the man's firm command, they pushed the cart closer. The queen's compound eyes fixed on the approaching men, her peripheral vision glancing over the can of anesthetic spray at her side. It rustled twice before slamming into the cage with all its might. The metal clashed with its armor, a sharp grinding sound. The inferior composite material had been bent by the violent impact, causing the soldiers delivering the food to instinctively let go of the cart and cock their weapons. Stop! Stop! What are you trying to do? The man hurried forward to stop them, but the queen's attack only intensified. Judging from the fragile cage, a few collisions, coupled with the corrosive effects of the insecticidal acid, would allow it to escape and devour the humans before it. Their small-caliber energy rifles were adequate against humans, but they were undoubtedly far less effective against the armored queen. It had enough confidence to slaughter everyone before they could kill it. The acid sprayed out, sending white smoke billowing wherever it touched. A pungent odor filled the air, changing the expressions of everyone in the cabin. Activate the anesthetic spray. Quick! With the man's command, the gas tank next to the cage instantly released a highly concentrated anesthetic mist. The queen took a few steps back, about to strike the cage, when she felt a wave of dizziness. Under the effects of the anesthetic spray, her body began to sluggish. After a series of twitching movements, she collapsed helplessly to the ground. The man gazed at the deformed cage, a flicker of fear in his eyes. What a powerful force. Increase the spray volume, and spray the other cages too. We must ensure a foolproof outcome. All the cages were sprayed. One by one, the coverings were pulled back, revealing the queens to the public. Donning respirators with strong filtration, they moved from cage to cage, observing each individual. The man's excitement grew. As the dose of anesthetic spray increased, many queens that had just begun to awaken collapsed again. He gazed at the queen before him and greedily extended his hand. As his arm reached into the cage, he finally felt the queen's hand up close. The hair-covered legs were so powerful. The junction of the human body and the insect body was a seamless union. He seemed to be caressing not a queen insect, but his lover, with deep affection and intoxication. The soldiers following closely behind him felt a chill run up their tailbones upon seeing the man's appearance, and subconsciously clenched their weapons. Pervert. Absolutely perverted. They had dealt with insects for so many years, and while they didn't hate them to the core, they certainly couldn't show any affection. Even though the one before them was a queen insect they had never seen before. The only thing they could think of was how to send these insects to their doom. But the higher-ups clearly had different ideas. A sick man with an unnatural mental state. Not only did they allow the queen to devour their comrades, but they also had to transport these 20 queens back to the core area. Any soldier would instinctively refuse to obey such an order. But they didn't. The man in black meticulously felt the queen's body. If possible, he would have even wanted to crawl into the cage himself. The perfect combination of mechanics and roughness made him unable to look away. Especially the huge food bag on the queen's body, which made him see the glory of their home planet. Amid the shocked gazes of the soldiers, the man actually stuck his head into the cage, as if wanting to taste it for himself. Sir, this is a bit dangerous. After all, we haven't approved the dosage of each anesthetic spray. The man shuddered at the words and instinctively retreated. However, his head slipped in easily, but when he hurriedly pulled it out, it got stuck on the edge of the cage due to the wrong angle. For a moment, a scream like a pig being slaughtered rang out, as if the queen had awakened and was gnawing at his head. Hurry! Let me out! It's moving! It's moving! A group of soldiers quickly gathered around, frantically trying to free him from the cage. They pulled and tugged, and after the man howled for a full 5 minutes, they finally ripped his head free. A foul, fishy odor filled the air. Though their masks prevented them from smelling it, everyone could see a puddle slowly growing beneath his straight-cut trousers. Their leader pissed himself at this sudden maneuver. Inside the cage, the queen insect, suppressing her urge to devour, remained motionless, pretending to be limp on the ground as well. A wave of utter nausea washed over him. He had never imagined he almost been taken advantage of, and by a human. Chapter 318. A stealth mission would nearly cost her virginity. A queen beetle had never imagined it. If it weren't for the need to hide the unusual effects of the anesthetic spray from outsiders, she would have devoured the creature in front of her, urinating outside her cage. With its thin arms and legs, barely a pound of flesh on its body, it would have felt like a chokehold. But it was this creature, tracing upward along its nails. If it weren't for her immense endurance, this stealth mission would have been a complete failure. The thought of the possible whipping if she failed filled her heart with dread. All queen beetles had seen Su Li's methods. He wouldn't just pull out your intestines and tie them up. He also slash and pierce your body. If Roazi, a queen beetle, had to act according to his will, it was safest for the queen beetles to remain obedient. He would do whatever he was told to do, and his main goal was to be obedient. Before leaving, Su Li personally dispensed a small amount of plasma. Though it was only a mouthful, it was the most delicious thing it had ever tasted. That was the blood of the Emperor's master, personally dispensed. It would never forget the sweetness that emanated from that plasma. It was said that every packet of plasma contained a drop of Su Li's blood. Looking at the creature before it, its calves trembling, was it worthy of being called a human alongside Su Li? The man clearly didn't notice the disdain in the queen's eyes. His gaze was gloomy, and he discreetly studied the faces of the soldiers around him. His embarrassing behavior had been witnessed by so many soldiers. This was absolutely unacceptable. The spacious cabin, filled with the anesthetic spray, fell into complete silence. You stay with them and guard the place. The two heavily armed Special Forces officers exchanged a glance and nodded. They had naturally seen the fierceness in their patron's eyes. Having been by his side for years, they naturally understood what that meant. They nodded, watched the man open the hatch and depart, tightening their weapons. The soldiers turned off the anesthetic spray and turned on the ventilation fans, each with a subtle expression. Their comrades' deaths were imminent, yet even facing the helpless queen, they could only stand still. This made everyone feel unhappy, especially after seeing the two heavily armed Special Forces officers. The emotions reached a peak. They noticed that the Special Forces officers' guns were pointed, intentionally or unintentionally, not at the queen in the cage, but at the soldiers guarding it. Those with discerning eyes clearly realized what was coming. No one had imagined that a simple escort mission would cost them their lives. Their eyes subconsciously darted around the cabin, hoping to find some weapons to increase their chances of survival. But they knew in their hearts that the chances were infinitesimally close to zero. The transport ship was just a metal shell floating in space. Even if they managed to survive now, they would definitely not survive to disembark. The two special agents exchanged glances and pulled the bolts of their rifles. The muzzle flames flickered for a moment, and the two men stepped methodically into the pool of blood. They dragged the bodies, one after another, and dumped them next to the Queen's cage. To be honest, they didn't bring enough food for the Queen. So, these soldiers would become a rare treat for the Queen when she woke up. A man's exasperated voice rang through the headset. Too early. Too early. You should have waited for the Queen to wake. Now, by the time she wakes, her blood will have dried up. If my babies complain about the taste, you won't get your pay. The two Special Forces officers exchanged glances, each seeing the resignation in the other's eyes. But the bodies had already been killed, and it was too late to say anything now. They could only follow their original plan and place two bodies in front of each cage. 39 people, 2 per cage. It had to be said, just the right number. The cameras installed in the cage keyholes transmitted all footage in real time. Everyone inside the outpost was silent. The glaring crimson flowed across the floor. The Queen hadn't even reached her destination, yet she had already witnessed the soldiers being silenced. A man's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly. Commander of the 76th Legion, Qin Fong. He fought the urge to smash things. He suppressed his emotions. Just because a soldier saw him wet his pants, he ordered him to be silenced. I'm afraid the fate of every soldier in the cabin was already determined from the start. They were all rations prepared for the queens. And it's conceivable that upon reaching the Earth realm, these 20 queens would have no shortage of a wide variety of abundant food. The meaning of human existence, at this moment, took on a whole new meaning. Based on the current route, the destination should be the planets we speculated. However, whether it's the Federation's base remains to be seen. Eve's words made Qin Fong raise his red eyes, his fury unconcealable. 5 entire legions, abandoned like that. Only those who have experienced that betrayal know how deeply it pierces the heart. Let me go! I promise I'll teach them a painful lesson. No one will doubt your resolve, Qin Fong. But we're not a corporate federation. What could you possibly do? Sacrifice your life? Launch a suicide attack? You should understand how difficult it is for an organization to train a legion commander. Qin Fong's eyes were red as he stared at the surveillance footage, his hands trembling slightly. He'd been back for some time, but every day was a torment. Every time he closed his eyes, he felt as if he were back on that battlefield. Every time he looked back, he could see his comrades, shattered by the bombing. The cries for retreat, the roars for revenge, seemed to echo in his ears. At the end of the day, a legion had fewer than 4,000 humans left. All the main artillery regiments perished in artillery fire, and the main battle regiments perished in the Zerg's encirclement. Of their less than 4,000 humans, more than half were pilots. Those who escaped were all elite. Those soldiers had paved a path for their escape with their own lives. This path was stained with the blood and bones of their comrades. Suppress it? How could he then wash away their hatred? Waking in the middle of the night, wiping away the cold sweat, his comrades' bloodshot eyes stared at him intently, questioning him constantly. When could he avenge them? He could wait no longer. He was a complete madman, unable to endure even a little more. He bore not only the deepest hatred, but also the uncontrollable murderous intent of tens of thousands of people, rising constantly. Chapter 319. You always say, just being alive is good. Qin Fong lowered his head, his voice a little hoarse. How can being alive be good? Every day I live, I think about revenge. Training a corps commander is no easy task. But are my tens of thousands of brothers gone just like that? They're not cold numbers, each one of them has a name. They were other people's men, other people's fathers, other people's sons. Even if they died on the front lines, they would have been honored as heroes. But now? They defended the line their entire lives, and then someone stabbed them. They're dead, and they don't even get a medal. I'm a man. I'm their brother, their corps commander. My soldiers are gone, my brothers are dead, and you keep me behind the lines every day, expecting me to pretend nothing happened. Finally, he couldn't hold back and roared. The sound echoed in the small command room, making everyone's faces turn grim. No one's asking you to pretend nothing happened. We must avenge this, but before we do, shouldn't we identify the mastermind behind this? God damn it. Believe me, I'll definitely find him. Eve looked at Qin Fong and lashed him across the face with her horsewhip, sending him stumbling. Who do you think you are? You're the commander of the 76th Alliance Legion. A soldier. Not a scoundrel who values brotherhood. Put away your stubborn attitude. At a military meeting, you should show the most basic respect for this venue. Eve looked at Qin Fang coldly. She hadn't used her whip in ages. But against Qin Fang, she felt compelled to raise it once more. A qualified general shouldn't act so impulsively. Furthermore, if Qin Fang were truly sent into the Enterprise Federation's territory, what awaited them would be a series of inhumane terrorist attacks. Though those individuals deserved death, alerting the enemy would instantly destroy the public opinion advantage they had previously built and force the individuals behind the scenes to close their arms. At that point, hoping to achieve maximum results at minimal cost would be a pipe dream. She wanted to slap him awake. Because now, he was completely lost in hatred, unable to extricate himself. Is your 76th Legion the only one to die? The lives of my thousands of mecha girls, aren't they? What are you howling for? What do you want to do? Alert the enemy, disrupt the deployment, and then let the real mastermind escape? Qin Fang. You are a Legion commander, not a commoner. You can die if you want, but if you disrupt the existing deployment, you will be a sinner for Long O and Mechanical Island. She pointed to the sky and suddenly lashed the table with her whip. Raise your eyes and look. Your comrades in the sky, those brothers, they are watching you all the time. Are you sure everything you want to do now is what they want to see? Qin Fang fell silent, his anger surging, but he knew that everything Eve said was right. It was just right and wrong, always right and wrong. There were many times in a person's life when right and wrong were simply unimportant. He now deeply regretted not turning back and fighting back. Even if I die in pieces, it's a worthy death alongside my comrades. Looking at Qin Fang's eyes, Eve knew her persuasion was futile. Time hadn't dimmed his hatred, instead, it had etched it deep within him. She tightened her grip on the whip, and after a moment, slowly placed it on the table. Behind him, Su Li flinched. The whip lashing Qin Fang's face felt like it was hitting him as well. Put yourself in his shoes. If your legion had been betrayed like this. He glanced at Qin Fang, and suddenly realized he hadn't gone far enough on his path to becoming a legion leader. At least Qin Fang had made the most appropriate decision immediately. It was his decision that allowed the 76th Legion to retain some spark. If it were him, he would most likely have left no one alive, fighting to the death. You can't go to those planets. But equally, I won't allow you to show up on our home planet and challenge those fat-headed bastards in the council. You need to understand that the current situation doesn't allow us to act impulsively. Develop steadily, accumulate strength. Then, at the most opportune moment, strike with devastating force. I promise you, once we discover the mastermind, your 76th Legion will be among those who take action. But before that, contain your anger. Put your energy into building the Legion. Your 76th Legion is an ironclad force, not a bunch of zealots staring intently at their own deaths. Su Li lowered his head, only glancing at the screen from time to time. He always felt that every word he said had a hidden meaning. It must be an illusion. He didn't think anyone in his legion was a warmongering fanatic. Lightning was a foodie, Heiyu was a research enthusiast, and the June sisters had no belligerent tendencies at all. Hong Ying, a well-behaved maid, spent her days making him tea and folding his quilts, hardly a belligerent. And the mecha girls in his Dawn Legion were exhausted from daily training. Who would have the energy for belligerence? Outside the meeting room, Han Hai leaned against the wall, eavesdropping. Behind her, Yahua's eyes gleamed. She said that by conducting surveillance missions, they could get first-hand information. Look, what she thought came true. It was foreseeable that another tough battle would be fought in the near future. Where was she going this time? Deep into the heart of the corporate federation? Or to the human parliament? Could she also go like Junwei, carrying a canister on her back? Hiss, then, she would deploy her mecha and stand in the spacious conference room, flanked by Han Hai and a group of fangirls, shoving anyone she pointed at into a canister. Just thinking about that scene made her back straighten up. Junwei tilted her head and glanced at Lightning to the side. To hear better, she had pinned the people eating against the wall. Lightning, do you have any extra pots? Lightning blinked and shook her head slowly. No, but the bottom is big enough. Come over here, and you can listen too. 038 walked over from the end of the corridor and subconsciously paused. The corridor, dozens of meters long, was densely packed with mecha girls. The scene was terrifying no matter how you looked at it. Are you sure you're on guard? On guard for what? Everyone's ears are pricked up like microphones, listening for the sound, keeping them from escaping? She walked from one end to the other and back again. She turned to glance at the mecha girls and left in frustration. That's too much. Not even a spot left. Chapter 320. We prepared over 300 high-definition microcameras this time. Of course, these devices are all designed to confuse the corporate federation. Initially, there won't be any problems aboard the ships, but once we reach the relevant research institutes, we'll inevitably face extremely strict scrutiny. Sully stood up and looked at the 20 or so faces before him. He knew his future escape was likely in their hands. These people were all high-ranking military commanders. In addition, there were the 12 elders of Mechanical Island. He pointed to the large screen and continued, "Our original plan was to use the Queen Bee to deploy small, remote-controlled robots throughout the base. Their detectors would detect them and eliminate them one by one. At the same time, we can take advantage of this opportunity to deploy another Queen Bee through void teleportation. All information and intelligence will be collected by the larvae under the Queen Bee's command within the base, while another hidden Queen Bee will be responsible for relaying the information." The people in the room hesitated as they listened to Su Li's plan. Intelligence work has always been primarily conducted by professionally trained personnel. Using a queen beetle as a spy was unheard of, not to mention unthinkable. This plan was rife with absurdity and uncertainty. Forget about the intelligence being transmitted, which used brainwaves they couldn't understand. Just the existence of the queen beetle itself. Half the people in the room were deeply distrustful of it. They had spent their entire lives killing bugs, and now they were told that those same bugs, fearless on the battlefield, could be tamed into intelligence specialists. This completely shattered their preconceived notions. This isn't just about howling and commanding a swarm on the battlefield. Even on the battlefield, most people are skeptical. Only legions that have actually used tamed queens have a clear understanding of how obedient these giant creatures are. Lin Tianen frowned and raised his hand. "Brother, doesn't your plan include any personnel deployment?" Su Li shook his head. "Infiltration isn't recommended in the early stages. Considering their transport location might just be a decoy, there's no need to deploy personnel. Every single one of the current Longzhou residents is an extremely valuable asset. Furthermore, our personnel's characteristics will inherently attract their attention. Then why can't we deploy a queen on every planet? At least that way, if we let them grow, we can even achieve the desired results without bloodshed." Qin Fang, use your brain. Deploying a queen on every planet? Where are we going to get so many queens? Let Brother Su work hard and catch a few. They can cause us trouble, so what's wrong with us throwing queens at their homes? As soon as Qin Fang finished speaking, everyone frowned. That was true, but each of those planets has countless ordinary people. Are they willing to sacrifice the civilians of several star regions for the sake of so-called victory? Then what's the difference between them and the corporate federation? He was indeed paranoid, and he was actually sinking deeper and deeper into this path. Even if both sides were to completely break off relations, this method was still too cruel. The whipping was still too light. Su Li glanced at Qin Fang. While he disagreed with releasing queens on every planet, he was fine with him going out to capture them. The original plan had been to go out. After all, no one else possessed the ability to command the queens. At least when it came to intelligence work, if they wanted to deliver real-time information, they couldn't get around him. Feeling a gaze fixed on him, he turned his head in confusion, only to meet Eve's narrowed eyes. Su Li's face changed, and he quickly straightened himself. Gao Mingrui tapped the table twice, drawing everyone's attention. Based on the current training of Commander Su, the queens are capable of transmitting information. There's no doubt about that. Furthermore, due to the queen's inherent characteristics, once they choose to lie dormant, their concealment is extremely strong, perhaps even unstoppable. What we need to do now is further refine the entire plan. Ensure there are no loopholes. We all experience the cold-bloodedness and cunning of the corporate federation. Therefore, we must proceed with extreme caution in all subsequent actions. More is worse than less, and less is worse than nothing. Until we understand the potential consequences of the next action, it's best to hold off. Eve finally withdrew her gaze from Su Li. She keenly sensed that there was something fishy about the proposal and implementation of this plan. But she had to admit, it was indeed an excellent plan. At least it wouldn't sacrifice humans or mechas. And the queens he trained could be upgraded with the help of the corporate federation. In any case, it seemed like a win-win situation. Then the next task is to have the queen complete a series of intelligence-gathering tasks within the base. Waiting for the queen outside to connect with her? A military leader looked up at Su Li, who nodded quickly. It won't be long. As long as it's within human control, with my ability to teleport, I can reach any desired location within 2 hours. Eve's eyes were fixed on him, before Su Li finished speaking. Oh, the fox's tail is out. So you've been waiting here. How dare you flatter him, claiming it's his ability? Eve's narrowed eyes gleamed with a dangerous glint. If she could let him escape even with this, then she'd have to give up her job as governor. Commander Sue, please stay and train. We still have personnel hidden on the corresponding islands that haven't been fully evacuated. It's better not to risk Commander Sue with a single coordinate. The sarcastic tone made Sully twitch his lips. By the way, there's no need to arrange follow-up personnel. I know one of your tamed queens can speak. Letting it go will be perfect for coordinating with the intelligence specialists we left behind. Yes. Sully tapped his heels and saluted. He was careless. He accidentally revealed Ling Sui Star's core secrets. How did Eve know there were queens on Ling Sui Star who could speak? Hadn't he hidden them in Ruozi's former lair? Confused, he slowly sat down. But before he could even touch the stool, Eve's words made him stand up straight again. What's that thing called? That high-level queen you have, the one with the iron-gray hair. No. No, Governor. You can send anyone, but she absolutely cannot. Chapter 321. Inside the capsule, Eve looked at Lazy, sprawled on the bed. She seemed to have remained in the same position since they last saw her. From the wrinkles in her clothing to the indentations on the bed, there was not a trace of movement. Sully spread his hands, truly baffled. After all his searching, Eve had picked something like this. See? It's not that I had to go myself, it's just that this thing is slacking off. She may be tamed, but honestly, I don't see any other use for her besides using up extra food. A flicker of suspicion flashed in Eve's eyes. She looked at Sully, who looked innocent. Order one and show me. Sully swallowed and cleared his throat. Raise your hand. Lazy raised his sleepy eyes, and after a moment, raised a finger. Raise it higher, and I'll give you a bag of chips. Lazy ears twitched, raising 2 fingers. Eve frowned, a little disbelieving her eyes. Why are you still keeping this thing? Sully rolled his eyes. He wouldn't know the answer even if you asked him. Xiaoshu had already collected it, and he couldn't just chop it up with a knife. It must be said, at least sprawled out on the bed, it looked quite pleasant. She was plump, and made a nice pillow. Forget it, let's go with her. She's a high-level queen after all. As long as she can talk, it's fine. Eve gave up. It was just a quick intelligence transfer mission, and there was no need to maneuver around. If it were Ruozi, she would be even more worried. After all those rented queens had devoured Ruozi's blood. Compared to the useless laziness, Ruozi's importance was undoubtedly far greater, and she wasn't suited to taking risks. Sully felt a mixture of emotions. This was somewhat unfair. She'd rather use a worthless queen than him, which was truly hard for him to accept. Was this workplace bullying? Lock missions are arduous. Are you sure a worthless person like her is up to the task? Then pair her with a few elites. And bring her some rations when you teleport. I see she's starving to death. He turned and left. Every second she stayed would be a test of her endurance. Sully suddenly regretted hiding the queen. At least if he hadn't, perhaps he would have had other options. Now, this useless thing was going to be the one to take on the task, whether he could do it or not. I'm telling you, the current plan requires you to infiltrate the underground base of the corporate federation, meet the queen and pass on intelligence. Cooperate with the intelligence personnel to pass on the information. Do you understand? Lazy nodded and opened his sleepy eyes. Sully was speechless for a moment, looking at his seemingly focused eyes. He only looked focused. Whether he was awake or not was another matter. Ruozi stepped forward and slapped Lazy on the back of the head. Her eyes finally cleared. Your Majesty, I understand. I promise to complete the mission. Knowing that you have the ability to open void tunnels, their personnel are already preparing to meet you. I need you to arrive at the rendezvous point as soon as possible. And put on your clothes. Sully's gaze casually passed over Lazy's chest. He hadn't even bothered to button his clothes, revealing his fair belly. Your Majesty, I'll go over there. At least complete the rendezvous with the people over there. And take a few elite species with me. Sully nodded, watching Ruozi lift Lazy by the neck, and scratched his head in frustration. Is this Lazy really safe? How on earth did she manage to build such a complex nest back on Sound Source Star? Judging by her lack of energy, even for meals, it's hard to imagine she's a high-level queen. Glorious star. A vast hollow had been carved into the mountainside in a desolate, uninhabited landscape. Several mechs, accompanied by 4 or 5 intelligence specialists, gathered together, their gazes occasionally glancing outward. Is the mission clear? We might follow the queen deeper underground. Captain, are you sure we're going on a mission, not just serving as rations? The leading mech glanced at her team members, remaining silent. She, too, was skeptical of the mission briefing. Although she had only spent a short time on the battlefield since leaving the factory, even that brief experience had taught her that the battle between the mech girls and the Zerg was a life-or-death struggle. And now, a sudden mission briefing demanded they assist the Queen with intelligence transfers. Such news was clearly a complete joke to everyone. Although news had reached the front lines regarding the training of Queens to assist in combat, intelligence issues were by no means resolved simply by charging into battle. They often involved many facets, requiring careful analysis and a unique mindset. Intelligence work itself was either a battle of wits and courage with others, or the journey to that battle of wits and courage. Could a single queen really handle such a task? With a flash of light, the entire intelligence team quickly retreated. The instantaneous appearance of 3 massive elites in the cave was undoubtedly terrifying. Especially before their mechas were deployed, they were no bigger than the elites' fingernails. 3 figures emerged from the center of the elites, their graceful forms forming a stark contrast to the hideous, terrifying giants. The captain immediately spotted the insignia on the newcomers' chests and stood at attention, saluting. The Dawn Legion's insignia had become a symbol. So far, the only legion known to have clashed with Queens was the Dawn Legion. Although she had suspected something, the captain clearly hadn't imagined she actually meet a Dawn Legion mecha girl. She wasn't tall, and looked adorable. But the captain knew that anyone bearing this insignia was a formidable opponent. Jun Shou, clutching his teddy bear, quickly approached the group. Ruozi, still holding Lazy's neck, held her in her arms. Which way are the white clouds in the sky drifting? Into the heart of my incredibly handsome brother. The code was correct, confirming they were his own. Jun Shou nodded, pointed to the elites behind him, and said, I delivered the people, 3 elites and a queen. You can develop a specific process for transmitting information in the future. The captain took a long moment to calm down after hearing this. They can really communicate? Ruozi slapped Lazy on the back of the head with such force that the sound echoed throughout the cave. Lazy raised her head and nodded vigorously. Yes, I can communicate. The captain stared at Lazy, dumbfounded, his gaze darting between Jun Shou and Ruozi. She once again took a closer look at the lazy creature held in Ruozi's hand, her mouth opening in uncertainty. Jun Shou raised his hand to silence the other person's questioning. Indeed, this still sleeping creature is the queen insect that will soon be collaborating with you. Chapter 322. Strange things happen every year, but this year was especially full. They had assumed the teleported queen would be caged. Who could have imagined it being held in someone's hand? Furthermore, no matter how one looked at it, it was a human with 2 antennae on its head. It had nothing to do with a worm. Is this a queen? I'm not, are you? Lazy yawned loudly. She stared at the captain, feeling a bit hungry. But the distance between them was too great, so she let it go. Jun Shou glanced at Ruozi, who waved at the 3 elite species. They instantly began to scramble through the cave, startling the intelligence specialists into instinctively drawing their weapons. But they simply selected a spot and began digging frantically. Gravel and dirt flew everywhere, and in a moment, the 3 enormous elites vanished into the cavern. Led by Jun Shou, the group, clutching giant searchlights, leaped into the caverns excavated by the elites. The intelligence specialists had never imagined they would one day trail behind the Zerg, watching them dig tunnels with their backs raised. It was, admittedly, a profoundly novel experience. Captain, this is so subtle. Shouldn't my role be food? If we follow them down now, will they treat us as winter sustenance? Your body shouldn't even survive the winter. The energy it provides isn't even as good as a mouthful of mud. At least I can fill my mouth. The captain ignored the team members' teasing, her gaze darting back and forth between them. She was short, had white hair, wore the Dawn Legion's medal, and carried a stuffed bear. The identity of the visitor was obvious. One of the mecha girls of Suli, commander of the Dawn Legion, and Jun Shou, leader of the 5 golden armored war gods. It seemed this mission was far from as simple as imagined. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched such a crucial force to take over. Her gaze darted back and forth over Ruozi. But she was wearing a cloak, so her face was completely invisible. Only her purple hair cascading from the cloak was visible. Who was she? The intelligence didn't seem to mention any mecha girls around Suli with purple hair. And there was a bump on her head. Was it a special hair accessory? She was a seasoned intelligence specialist. Based on their physical features and behavior, she had already completed a basic profile of the 3. Although the purple-haired person's identity was unknown, her status was likely equal to Jun Shou's. She walked with a steady, composed demeanor, paying no attention to Junsho's presence. How many years have you been lurking on Guanghua Star? Golden Armored War Gods. We've been lurking for over a decade. Golden Armored War Gods. Who? The captain paused, then said, You. The 5 Golden Armored War Gods under Commander Su. That's what everyone outside calls them. Junsho frowned. Forget that name, it's so ugly. I rather you call me the Golden Miracle or the Star of Hope. By the way, how wide a range of people do you mean by outsiders? The captain glanced at the elite species being excavated ahead, then at the queen behind him. Although he felt the question didn't need to be discussed right now, after some thought, he replied, probably as vast as the human territory. Change it. Believe me, this is far more important than the mission you're about to undertake. Captain, Over a decade of undercover experience had taught her the ropes of when to speak, and when to keep quiet. Lazy, held in Ruozi's arms, suddenly smacked her lips. Junsho reached up and pulled a bag of braised beef from the void arsenal, stuffing it into Lazy's mouth, along with the packaging. See? This is how insects are fed. Your primary task in the future will be feeding. 3 times a day, a ton each time. She turned to look at the captain beside her, extended her finger, and said solemnly, Remember, you can only feed after receiving the information you've been given. The men exchanged glances, their expressions sullen under the searchlights. But rather than fear, they felt a sense of absurdity. Feed? She had arms and legs, yet she still needed to be fed? Everyone's eyes fell on Lazy's naturally drooping limbs. For the first time in their lives, they felt the cruelty of Su Li, commander of the Dawn Legion. Ms. Golden Miracle, were her limbs broken by the commander? What method did the commander use to suppress the Zerg's powerful healing ability? After you're gone, how can we ensure she will always obey the commander's orders? Junsho turned his head and looked at the crowd, his face expressionless. Just do as I say. You don't need to worry about anything else. That inscrutable expression silenced everyone. But her behavior completely reassured everyone. Although they didn't know exactly how the next task would unfold, they believed they could still handle something as simple as feeding the worms. Only the captain glanced at Lazy, whose mouth was constantly moving, and began to calculate as they went. A bag of beef weighed 1 kilogram. In one meal, she'd need to eat 1,000 bags. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be chewing each bag for at least 30 seconds. At this rate, it would take an average of 8 hours to finish a meal. Eating 3 meals a day meant eating all day long. She swallowed and looked at the 9 people, including herself. It seemed they didn't need to do anything else. They could just work in 3 shifts feeding the worms. They thought it was a desperate, life-threatening espionage operation. But only now did they realize their primary mission was actually feeding the worms. But it had to be said, judging by Lazy's current state, if no one fed her, she might starve to death. In the vast tunnel, an elite slithered into a branch and dropped the insect eggs on its back into the tunnel. With a flick of its powerful hind legs, it covered the eggs with a thin layer of moist soil before turning and sprinting towards the cave entrance. In the vast tunnel, intelligence officers wearing oxygen masks watched the retreating elite without asking any further questions. They simply stared silently at the eggs, a subconscious shudder running through their veins. It was conceivable that in the near future, the tunnel beneath their feet would be densely packed with all manner of insects. The best possible outcome for them was to curl up among the insect swarm, dancing with them. The thought of the unique rustling sounds of the Zerg, their various hideous and terrifying postures, made everyone instinctively step back. Captain, can I still quit this mission now? Chapter 323. The surface of Guanghua Star. A fleet of single-personnel assault ships, draped with steel cages shrouded in black cloth, flew toward the mountains. As if suddenly mad, they crashed headfirst into the snow-capped mountains, but surprisingly, they pierced through them and vanished. The massive holographic projection was so lifelike it was difficult to distinguish. On a hidden elevator platform within the mountain, soldiers in power armor struggled forward, pushing specially designed transparent culture vessels. Following the commander's instructions, the single-person assault ships hovered at designated locations. One by one, the transparent culture vessels slowly opened. As the composite steel cage doors swung open, deeply anesthetized mother insects slid along the sloping cage bottoms and into the transparent culture vessels. Many of them were stained with blood. Clearly, with 2 soldiers per insect, they had become somewhat engrossed in their feeding. They were quite satisfied with this appetizer, the only drawback being that the quantity was a bit small. A queen's throat moved slightly, as if something was stuck. With a push, it spat out a slime-covered human skull. The soldier shuddered and dodged. No one paid any attention to the debris on the ground. They dodged the acid-pitted skulls and continued to encapsulate each queen. The queen gazed at the humans moving around before her, a flicker of hunger in her compound eyes. A loud hissing echoed throughout the valley. A queen's anesthetic spray seemed to have lost its effect. She awoke in her steel cage, struggling fiercely. Its sudden action attracted most of the attention. Fully armed soldiers, clutching large cans of anesthetic spray, rushed forward in unison, unleashing a barrage of spray at the cage. Inside the unnoticed skull, several small robots crawled out of the empty eye sockets and burrowed into the gaps between the devices. The transparent culture device wasn't completely sealed and transparent. It incorporated a large amount of special steel structure, dividing the huge transparent panel into countless sections. The top and bottom of the cage were pierced with countless air holes. Given the queen's enormous size, even the corporate federation wouldn't be confident that a completely transparent wall could withstand a queen's impact. As each queen was settled, the lifting platform began to descend in an orderly manner. Each platform held a queen, and as the platform slowly descended, the mountain began to close again. Huge tractors were already waiting below the platforms. Dozens of researchers in white coats watched the slowly descending platforms, their expressions filled with excitement. Those were queens, live queens. 20 of them. Ever since the news arrived, they've been discussing countless research plans. Now, they can finally begin implementing them. They're here to select queens. Each research lab is independent, and everyone wants the healthiest queen in their lab. Which one just spat on it? We don't want it. A flash of surprise crossed 01's compound eyes. Is such obvious disdain really okay? Is it spitting? It dared to say, at least in its knowledge, that there were only 3 queens capable of fulfilling the role of intelligence specialist. It hadn't even bothered with their old flesh, and yet they were actually disliking its spitting. Even if it was as bright as day, there were always blind spots. 02 and 03 were scratching their mouthparts, fearing the equipment hidden in their throats would be corroded by the acid. The small spherical robots, hidden in their blind spots, rolled out of the gaps below the cage as the tractor moved. The soldiers in power armor were stunned. They weren't faceblind, but with the queens of varying sizes and appearances, they couldn't tell which one had just spat outside. But faced with the questioning of each researcher, the leader could only point to one at random. Instantly, all the researchers' attention was focused on an untamed queen. The anesthetic spray's effect slowly faded, and the queen's face gleamed fiercely. Her mouthparts rubbed against each other, and her legs slid furiously against the cage. It doesn't look like a gastrointestinal problem. Can insects get respiratory diseases? This one's yours. You're doing biological research anyway, and pathology is part of that. Bullshit. We're studying genetic biology. Pathology isn't our area of responsibility. Stop arguing. There are 20 queens, and each department gets one, and there are still some left over. What's there to argue about? First, we'll do a basic obedience test and select the most compliant ones. The researcher's eyes flashed with deep resentment. Minnie, hearing the base director's words, couldn't help but whisper. 01 was very close, certain that it had heard the best arrangement. Those with the best obedience will be prioritized for domestication. For researchers, the more obedient the queens, the easier it would be to use them in research. But if they were tamed, there might be more possibilities. For example, sending them to the front lines, or perhaps. It suddenly thought of the somewhat sickly man in the cabin, and narrowed its eyes slightly. The 3 queens exchanged glances, then curled up silently, awaiting the so-called test. They understood that while they had access to the secrets of the experiments in the laboratory, compared to the senior executives of the corporate federation, such secrets were less important to them. They were acutely aware that, as the tractor slowly advanced to a certain point, they began to feel like they were being watched. Cameras locked onto them from all sides, and the lights illuminated them in every detail. As the strange soldiers in outer armor approached, the queens in the cages suddenly reacted differently. They held raw meat high in their hands, and moved closer to the cage. Through the air holes above, 01 could clearly see that they were holding pieces of delicious human flesh. Strings of saliva dripped from its mouthparts as it pressed its compound eyes against the spiracles, straining to discern the quality of the human flesh. Unlike those fools who frantically pounded the cage with their segmented legs, it didn't even attempt to penetrate the spiracles. Instead, it used its compound eyes to quietly study the man before it, watching for his next move. Back off. Just back off, and I'll give you food. A flicker of disdain flashed in 01's eyes. It nimbly took 2 steps back, then feigned obedience. Back off again. 2 more steps. 01 retreated rapidly again. Its impressive performance not only amazed the soldiers outside, but also attracted the attention of a large group of researchers. Oh my god, what am I seeing? A queen insect that understands human language. If 01 had eyelids, he'd have wanted to roll his eyes. Look at you, you're such a clueless person. You're a researcher. Not only do I understand human language, I can even do a backflip. Chapter 324. As the advance into the base officially began, the screens on the outpost went completely dark. Eve stared at the screen for a long silent moment. She suddenly realized how few people she had at her disposal. Even with a vast army of mecha girls and pilots, they were few and far between compared to the Dawn Legion's ability to crush enemy lines with such ease. The only one with comparable combat power was the guards corps around her. For a long time, maintaining a stable defense against Zerg attacks had been extremely difficult, let alone expanding territory. Even now that they had tamed the Queen, they finally had the ability to expand. However, the advance was incredibly slow. There was only one Suli, who could quickly locate the Queen's position using the mechanical tree's sensing capabilities, and then, leveraging the June Sisters' teleportation abilities, deliver precise strikes. It could be said that the entire Dawn Legion existed solely to support his tactics. A commander capable of executing decapitation strikes against the enemy was undoubtedly the core of the entire Legion. If he wasn't allowed to go out on pioneering missions, the Dawn Legion would completely lose its purpose. But if he continued to be left to his own devices, he would inevitably fall into a blind worship of his own combat prowess. Hone him. As his talents increasingly revealed themselves, his presence became increasingly indispensable to the organization's development. While this was something she and Gao Mingrui welcomed, everything had its pros and cons. Needing him everywhere meant they had no time to polish him. Gao Mingrui stared at the black screen and sighed softly. Suli was undoubtedly the best candidate for the undercover mission. However, he sincerely didn't want Suli to go deep into the corporate federation. A dozen high-ranking military officers frowned, clearly wary of the Queen Bee's dominance. This was the inertia of thinking. They couldn't accept things being out of their control. Everyone was at a loss as to the possible consequences of letting the kite fly freely. Qin Fang, however, didn't feel at a loss. He thought it was perfect. It would be best if the Queen Bee could reproduce and take over the corporate federation's lair. Honestly, Commander Gao, you really overestimate us for this strategic operation. Lin Tianan frowned and spread his hands at Gao Mingrui. No, let's just say myself. At least I don't think I have any say in the Queen's mission progress. As for the possible consequences of the next move, honestly, I can't even imagine what to do next. The military brass nodded in agreement. If Lin Tianan, with his experience commanding queens, said so, then they couldn't help but think so. The best candidate for this mission would come from the Dawn Legion. I agree. They captured and domesticated the queens themselves, so with their expertise, they're undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Gao Mingrui glanced at Eve. Their intention was clear. They wanted Suli to command the mission. But would that work? They had finally gotten him back, and he hadn't even started yet. Eve nodded. Yes, the specific command of the mission can be handed over to the Dawn Legion. She had already made up her mind. The June Sisters were perfectly capable of this task. They had both the strength and the brains. Even if faced with an emergency, they could escape danger through teleportation. Suli saw that Eve didn't even bother looking at him, and he knew this operation was a dead end for him. He sat in the far corner of the conference room and picked up the General Introduction to Federation Military Affairs. To be honest, it was a long, boring book. The explanation of a battle often began with the commander's brilliance and prowess, his bravery, perseverance, and decisiveness. From the early high spirits to the various psychological struggles and arduous perseverance in the middle stages. Finally, they were defeated. The conclusion was that the early strategy was invincible, the middle stages were courageous and persistent, but in the later stages, logistical problems caused the combat units to become disconnected, leading to a series of problems, and ultimately to the failure of the battle. Suli flipped through several pages, but he still hadn't finished describing the commander's life. He yawned loudly, and when he looked up, he was met with Eve's fierce gaze. He wasn't being so sleepy on purpose, he simply had to train in the morning, study in the afternoon, and finish and hand in homework in the evening. The girls had been getting a bit overzealous lately, especially Han Hai, who often sneak into his room under the pretext of tutoring him. It's worth mentioning that her Kivya figure was effective in correcting Su Li's pronunciation of certain words. For example, he even learned "oh yeah, baby." Eve was furious at Su Li's nonchalant expression. If all else fails, could Ruozi be deployed? Even if she didn't stay on Guanghua Star for long, she could still show up occasionally. A live broadcast would be enough to explain the mission details to the dozen or so military representatives before her. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to present the mission details to everyone. She couldn't just keep looking at Lazy's slumped form whenever she opened the communication. Deep underground, Ruazi dragged Lazy forward, occasionally stuffing a piece of beef into her mouth. Remember, transmit the information in real time. Keep an eye on the Queen's reports on all movements within the base. Start breeding as soon as possible, so those eggs hatch quickly. Ruazi paused and brought the chewing Lazy to her. A halo flickered in her purple eyes. Your Majesty's orders are paramount. Utilize your targeted breeding abilities. We need some unexpected insects to break the current impasse. What? What kind of insects? Ruazi smiled faintly, and the hand holding her neck tightened slightly. That depends on your imagination. Remember, if you're a worthless piece of shit, then you can disappear from your Majesty's sight. I can protect you, and I can kill you. While consuming you won't improve me. If the laws you condense can enhance your Majesty's mecha girl power, he will act without hesitation. Lazy's antennae trembled at the words. Don't worry, Sister Ruazi. I won't embarrass your Majesty. The two figures trailing behind made Junsho pause. She turned and saw Ruazi catching up with Lazy, dragging her back without a word. She adjusted her black cloak and pulled the hood back on her head. The intelligence specialists gazed at their uniforms, each one brimming with envy. The black and red uniforms, the high-waisted combat boots, and the wide capes with black and red trim. As they moved, the handles of their weapons could be seen faintly. And then, there were the medals they always wore on their chests. The dazzling golden light was so blinding that it was impossible to take your eyes off them. Chapter 325. Captain, when can we go home? A mecha girl asked cautiously in the marching team. The captain paused, stunned, and didn't reply. Home? To which home? To that cramped little house on the surface. Or to the Mecha Island? For the Longzhou people in the team, perhaps returning to Tianquan Star was the so-called home. Then, for them, perhaps that steel forest that existed in the void was their home. You miss home? The mecha girl paused, suddenly realizing that she might not really have a definition of home. As for the Mecha Island, she wanted to go back, but now that the mecha girls from all the major battlefronts were being withdrawn, she was afraid that even if she did, she would only be able to sleep on the floor on the Mecha Island. On second thought, it would be better to stay in a small house on the surface, where the team could be carefree and not have to worry about the mission. They could happily rest for a while. I want to go to Lingsue. I still want to go. Really, Captain, I heard that if you accumulate enough military merit, you can go on vacation to Lingsue. I heard that the world's most powerful mecha girls and pilots gather there. It's a holy place that all mecha girls yearn for. She leaned close to the captain's ear and said, I heard there are upgrade modules for sale there. With basic military merit, you can redeem them. Yes. In addition to upgrade modules, there are also various types of clothing that are fused with the power of mechanical laws. The quality is much better than ordinary clothes, and if they are damaged, they will automatically and slowly repair themselves by killing Zerg. Junsho's interruption made the mecha girl blush slightly. However, she soon heard the news she most wanted to verify from Junsho's words. It turns out that Lingsue Star really does have upgrade modules. Captain, sir, can outsiders also exchange them? Junsho gave her a curious look. What do you mean by insider or outsider? Aren't you a mech girl? Her words delighted the mech girl to the core. Even through her oxygen mask, Junsho could see the joy on her face. She had never felt anything before. But after interacting with the mech girls outside, she realized that Lingsue Star, where she had been living, was actually a sacred place that others yearned for. For a moment, she felt a mixture of emotions. A wave of space rippled around them. Junwei, his golden hair flying, leaped down from the heads of several small species. They bowed their forelimbs respectfully toward Ruazi, then scurried towards the front of the tunnel. Why are you here too? Not just me, all my sisters are here. To ensure the mission's success, the governor has ordered us to be stationed permanently on Guanghua Star. Permanently? Are you crazy? If we're stationed permanently on Guanghua Star, what will happen to the master? What if he encounters Pride again? Won't he be unable to escape? Junwei smoothed his golden hair. Its brilliance, gleaming in the searchlight, made the intelligence specialist squint. The hair was as smooth as silk, and against his fair face, and those intimidating golden eyes, for a moment they thought they were beholding a medieval king. Sister, do you think the master might encounter Pride if we're not here? Junsho opened his mouth, then closed it again. It had to be said that Junwei's words made perfect sense. Not only would he not encounter pride, he wouldn't even encounter any queens. Jun Wei's golden eyes turned toward the numerous intelligence agents, and she extended her right hand. The agents, flattered, filed forward one after another, grabbing her hand and kissing her knuckles. Jun Shou and Jun Wei were both stunned. Each of these expatriates seemed so different from them. Was their minds stuck in the Middle Ages? She hurriedly withdrew her hand and rubbed it against Jun Shou's cloak. Then, looking at the somewhat trembling intelligence agents, she gently supported her forehead. What's the point? A handshake will be enough. Jun Shou felt a pang of jealousy. What's wrong with golden hair? Is golden hair noble? Doesn't my white hair mean I can't be the elder sister? Several more spatial fluctuations echoed, and before she even landed, Jun Quan's furious voice could be heard. Ha! Don't even bother pretending. Ha! Old witch. Sister, are you going to intervene in this matter? Can you tolerate this? She walked with a gust of wind, and even her cloak fluttered in this crypt. Jun Zhe jumped sideways onto the medium-sized creature and stood quietly to the side. Jun Yu, as usual, carried his longbow, his face stern and silent. Ever since hearing Jun Quan's voice, Jun Shou's head had been buzzing. Here she comes again! She comes again! The intelligence specialists looked at the 5 mecha girls of varying sizes before them. Combining their own intelligence, they instantly determined their identities. They all took 2 steps back, giving most of the space to the 5 sisters before them. Whether it was the golden armored god of war, or the golden miracle, they were now all gathered together in this vast underground cavern. This was the strongest fighting force known to the mechanical island. Above SS level, but not quite SSS. It was rumored that when they teamed up, they could unleash a powerful attack beyond SSS level, but no one had ever seen it, so such claims were merely speculation. Even so, it didn't stop the people below from admiring them. In this intelligence-gathering operation, not only did they utilize the humanoid queen insects, but they also mobilized their strongest combat power. For a moment, these intelligence officers grew uneasy again. They didn't even know whether to feel reassured or worried about such a mission. They were caught in a dilemma, wavering between the two, and gradually sinking into despair. Frankly, it wasn't just the team members who wanted to quit. She, the leader, was also feeling a bit lost. Is this really intelligence gathering? Are you sure what you call gathering isn't an armed raid on someone's base, taking everything you want? Ha! Stop pretending, huh? This isn't a stealth mission at all. It's an armed assault mission. Sister, she sent us out so brazenly. Don't you think about why? Jun Shou watched expressionlessly as the dozen or so newly arrived medium-sized species rushed forward to dig a tunnel, pretending to hear nothing. Jun Quan's long golden hair fluttered, and she narrowed her eyes. She had just gotten closer to her master, and she was almost touching his legs, only to be sent away. She couldn't stand it any longer. Hurrying to a sudden halt, she raised her head, looked at her sisters, and said resolutely, "How about we rebel? Combine! Combine now! Bombard the mechanical island and crush that old witch. As long as our master is here, we have everything." Ouch! Jun Quan clutched the back of her head and turned to look at Jun Yu, who was holding a longbow. "For sister, why are you hitting me?" Faced with Jun Quan's questioning, Jun Yu simply lowered his eyes and pointed at the communication device on his chest. The next second, Eve's virtual image appeared in the cave. She suppressed her anger, the coldness on her face seeming to freeze everything in the cave. Gazing at the dumbfounded Jun Quan before her, she had never imagined that the 3,347th modular robot girl, trained on the mechanical island, would actually think of bombarding the island. And most importantly, she called him an old witch. Jun Quan. You better pray you never have to come back. Chapter 326. There's no such thing as the most embarrassing thing in life, only more embarrassing things. There's nothing more embarrassing than speaking ill of your superior in front of him. If there is, it's more than one. Jun Quan threw his cloak over his head, completely enveloping it. Hey, you're digging the hole incorrectly. Lift your butt a little higher. The elite species was slightly stunned. ? It had been digging holes like this for half its life. Did it just mishear something? Jun Zhe stood at the farthest distance and removed his cloak, revealing his white hair. Her sparkling blue earrings reflected the light in the cave, making them instantly recognizable. As long as she revealed her identity first, and didn't give Jun Quan a chance to exploit the situation, then Eve's gaze would be off her. In the command room, feeling Eve's cold gaze, Su Li silently stood up, holding the general introduction to military affairs, and leisurely walked out. Only after he completely shut the door did he realize his hands were sweating. I swear to God, I never thought of beating Eve up. The idea of monarchy is dangerous. If anyone says that the consciousness manifested after the core mecha girl contracts is the pilot's own thoughts, then that person is completely bullshitting. He felt a little dazed. He lowered his head. On the terminal, Gao Mingrui sent a thumbs up emoji. It made his teeth ache. This old man deserved a beating. He was just trying to get into trouble? He finally understood that this old man was at least half responsible for keeping him on Link to a star. What's wrong? Why are you so gloomy? Did you have a problem at work? Or did lightning not let you sleep in? Tao Tao's bald head caught the light as he leaned out from the side. He had unknowingly reached the idiot fountain. Tao Tao and Kei Ling, as usual, were setting up a barbecue stall in the small square by the fountain. Pilots and mech girls, having finished training, gathered in groups of 3 or 4, enjoying the relaxation after a long day. The problem is more serious than that. Junquan wants to bombard the mechanical island and crush the governor. Hiss! Tao Tao gasped, taking 2 skewers of insect meat from the grill and shoving them into Su Li's hands. Eat it! Calm down! I'm not saying this to you, but we need to constantly monitor the mental health of the mech girls. But you can't blame anyone else. It's because you have so many mech girls that you can't manage them all. The aroma of barbecue filled his nostrils, making his mouth water. He had only stood there for a moment, and his hands were filled with more than a dozen skewers and an open bottle of beer. Su Li tilted his head back, letting the beer fill his mouth. Thick foam tantalized my mouth, filling my taste buds with the aroma of malt. Zhang Chaoyang and Song Ling seemed to have fully entered retirement. I hadn't seen them at the training ground for ages. He was now free of grease, and thanks to Song Ling's care, the few strands of silver hair on his forehead were perfectly neatly arranged. The couple sat in front of the ingredients, helping Ku Ling string the skewers. Can't manage it? How capable is he? How could he not manage it? Listening to Zhang Chaoyang's sarcastic remarks, Su Li gritted his teeth and took a bite of the skewers in his hand. It's my fault. The child can't talk. Just give him a couple more beatings. I was so busy fighting the war a while ago that I didn't have time. Hearing this, Ku Ling covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled. Well, you have time now. I have time, but no chance. I can't go to Guanghua Star and beat her up. Let her come back and beat her up. She said those things in front of the governor. Do you think she can come back? Hey! Brother, were you in the command room when she said those words? Yes. The governor really favors you. He actually let you out alive. Tao Tao's face was filled with surprise as he looked Su Li up and down. Eat. Eat more. Maybe this is the calm before the storm. Su Li took the skewers and rolled his eyes. Brother Tao, is there any new news lately? Tao frowned. Ours or the North's? The North's. There are so many things going on. The withdrawal crisis isn't over yet. The Clone Corps story is broken out again. That so-called Undead Legion. They think they're keeping it a secret, but there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Our people mentioned it when trading ammunition with them, and it scared them terribly, fearing we've stolen their fortune. Now they're starting to reap the consequences. Is it getting chaotic? It's the same old routine. Marches, demonstrations, and rowdy riots. Suppressed? Tao Tao's casual remark of suppressed made Su Li grin. The people of the corporate federation are quite resilient. They've been suppressed countless times throughout the year. And yet they keep marching. It's like the permanent troops on each planet are just there to do the work. Clearly, the supplies and armaments for each garrison are funded by the local government, so why aren't they rebelling? Was the freedom granted too much? Are there any reports from the defense line? Yes. But not many. Most of the frontline specialists have already evacuated. There's practically no room for intelligence specialists there. They seem particularly focused on eliminating the intelligence agents on the defense planets. Quite a few civilians have been mistakenly captured. Tao Tao tooted his lips. What we know now is that the vast majority of the troops assigned to the frontline defense are cloned and modified, half-baked products like the Undead Legion. As for the regular army, not only have all units been retreating, but there have also been large-scale layoffs. Layoffs? Just hand over the entire defense line to those manipulated toys? What about the remaining core mecha girls? Those core mecha girls contracted with the pilots have been concentrated on the eastern battlefield, forming their own defensive line. Honestly, this might be the best arrangement for them. At least they have comrades they can rely on, instead of those half-dead trash. Su Li frowned. At this rate, they could easily get themselves into trouble. They wouldn't have to shamelessly beg for help again, would they? This kind of thing has happened more than once in history. After all, those politicians are essentially businessmen. The people are just a renewable resource, disposable at any time in wartime, and the primary target of exploitation in peacetime. Fortunately, we're still united. Although we were once united, we always maintained a bottom line. Cao Cao took a bite of barbecue and turned to hand Kellen a plate of seasoning. If you ask me, it'd be better to use public opinion to incite them to split up. They weren't a single political system before, so why pretend to be one big family now? Su Li smiled. That's true, but it might take a turning point. Cao Cao raised his head. That's hard to say. If even a single point on the front lines collapses, that would be the turning point. Chapter 327. Su Li suddenly realized that it wasn't his impetuousness that was the reason. It was the situation that constantly forced him to move forward. Gao Mingrui and Eve's intentions were easy to guess. The current situation was turbulent, and stability in the southern theater of operations was the top priority. Exploration work didn't require drastic measures, which was why his actions were urgently halted. His actions had given most people a vague and unrealistic expectation that they could continue fighting, and at this rate, it wouldn't even take too long to completely wipe out the Zerg, but the reality was far from that. Everyone in the upper echelons understood that the Zerg were boundless, and humanity could only survive in a small corner. Apart from other things, the arrogance Su Li encountered was enough to drive the mechanical island to its knees. This kind of exploration work wasn't urgently needed at the moment. Concentrating personnel had its advantages. At least at this critical juncture, it could easily unite as a team. He thought of the various legions that had been preparing for battle. Currently, at least a dozen legions are simultaneously developing on each battlefield, and there are at least 10 such planets along the entire front. Even more legions are eager to fight in the rear, but are suffering from a lack of battles. The number of legions stationed near the northern isolation zone has decreased, not increased. All forces are ostensibly concentrated in the southern part of the war zone. However, Su Li is aware that at least 2/3 of these legions are missing. They are lying dormant, training, and waiting for an opportunity. For Gao Mingrui and Eve, the Zerg threat has been present for a long time. While their overwhelming presence is difficult to resist, with the right tactics, they can gain a foothold in Zerg-held territory. Simply by eliminating the powerful queens on the surrounding planets, they could secure a respite within the Zerg's occupied territory. But the corporate federation was different. They had always been the most destabilizing factor. Thinking of this, he quickly finished his food and hurried towards the command room. He had to do Gao Mingrui's secretarial work, even if he had to. Only then could he understand their true plans. In the command room, Gao Mingrui glanced at the suddenly appearing Su Li, and a smile curled up at the corner of his aged face. He knew this kid was completely in control this time. Look! Go through all the reports. Su Li quickly walked to a table to the side and sat down. He looked at the mountain of documents before him without saying a word. He read through each document one by one, frowning in silence. In the command room, Wen Jing and Gao Mingrui exchanged glances and laughed silently. In the adjacent conference room, Eve was still berating Jun Quan through the terminal. Her words, old witch, clearly touched her sensitive and fragile heart. Su Li ignored her, simply scanning the approved documents, pondering the reasons for their approval and rejection. As he browsed through the mountain of documents, he easily gathered most of the intelligence on the current sphere of influence from the vast archive. From people's livelihoods to the economy to military deployments, Gao Mingrui single-handedly addressed every detail, each one interconnected. He glanced up at the old man sipping tea from a cup behind his desk. Every wrinkle on his face was imbued with the memory of his hard work and dedication to this country. He was loved for a reason. It was ridiculous how he always thought the old man and the council were on the same wavelength, nearly sending him packing. The door flung open, and an elder trotted in, placing a report on the table in front of Gao Mingrui. He set down his teacup, glanced at it, and then tossed the document onto Su Li's desk. Take a look. This is your opportunity. What would you do if it were you? Su Li picked up the folder, glanced at it, and narrowed his eyes. Red Flame Star has fallen. The blocking battle has devolved into a guerrilla war. The Zerg have silently breached the Undead Legion's defenses, and have devoured at least 300 kilometers of villages and towns in the rear, turning them into dead towns. Okai City has fallen, Pukai City has fallen, Sanders City has fallen. Interspersed among the images, the empty towns and cities showed little sign of devastation. There was an indescribable eeriness. But after just a few more glances, Su Li immediately understood what was strange. The town was completely devoid of life. The Zerg had passed through, Leaving behind buildings and greenery? The words advanced Zerg flashed through Su Li's mind. They were creating illusions as they advanced. It wasn't until the troops had advanced a full 300 kilometers that people finally noticed something was amiss. So, those so-called undead legions were truly worthless. Even with the Zerg advancing 600 kilometers, they still held their line. Who knew if they were holding on to anything? The undead legion's shattered defenses made the line a complete joke. I will spread the news, wage a propaganda war, and deploy personnel to various planets, encouraging the larger factions to establish their own planetary armed forces. And then? Just wait and see. I'm no saint, and I don't believe the entire Federation shares a shared destiny. No matter how many of them die, I don't care. Longzhou can intervene, but definitely not now. Gao Mingrui put down his teacup, looked at Su Li quietly, and asked, "Why?" Su Li frowned. "Because we gave them a chance to be human, and they gave up. They can only be like a battered dog. Only when they're hurt, their bones broken, and their tails wagging, will they stop biting back." Gao Mingrui lowered his eyes. He wasn't entirely satisfied with Su Li's answer. Such neglect would inevitably lead to the deaths of a large number of ordinary people. It might even breed a large number of high-level queens in the heartland of the human race. But it's undeniable that everyone becomes disheartened. He understood Su Li's past. Although he couldn't empathize, as someone in a higher position, he simply had to judge the feasibility of the plan. This plan is highly feasible. Although his recklessness led to many shortcomings, nothing in this world is perfect. Su Li is no saint, and neither is Gao Mingrui. Longzhou is not their parent, idle all day long, doing nothing but cleaning up their messes. The table has already been overturned, so how can they still care about this? The propaganda war has begun. However, due to the lag in intelligence, the enemy has clearly gained the upper hand. Gao Mingrui pressed the terminal, and a picture suddenly appeared on the large screen. In front of the gates of the former parliament, on the high podium, the new speaker, with his bloated brain, was ranting and denouncing Longzhou's evil deeds. He blamed the queen insect's rampage on Qi and Star on Longzhou's breeding of queen insects. The flashes of light flickered. The man screamed at the top of his lungs, "It's them. They destroyed the harmony of the alliance. Our brave and fearless undead legion is still fighting on the front lines. The front line hasn't been lost. Yet a massive Zerg swarm has appeared in the rear. Our intelligence department has already issued its conclusion. I strongly condemn the Southern Military District, former Speaker Gao Mingrui. It was his negligence, or perhaps his conspiracy, that allowed the queens they nurtured to infiltrate our rear, triggering the collapse of the war and the loss of Red Flame Star. For this act of destroying the alliance and endangering humanity, I demand an explanation from Longzhou of the Southern Military District. If not, I will order the mobilization of the Southern Military District's main fleet to demand an explanation for the lives lost on Red Flame Star." He wept bitterly, his acting chops superb. It must be said, these businessmen are all incredibly skilled actors. While others were kicking their legs in the womb, they were probably all studying acting. Chapter 328. Su Li stared intently at the big screen, his hands clenched into fists. As the fat man continued to blame him, he suddenly straightened himself. Gao Mingrui glanced at Su Li. "Now, the other party has already made a move. If it were you, what would you do?" Su Li smiled. How strange. How could he even handle this? He was so familiar with this kind of situation. Isn't it obvious? He's being so ostentatious. Isn't he just trying to get me to go? Old Gao, how disingenuous. You know I'm impulsive, yet you're still letting me see this. I think you're doing this just to get me to go. Gao Mingrui was stunned. When had he wanted him to go? No, could his mind be turned that way? He was asking him how to respond. When had he asked him to go to the home planet? You knew there might be an ambush on the home planet, and you still went? Su Li immediately connected with Ruozi's mind through the small tree, telling her to tell the June sisters to return immediately. Then he extended his hand to Gao Mingrui. "Bring it here." Gao Mingrui was stunned again before he could recover. "What?" Su Li glared. "What else can I bring? A list? I'm going all this way. Is that easy? I came all this way just to deal with this one person. Don't you know that a steel drum won't be stable and heavy if it's not full?" Gao Mingrui curled his lips, pulled a piece of white paper from the drawer, and quickly wrote over 30 names at his desk. He frowned, thought for a moment, then pulled out another piece of paper, and wrote over 20 more. Su Li watched Gao Mingrui's work silently. As he wrote over 60 names, he almost felt like he could see through the paper, revealing the deep resentment he had harbored. Although Su Li's decision was impulsive, he was certain Gao Mingrui had been waiting for this day for a long time. He didn't say anything. He just waited with a sinister look on his face. Otherwise, how could he have so eloquently written down these 60-plus names without even a pause? Seeing Gao Mingwei finally stop writing, Su Li took 2 sheets of paper. No more. I don't have any here. You can go ask in the next room. I approve this operation. While there's a risk of alerting the enemy, it will help drive those hiding in the shadows to the planet where the mother insect resides. Overall, it's a good move. At least it will let others know that Longzhou is no longer the Longzhou it once was. Su Li rolled his eyes. I'm impressed by you old bastards. You're so cunning. Isn't it just a show of force? You even have to make up excuses on the spot. Wen Jing couldn't help but burst out laughing at this. Gao Mingwei sighed helplessly. He hadn't said that at all. Su Li pushed open the door to the conference room. Eve and several elders were discussing the next steps in the public opinion deployment. Lifting her eyes and seeing Su Li, she instinctively frowned. What are you doing here? I came to see you. I want a list. He flipped open the screen, and sure enough, the next second, Eve's expression took on a strange look. She'd seen people scrambling to take advantage, but this was the first time she'd seen someone scrambling to cover a wall. It must be said, humans' memories aren't much better than fishes. They tend to have selective amnesia. Old Gao has already approved it. Do you have anything to add? Eve took the list, glanced at it, and then produced 3 sheets of white paper. Su Li's eyebrows jumped. Good boy, this is quite rude. Those who knew he was going to arrest someone might think he was going to buy some goods, while those who didn't might think he was going to buy some. Eve eloquently wrote down over 60 more sheets and handed them, along with Gao Mingwei's 2, to the elder beside her. The elder understood, and quickly left the meeting room. Within a moment, he returned with a stack of documents and photos, placing them in front of Su Li. Bring more people. This time, I'm afraid it won't end peacefully. Take Yihua with you, and I'll allocate you a D-class assault ship. We must recapture the people, and you must return safely, no one left behind. Su Li nodded, grabbed the list on the table, left the meeting room, and quickly walked towards the assault ship's docking platform. Commands were issued one after another, and by the time he reached the platform, 50 SS-class mecha girls, including his own, had already formed up. They all wore uniform red and black uniforms, their golden medals gleaming. They stood straight, their eyes resolute. Only Yihua rubbed his hands, his face full of filth. Haha, I knew this day would come for us sisters. Don't worry, sir. We're going this way, no matter how difficult it is, even under heavy fire, I'll capture them all. If even one is missing, you can court-martial me when we get back. Su Li glared at her angrily. Capturing people is none of your business. Just keep your ship safe. No. Commander. Brother Su. Uncle Su. No, at least give me a chance. I'm so miserable. I've been in and out of the parliament for so many years, and I never been so bold. Brother? My dear father. Let me go just once. Just once. Su Li ignored Yihua and distributed the information in his hand. Mission: assault the human parliament. A uniform call of stand at attention rang out, and as their cloaks fluttered, red bloodlines seemed to come alive. Capture 150 people, including the speaker. This mission, we're definitely facing more than just the military police within the parliament. I have only one question. When facing the core mecha girls, can you raise your weapons? Faced with Su Li's question, all the mecha girls straightened their chests. Victory. This mission will undoubtedly be surrounded. The moment we appear, the space stabilization device will activate. No one knows how far it will cover, let alone how many ambushes the enemy has set. We know nothing about the path ahead. But I do know that you are the elite of my Dawn Legion. We, the Dawn Legion, are dedicated to. Taking the enemy's head requires precision strikes. We can even storm a Zerg nest, so we can certainly take the human parliament. There are no detailed rules for this mission. Kill without mercy if you encounter resistance. If you encounter a counterattack, shoot first. They want an explanation. Give it to them. We must show them what it means to respond to every request, what it means to be the Legion of Dawn. We must make them fully understand that even slander will cost them their lives. The mission lasts 3.5 hours. Bring your military flag and plant it on the rooftop of the parliament. Let them fully understand what true confidence means. Su Li glanced at Jun's show. The 5 sisters directly connected to their void arsenals and loaded the massive assault ship. Amidst Yihua's ecstatic expression, Su Li boarded Jun Wei's mech and closed the hatch. The remaining 49 mechs completed their deployment, allowing themselves to be enveloped by a pale blue halo, and instantly vanished from their positions. Eve stood in the command tower, stunned by the disappearance of the 50 mechs. She turned to look at the 12 elders behind her, a look of disbelief on her face. So I'm asking, what's the purpose of assault ships? Answer me. Am I criticizing his assault ships, so he can add them to the Void arsenal? Is he showing off? Is he trying to show off his mech's ability to teleport? The 12 elders lowered their heads and said nothing. She truly couldn't understand why she was always the one to suffer the consequences. Chapter 329. What Yihua longed for most was freedom like the wind. Just like the ships she piloted, no matter how heavy they were, they could dance in the wind in her hands. Whether on the battlefield or during her years as captain on her home planet, she always had reins around her neck. She was told that ships should be operated in an orderly manner. She was told to do her job conscientiously. Even when she stormed into the parliament to curse, she was careful to maintain her composure, fearing a misstep would sow the seeds of disaster for the mechanical island. She was a lunatic, but she always acted mad within the confines of rules and regulations. She also wanted to go hysterical just once, at least without having to cover for anyone. Su Li gave her the chance. Outside the venue, a dense crowd of people gathered. Near the stands, fully armed military police stood guard. Reporters huddled together, their food lifted high, afraid to miss the sturdy belly of their congressman. He had only just begun the second leg of his impassioned speech. A half-hour break had saved his fragile bladder. Now he was at the podium again. In his first speech, he denounced Gao Mingrui's betrayal, the Southern Military District's betrayal, and the entire Longzhou people's betrayal. He had nailed them to humanity's pillar of shame, condemned and despised by all. In his second speech, he was about to launch a passionate mobilization. He was urging the masses to rise, form a united front, direct their attacks against the enemy, and cheer for the main fleet as it was about to depart for the battlefield. He cleared his throat at the podium and, as usual, adjusted the microphone in front of him. A shadow enveloped him, causing him to frown involuntarily. A person like him should live in the sunshine. How could a few dark clouds obscure his sunlight? What is that? He straightened his speech, expressing surprise at the crowd's sudden jolt. Only when more and more people looked up did he instinctively glance up. 50 mechas slammed into the ground with unmatched force, stirring up a cloud of dust. The black and red lines of metal stung everyone's eyes. It had been a while since they had seen the standard mecha girls on their home planet. Countless reporters, expert at capturing news, instantly swung their cameras and blazed at the 50 mechas. Their speed far surpassed even the alert military police. Cams flashed one after another, but what greeted them was the cold, icy muzzles of their cannons. The golden energy field instantly transformed into a ripple and began to spread, pinning everyone present to the spot. The mecha's hatch opened. Su Li stepped out, landing lightly on the ground. He waved at the black and red mechas, and 25 of them instantly deployed, standing quietly behind him. A crisp black and red uniform, a wide cloak, and 25 massive stainless steel barrels neatly stacked on the ground. Under the speaker's horrified gaze, Su Li moved. With steady steps, he walked unhurriedly to the frozen speaker and gently tapped his cheek with a gloved hand. Snap! 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 3 soft sounds, and the familiar face before him finally awakened the current speaker's selectively forgotten memories. Once upon a time, he had stood like this, proudly standing in the center of the Parliament Hall. A surge of heat flowed down his trouser legs. His damn bladder always did inappropriate things at the most inappropriate times. He wasn't afraid of Su Li, he just remembered the fear he once had overwhelmed the entire council. Su Li laughed. He slapped the speaker's face and whispered, "How dare you? You become speaker? Don't you know that spreading rumors is illegal?" His long black hair swirled, and Yihua, dressed in a crisp uniform, strode forward, grabbed the speaker's collar, and dragged him from behind the podium like a dead pig. Su Li's expression froze slightly. This shrewd woman, she hadn't even finished her words yet. "Oh, isn't this our new speaker? You have such a resilient face. You're not even worthy of my Legion commander slapping you. What if you shake his hand?" Yihua glared at him, his eyes flashing dangerously, his smile unable to hold back. "Pa!" A crisp sound confirmed her suspicions. The speaker's face was indeed very resilient. Dozens of ripples rippled through the air. Ripples formed in the air, and the bullets from the long-range, large-caliber sniper rifles, carrying with them the blast, seemed to sink into water, creating ripples before finally falling helplessly to the ground. Several brilliant beams of energy erupted from the muzzles of the black and red mechas, blasting massive holes through the distant buildings. Not to mention the snipers, even the walls instantly vaporized. The crowd erupted in an uproar. They had never imagined that someone would dare to attack in the very parliament, and in front of so many people. The mechas responded without hesitation, causing everyone to gulp. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a highly targeted attack. You still attack? It seems the impression I left on you last time in the parliament wasn't deep enough. The wave of telekinesis began to spread, and invisible telekinetic arms, with incredible precision, snatched council members from the crowd one by one and flung them to the ground. Dozens of figures leaped into the air from the stands, and the next second, black and red mechas blocked their path. Protecting the master of the core contract was a command ingrained in the mecha girls, but at this moment, the two opposing sides were forced to clash. The gap between mecha girls was undoubtedly enormous. Even if they were of the same level, the mecha girls would be no match for the Dawn Legion, let alone they were not even on the same level. The black and red mecha's strikes were aimed at their vital points. They didn't even have time to react before the long swords pierced their cockpits. Cannibalism was undoubtedly cruel. Unlike humans, fighting among their own kind was never their main theme. The longsword left their bodies, leaving behind a hint of bright red. Watching the mechas before them kneel to the ground, tiny sparks of starlight emanating from their cockpits, the mecha girls felt a mixture of emotions. Dozens of mecha girls, unable to even survive a single encounter, were completely dispatched by the dozen or so black and red mechas dispatched. The council members stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Fearing their trap would be discovered, they had deployed all their backup plans at a distance. They had assumed the mecha girls present could stall for time, but they didn't expect them to last even 30 seconds. And Su Li and the others had only mobilized a portion of their team. Chapter 330. Go! Seeing the opponent's backhand was already being revealed, Yi Hua, without further ado, ordered the robot girl to open the lid of the stainless steel barrel. He then began packing up the council members one by one. Amidst the curses and cries, the once aloof council members finally remembered that Longzhou still had this unjust killer. The usual tactics were completely useless against him. The principles he believed in were always simple. The council members, like roosters with their necks choked, shut their mouths completely, watching helplessly as the robot girl tossed their screaming colleagues into the stainless steel barrel. Many people were very familiar with Yi Hua. As the head of the inspection team stationed on the home planet of the mechanical island, she was a frequent visitor to the parliament. But now, this frequent visitor stood behind the killer, his face grim and transformed into a cold-blooded butcher. Others simply grabbed council members and threw them into the barrel. Once in her hands, she slapped you twice, regardless of whether you struggled or not. Even if she couldn't knock you unconscious, she'd still make you spit out 2 bloody teeth. She'd never forget the arrogant faces of those people when she was a permanent resident of Parliament. For countless days and nights, she racked her brains, debating endlessly with these clueless politicians in meetings over trivial matters. Decrees couldn't be implemented, criminals couldn't be apprehended in a timely manner. Every time, she wanted to punch them in the face, shutting up their nonsense. But every time, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. This time, there was no need to hold back. The tangible sensation of her fists hitting flesh made her eyes brighter. Unlike fighting Yu Rong, the feeling of assaulting the counselors was truly addictive. 150 people, while a large number for the counselors before her, still wouldn't cause any harm. However, that was only in terms of numbers. No harm would come to them. Su Li could guarantee that none of those filling the barrels were idle. He stood quietly, staring at the counselors behind him from across the podium. Just one person was enough to make the hundreds of people across from him lower their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. Head, this barrel's a little empty. It seems too full up front. Yi Hua grasped the edge of the stainless steel barrel, showing it to Su Li. There was eagerness in her voice, and her gaze kept darting towards the counselors. Then pick a few more. After all, it's not easy coming here. The counselors, just about to breathe a sigh of relief after seeing the 150 people finish filling the barrels, heard Su Li's words and their hearts instantly jumped into their throats. Do you really think you're just here to buy groceries? If the barrels are empty, just take less. Why are you so stubborn and insist on filling them up? Yi Hua's malicious gaze swept over the counselors. For the first time, she experienced the same feeling as Su Li. A strange sense of fulfillment washed over her, and she couldn't help but hum softly. Huh? So, the freedom she had longed to achieve was so easily achieved. A gust of black and red wind rushed into the group of counselors, randomly picked up 2 of the better-looking ones, picked them up, and tossed them into the barrels. The assault ship had already been released. One by one, the barrels were pushed into the ship's interior. The ferocious ship's hull reflected a glaring cold light, sending shudders down upon everyone. The whole world watched live, and everyone saw the Dragon State's killer descend from the sky, forcibly escorting legislators one by one into steel barrels before a multitude of reporters and the public. Whether those present, or those watching the live broadcast behind their televisions or terminals, were stunned. A large portion of those who enjoyed watching such programs were staunch localists. But seeing the people of Long State, whom they had always despised, abduct their legislators in front of everyone, everyone fell silent. They could only remain silent, because everyone knew that the man standing at the podium was the commander of the Dawn Legion. He was the ruthless man who had attacked and killed the queen amidst the hordes of insects. It was he who had tamed the queen. At least according to the speaker's argument, Gao Mingrui and he were the culprits for the fall of Red Flame Star. One moment, the speaker was still shouting, and the next, he was suddenly attacked, grabbed by the collar, and shoved into a barrel. No one had ever witnessed such a swift slap in the face. This meant that the next time someone publicly spoke ill of him, he would most likely appear in front of them in a matter of seconds, and a fierce fight would ensue. The rumors were self-defeating. Others have the ability to enter your core defenses at will, and kill you if they want. There's no point in releasing queens to destabilize your borders. This time, it was 50 people. What about next time? If this killer god is angered, then the entire parliament will face a massive purge. The parliament has always been the one to bloodily suppress others, but this time, it was their turn to be bloodily suppressed. Master, they indeed activated the space stabilizer. Jun Wei's words had barely finished when hundreds of assault ships appeared on the horizon, densely packed and obscuring the sun. Yi Hua. At Su Li's command, Yi Hua quickly maneuvered aboard. As the blue light of the engine illuminated, the assault ship rapidly ascended. The hatch closed, and she, piloting the ship alone, led a crew of parliamentarians, charging towards the hundreds of ships on the opposite side. Su Li flipped over and leaped into Jun Wei's cockpit. As the hatch closed, four figures quickly converged. The next second, Jun Lin's massive form appeared above the parliament. The parliamentarians won't necessarily let the other side back down. Cover the assault. Over 40 figures soared into the air, their ship-mounted energy weapons already fully charged. Brilliant beams of energy beams pelted the ships, sending ripples through the defensive shields. At least 40 ships were slowed by the attack. The towering Junlin hovered in midair, dozens of spears suspended at his sides. As he cut through the air, the spears whistled. In the cockpit, satellite cloud data was transmitted in real time. Above the cloud, points of light converged from all directions. Judging by their energy intensity, they were all assault ships. A chilling sense of tension washed over the mecha girls. They stared at the massive mecha blocking their way, and at her command, they charged toward the fleet. The eastern ships arrived first. The black ship piloted by Yi Hua, like a streak of light, plunged into the enemy's silver-white fleet. A piercing lock-on alarm echoed through the cockpit. Her face paled even more under the red glow, and a smile began to spread across her lips, unable to be suppressed. The muzzles of each ship flashed with brilliance. Yi Hua counted silently, then pulled the joystick after 2 seconds. The entire ship, like a shuttle, weaved through the swarm, using the dense hulls as cover. Her speed increased again and again, reaching the limit of its speed. Even slightly off course, and she risked a head-on collision with another ship, unable to dodge in time, resulting in destruction and loss of life. Energy beams blazed through the fleet, rippling the energy shield from time to time. The vast fleet, unexpectedly, became somewhat constrained by the infighting within its own ranks. Catch her. Lock on. Lock on now. Already locked on. Then activate. Blinding beams of energy erupted, but Yi Hua dodged them. The vast ship seemed to have transformed into a nimble black fish, weaving through the fleet with incredible agility. Even a locked-on attack could be avoided with the aid of other ships. In the command room responsible for the ambush, each commander stared at the large screen with a look of astonishment. Even the renowned assault ship, known for its agility, had never before witnessed such agility. Chapter 331. Cold sweat streamed down his cheeks. The commander watched the darting assault ship, as if it weren't a ship at all, but a leaf caught in a strong wind. It moved gracefully and nimbly, its engines roaring as it dodged attack after attack. Even after surviving for minutes within the fleet, it hadn't fired a single shot. Its indescribable pride seemed to taunt everyone, unworthy of its unsheathing. The fleet finally encountered its first unfortunate victim. Its defensive shields had been completely depleted by friendly fire, and then destroyed by a single friendly artillery fire. A violent explosion echoed throughout the city. Aside from the fearless reporters still risking their lives to film, the entire population fled in panic. They couldn't understand why a mere 50 mecha girls had prompted the corporate federation to deploy a fleet of warships. This monstrosity, supposedly reserved for space battles, had appeared in the city, obscuring the sky and the sun. Even more puzzling was why the ships were still firing even though the speaker and the council members were still on board. The black and red mechas collided with the silver-white torrent. Around the golden Junling, dozens of spears darted, accompanied by violent explosions. Each spear transformed into a stream of light, wreaking havoc among the warships. Under the golden field, even the protective shields began to stagnate. With less than 3 strikes, the longsword shattered the shields and sliced into the assault ships. Su Li's gaze followed Yihua's ship intently, and he breathed a sigh of relief at her exceptionally deft control. But before they could fully relax, their breath was back in their throats. "Brother Su, Uncle Su, cover us. Hold on, we can't hold on any longer." Yihua's cry, echoing through the communication channel, sent the mech girls' hearts twitching to their throats. But after observing for a while, everyone returned to their own tasks. That woman was simply shouting out, venting her excitement. The black and red mechs darted left and right among the fleet, their flight modules blazing blue. Every sudden stop brought a dazzling display of fireworks across the sky. The blaze of energy weapons never ceased, painting the sky a vibrant hue. One assault ship after another went silent, losing power and crashing to the ground, accompanied by Yihua's high-pitched shouts. Explosions echoed one after another, and the hovercrafts parked on the roadside blared a series of alarms. One after another, they detonated. Or never left ordinary people alone. They were either forced into battle or on their way to it. This battlefield wasn't chosen by Su Li. He simply appeared here, and then they arrived. Avoid. 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 3 o'clock. A ship spun past the lightning mech, startling her so much she swerved sideways and increased her speed again. The crowd from the Enterprise Federation felt only a flash of light before their eyes, and the Scarlet mech could no longer be seen. Waste. All of it. Leave him. I told you to leave him. In the command room, a man erupted in impotent fury. A meticulously planned plot, a massive deployment of force. If even this couldn't keep Su Li and his mech girls at bay, then would they ever get another chance? Watching lightning disappear from view, he snatched up the folder at his side and slammed it to the ground. Ignore lightning. Ignore that ship. Focus your fire on the golden combo mech. I don't care what methods you use. Even if it's a suicide attack, stop it. Cold sweat rolled down the foreheads of the officers and soldiers. Over 200 assault ships had been chasing and intercepting them, but in just one encounter, they had lost a third of them. After paying such a huge price, they hadn't even managed to kill a single mech. On the big screen, black and red mechs, like nimble fleas, leaped left and right from the assault ships. Every leap meant the destruction of an assault ship. They were like a small, elite Zerg swarm. Forget about accurately locking onto them. In such a dense swarm of warships, all energy weapons were practically useless. Of course, with the exception of the anti-ship energy weapons wielded by the mech girls. They were never afraid of accidentally injuring their teammates. Because now, all around them were giant, moving targets, and that shameless black assault ship, constantly scraping at the others with its rear end. The officers and soldiers watched in astonishment as it slithered through the fleet, undeniably believing it would dance around a steel pipe if it were planted on it. How could they concentrate their fire on such an enemy? They couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps their strategic deployment had been flawed from the start. The extremely agile mechas simply couldn't be countered with such a dense fleet. Even if they could, they should have used long-range, blanket bombing with energy weapons. Once they reached close range, the entire fleet would be like a toothless tiger, helplessly at the mercy of the mechs. They could not only dodge energy weapon fire, but even effectively evade the ammunition chains fired from the manually operated weapon bays. What kind of monsters were these? Why? Why can she block my cannons with just a shield? The longsword pierced the weapon bay, silencing the operator's questions. They offered no explanation, simply drawing their swords and leaping towards another bay. This kind of combat was vastly different from a space exchange, or from unleashing ammunition on the Zerg on the battlefield. The mech girls' actions proved to everyone that, in their presence, the corporate federation's vaunted defensive perimeter was a complete joke. A war of public opinion is, after all, just public opinion. The unprecedented unity between Longzhou and Mechanical Island was no excuse for your wishful thinking. Destroying the entire fleet with overwhelming force, the golden mech turned and gazed at the densely packed fleet behind it. Over 20 shields stretched out again, converging into a single mass. A blinding golden beam of light erupted, and under Su Li's control, it streaked straight through the air. The roar of ship explosions echoed across the sky above the home planet. The heavy artillery, which had been ineffective against the Arrogants, instantly wiped out the ships in 3 directions in a single sweep. Their protective shields couldn't even withstand a single second of energy shockwaves. Countless debris plummeted from the sky. It contained not only the assault ships that the corporate federation had painstakingly plucked from the main fleet, but also their remaining dignity. Long ago intended to wage a war of public opinion, but the business association had taken the initiative, attempting to use their own battlefield defeat as an excuse to forcefully launch an illicit war. Shame on them. It wasn't Sully who wanted to come. He had been quietly at the base, unconcerned with worldly affairs, concentrating on his studies. But there were always those who wanted to jump out and assert their presence. A golden mecha soared into the air, with over 40 mechas hovering at its side. That massive figure, at that moment, loomed large in everyone's mind. With a flick of its finger, it drew a spear from its back. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, it hurled it fiercely toward the Parliament Tower. The spear, with a whistling sound, pierced the tower's summit. As the spear's tail trembled, a black military flag unfurled, fluttering in the wind. Chapter 332. Everyone watching the live broadcast at the Enterprise Federation was stunned into silence. On the other hand, the live streaming platform in Longzhou was completely in an uproar. Holy crap, awesome! The Dawn Legion. Mighty Dawn Legion. What kind of casualty ratio is this? What kind of casualty ratio is this? Even my mom isn't this awesome. Son, bear with it for a moment. Daddy's a little excited. Let's talk it over, and I'll spank you with 2 slippers. Crying? This time, they're really crying. Shoo! Anyone with children, cover your eyes. This platform needs official control. Minors are prohibited from viewing. In the command room, Gao Mingrui watched the mecha girls soar into the sky, following the ship. His smile never faltered. He pulled a face and deliberately made a loud noise, but Gao Mingrui didn't even turn his head. Look! Look! Even if it's glorious, it's not you. Are you sure I don't need to call back the main fleet? The enemy from the north is already pressing in. Don't worry. The live broadcast isn't over yet. Once the walls are covered, the fleet will withdraw. Eve frowned. She now strongly suspected Gao Mingrui had planted as spies in the opposing fleet. Otherwise, how could he be so sure? A commotion erupted outside the communications tower. A large number of soldiers and mecha girls cheered, and even the command tower could hear it clearly. The soldiers weren't blind or deaf. They had all heard and seen what the corporate federation had done. This long-awaited live broadcast reignited their passion. Especially when they saw the Legion's battle flag flying over the Parliament, everyone couldn't contain their excitement. Shoo! The Legion commander is so ruthless. Those were hundreds of assault ships. And they were taken away with just 1 strike? That's right, that's the way to fight. Let them see the difference between us and our Long-O. Spreading rumors costs money. We're already weak, and yet we're always complaining and whining. We even rented our queen. And then, the next moment, we turned our backs on us. Do you really think we're impassive? Isn't that a bit impulsive? We only have 50 people. Can you bring more next time? Why? You want to take down the home planet? Not that it's impossible. By the way, what will happen to these people after they're captured? Didn't you see the barrage? Lung Suishing's signature trick is to cover the council members with wall stickers. That's a bit too many people this time. What's the big deal? We have a lot of space out there. We can cover the entire parliament. Home planet, the human parliament. The remaining legislators, their faces pale, advanced towards the parliament bunker under the escort of military police. They watched helplessly as the ambushing ships were wiped out with a single artillery barrage, their expressions growing ever more panicked. Even as they watched the black and red mechas soar into the sky, carrying the assault ships aloft, their legs still trembled unnaturally. Gone! Nearly 1,000 assault ships, just gone. They had thought that such a large number of assault ships would definitely be enough to capture Sully, but unexpectedly, even a complete annihilation wouldn't cause them even the slightest damage. The war flags fluttering above the parliament rustled like a series of sharp slaps across their faces. The speaker and legislators had been publicly abducted, and the rapid reaction force had been completely wiped out. They now huddled together, trembling. No one raised a cry. It wasn't that they didn't want to quickly end the riot outside, but rather that they were powerless to stop it. No one dared to step onto the podium. They feared the evil spirit would strike back and take away a few more people. Beyond the fear of the evil spirit, their fear of the person behind the scenes was even greater. To ambush a possible Sully, they mobilized nearly 1,000 assault ships, even striking decisively at the captured speaker. They suddenly felt less glorious and arrogant than they usually were. In the eyes of the person behind the scenes, their lives were far less valuable than they had imagined. And in the eyes of the people of Longho, their lives were worthless. The Minister of Finance trembled, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Especially when Suli captured the people, his heart was in his throat. After all, he had been the one who had single-handedly driven the entire process of exchanging trash for the Queen. But for some reason, the other side had missed him. For a moment, he felt a sliver of joy. But when Yihua glanced back, his heart lurching to his throat. Fortunately, he ignored him, allowing him to finally realize his smug joy. The speakership was once again vacant. With only a slit of his eyes left, he glanced at the high podium and quickly shrank his neck. The speakership seemed to have become a mere decoration since Gao Mingrui's departure. Even the parliament's key departments were largely controlled by capital. He knew that taking that position would mean becoming a puppet, but it was, after all, the pinnacle of power within the business community. So what if I had no choice? So many people flocked to it. He glanced at the spot again and again, his eyes filled with utter greed. It was shrouded in shadow, so deep that not even the glaring sunlight could penetrate. The shadow shifted constantly, and looking upward against the light, he saw a black dragon flag with gold threads fluttering in the wind. The greed in the finance minister's eyes instantly vanished, and his eyes widened considerably. The spot was nice, but you had to be there to sit. They finally poured into the bunker, completely cut off from the sunlight. Can anyone tell me why we're entering the bunker now that the enemy has left? Where's our national integrity? Don't we even have the courage to face the enemy? The questioning echoed through the bunker. All the MPs looked at the speaker as if he were a fool. He was courageous, but the source of that courage lay deep underground in the bunker. The whispers gradually spread throughout the bunker, becoming continuous. The counselors, having recovered from their shock, finally remembered they still had mouths to speak, and were eager to communicate to ease their inner embarrassment and fear. Should we continue this war? We can't fight it. After all, we have no legitimate reason. They come all the way to our home planet, kidnapping so many people in front of the whole world. You still call that an unjustified war? Lawlessness. Lawlessness. I can't stand this. Colleagues, we need to stand up. The people are watching us silently. This war must be fought. And it must be fought. Then you take command? You don't have to actually command, you just need a title. I can't do it. I'm just a small counselor, not even part of a functional department. My influence is insignificant. Where are the military? The military, come out and speak. The military has been captured. Where's the deputy speaker? The deputy speaker is there. The deputy speaker is in the second bucket. Under the dim light, the counselors stared with wide eyes. They searched everywhere, but couldn't find anyone who could step up and lead the army. This scene always left them feeling dislocated. Although the locations were different, they seemed to have all experienced this scene before. Chapter 333. The black ship broke through the atmosphere and slowly descended toward the base below. Above the mountain wall, the black and gold dragon flag fluttered. The 8th-ranked elder, accompanied by 10 fully staffed guards, was already waiting on the docking platform. Jun Quan glanced down, her expression slightly embarrassed. She quietly took 2 steps back, and the next second, she broke through the void passage and disappeared. The remaining sisters of the Jun family relaxed, having clearly endured much torture from Jun Quan. Although they would continue their journey to Guanghua Star later, there was always time for a celebratory barbecue. The sound of a valve rang out, and the hatch slowly opened. The elder saluted Su Li, and waved to the rear. The members of the guard filed in, dragging steel drums one after another out of the hatch. Yihua jumped off the ship and saw a group of royal guard mechs, frowning, dragging the counselors out of the steel drums. They were shaking like sieves, barely able to stand. She quietly approached Su Li and said in a low voice, "Looks like we can't fix the wall for now. 8th Elder, take charge of interrogation." Su Li was slightly startled, then suddenly remembered that according to the schedule, tomorrow's classes would be taught by the 7th and 8th Elders. One was intelligence analysis, the other interrogation. What a coincidence! The material was readily available. The 8th Elder nodded at Su Li. After the Royal Guard mechs checked the identities of the counselors one by one, they discovered 3 extra members. Without asking any questions, they twisted and tied their arms together, carrying the registration form in one hand. "I'll take them back. Tomorrow afternoon, the 7th Elder and I will meet you in the dungeon." Su Li hurriedly saluted the 8th Elder and watched her lead the team away. "TSK, why didn't you even bother leaving too for us?" just to satisfy our cravings. Yihua watched the retreating team with a look of regret on her face. It seemed she was deeply disappointed that she couldn't immediately plaster the wall. Isn't that enough? You captured people, you sailed the ship. You also become that idiot who led a group of counselors in a charge against the enemy. What else do you want? Still want to plaster the walls? My brother. Isn't it as obvious as a louse on a bald head? Put the plastering on the walls for now. After the interrogation, I'll grant you 10 spots. Really? Really? Yihua gave Su Li a thumbs up, his eyes brightening. You're still my brother. If I didn't have my own pilot, I'd give you a lick. Han Hai didn't talk to you in vain. I tell you, she's my sister? Lighting paused as he stepped out of the hatch. He frowned and raised his little face. I slapped your mouth so hard, and you don't even know who did it, and you're still licking it? Try it yourself. Yihua's words completely stunned Su Li. He tried to figure out the relationship for a long time, but he still couldn't make it out. Lighting came over angrily and grabbed Su Li's arm. Master, I didn't have enough fun this time. The fleet was too dense, and I couldn't stop in time, so I was ripped through. Su Li rubbed Lightning's head, feeling both angry and amused. It's okay, there's still a chance next time. But we still need to speed up. Remember, we must do it within our capabilities. There were many things that didn't need to be said. Like the last serious injury, it only happened once. Every time he thought of her lying pale in the cold repair chamber, his heart ached. Lightning nodded and gave Su Li's cheek a firm kiss. His skin was much thicker now than before, at least a few sucks wouldn't swell. The other mecha girls also jumped out of the cabin. This assault on the home planet had made their faces flush with excitement. Although the battle had ended some time ago, the excitement kept coming in waves, unstoppable. The battle was like chopping melons and vegetables. While not challenging, the tension was unprecedented. What's more, the battle took place in the human parliament on the home planet. In the control tower, Eve and Gao Mingrui exchanged a glance and put down the documents in their hands. Accompanied by their respective personnel, they stepped into the elevator together. The outpost had a dungeon. It was located directly above the laboratory. As the elevator doors opened, a foul, damp odor assaulted their senses. A few steps further, they could smell the combined stench of the counselor's feces and urine. Even though the two experienced individuals frowned at the sudden odor. The conditions here weren't particularly good, but they were single cells. Since the dungeon's construction, no one had been held there, leaving the iron doors covered in rust. The long corridor formed a circular passage, with cells lined up side by side. Under the pale light, the shadows of the guards' mecha girls were stretched out. The heavy iron doors were inlaid with bulletproof glass, and through the small windows, one could clearly see the hysterical prisoners inside. They had lost any trace of their former composure. Just over 2 hours ago, they had been living under the sun, but now, they were prisoners. The immense psychological gap, coupled with what was about to happen, nearly brought nearly everyone to a state of collapse. The moment of death wasn't terrifying, the terrifying thing was every second waiting for it. In their cells, they were fastened to wooden frames. 2 mecha girls stood before each of them. Their purpose wasn't to beat them, but to ensure they didn't fall asleep while repeatedly questioning them about their past crimes. Pleadings for mercy, confessions. As the 2 men advanced deeper, the riotous verbal abuse awoke, reshaping their perspectives. It was the first time Eve knew the new speaker loved his mother so much, to the point where a dying man would weep over his mother's photograph. He prayed to God that if there was an afterlife, he would be a good, obedient child, but Eve expressed doubt. Not only has he blatantly distorted right and wrong, but over the years, he's done so many things that are abhorrent to both God and man. And he still has the nerve to pray to God? Even Satan would find it outrageous. Gao Mingrui shrugged. They probably can't see it. Why? Because this is Longzhou's occupied territory. Neither God nor Satan can see beyond that. Gao Mingrui glanced into the room. This former political enemy had often tripped him up before. He leaned over to the nearby machine girl and whispered a few words. She saluted, then opened the cell and quickly walked in. As the speaker stared in disbelief, the machine girl snatched the photo from his hand, turned, and walked out, handing it to Gao Mingrui at the door. Eve glanced at Gao Mingrui's delight. For the first time, she noticed that this partner of decades could still possess such a childlike innocence. Chapter 334. Gao Mingrui was extremely happy, laughing like a child. It was as if he had snatched a toy from someone else's hand, a candy from someone else's mouth. I finally understand how plundering can bring such joy. Eve rolled her eyes, her mood brightening as she listened to the sobbing in the cell. Although the smell in here isn't pleasant, If you wait patiently, you'll gain something. They probably don't know much. The person behind this is hiding something very well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find so much useful information for so many years. Gao Mingrui wasn't blindly optimistic. He had been waiting for this kind of thing for years, and it wasn't a bad idea to wait any longer. But we arrested quite a few people this time, haven't we? All our suspects are here. Even if we gather a little bit, we can get something through some clues. Eve listened attentively. This bunch of pampered losers, all eloquent in the Senate, will become as helpless as pigs when death hangs at their necks. What do you want to know? What exactly do you want to know? Just ask, and I'll tell you everything. Oh, I know the speaker. I know the speaker's secrets. I know he's embezzling military funds and enriching himself. Do you want to know about the Undead Legion? I know everything. I was in charge of the entire plan. I know many of the Federation's secrets, including the genetic factories. Yes, that's right. And the biological laboratories. They're using the genes of frontline soldiers, fusing them with the Zergs, to create even more powerful cyborg warriors. Cameras flashed red, capturing the hysteria of the legislators. They were biting each other like beans spilling out of a bamboo tube. Even without being tortured, they were confessing everything. You don't know, the speaker's third lover is actually his half-sister. They still adhere to the theory of blood purity. But their child is a mentally retarded child. Ha ha. The boy in the public eye now is actually my child. Eve frowned, listening to the explosive news, gently massaging her brow. Gao Mingrui was a bit amused and embarrassed. In my opinion, Suli probably won't learn anything useful from the torture. At least, I haven't met a single stubborn person among them. They seem to have already said everything they should and shouldn't confess. Eve had clearly realized the same thing. Rather than going through all the trouble of bringing someone to justice, it would be better to publicly execute them during a live broadcast. That would seem more authentic and believable. Northern Theater, yes. What's happening in the Northern Theater has nothing to do with you. It's the corporate federation's frame-up against the people of Long-O and the Mechanical Island. The Undead Legion is deeply flawed, deeply flawed. If you'll let me go, I'll tell you everything, everything. Don't listen to him. He knows nothing. I know, better than anyone. I know even more. From the corporate federation's plans to stifle geniuses to the interconnected checks and balances between major corporations. I also know that, in order to completely eradicate the production of high-level pilots in Longzhou, they collaborated with specialized departments and professors to secretly modify the textbooks and teaching content. Oh, right. The Long-O gene bank was robbed. The gene bank was robbed. Haha, you'll never guess what they got. They got Su Li's genes, and are already replicating your glory. Hysterical voices echoed through the cell. Gao Mingrui followed the sound to a cell, where the former Secretary General of the Federation was imprisoned. Who are you talking about? A commanding voice emanated from the heavy steel door. The Secretary General inside suddenly raised his head, as if grasping a lifeline. Old Gao. Old Gao, listen to me. I never betrayed the Alliance. Everything I've done has been for the Alliance. I have no intention of colluding with them. I always held my own beliefs. Let me tell you, the genes they stole also contained yours, but I switched them. I did it. You have to thank me for this. You have to thank me. Gao Mingrui's face finally appeared behind the glass. He stared blankly inside and asked, who are they? Haha, who are they? Who are they? You've been speaker for so many years, investigating for so many years, and you ask me who they are? Then I'll tell you, they're from Long-O. The former marshal of your main fleet, the former commander of your main army corps, and the current division commander. Eve heard this, and slowly clenched her fists. She looked at Gao Mingrui, but saw that his expression remained unchanged. He turned around, finally cracking a smile. Pointing at the rusty iron door of the cell, he whispered, finally, we caught someone who knows something, and he's probably not a pushover. At least we got the textbook for tomorrow. Are you still worried about the textbooks? Didn't you hear what he said? I heard him. He was talking nonsense. If the people he reported are really them, then this world is terrifying. Eve, can you believe it? Some things are out in the open. Many people, many things, cannot be doubted. Because if we doubt them, our faith will collapse. The Secretary General in the cell continued to call out names one by one. In just a few minutes, he had already named dozens of people. And all of them held important positions in the military. Gao Mingrui laughed, but his smile was uglier than tears. If they are the foundation of our nation, then is this still our ideal country? Hysterical cries echoed from the cell. Ha ha, you all been kept in the dark. All kept in the dark. We are descendants of God, but what about you? You're descendants of the dragon. The Secretary General's laughter gradually took on a tinge of madness. Don't you understand? Your ancestor was a bug. A gigantic bug. A bug you honor as a dragon. His cries of madness were tinged with an innate pride. It was as if he were truly a descendant of God, and would return to God's embrace after death. As he listened to his every word, Yi's expression grew strange. She glanced at Gao Mingrui, then at the Secretary General in the cell, lowered her head, and remained silent. Gao Mingrui's expression darkened. He suddenly hesitated about Su Li's class schedule for tomorrow. If the Secretary General's words had shaken Su Li's faith and understanding, would he still be the god of war of Longlo and the dawn of Mechanical Island? Chapter 335. The celebration banquet was postponed, citing the need to bring those individuals to justice. Su Li prepared a week's worth of rations for Jun Shou's little gerbil, stuffed her small bag to the brim, and dumped a generous amount of snacks into the void arsenal. Finally, he gave her a deep peck on the cheek before patting her butt. Jun Wei also approached. For her, such open and honest opportunities for closeness were rare. Su Li pinched Jun Wei's face and stuffed her arsenal with sweets and lubricants of various flavors. She looked queenly, but her tastes were rather girly. Don't bring so many skirts. You're only full of bugs anyway. Jun Wei nodded, raised her golden head, and whispered, then fill me with more love from your master. She held the opening of the void arsenal open, speaking matter-of-factly. Su Li shuddered violently and unhappily carried a few more boxes of potato chips into the void arsenal, along with a portable energy device and a dozen game consoles. Go get along well with others when you get there. Don't act so high and mighty, like a queen, asking others to kiss your knuckles. A good mecha girl should learn to be approachable. I don't want that. I'm only close to my master. Yes, you're right. Su Li hugged Jun Wei, finally understanding why, amid global turmoil, everyone wanted to tear off the cloak of peace and control the world. Luckily, it was all his. He glanced at Jun Shou, who was standing nearby, and while she wasn't paying attention, he pecked Jun Wei on the cheek as well. Jun Wei blushed and quickly feigned calm, closing his void arsenal and stepping aside. Jun Zhe, blushing, followed closely, head bowed, silently opening her arsenal. Chocolate, various candies, boxes of delicious treats, were dumped into Su Li's arsenal one by one. Her blushing cheeks grew redder. She stole a glance at her delighted elder and younger sisters, and quietly leaned forward. Su Li pecked Jun Zhe's head lightly, feeling guilty, and smoke immediately began to rise from the top of her head. She didn't even have time to close her arsenal before quickly scurried off to the side, looking like a perfectly cooked crab. Jun Yu also came forward, but unlike Su Li, he had a large collection of spicy noodles and tendon strips. The sight of these large spicy chips made Su Li's scalp tingle. As usual, her expression remained stern. Those who knew her knew she enjoyed these strong-flavored foods. Those who didn't would think Su Li was setting her up for torture. You'll be gone for several days. Can't you just smile for me? Su Li tried to lift Jun Yu's lips, but found that holding the position would expose her gums. She gave up and rubbed her head. Let's go. Don't resort to force unless it's a critical moment. Be extremely careful when you're out and about. Keep a close eye on Lazy. If she does anything rash, give her a good thrashing. Su Li watched Jun Yu close the void arsenal. The thought of not seeing the mecha girl before him for a while made her feel empty. But they were much stronger than lightning. At least they could take care of themselves. Master? Are you discriminating? Jun Yu stood there, a look of self-sacrifice on his face. Why did you kiss my eldest, second, and third sisters, but not me? As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Li tried to cover them, but failed. Awkwardly, he leaned over and pecked Jun Yu's cheek. Jun Yu nodded solemnly, not as if receiving a kiss but rather as if receiving a military order. Master, let's go. Jun Yu teleported through the void and vanished. Jun Shou and Jun Wei narrowed their eyes, exchanged a stern glance, and similarly opened a void passage. Everyone be well. Wait for me to report back and have a celebration banquet. Before Su Li finished his words, the three of them also vanished into the void passage. Looking at the remaining snacks and the supplies, he scratched his head, feeling as if he had forgotten something. There was a knock on the door from outside. He turned and saw a mecha girl from the royal guards. Captain Su, the 8th elder is waiting for you in the dungeon. Su Li nodded, brushing aside any questions, and quickly walked towards the dungeon. This was his first time down there. The pale light and cramped space subconsciously instilled an indescribable sense of oppression. especially under the bright light. Even the capillaries beneath the pale skin became clearly visible. Ignoring the screams from the numerous cells, he was led directly to the Secretary General's room. The eighth elder stood quietly in front of the model door. Seeing Suli approach, she hesitated to speak. Recalling Yi's instructions, she could only speak calmly. Go in. This tough nut is yours. The governor has given you permission to use every possible means. All we need is a list. As the door opened, Suli immediately saw the man he had often seen on television. His eyes were bloodshot from a day and night without rest. The man was tied to a wooden frame, with two mechs from the royal guard standing silently on either side. It was clear that his mental state was somewhat unstable. His eyeballs bulged slightly, and his muscles were constantly tense. This state of mind only indicated that he was always on edge. The heavy iron door creaked and then closed firmly. Suli frowned. A mech pushed past a cart filled with miscellaneous tools. He glanced at it briefly, and his frown deepened. In today's rapidly advancing technology, most of our ancestors' traditional crafts have been discarded. He casually rummaged on the cart twice, then turned and knocked on the door again. The door opened again, revealing the puzzled face of the eighth elder. I'll go get some things and be right back. Suli darted out of the cell, and 10 minutes later, he strode back, a backpack on his shoulder. Behind him, Ruozi, clad in a cloak, followed him into the cell. Under the astonished gazes of the two mecha girls, he pushed the torture instruments and medicines on the cart aside, and placed the contents of his backpack onto the tray. The Secretary General glanced at the items Suli had placed on the tray, and snorted disdainfully. Even psychotropic drugs, within the prescribed dosage, couldn't pry open his mouth, let alone these small, insignificant items. Chapter 336. Before we begin using any tools, I'd like to ask politely. Excuse me, former Secretary General, do you have anything to say? Suli picked up a small basin and poured a bag of salt into it. Then, he pulled a whip from the second shelf of the cart. He also opened a bottle of iodine and poured it into the small basin, stirring it and soaking the whip. Ordinarily, the whip should be soaked in salt water beforehand, so that it can be more powerful when lashing. But there's obviously not that much time now. After all, there are too many counselors waiting to be plastered. They've been here all day and all night, and the mountain walls outside the outpost are no longer happy. Ha, I already given you the list you wanted. What, you don't believe me? I can give it to you again. The Secretary General looked at Suli before him, his expression once again tinged with madness. Ha, the god of war of Longo, the commander of the Dawn Legion. He couldn't help but wonder if the faith he held so firmly would crumble after hearing his own words. A string of names sprang out of his mouth again, but when he reached the fifth, Suli raised a hand to stop him. What? Are you scared? Are you afraid I'll keep going? His face was ferocious, and he roared with all his might, hoping to overpower Suli with his momentum. But he was doomed to disappointment. Suli simply waved his hand calmly, beckoning over a mecha girl from the royal guards and asking, are there any interrogation records for the names he mentioned? The mecha girl nodded, turned, and handed over a copy of the records. Suli sat upright in his chair, and examined them carefully. The records couldn't be said to contain nothing, only that aside from the names and corresponding positions, there was nothing else. To him, such records were a joke. This was all they had revealed after a day and a night of interrogation? He turned his head and, as expected, saw the face of the eighth elder through the glass window. Suli scratched his head involuntarily. It was hard to imagine that this was the result of an interrogation by an elder specifically responsible for torture. He turned back and looked at the current Secretary General. Now, Secretary General, please tell me what the main role of your so-called former marshal is within your system. Overall planning. Please don't generalize. I need a more detailed explanation. The Secretary General was slightly taken aback. Knowing that his former marshal was the hidden mastermind, shouldn't he have expressed even the most basic indignation or anger? But why was Suli so calm? He gathered his composure and sneered. He was responsible for developing plans and coordinating covert operations in various regions. So what exactly did he do? Also, could you please provide a detailed breakdown of the covert operations he was directly responsible for? The Secretary General suddenly felt a sense of pressure, a pressure he had never experienced even when facing the elders of Mechanical Island. Suli's expression was particularly striking. Not only was there no emotional fluctuation, but his eyes were filled with a deep curiosity. It seemed that his focus wasn't on crucial intelligence, but rather on the variety of eggplants available at the market today and their respective prices. A trace of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He recounted more than a dozen incidents, and then gave out the names of more than a dozen people. That's all I know. I don't know about any more than that. Sully looked at the names recorded by the computer on the side, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. The Secretary General felt as if every tap of his fingers struck his heart. The rhythm of the tapping was surprisingly synchronized with his own slow heartbeat. Who is Zhang Chao? One of the former Marshal's undercover agents. What exactly is his responsibility? Intelligence collection and transfer. So, between Zhang Chao and Li Weian, who has a higher rank? Zhang Chao has a higher rank. Shoo! That's wrong. Zhang Chao has a higher rank, so why should he report to Li Weian? Secretary General, you're being a bit dishonest. Sully stood up, pulled a barbecue skewer from the cart, walked over to the rack, and pressed his palm. Secretary General, I don't know if you heard that wounds caused by bamboo skewer punctures are very difficult to heal. They should be soaked in urine, but unfortunately, we don't have that right now. So, I can dip it in iodine for you. At least we can disinfect as we go. He pinched his finger, and slowly inserted the iodine-soaked skewer into the gap between the nail and the flesh. Outside the glass door, the eighth elder looked at the vein bulging on the Secretary General's forehead, and subconsciously took a step back. Can you be more professional and hold our Secretary General's head down? Let him see carefully. They're all tough guys. Why are they closing their eyes? Sully's words pierced the Secretary General's heart like needles, and the intense pain made him curse unconsciously. TSK, can you be a little patient? You're already yelling? Then I'll stir it up with a stick. As a tortured person, you should have at least some self-control. I haven't even lost my temper yet, and you're already yelling. Can you be more professional? The Secretary General's eyes were bloodshot. He could never have imagined that Sully, known as the Dawn of Humanity, was so proficient in torture. Bear with it. Since you won't cooperate, I'll just prick one more finger. Don't worry, it's all dipped in iodine. The veins on his forehead bulged. You didn't just dip it in iodine, you dipped it in salt. Feeling the burning pain in his fingertips, his whole body trembled. He tried to pull his hand back, but every movement was excruciating. Oh, don't move. I told you not to. A stick that hasn't been soaked in urine isn't tough. Look, it's broken inside. The guard machine girl holding the Secretary General's head widened her eyes. In her mind, psychotropic drugs were the limit of torture, but she had never imagined that a small bamboo stick could make her, so tough as a sow, scream like a breeding pig. Sully glanced at the broken stick, seeming to feel a pity. He casually handed the blood-stained stick to Ruozi, who happily took it and stuffed it into her mouth. Sitting back at the table, he began to tap the surface rhythmically again. The Secretary General was horrified to discover that the rhythm had once again matched his own heartbeat. The pain in his fingertips still lingered, and the look he gave Sully now lost the initial contempt. Unconsciously, without even realizing it, the seeds of fear had begun to sprout in his heart. Next question, how many undercover agents does Li Weian have? 3. That's not right. You know of over a dozen undercover agents for the first-level target, but only 3 for the second-level target? I only know of 3. I'm the Secretary General, not a member of the intelligence staff. I don't know, so that's understandable. Then what are they responsible for? Intelligence gathering. Bang! Sully slammed the table, standing up angrily. Secretary General, are you kidding me? It's only been 3 minutes. Someone responsible for carrying out the operation is already collecting intelligence after going offline? What do Zhang Chao's undercover agents do for a living? Are they setting up stalls on the street? We Longzhou people like to multitask, but isn't it a bit too much to ask a group of murderers to embroider? The thump of the table made the Secretary General tremble. TSK, it's not that I won't give you a chance. It's that even though I gave you a chance, you're still useless. Sully walked around the table, picked up another stick, and slowly approached the Secretary General. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, Old Ding, you must grit your teeth and hold on. We still have plenty of time. I'm short on time today, so I only prepared 37 tricks. Wait for me, I'll come over tomorrow and bring you 62 more. Chapter 337. The nearby mecha girls had clearly heard Sully's words. They swallowed and quietly turned their gaze towards the cart. From small hammers and nails, white paper to oil bottles, he even brought 2 rolls of toilet paper. They truly found it hard to imagine how such commonplace items could be used as instruments of torture. Sensing the cyborg girl's gaze, Sully shrugged. There's nothing I can do. Although they're a bit crude, they're all usable. Art comes from life. Life is a learning experience. For example, with this little hammer, we just need to place a piece of rubber under the Secretary General's toe joints. With a certain amount of force, we can shatter his bones without damaging the flesh. At that time, with each movement, the broken bone fragments will scatter and wriggle into his flesh. Of course, to prevent the bones from becoming too large and difficult to wriggle, we can hammer them a few times. And this nail, I specifically found a rusty one. Firstly, it can give him tetanus, and secondly, it can blunt the tip of the nail. That way, when the hammer drives into the fingertip, the bone will more directly feel the nail's hardness. As if giving a scientific lecture, he began to explain the uses of various tools to the two cyborg girls in front of the Secretary General. I actually really don't like this wooden rack. It makes him look like Jesus. This needs to be improved. Come on, bring in a bench. It's modern times now, and prisoners have human rights too. It's so uncomfortable standing like this all the time. Sully gestured with his height. A machine girl understood and quickly stepped out. In a moment, she wheeled in a bench. Two women lifted the secretary's legs and placed his lower body on the bench. Feeling the wooden plank beneath his butt, the secretary was slightly startled, but even just the plank brought a long-lost sense of comfort after a day and night of standing. Comfortable, huh? The comfort is yet to come. His indifferent words gave the secretary a shudder. He soon saw Sully take a rope and securely bind his thighs to the bench, then pick up a brick and place it under his heels. You never seen this before? It's called a tiger bench. He grinned and placed 2 bricks under the man's feet. The piercing pain struck with a speed that completely surprised the secretary. He strained his legs forward, trying to ease the pain, but to no avail. His knees felt as if a scalding iron were thrust into them. Sully paused for a moment, waiting for him to adjust to the intensity, before placing a 3rd brick under him. The 8th elder outside the cell tried to see what was happening inside, but Sully blocked her view. All she could hear was the Secretary General's piercing screams. The heart-wrenching sound echoed throughout the cell, and for a moment, most of the cells fell silent. The prisoners listened to the shrill cries, the voices so distorted that they couldn't even tell who was making them. The biting coldness that hit them made everyone realize that what they faced might be far more than just sleep deprivation. Were the drugs amplifying the pain? What had they done? Why did their colleagues scream so loudly that they began to lose their voices? The roaring stopped abruptly. The 8th elder felt the corridor suddenly fall silent, completely still. Throwing cold water on him to wake him up, how could that possibly be enough? Longo civilization has a long history. This little bit is just a drop in the bucket. In the past, when local wars were fought to catch traitors on the battlefield, there were dozens of local interrogation methods alone. Sully smacked his lips. Admittedly, it had been so long since he used it that his hands were a bit rusty. Like someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder, he adjusted the bricks under the Secretary General's feet, striving to align them. The normal limit for a normal person is 3 bricks. If their bones were softer, they could manage 4. But basically, 3 was the limit. Any deeper stimulation would have little effect, other than breaking his leg. Facing the Secretary General, who was slowly waking up, Sully grinned. He removed a brick and, with a friendly expression, took the folder from the table. Old dang, now let's talk about what the former marshal was specifically responsible for. How many people were under his command? Who were they? What were their responsibilities? Also, which division is the current division commander-in-chief? What is his responsibility within your organization? How many people are under his command? By the way, as for those names you mentioned, tell me all about them. You only experienced 2 of the 37 tricks. Don't worry, take your time, explain them one by one. If any of them don't match, I'll let you try something new. By the way, let's not talk about that yet. Let me introduce you to the next one. You see the toilet paper? I'll soak it in water and cover your face with 3 layers, and you'll experience the pleasure of suffocation. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Let's take our time, experiencing each one by one. His whisper, like a demon's whisper, sent the Secretary General floundering frantically on the rack. But bound as he was, how could he possibly break free? He had understood it all. This Dawn Legion commander was no human Dawn at all. He was a demon in human form. He had no desire to obtain intelligence. He simply wanted to use that as an excuse to punish him. See? With more care, like I do, we can avoid unsightly wounds and still inflict excruciating pain on the enemy. But we must maintain moderation. Too much is as bad as too little. Once the pain exceeds the threshold, he'll be ready to die. That's terrible. But it doesn't matter, we can prevent his death. Suli explained to the two mecha girls, completely oblivious to the subtle shift in their gaze. Commander, you know so much. Previously, their torture methods relied on drugs and whipping, and most pulling out a few fingernails and breaking a few teeth. But now it seems they still have much to learn. The more diehard the elements, the more we must break their will. The method is simple: repeated questioning, and torture if any errors or omissions in the intelligence are found. Only intelligence that has been 100% verified counts as intelligence. If the enemy simply says whatever they want, then what's the point of having us intelligence officers? The two mecha girls nodded in agreement, then cast their gaze upon the already exhausted Secretary General. The madness in the Secretary General's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a hint of fear. He had never imagined that one day he would be used as a test subject for torture. And the other party didn't shy away from his thoughts, telling him everything. The only reason he could do this was because the other party was extremely confident that he could extract any information he wanted from him. Chapter 338. This is a demon. He simply wanted to shake his will by deliberately saying these words to himself. It was obvious that he had succeeded. The two punishments had already caused him immense pain. Even just by listening to his explanation, he had already begun imagining the possible punishments. Even his body was subconsciously reacting to these possible punishments. He knew that if he continued to make up stories like this, he would have the opportunity to try out all 37 punishments he had mentioned. He began to tremble, unable to tell whether from pain or fear. Suli glanced at the Secretary General and then looked in Roazi's direction, only to see her shake her head slightly. This clearly indicated that this little bit of blood alone was not enough for her to obtain sufficient information. He slowly approached the Secretary General, took out a black cloth, and covered his eyes. Commander, what is this? Only by blocking his vision can we redirect his senses to other areas. For example, the perception of pain. Suli walked over to the cart and began picking through the pile of items. The clashing sounds of the torture instruments as they tumbled around made the Secretary General increasingly panicked. I'll tell you everything. Suli ignored him and picked up a steel wool, rolled up his pants, and began rubbing it against his legs. The Secretary General felt as if countless steel needles were being placed on his legs. With each rubbing, not only did his legs feel intense pain, but the image of the needles piercing his flesh, creating grooves, nearly brought him to a state of mental collapse. Why? Why are you still torturing me now that I already told you? What exactly do you want to know? By the way, do you want to know the origins of you Longo people? I'm not lying to you. Your Longzhou totem is truly just a bug. And what about the Fushi and Niwa in your tradition? I'm not lying. Suli swung the steel wool at the two mecha girls, continuing to scrape. He didn't even apply much force. And after several rubs, to be frank, his leg only scraped a little, not even bleeding. The Secretary General was screaming so miserably simply because his psychological defenses had collapsed. He was already a wimp. He was saying these things now, not to shake Suli's faith, but rather to resort to desperate measures. He desperately needed to find something that would interest Suli, to divert his attention. Otherwise, he would continue to torture himself. Suli's calm voice sent a shudder through him. You know quite a bit, but I have to admit, there's a lot of subjective assumptions involved. After all, you never seen a dragon, and likewise, you haven't seen Fushi or Niwa. But since you brought up the subject, let's move on. Now, please tell me, what role does Long play in your organization? What are Fushi and Niwa's primary responsibilities? How many hidden connections do they have? The two mecha girls couldn't help but burst out laughing. Faced with Suli's somewhat accusatory gaze, they covered their mouths in embarrassment. Laughing in such a serious situation seemed somewhat disrespectful to the Secretary General. The Secretary General was stunned. What position did Long hold? What were Fushi and Niwa responsible for? If you want to torture me, just say it. You're just talking nonsense. Are you an intelligence specialist or not? He suddenly realized he was wrong. Absolutely not an intelligence specialist. He was a battlefield butcher. Expecting a good death at the hands of such a man was sheer wishful thinking. Suli raised his hand, took the folder Roazi handed him, glanced at it, and gently slapped the Secretary General's cheek with it. The Divine Grace Sect, huh? Ironic, isn't it? A technological powerhouse, secretly controlled by a group of theologians. Do you want me to give you a detailed account of your personnel composition? The Supreme Divine Emperor? You're imitating the old Vatican, putting on this show for who? One Pope, a college of cardinals of 327. Let me think. You've been in the ministry of the propagation of faith for so many years, spreading the faith for your so-called divine emperor, and I'm afraid you never even met a bishop in the College of Cardinals. What are you pretending to be like in front of me?" The Secretary General's body suddenly began to tremble violently. Suli lowered his trouser legs for him, then pulled the black cloth from his face. What came into view was a face of utter shock. Yes, that was the expression. When everything you tried so hard to hide is completely seen through, the shock and despair are undeniable. How do you know?" Suli looked at the Secretary General, who was nearly broken, and suddenly curled his lips. He had a hypothesis that he had never had the opportunity to prove. But now with Rosie and the Secretary General, he finally had the opportunity to argue. A civilization of only 1,000 years, yet you disdain the more ancient civilizations of others. Blind self-confidence, blind arrogance. Where does your confidence come from? The ancestors of the Longzhou people were insects, we are descendants of dragons, and you are the people of God? Then let me ask you, have you ever seen your God? A sudden fascination crossed the Secretary General's face. His body stopped trembling, and his expression became relaxed. It seemed that this God was so beautiful that it was beyond imagination. The two girls felt a chill run through their bodies as they watched the Secretary General's sudden transformation. Could such a God actually exist? So much so that he could escape physical and mental pain simply by thinking about it. I seen it. She's so perfect. She gave me everything. My omniscient and almighty God. She once showed mercy to her people, and blessed me with a lifetime of unparalleled beauty and joy. I can see the kingdom of God in her eyes. That will be my lifelong pursuit and yearning. And you? You will never be allowed to set foot in the kingdom of God for the rest of your life. You are a sinner. A sinner of the kingdom of God. Suli, your arrogance won't last much longer. Your genes have been stolen, and our personnel have already completed embryo development. Our kingdom of God will have countless you. Under God's guidance, each of you will become the kingdom of God's sharp swords. And you, in the end, will be pierced through the heart by the sharp swords of the kingdom of God. Suli glanced at the Secretary General, who looked devout, and suddenly felt like he had seen that expression somewhere before. Yes, in Rozi's lair. Regal Guard Junwei had that same expression in the cockpit. Although he didn't see lightning holding Rozi's legs, he could imagine her expression must have been even more exaggerated. God's kingdom. Suli hadn't seen any God's kingdom. Or perhaps, his God's kingdom was that endless sea of slain insects. Chapter 339. It matches, at least most of the puzzle pieces fit. Omniscience, high-intensity hallucinations, and that bizarre architectural style. Based on the information Rozi gathered from that drop of blood, the man before her was only slightly affected by the hallucinogenic venom, and had never even seen the real thing. So this is the kingdom of God? The Secretary General stared at Suli before him without blinking, as if hoping to see a hint of fear on his face. But he was disappointed. Suli stood there calmly, looking at him with a hint of pity. Pity? The Secretary General was furious. A man unworthy of even faith actually showed pity for him? He seemed unaware that his title as God of War was about to be ceded to someone else, yet he still had the heart to show pity to someone so high and mighty. Suli truly found him pathetic. You don't think that by obtaining my genes, you can create countless copies of me, do you? He didn't even have the heart to interrupt the Secretary General's vision of the future. Will they eventually become the sharp sword of the kingdom of God? How can they become the sharp sword of the kingdom of God? Their genes don't contain memories of their past lives. Unlike the genes of ordinary humans, all their memories from their past lives are contained within the mechanical tree. Even their experiences in this life are contained within the mechanical tree. And they can breed countless Sulis? They must first find a way to bypass the mechanical tree's genetic blockade, then think about other things. All of this has been fully verified by Ruozi. Even though she has swallowed countless little Sulis, she hasn't been able to analyze anything related to him. Thinking they could replicate countless Sulis based on their genes? Then congratulations to the Divine Grace cult, they gained countless hungry fools. Suli glanced at Ruozi and waved the two mecha girls out of the cell. He was certain the so-called Divine Emperor was nothing but a bug. And most likely, another Slanish. Ruozi stepped forward and snapped her fingers in front of the Secretary General's face. A wisp of lavender mist drifted out, instantly inhaled into his nostrils. Shock, confusion, and then utter delight. Suli watched the Secretary General's expression shift, finding it hard to believe that such an old face could be squeezed into a flower. It was terrifying. It made him unable to look directly at a daisy again. What kind of illusion did you create for him? Ruozi blinked her eyes. Your Majesty, I didn't create any illusions on purpose. I simply released my aura to intoxicate him. Do I need to create one specifically for him? Su Li gasped. He was already so happy before he even started constructing it. If he did, who would be responsible if this old man died of pleasure? Ask him, make him tell me everything he knows. Your Majesty, is that necessary? I'll just take a bite. No. No. Absolutely necessary. From now on, we should be more picky about what we eat. Nothing unclean. But Your Majesty, don't you always say that eating unclean things won't make you sick? Remember to brush your teeth next time you come to see me. Ruozi scratched the corner of her head through her cloak. She changed her toothpaste every day. She just tried the orange flavor today. After brushing, she swallowed it in one gulp, leaving her throat with the orange taste. It smells good and is appetizing. Children, don't try this. Su Li made way and took out a folder. The Secretary General, immersed in his own divine kingdom, took the paper and pen and eloquently wrote down hundreds of names, along with their positions. They were all subordinates of the Ministry of Propaganda. As for his speculation about his own superiors, he did have a few names. Su Li took a closer look and compared them with the list of arrests. Only 2 or 3 names overlapped. This made him gasp. It seemed that this so-called Divine Grace sect was not only involved in all aspects, but also paid great attention to its own security. No wonder Gao Mingrui, after so much research, only found a few clues. The Secretary General of a prestigious corporate federation was actually just the minister of the Ministry of Propaganda. So what about the others? Who are the 327 cardinal bishops? The Congregation for the Holy Office, the Congregation for the Evangelization of the Gospels, the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, even the Holy Penitentiary, and the Apostolic Tribunal. From what he knew, they even had an inquisition and secretly maintained a formidable armed force. How could he investigate all these people? How long had the other party's Slaanesh been lurking? Or, in other words, how long had she been playing this game? A bunch of pawns, guided by others, playing house. Clearly defined classes and responsibilities. They even constructed an extremely strict system. Even more ridiculous, they artificially fabricated their own history. If you have any respect, you should look at how many fragments of Longzhou civilization have been unearthed on your own land. Looking down on the people of Longzhou, mocking the ancestors of the Longzhou people as insects, a bunch of savages, kept captive, yet they still have a sense of superiority. If he doesn't destroy this bastard's fate today, he'll take his last name. As each piece of intelligence was completed, the Secretary General's smile grew wider. Because he had fulfilled all his God required of him, now, his God should reward him. Su Li scooped up the cold water at his side, and poured it all over the Secretary General's face. The Secretary General shuddered, his eyes, once filled with lust, gradually regaining clarity. He struggled and twisted on the wooden frame, the ecstasy on his face turning into an uncontrollable sense of loss and despair. It seemed that Su Li's cold water had extinguished not his lust, but the kingdom of God he longed for so long. You, the gods will eventually punish you. You blasphemer. You shall not perish. His face grew increasingly ferocious, and his eyes crimson as blood. I feel it. I feel it again. The light of my God is everywhere. She is here. She is right here. Although you interrupted me, I feel it. She bestows upon me the glory of the kingdom of God. Ha ha ha. Even when you were so close, you didn't notice her. God of war. God of dawn? You're just a butcher who knows only how to abuse justice. What a joke. Ha ha. Even if I die here, you won't get any useful information from me. Don't you want to torture me? Come on. Although I don't know how you got my information, my boundless reverence for the gods has been recognized by my God. Kill me. I have felt the light of the gods, the kingdom of God bestowed upon me. If I die here, I can escape the suffering of this world and fully enter the kingdom of God. Su Li frowned and smacked his lips as he watched the Secretary General's hysterical performance. TSK. You religious fanatics are such a nuisance. But I have to admit, you're much easier to deal with than ordinary people. Chapter 340. Under the Secretary General's astonished gaze, Ruozi, who had been standing behind Su Li, slowly removed her cloak. Her lavender hair shone with a shimmer, and her beautiful face, shimmering purple eyes, shone with endless allure. Her perfectly curved eyebrows and delicate red lips each held an alluring curve. She wore the same black and red uniform as Su Li. Though revealing nothing, at a glance, she seemed to take in everything. The Secretary General's eyes gradually widened. For he felt that, though he had never met the person before him, her allure was unforgettable. It was a kind of aura, or perhaps a unique pheromone. Some people, even if seen 1,000 times, won't earn a single glance back. But some people, even with just one glance, can stir the purest desires in your dull mind. Even if she didn't do it intentionally, simply passing by or glancing back, you already been captivated by her pheromones, and from then on, you'd be unable to sleep. He stared intently into Ruazi's eyes, his expression gradually growing frantic. But then, he turned to glance at Suli. Noticing that he didn't seem to be unusually concerned about the person behind him, his eyes erupted with ecstasy. So, his god was right beside him. The kingdom of God, he saw it was within reach. Look! How symmetrical and harmonious those winding horns are. The statues of the gods in the church don't have these horns. Only those who have reached a certain level of spiritual enlightenment know that their gods possess a pair of incomparably beautiful horns. Because only by reaching a certain level can they have the opportunity to enter the kingdom of God. Only then can they have the honor of seeing the face of God, although the gods in the kingdom of God are always shrouded in a thin veil, making them difficult to discern. Everyone knows how captivating those purple eyes are. Suli looked at the Secretary General's obsessed expression, and knew that his suspicions had finally been thoroughly confirmed. The internal situation of Longzhou was still unclear, but the Enterprise Federation was rotten to the core. Or perhaps it was that they had no roots at all. They were not the people of God. They were not the people of God at all, but food that had been kept for countless years. Yet, they were complacent and proud of it. Suli felt a chill gradually envelop him. He had not visited many planets, but it was obvious that the other Slaanesh had not lingered on its home planet. He finally understood why these people were so desperate to restrict the development of Longzhou. They're not just suppressing the people financially, they're resorting to all sorts of devious schemes, starting with the next generation and the next. Their goal is to allow that Slaanesh to live unchecked. Even Mecha Island is forced into this. The purpose of holding competitions across the country isn't simply to select pilots and provide Mecha Island with material for producing mecha girls. Perhaps more importantly, it's to strangle all hope for humanity in its cradle. No wonder, over the years, with so many brilliant pilots, only a handful have ever truly stood on the podium. It seems that the manipulation of capital is no longer enough to describe the darkness within. Aka Industry, Sansheng Heavy Industry. At first, with limited information, he assumed Sansheng Heavy Industry had protected him because they saw his potential or were fighting against his sworn enemy. But now it seemed both sides had been engaged in a constant tactical game. It wasn't just that he was clueless at the time, a naive naivete. He suddenly understood the magnitude of the Qin family's debt to him. It was his life itself. Forget Qin Yao Yao wanting just one jar of little Suli. He'd give her 10 jars now. Suli glanced at the struggling Secretary General. He seemed desperate to break free and prostrate himself at Ruazi's feet. The madness etched in his bones left no doubt that he was a complete fanatic. Now, he even tilted his head back, gnawing at the ropes that bound him like a dog. Suli watched him silently, without any intention of stopping him. He had great faith in his own rope, and in his method of binding. God, my God! Please wait a moment. Your humble servant will untie me, and pay you my highest respects. His impatience made him bite harder and harder. But the rope that bound him was made entirely of insect intestines, dried and specially treated. The final strands were woven into a rope that was incredibly tough. Even a grinder would have sparked, let alone his dental implants. The tighter he bit, the harder he pushed. His own God had come in person, even before his very eyes. Yet, bound as he was, he couldn't even bow to her. What a blasphemy! Could he still hope to reach the kingdom of God and the other side? The Secretary General grew increasingly panicked and hurried. But it was ultimately futile. This old man, already in his 70s or 80s, burst into tears on the rack because he couldn't untie the ropes. Outside the interrogation room, the 8th elder was stunned. Eve stood beside the 8th elder, straining her neck. After a few glances, she looked at him and the two mecha girls with a puzzled expression. What are you doing here? Isn't there class today? Where's old 7? Why isn't old 7 here? Why is Suli and his bugs the only ones in the cell? You better give me an explanation. The 8th elder rolled his eyes and said nothing. An explanation? She wanted one more. She wanted to ask Eve if she was deaf. Couldn't you hear the prisoners crying in the cell? It was heartbreaking. Is he here to teach a lesson? He's here to disrupt things. It's psychological oppression, it's mental torture. From the mental pressure to the use of various instruments. Can you believe toilet paper can be used for execution? She couldn't teach this apprentice a single word. Even old 7 couldn't teach her. She was still fretting over the marshal and the commander-in-chief matters. They already reviewed the new list. In the cell, Ruozi finally couldn't bear the Secretary General's crying anymore and asked in her mind, "Your Majesty, is this old man still any use? He's so noisy." "Don't worry, he'll stop making noise soon." Su Li straightened the Secretary General's head and looked into his crimson eyes. It was clear that these strong restraints had pushed him to the brink of collapse. He had finally seen his god, but he missed the opportunity because he was powerless. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's pitiful to think about it. On the verge of collapse? No matter. He'll fill the final gap for him now. Su Li gently waved to Ruozi and pointed at the ground before him. Under the Secretary General's stunned gaze, Ruozi slowly walked to Su Li's side, happily kneeling where he pointed, and resting her chin in Su Li's palm. Su Li played with Ruozi's pouty face while staring into the Secretary General's eyes. Those eyes were swirling with intense emotions, so quickly shifting that Su Li suspected they would burst through his eyes. The Secretary General could never have imagined that the god he and his companions admired would kneel before Su Li like a puppy. He felt something within him suddenly shatter. Those eyes, once thrashed, were now filled with a dead, desolate hue. Su Li let go of the Secretary General's hair and patted his haggard face twice. "Old dang, do you still want to destroy my faith?" Chapter 341. Su Li silently walked out of the cell. After closing the door, he noticed Eve and the 8th elder, who had been waiting outside. He simply nodded at them and stood silently to the side. Through the window, Eve saw the Secretary General's expressionless face. He no longer looked human, he looked like a walking corpse. Eve was stunned. She couldn't believe that the Secretary General, who had been so lively, cursing, and threatening to destroy others' faith in her and Gao Mingrui, had vanished in such a short time. In his place was a lifeless, wooden figure. What had Su Li experienced during his time in prison? She didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with Su Li. She glanced at him, and went straight to the monitoring room to review the torture footage. Su Li frowned, not even slightly pleased by the intelligence he had gained. The Divine Grace sect was unexpectedly large. Its complex structure meant that dismantling it would require years and months. But what he lacked most was time. In addition, he had a hypothesis about the origins of humanity. In his previous life, many believed that humanity wasn't a product of natural evolution. Now, it seemed, all this was proven true. Because humanity itself is so strongly programmed. Not only daily behavior, but even human reproduction follows specific rules. Just like the current mecha girls or the Zerg. If humanity itself is the result of targeted breeding, then everything makes sense. The mecha trees, the human race, and the Zerg are both clearly distinct, and yet have countless connections. This leads to a wealth of speculation. If the human race is truly a special form of targeted breeding, then who created the human template? Nuwa? Or will higher than Nuwa? Does that mean, in some sense, Nuwa is very likely a queen insect of a very high rank? He wanted to ask Ruozi, who was beside him. Now that she possessed the template of a mecha girl, theoretically, she could already produce a large number of troops through targeted breeding. So could she also breed humans? He conveyed his question through his thoughts, and the next second, Ruozi denied it. "Your Majesty, the creation of life is not a simple matter. Your speculation has theoretical basis, but to achieve this, I must at least surpass the arrogant ones we once encountered. Because this is no longer simple targeted breeding, it's the development of a systematic system. A civilization that can sustain itself. I don't even know if I'll be able to achieve this when I reach the Emperor level." As Ruozi spoke, a wry smile crossed Su Li's face. Emperor level? It was too far away. But he still keenly grasped the key to the matter. That is, a species capable of self-reproduction, while difficult, can indeed be achieved through breeding. Someone has already demonstrated this. The existence of the mechanical island and the mecha girls has proven the accuracy of targeted breeding. The host of the mechanical tree, through a series of ingenious tactics, circumvented the mecha girls' inherent inability to reproduce. He resorted to the next best option, using the Zerg's energy to replace self-reproduction. In this context, the mechanical tree and the Zerg king himself, one acts as an energy converter, the other as a breeding ground. It must be said that this method of behavior circumvents the drawbacks of breeding. However, it also limits the mecha girl's ability to reproduce. At that moment, he thought a lot. Perhaps 3347 was the only backdoor left by the owner of the mechanical island, a way to surpass the inherent level of the mecha girls. He knew exactly where the mecha girl's limit lay. SSS level was the limit of what the mecha tree could transform. At least, that was the limit of what the mecha trees on the mechanical island could transform. The discovery of the source crystal could cause species with long-term contact to undergo changes in their life levels. This might be another path for the mecha girls, but it was just as long. And no one knew how many years it would take before they would encounter a planet with source crystals again. Su Li scratched his head, wishing he could just stick his fingers into his skull and dig into his brain. He was just a soldier, not a scholar, and he was only researching these things out of sheer boredom. What he urgently needed to know now was the divine grace cult behind the corporate federation and the Slaanesh behind them. But others had been hiding for who knows how many years, so how could they be easily discovered? Su Li's teeth bared, startling the 8th elder beside her. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the interrogation? Yes. This is a serious problem. What we uncovered is too shocking. What should we do? The 8th elder looked at Su Li's troubled expression, and suddenly realized that she could still be a teacher. At least, this was something she was extremely skilled at. Report it. We're interrogators, not brains. Leave the things we can't figure out to those with brains. Su Li suddenly turned to look at the 8th elder. It must be said, living a long life has its perks. He was out of his mind, racking his brains like crazy. Be it the Enterprise Federation or the Divine Grace sect, what did it have to do with a Legion commander like him? The head follows the butt, just handle your own duties. He grabbed the 8th elder's hand and shook it vigorously. Thank you, Master, for sharing your experience. You can continue the interrogation. I'll go back and write a summary of today's learning. The 8th elder was slightly stunned. He watched Su Li and Ruozi walk away, his expression full of teachableness, and then slowly walked towards the monitoring room. In the monitoring room, Eve watched the entire interrogation in amazement, wanting to pry open Su Li's brain and see what was inside. Looking at the interrogation records placed on the table by the machine girl, she scratched her scalp like crazy. This long list. SS. This damn scalp. Itchy, itchy. Every time she glanced at that list, she felt like she needed to grow a brain. The moment the 8th elder pushed open the door, she saw Eve inside, her blue hair a mess, staring at the surveillance screen with a look of despair. She silently closed the door, pretending she had never been there. She was in charge of interrogation, not giving advice. The erroneous intelligence reports from the 7th elder had already been driving her to tears. Now that the list of accurate intelligence had more than tripled, it would be strange if Eve wasn't scratching her head. But after all, she was the governor. Hey, she deserved it. Chapter 342. In the command room, Wen Jing deftly sorted through the processed documents and brewed a cup of hot tea for Gao Mingrui. Watching him gently blow on the hot tea, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. It must be said, the atmosphere on Lingsue Star is quite different from other places. At least here, Gao Mingrui smiles more often and looks a lot younger. Tell me, am I pushing him too hard? He's still young after all. Wouldn't it be bad for him to learn so much? You know, I don't have children, so I don't have much experience in education. At his age, if I force him to learn all this, will it spark a rebellious mentality? When Jing tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then shook her head. Probably not. He's already that old. Who's he rebelling for? Besides, capable people deserve more work. If he really didn't want to learn, he wouldn't have walked into this room. Gao Mingrui took a sip of the hot tea and breathed a sigh of relief. When Jing's reassurance clearly touched him. That's right, Su Li was proactive. At least he made the leap. Even if he learned slowly, it didn't matter, he could just learn by osmosis. Bang! Just as he was about to take a sip of his hot tea, the door was kicked open from outside. Startled, Gao Mingrui's hands trembled, and the hot tea spilled all over him. Eve rushed in, her hair a mess, her eyes red. Her first sight was the empty table in front of Gao Mingrui, the hot tea in his hand. I'm so busy! You still have the mood for tea? Gao Mingrui's face curled. He just finished a long day at work. What was wrong with a cup of hot tea? Wasn't it time for you to lean out the window and admire the scenery? While you were studying which bird was the most beautiful, he was still working at his desk. A thick stack of documents slammed onto the desk with a resounding thud. Look! Look! Look at how much work your human hope has created for you. So much work. I only been down there once, and he's already uncovered so much. Investigate. Investigate them one by one. Aren't you trying to find flaws in the Divine Grace sect? Found them. Not just flaws. Even your dandruff is packed away. Gao Mingrui was stunned. What do you mean by packed away your dandruff? He hurriedly straightened the documents on his desk and began to read them page by page. The information was incredibly detailed, yet concise and clear. From names to positions to connections. A single-line communication system from top to bottom, was meticulously documented on a few sheets of paper. Forget about anything else, at least the so-called communication department had been thoroughly ferreted out, top to bottom. It was foreseeable that digging deeper would be difficult, but digging deeper would be a recipe for disaster, and no one would escape. No wonder he said the dandruff was pulled out, it really was. Gao Mingrui stared at the information before him, dumbfounded. How did he interrogate me? Eve scratched her tangled hair. You ask me? How could I not know? He's a reckless man who ran amok on the battlefield, yet he knows how to torture people? I think he shouldn't leave. From now on, he should focus on interrogation. In less than half an hour, he's pulled out so much information. Later, we'll have a lot to investigate. Gao Mingrui stared at the list before him, clearly seeing more. Many of the names were familiar to him, and the list covered a wide range of people. Besides politicians in parliament, it also included numerous entrepreneurs and celebrities. He even spotted quite a few popular artists. When Eve mentioned the need for verification, she didn't mean to approve every member of the sect. That would cause immense unrest. They needed to target those with widespread influence and take targeted action. Or perhaps create a gap in their intelligence flow, thereby paralyzing their systems. The real challenge was how to select these individuals, and then, after taking action, not alert the other party. He took a deep breath, sat back in his chair, and scratched his head. Is there a trace of her here? Eve glanced at Gao Mingrui and nodded. Their ideal kingdom of God was constructed by Slaanesh, but we currently have no concrete information about her. At least the minister of the Ministry of Propaganda isn't qualified to see her in person. If we want to track her down, we'll probably have to start with the College of Cardinals. Gao Mingrui suddenly felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Some truths, when they're trying to grasp the truth, are always eager to know the answer, but when they finally get a glimpse of the answer, they instinctively fear. Gao Mingrui pondered for a moment, then raised his head, and looked directly into Eve's eyes. If we discover any trace of Slaanesh, then I'll fight her to the death, even if I have to smash the mechanical island to pieces. Gao Mingrui fell silent. The history of the Longzhou people is essentially a history of constant struggle against the Zerg. No one knows why, but generation after generation has done so. Unlike other races, after being enslaved by the Zerg, they did try to fight back. But after failing, they simply accepted the consequences of their defeat. They abandoned their civilization and their position. Only the people of Longzhou have fought since the dawn of recorded history. They discovered the Zerg and strangled them. Their origins are unknown. Whether they are descended from the Zerg or programmed with a special program, it seems their sole purpose is to eradicate the Zerg. At least, to eradicate them from their environment. They and the Mechanic Island are natural allies. Because according to the laws of the Mechanic Island, the Mechanic Girls are weapons born to slay the Zerg. For at least 200 years, they have been comrades fighting side by side. We still have over 200 Star Destroyer cannons. If feasible, it's best to isolate a small area. We've been investigating for years, and we don't mind a few more. But after all these years, we still know nothing about her capabilities. We've been planning this since we discovered her 30 years ago. Even if she's just a pig, we've been eating her into a behemoth. So forget about Star Destroyers, they might not kill her. Once we locate her, we'll use drastic measures and unleash the full force of our forces. Even if it means the entire mechanical island? Even if it means the entire mechanical island. Gao Mingrui glanced at Eve before him and said unhappily, You're absolutely crazy. We Longzhou people never abandon our comrades. This matter is non-negotiable. We have a better way. What way? We can rob the Enterprise Federation Star Migration Cannon arsenal. After all, cracking their secret keys is the mechanical island's specialty. With a physical object in hand, you'll find a way, right? Chapter 343. The two stared at each other. Breaking into the enemy's Star Destroyer arsenal wasn't impossible. It was just unlikely. If they went all out and detonated it, the losses would be devastating. Whether it was using the mechanical island to attack the bugs or stealing their arsenal, they needed to plan carefully. The two exchanged glances and sat back in their chairs. It's not necessary to completely eliminate the personnel. We can use their tactics against them. But the only drawback is that Su Li would be in danger again. The Slaanesh he possesses could take over some of the enemy's followers. At least in the eyes of the lower-level followers, Ruozi could be indistinguishable from the real thing. As long as there's a conflict within the sect, then with the intelligence of the enemy's Slaanesh, they'll quickly discover the clues. At that time, we just need to make arrangements at the right time, and we should be able to achieve the conditions for the Star Migration Cannon bombardment. Listening to Gao Mingrui's words, Eve frowned. She had finally realized that as Su Li began to emerge, it seemed as if all her plans could not circumvent him. But he doesn't have the ability to deal with Slaanesh right now. Perhaps you underestimated him. In all these years, have you ever seen anyone capture a queen? No. Not to mention a queen with a prefix, even an ordinary queen has never been captured. A queen traded to the corporate federation will definitely attract Slaanesh's attention. But that alone isn't enough. A low-level queen might not be enough to attract Slaanesh himself. But if it's another Slaanesh, it's a different story. For if she wants to further her own advancement, she can only devour Ruozi. Gao Mingrui tapped the table. We can approach this from multiple perspectives. First, use Ruozi to control the lower-level believers and pave the way for us. This will not only coordinate large quantities of supplies to address our immediate needs, but also allow us to immediately intercept orders from the sect's top brass. At least after the Divine Grace sect lost so many of its subordinates, there will always be some action from above. If we capture even one, the rest will be caught. Second, continue the propaganda war, compiling the confessions of those captured this time and distributing them worldwide. Livestream their personal statements and the execution simultaneously. Then, further incite unrest within the corporate federation. This can't take too long. We must expedite the interrogation process. The wall pasting needs to be implemented as soon as possible. Eve nodded. Although she understood Gao Mingrui's method was the best, the thought of sending Su Li away filled her with resentment. Gao Mingrui clearly knew what she was thinking and smiled wryly. Don't worry. Not so fast. The work on Guanghua Star has just begun, and we haven't even started working on the list of people to recruit. It's too early for him to leave. Xiaohua blushed slightly at being seen through. Am I afraid he'll leave? I'm afraid he'll get lost. It's all for his own good. If he were a bit more composed, he could go anywhere. Gao Mingrui didn't respond. He saw several familiar names in the Secretary General's speculation about his appearance. Two of them were the commanders of the main fleet deployed on the northern defense line. Have Su Li conduct the interrogation. Make sure to check everyone tonight. If possible, we'll broadcast it live tomorrow. The sooner the better. Delays can lead to unexpected events. Eve glanced at Gao Mingrui and hung up the phone with Su Li. In the capsule, Su Li, who had just finished his meal, was poring over his interrogation report. Upon receiving the order, he immediately rushed back to his cell. He knew in his heart that he might have truly disturbed a hornet's nest this time. The reactions of the two men spoke volumes. At least Gao Mingrui wasn't as clueless about the Queen Bee as he imagined. They learned a lot from the intelligence, even understanding some things far beyond his wildest dreams. This time, he didn't flaunt his interrogation techniques, but instead had Ruozi administer his hallucinogenic poison mist. Interrogating over 100 people in shifts would take too much time. If he wanted to start the wall pasting work tomorrow morning, he had to complete the interrogations of everyone before dawn. One by one, the prisoners began writing furiously under Ruozi's guidance. Report after report passed through Su Li's hands. As expected, among the over 100 people, a third were members of the Divine Grace sect. They belonged to various functional departments. 3 of them were in the Ministry of Propagation, while the rest were mostly in the Ministry of Clergy and the Ministry of Gospel. The Ministry of Clergy was involved in the selection and appointment of personnel, while the Ministry of Gospel was dedicated to promoting the allocation of gospel resources. What surprised Su Li was that they also found a member of the Inquisition among these over 100 people. His faith was surprisingly strong, and he even had a certain resistance to Ruozi's fog. However, when Ruozi repeatedly increased the concentration of the poisonous fog, he completely let down his guard and exposed all his crimes to the public. Su Li shuddered as he looked at the lists and the countless crimes committed by those individuals. What he held in his hands wasn't just a simple stack of papers. It was the blatant evidence of their crimes. In particular, the man from the Inquisition. His confession detailed the entire process of Qin Fang and his 5 other legions being abandoned and attacked from behind. He had assumed this was just a ploy by the top brass of the Business Federation to harm Long O. But he had never imagined that the entire organization was led entirely by the Divine Grace cult. These unusual records seemed to tell Su Li, both explicitly and implicitly, that the Divine Grace cult was targeting Long Zhou. Su Li scratched his head. He didn't want to brainstorm, but the thought of so many innocent compatriots and mecha girls who had died made his blood boil. Qin Fang's bloodshot expression was still vivid in his mind. Just reading this report was unbearable for him. One could imagine the despair Qin Fang felt inside. Your Majesty, come quickly. We seem to have captured someone incredibly important. Ruozi poked her head out of the cell door. She didn't even communicate through telepathy, but instead shouted directly. Suli hurried over to see a middle-aged man inside the cell, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable enthusiasm, writing furiously on a piece of paper. His face was strangely flushed. As he wrote, his face suddenly flushed, and the next second, blood gushed from all his orifices. Suli snatched the blood-soaked paper away, seeing only 3 names written on it. College of Cardinals, Bishop. He crumpled the paper into a ball, and stuffed it into Ruozi's mouth. Then, he quickly walked over to the man and violently tore off one of his fingers. He also handed it to Ruozi. I want all his information, everything in his mind. Chapter 344. Suli was a little frantic. It was the name on the paper that truly touched his heart. He couldn't understand why all the trouble had to happen around him. He clearly only known a few people in his life, so why did they have to pick on these few people? Old Zhang's face was so wrinkled that a fly would sprain its ankle if it stood on it, and yet this middle-aged man in front of him told him that old Zhang was a cardinal. That old man from the Mecha Academy, the maintenance department, he couldn't even hold a wrench. After a lifetime of struggling, he was only a branch dean. How could such a person be a cardinal? He hadn't even had time to find his second life. This old man had taken such good care of him at the academy, raising him and Zhang Chongping like his own children. This old man whose own children had sacrificed their lives for the Federation. Why? Ruozi chewed on the man's finger, then spat it out onto the ground as if she had eaten feces. Your Majesty, he smells like another Slaanesh. A fragrant scent, yet a stinking one. His brain has been largely consumed by Slaanesh, leaving almost nothing. Yes, sorry, I can't read it. Suli rubbed Ruozi's head, his mind a tangle. He had countless questions he wanted to ask, but in the end, he kept them all bottled up inside. Facts don't need to be verified. No matter how much he hated to believe it, some things happened, and they just happened. Right or wrong didn't matter, and neither did feelings. What mattered was their respective stances. The most tragic thing was that this profoundly important relationship was rendered impossible to choose between. He walked out of the cell silently, his steps so unsteady that he stumbled, not even noticing he bumped into the doorframe. In the academy, for countless afternoons, he and Zhang Chongping had fought over the chicken drumsticks on old Zhang's plate. And for countless nights, the old man had stayed with them in the hangar, teaching the mecha operations over and over again. Although he was often punished for not listening, he never ran out of repair materials, and was even allowed to use the academy's equipment for private work to cover the cost of his contracted mecha girl. That's a bishop, a position even the Secretary General could only dream of. Is he sleeping peacefully now in the academy on Lenghui Star? Why had he come to Lenghui Star? What was his purpose? What was his next plan? Had he noticed Ruozi's presence while observing the pilot's training? So, could another Slaanesh be far behind? In his mind, Xiaoshu shuddered. It clearly realized that things were beginning to develop in an unpredictable direction. Suddenly, its absorption rate of the source crystals began to rapidly increase. It was a creature that wouldn't budge unless whipped. But now, Suli clearly didn't have the heart to deal with it any longer. In the command room, Gao Mingrui and Eve saw a distraught Suli. 3 names stirred the hearts of all 3. Gao Mingrui knitted his brows. Clearly, these 3 names had surprised him. One was the dean of the maintenance department at the Mecha Academy on his home planet. The other 2 belonged to the military and the political work department, respectively. The 3 men didn't hold much authority, but their positions were incredibly awkward. Any rash action would inevitably alert the enemy. However, simply deploying surveillance would hardly be effective. They interacted with so many different people daily. Deploying too few personnel would be meaningless. However, if they deployed comprehensive surveillance, then trying to track down the perpetrators silently would be a joke. Are those guys in charge of the investigation just sitting around doing nothing? The bishop of the Divine Grace sect has even made his way to Lenghui Star Academy. Of the remaining 2, one is on the front lines, pioneering the battlefield, and the other is handling government affairs on Tianshu Star. I wonder, with them moving so simultaneously and comprehensively, should we also be wary of any bishops on Mechanical Island going forward? Eve's face was etched in a grimace. Although none of the 3 held significant power, it was this kind of subtle infiltration that was truly terrifying. They were involved in both military, political, and educational matters, and they already ferreted out 3 bishops in such a small place. She couldn't imagine how many of their men were among the remaining troops. Even if Ruozi's existence hadn't been exposed, it was only a matter of time before it did. At that point, they wouldn't just have to worry about the Divine Grace cult, but also about Slaanesh lurking behind the scenes. You control the majority of the Enterprise Federation's wealth, and even influence the military. I don't understand. What's so special about you Long-O people that they're so intent on targeting you, not to mention going to such lengths to infiltrate you? Gao Mingrui rubbed his brow, his face a little amused. Is it possible that it's because we always been fighting? Slanish isn't the first time. We slain Zerg with that prefix more than once in Longzhou's history. Perhaps for them, this place is an unspoiled paradise. Eve rolled her eyes. Perhaps it's because eating it helps the people of Long-O evolve. It's not sticky, the meat is firm, and there's no strange smell. Gao Mingrui was stunned. He explained it so clearly, and in such detail, as if he already eaten it. Let's not alert the enemy yet. Assign a few personnel to conduct surveillance. Starting today, Lingsue Star will completely switch to an intranet. Prevent anyone from logging onto the external network. At the very least, completely block all information about Ruozi. It might be too late to block it now. I think it's better to use their strategy against them, and lure Slanish directly to Lingsue Star. See if my mechanical island collides with her, and she'll be finished. What right do you have to call Suli reckless? I think he's no different than you. He's always bumping into things. We have brains on our heads, not horns. In the corner, Suli suddenly spoke. I want to talk to him. His voice was quiet, but Gao Mingrui and Eve immediately stopped discussing and turned their attention to Suli. The bishop has limitations. If Ruzi can't uncover more, one has already died. One more doesn't matter. But before that, I want to know something. Gao Mingrui's expression shifted slightly, his eyes trembling as he looked at Suli. He knew Suli simply wanted an answer. But that answer often meant choice and pain. At least for him, if the pain and choice were predetermined, then there was no point in pursuing so-called answers. Because it would serve no purpose other than to inflict further suffering. Chapter 345. In the academy dormitory, old Zhang hunched over his desk, studying the current trainees' training progress and scribbling on a nearby planner, planning their next steps. Based on his years of teaching experience, while this training plan might not necessarily be the best, this intermittent training method could help them ignite their passion for the tedious training. There weren't many recreational facilities here. The training grounds and boxing gym had consumed most of the pilot's enthusiasm. Of course, their yearning for the women's bathhouse had also sapped some of it. That's why he was still revising his training plan. In 10 minutes, he'd have to go around the women's bathhouse again. Maybe he could catch 2 or 3 more. He rubbed his tired eyes, took clothes from the coat rack nearby, put them on, and then, clutching the searchlight, staggered out. This was the downside of getting old. Limited mobility was the most significant. Balance was also much worse. If he sat down carelessly, bones would likely be the first to break. The night breeze on Lingsue Star was a moderate temperature, a touch chilly but not overwhelming. It was a perfect place for retirement. He tightened his clothes and moved up and down the stairwell, deliberately making his footsteps loud. The sound of these footsteps reassured the female students and the mecha girls, and also made those bastards stop. Men, after all, grow stronger with every setback. Even if caught and beaten bloody by the mecha girls, they still relished the experience. Perhaps this is what youth is all about. Although their youth was not very respectable. Sure enough, the sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. If you didn't listen carefully, you couldn't make them out. But old Zhang knew it was a gang operation. 6 people, with such organizational prowess, and they were from class 13. They always ranked last in training, but they always shined during assessments. It seemed as if all their energy went into petty theft. Exactly like Suli when he was a child. Hearing the sounds fade away, he chuckled softly, and continued to plod down the next floor. 7th floor. Climbing like that with bare hands, not afraid of someone not noticing. Well, someone actually did. There were still 3 people lying in the repair room. They weren't that skilled, yet they liked to follow others. That wasn't like Suli. He walked around in circles for a long time, before finally dragging himself towards the dormitories. Suli had given him a small courtyard, but it was quite far from the teaching area. With that kind of time, he was better off staying in the dormitories. A somewhat hunched figure pushed open the door, undressed, and hung his clothes on the coat rack again. Suli's face loomed in the shadows by the window. Why are you here? Why aren't you getting enough rest so late? Aren't you going to training tomorrow? No training tomorrow. A public trial, then wallpapering. Suli spoke calmly, engaging the old man in conversation. It was as if he had never known of his bishop status. He stared at him. He looked the same as always. Aged, hunched, a common old man on the street, at best, looking a bit more energetic and a bit more scholarly. You didn't even tell me? I just made a training plan. Wait a minute, I'll adjust the time. He adjusted his glasses and slumped over the desk again. You said you snuck in from your busy schedule, but you didn't even bring me something. All these years of painstaking training, and all you got is this? Sully put his hands behind his back. When he reached out again, he found a donkey roll. Old John loved it, and he wasn't afraid of it sticking to his teeth. I can't forget you. Even if I can't remember myself, I'll still remember you. How could I easily forget all those years of teaching? Old John glanced up at the donkey roll on the table, a few sparkling eyes gleaming in the corners of his wrinkled eyes. He put down his pen, unwrapped it with some trembling, grabbed a piece, and slowly stuffed it into his mouth. Sully saw this, hurried to the side, and made him a cup of hot tea. The donkey roll, thickly coated with soybean powder, had a rich aroma. Old John loved it with hot tea. But this time, he didn't drink it. He simply savored the donkey roll in his hand, then swallowed it with some difficulty. Elderly people have low body fluids, so even being able to swallow something so dry in the middle of the night was a good thing. Before he could even finish swallowing the one in his mouth, he pinched off another piece and put it in his mouth. Eat slowly. No one's trying to snatch it from you. Sully pushed the hot tea toward him, looking at the hunched figure with a mixture of emotions. Have you forgotten? I taught you for years. I watched you grow up, even seen you naked. How could I not recognize the murderous intent in your eyes? Stand quietly for a moment. Even for the sake of our master-disciple relationship. Old John grinned, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. He said nothing more, simply ate his donkey rolls mouthful after mouthful, not touching the cup of hot tea. Under the light, the old man's body suddenly began to twitch. But he tried his best to control himself, not letting it make any loud noises. Sully rushed forward, but old John held him back. Tears welled in his old eyes, and his face had turned purple from suffocation. Sully clenched his teeth, watching old John suffocate himself to death before collapsing in his chair. Why? Why don't you explain? Why don't you say anything? Isn't it my decision whether to kill you or not? Why do you say nothing, and let me watch you take your own life? Sully's question was destined to go unanswered. Looking at the purple-faced old man in his arms, tears finally flowed from his eyes. Every detail of the academy was like a knife, piercing his heart. Old John would rather suffocate himself than force him into a decision. Perhaps, at this moment, the position no longer mattered. But, while he didn't let him make a choice, he also didn't give him the opportunity to choose. He simply ended his life, as if the decision he made were merely an insignificant matter. Under the light, a strange string of symbols, cast by the lampshade, illuminated the table. Sully rubbed his eyes, looked at the symbols, and cast his gaze towards the training ground. It was a code word he and old John had come up with when they were bored. In this world, only he and old John knew it. He placed old Zhang's body and jumped out of the window. Lightning was waiting below, leaping to catch him, and the two of them ran towards the direction indicated by the symbol. Beneath a low bush, buried a small USB drive. Without hesitation, he inserted the USB drive into his terminal. A figure emerged. It was the deceased old Zhang. He grinned, and the first words he said were, "I am guilty." Chapter 346. Gao Mingrui remained silent for a long time, looking at old Zhang's message and the densely packed list. He hadn't revealed Rozi's existence, but to counter the Divine Grace cult, he had sent out a message of laziness. Gao Mingrui couldn't even imagine how such an old man had deceived Slanish, and how he had withstood the erosion of the mental poison fog, step by step reaching the position of bishop. Old Zhang's life was fully explained in the video. Whatever his reasons for joining the Divine Grace cult, there was no doubt that he had committed irreparable mistakes within the Divine Grace cult by formulating a series of plans against Longzhou, which ultimately led to his rise to the position of bishop. It was this position that gave him access to information at a higher level. And that list was the limit of what he had been able to do for Longzhou over the years. His merits outweighed his faults, but old Zhang refused to let himself go. His son had died at the hands of others, and for the sake of greater secrets, he had chosen to become the executioner as well. He had his own inner scale for judging right and wrong, merit and demerit. Some obstacles were impossible to overcome, even with all the self-talk. Ending himself would be an explanation to himself, to his dead child, and to the compatriots who perished in his scheme. But he had given Sully an explanation that wasn't quite an explanation. In the cabin, Sully stood quietly by the window, cigarette between his legs, letting the butt burn his fingers. Lightning came over and took the cigarette away from him. Seeing his dazed look, he hugged him tightly from behind. I forced him to death. If it weren't for me, he could have continued like this. Lightning forcefully twisted his body around, his red eyes staring into Su Li's without blinking. No one forced anyone to death. You, as his student, simply gave him a helping hand. Master, it's not your fault. She felt Su Li trembling and couldn't help but hug him tighter. She knew Su Li didn't have many close friends, so each one was precious. And the last thing she wanted was for Su Li to become depressed over something like this. She had heard Hong Ying say that during her treatment, Su Li had been this distracted. She hoped he could move on, and move on quickly. Whether it was old Zhang or her, if they were destined to be mere passers-by in each other's lives, then having experienced brilliance, glory, and walking hand in hand, there would be no regrets. Master, that was the path he chose. He needed to give an explanation to those who perished in his plan. He's already put an end to everything with his own curtain call. The rest of the journey is yours. Brace yourself. At tomorrow's public trial, it's up to you to give the Enterprise Federation a good slap. Su Li stared at Lightning before him, raising his hand to ruffle her red hair. Faintly, he seemed to see the queen of old. Now she wasn't just comforting, she was even. I'll give you the source crystal pillow. Go get some sleep. You really grown some brains. Su Li, Lightning lifted Su Li from his spot and walked towards the bedroom. She tossed him onto the bed. The sheets were pristine white, and Su Li's uniform was black and red. Watching him lying quietly on the pristine white sheets, she suddenly felt a little yellow. The next morning, the entire army assembled. In the open space before the pass, all the Dawn Legion mechas deployed, completely encircling the entire venue. The propaganda department staff operated cameras, focusing on a row of kneeling figures before the pass. Everyone knew who they were, but to make it easier for the public to identify them, Tao Ao thoughtfully made signs for them and had them hang around their necks. Hurry! How do you button your shirt? Everyone here represents the face of the Dawn Legion. Pull your stomach in. If you don't want to show your face in front of the cameras, get back behind the scenes. Hey, adjust it. What's going on? I told you so many times. Kneel in a line. What? He's sticking his head out on purpose. Hit him. Hit him until he stops. Tao Ao repeatedly reviewed the details of the entire venue. Those who knew it was a public trial, while those who didn't thought he was going to have a military parade. Where's the commander? He overslept on such a big day? No, he didn't, but he looks a little worn. Hardened? Tao Ao turned and glanced at Su Li, whose face was pale and eyes were red. He nodded. It's perfect. This state of mind shows how deeply he feels about the Enterprise Federation. Turn up the backstage lights later. I want that feeling of heartache, understand? Su Li, looking at the bustling venue, once again experienced the inability to connect with one another's joys and sorrows. Has the execution procedure been finalized? Not yet. Then give Yihua 5 more spots. She's made a great contribution. She deserves it. Tao Tao nodded and scribbled something on his notebook. The others have been assigned. These 5 will be taken from you. How many people are above me? Only 5 left now. Then give them all to her. Let her have her fill. Tao Tao raised his head in surprise, his eyes rolling. He lowered his voice. Brother, tell me quietly, did Yihua catch you in a stunt? You're overthinking it. She really did make a great contribution this time. A huge one. In the crowd, a mech stood in an unnoticed corner, practicing its throwing motions over and over again. Yihua frowned. She'd been practicing over and over again, but when it came time to put it to use, she still found the position difficult to exert force. This was a huge problem. What if someone else managed to cover a larger area than she did? Then, as a captain, where would she put her face? Han Hai stood aside, staring at Yihua practice again and again with despair. That's almost there. Stop practicing. The throwing motion isn't the point. Didn't the master tell you? The initial grip is the key. Just ensure the force is strong enough to shatter all the bones, and then, when it's stuck to the wall, it'll be a mess. What if I use too much force? If you use too much force, it'll turn into a mess on your hands. It'll be a mess when it's flung out, and it'll be a sight to behold. Why didn't you tell me earlier? What if I haven't practiced this? Is there any reference? Tell me more about the force you used. Han Hai spread his hands. I never stuck it to a wall before, how would I know? A loud military bugle call echoed through the meeting hall. The previously bustling venue was completely silent. Su Li stood on the temporary platform and looked at the more than 150 figures kneeling below, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 347. In the solemn meeting room, the avian girls on the list quickly ran behind the prisoner and took their place in their designated execution area. Qin Fang, accompanied by his avian girl, stood at the end of the line. His eyes, unblinking, fixed on the kneeling man before him, a gaze as sharp as a knife, as if slicing him into pieces. The camera panned to the avian girl standing in a line, instantly drawing gasps from the audience watching the live stream. Their neat military formations and dashing postures revealed the absolute might of the Dawn Legion. The prisoners kneeling in front of the avian girls were also forced to kneel in a line. In this situation, any more nonsense was superfluous. The avian girl saluted, stepped forward, and stood at attention behind the prisoner. There was no extra ceremony or opening remarks. At Su Li's command, a virtual image of the prisoner materialized in midair and began to recount his crimes. As the charges were revealed one after another, the online comments finally exploded. So it was this bastard. Is this how he became a legislator? Legalizing genetic warfare? Damn it! The gene pool belongs to everyone. Why can they access it at will? So this is what the Undead Legion is like? I don't want to see my uncle on the battlefield. I want to see his uncle. Are this legislator's own genes in the gene pool? I want to see him on the front lines. As the true face of the Undead Legion was revealed, countless people were furious. They had never imagined that the Undead Legion, so hyped up in their own media, could actually come from this. But their anger went far beyond that. As the Undead Legion's operating model was gradually revealed, even the members of the business association, known for their exceptional tolerance, were no longer convinced. The online comments suddenly stagnated. Their brains didn't even have time to process the shocking news. It wasn't until several long minutes later that the online comments began to explode again. So, I'm actually being protected by a bunch of gamers? WTF? Is this true? My taxes? My uncles? My dad? Every bullet I bought actually hit the Zerg. Oh my god, what a bargain. You're using my tax dollars, picking up my wallet, and wasting my time. So, I'm actually the one controlling my ancestors, charging into battle? Pace the wall. Can you even call this a line of defense? This thing, riddled with holes, who can it protect? The legislators were destined to be blind to the barrage, but as their virtual images played out, it seemed as if the last shred of their dignity was being drained away. Things like sleeping with the son of their 8th aunt and touching the daughter of their 7th aunt were no longer worth mentioning. As evidence of their crimes unfolded, they were destined to be forever nailed to humanity's pillar of shame. How could such people become council members? On what terms? Why do they take our money and then continue to humiliate us? I finally understand why the Longzhou people left. How could such an alliance survive? Jin Yang's retreat wasn't without reason. What on earth have these council members done all these years? What are you doing? Fucking his aunt. Aren't you going to attack Longmo? Didn't you say we released the queen? Where's your dignity? I just want to ask, where's the dignity of you council members? The council members had lost their former high spirits. They collapsed to the ground, each one screaming for mercy at the top of their lungs. Tears streamed down their cheeks, and some, in some cases, were incontinent. The cameras faithfully and perfectly captured their plight, allowing everyone watching the live broadcast to witness how humbled and fawning these once glamorous council members had become. They pulled back on the defense, abandoning the masses. To make money, they massively disbanded the regular army and filled the defenses with a horde of undead legions that are practically garbage. They violently suppressed the protesters. They brought back troops from the front lines to suppress the people and violently massacre the demonstrators. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is a free country. See, people of the corporate federation? The army you pay taxes to support is slaughtering your own people. And the undead legions you pay to support are selling you out to the Zerg. So it wasn't that we weren't able to advance all these years. So it turns out the defenses didn't have to retreat. So it turns out that for all these years, those who fought alongside us were a bunch of termites. Are they even human? They sold their comrades to the Zerg. How can they still be considered human? Su Li slowly raised his hand and swung it down. A dozen mecha girls picked up the congressman in front of them and unfolded them in an instant. No matter how they shouted, they didn't pay any attention. After squeezing them lightly, they smashed them towards the side of the mountain wall. The camera didn't capture the horrific scene of them plastering the wall, but everyone heard the rhythmic slapping sound. Su Li's face was stern, his eyes bloodshot. The figure on the platform looked somewhat desolate at that moment. A lump in his throat clung to the thought of countless elite humans fighting for these very things. He felt that such plastering was too easy for them. He raised his crimson eyes and gazed at the camera in front of him. I know you're all watching. So please look carefully. In the face of facts and evidence, all sophistry is futile. Perhaps you will say that we were forced to confess. That doesn't matter. Facts or confessions. These people are not the first, nor will they be the last. Those who incited the people and attempted to butcher us, Long Zhou, look carefully. This group of people will be your fate. My Long O. There are millions of men, and when faced with the Zerg, none of us would kneel down and beg for our lives. Who are you? Do you think we deserve to kneel down and listen to your noise? I, Su Li, am standing right here. What happened to the wall earlier was just the beginning. I'll show you that noise comes at a price. Long Zhou threat theory? You're right. Long O is a threat to you. So what? If you're capable, come out and confront me. Send me the coordinates. If I can keep you alive for even half a day, I'll take your last name. Su Li was mad. He didn't even want to consider the consequences. The potential threat of the Divine Grace cult had been forgotten the moment old Zhang died. Since the outcome was already a life-or-death struggle, there was no point in retreating. Be it the Divine Grace cult, or that Slanish, who knew where it was hiding. Come on, the harder the better. Chapter 348. Eve, standing on the platform, frowned. Using herself as bait? Too risky. The Divine Grace cult is extremely secretive, and its intelligence system is exceptionally advanced. She was completely bewildered as to how old Zhang even knew of Lazy's existence, let alone Roazi's existence. Under these circumstances, openly challenging the business association would inevitably lead to a series of uncertainties. She turned to look at Gao Mingrui beside her, only to see him appear unmoved, still sipping from his battered cup. Hot tea so delicious? Sooner or later, I'll smash the cup for you. You just standing there watching? Gao Mingrui turned to look at Eve, giving her a puzzled look. It's a global live broadcast, and he's not the main character, so why not just watch? Go down and say a few words? He's jumping up again. You're not going to do anything? Seeing Eve's fury, Gao Mingrui took a slow sip of his tea. He's right to jump up. This proves we haven't uncovered any concrete information about the Divine Grace cult yet. If we really don't respond, that's a disaster. Don't worry. He possesses Slanish himself, and his understanding of it is better than you or I. He's no child, he knows his limits. You call that knowing your limits? He's about to confront them. Others are setting up traps for him, and they're always on the lookout. Besides, are they that tolerant? There are still 2 fleets to the north. Eve rolled her eyes, feeling it would be more reliable to call back the main fleet. At least it would buy her enough time to react if the enemy turned the tables. The Corporate Federation doesn't dare fire the first shot. If they do, it would actually be a good thing. Taking out 2 major fleets with a single Star Destroyer is a good deal, I think. Then it's all-out war. We have the list, and using the aftermath of the war, we can name them one by one. Even if we can't completely eliminate all the church leaders, we can at least completely paralyze them and deprive them of their respective functions. Gao Mingrui put down his cup and continued, if his words are radical now, then I hope he'll be even more radical. Didn't you notice the number of mech girls here is a bit small? Half of the Dawn Legion's mech girls in training have already departed for the border. The Star Destroyer cannons have been erected. The high-intensity energy shield was deployed half a month ago. All we're waiting for is the first shot from the enemy. Eve stared blankly at Gao Mingrui in front of her. How come I didn't know about this? I already submitted the action report to you. Just this morning. I stayed up all night writing it. Gao Mingrui pointed at the dark circles under his eyes, and turned to look at the virtual image in the air. It wasn't that he wanted to drink water. It was that he needed to calm himself down. He needed those sips of water to quench the rage within him. These idiots, worse than pigs and dogs, had wasted 70 or 80 years of his chi cultivation in just a few moments. If Su Li hadn't been the protagonist today, he would have wanted to grab the microphone and curse their ancestors. These bastards deserve to die. Why didn't their dad shoot them against the wall? So, even framing someone requires a plan. Oh my god! I learned something new. Where's the list? Do you have a list? I know a little bit about incantations. Give me his birth date, and I'll curse him or not. This is truly an eye-opener. It turns out you really don't need to prepare a lie. Mom, is this what they call 3 people making a tiger? I'm just watching a live broadcast, and you're giving me a lesson. Calling a deer and calling it a horse. Calling a deer and calling it a horse. That's wrong. This is supposed to be confusing right and wrong. What's with 3 people making a tiger? Calling a deer and calling it a horse? Don't teach children bad things. Stop it. Please stop it. My grandpa has already died from high blood pressure. My dad is on his way to bed. Just die. I beg you. Every second of life is a waste of air. Thank you for being here. Seriously? The old man is finally pissed off, and I can run away with his pension. Slow down, old manly next door is still breathing. I have his card. The comments were full of jokes, but the good news was that everyone wanted them dead. Both the people of Long-O and the members of the Business Federation finally reached a consensus at this moment. Lying on the people, sucking their blood, and framing their comrades. The human parliament, once considered sacred by everyone, once again unveiled its mysteries. At this moment, everyone saw clearly that beneath the beauty's veil was not a captivating face, but a monster oozing pus and blood. Beneath that gorgeous dress was not a delicate figure that would make one's blood boil. It was a rotting, decaying mass of flesh, nauseating to the touch. No one could accept what they saw. Humans are incredibly empathetic creatures. As evidence after evidence emerged, they were all in turmoil. The corporate federation attempted to block all video signals from Longzhou. But the projections on the mechanical island had already begun deploying, broadcasting all simultaneous images in real time. In the human parliament, the bloated members also watched the live broadcast. Cold sweat began to trickle down their foreheads. Sitting there, none dared to claim to be clean. Because, aside from a few scapegoats, clean people simply did not exist. Everyone shuddered subconsciously at Su Li's resounding voice. A confrontation? Stop it. Forget about a confrontation. The Longzhou Dawn Legion's battle flag still flutters atop the parliament's bell tower. They don't even have the courage to take down the flag, so what confrontation? Mobilize the fleet. Let the fleet fire. Have them immediately warp to Lingsue Star and interrupt their trial. Lingsue Star is surrounded by space jammers, making a direct warp impossible. Then let them fire. Break through the defenses. Fire at the Longzhou boundary. To mobilize the fleet, you need the speaker's warrant. Can't you see the speaker kneeling there? The vice speaker is here too. Don't be ridiculous. Sign the order in the speaker's place, and have the members of the parliament approve and sign it. Quick! A decree was issued at breakneck speed, but it was met with cold silence. In the two main fleets on the edge of Longzhou, the captain slowly clenched his fist. He had never imagined that his fleet would one day become an accomplice in the enemy's dirty scheme. The soldiers fell silent. As evidence emerged, they gradually lost their faith. For this was not the country they had fought so hard to protect, much less the future they had fought so hard to preserve. Fighting for the interests of capitalists? They weren't mercenaries with no moral compass. Captain, let's go back. I want to go to the front lines and kill bugs. My home is on Red Flame Star. I just realized now that the target of our bombardment wasn't the Queen Bug. Chapter 349. Lingsue Star Conference Hall. As the evidence presented by Qin Fong played simultaneously, every Dawn Legion soldier in the conference hall couldn't help but radiate a strong murderous intent. Such acts of backstabbing were unacceptable to all soldiers. They could accept dying on the battlefield, accepting their own legion's inability to resist, sacrificing their lives to buy a glimmer of hope for their comrades in the rear. They could even accept their own troops being abandoned. But they absolutely could not accept being bombarded by friendly fire while they still had the strength to fight. Didn't the council say those legions were wiped out? Did they say they were wiped out? Didn't they say they were traitors to humanity and deserters? Why do I hear they were wiped out because they rebelled and attacked a new line of defense? The comments were filled with a chorus of opinions, and for a moment, even the general public was stunned. For they suddenly realized that all the information came from the corporate federation. The claims made by Long-O and the 76th Legion were already drowned out by the heated debate. They barely made a splash. I remember how many posts were blocked back then. It still had some buzz, but then it was all over the place with gossip about the vice speaker. It seemed like he had a child with some popular actress. Just a cover-up. That's how the truth is hidden. You really think you have freedom of speech? You don't even have the most basic right to know. Damn it. He didn't even ask for my permission when he used my genes. Not even during the withdrawal. Why do they decide our life or death? That's it? I've been in the army for so many years, and this is it? Just to protect these things? I'm guilty. I was just following orders. It never occurred to me that I was firing at my own comrades. Is there any need for a parliament like this? Firing at your own comrades fighting on the front lines? It's a wonder they can hold such a line of defense. Rebellion? And you're playing tricks? Gao Mingrui quietly observed the comments and grinned. The netizens were incredibly supportive. After all these years, he realized that the way people insult people is constantly evolving. It's not that no one in the comments defends the parliament. It's just that as soon as a sentence comes out, It's instantly overwhelmed by a barrage of comments. Line up. Line up. Mark the coordinates. Council bastard spotted. Send him to Lingsue Star. Send him to Lingsue Star. The Lingsue Star mountain wall needs you to warm its 4 seasons. As the barrage of comments poured in, Gao Mingrui knew that this campaign of public opinion had been won. As the images spread online, many people began to gather their own forces, clamoring for the purge of the council. He knew he would soon see further actions from the Divine Grace cult. For example, an armed purge of the entire council, then replacing those positions with a new group of assholes. Such actions were useful, but not particularly effective. People's trust in the council was built slowly over time. But it often crumbles in an instant. Even if a new parliament is established, the crisis of trust will persist. The independence of the planets is almost imminent. If they want to gain the trust of the people, they must deploy more troops to the front lines. However, if they deploy large numbers of troops, they will completely lose the military power they can control, becoming mired in a quagmire and losing any chance of competing with Long Zhou. But if they don't deploy large numbers of troops, then they will just sit back and wait for the independence of the planets. Even the existing military system will collapse. Disbanding the legions is a horrible move. Disbanding the army might be just a matter of a written order, but expecting to reorganize it afterward? Gao Mingrui didn't believe the current parliament would have the same credibility as before. In short, no matter which outcome, chaos is inevitable. For Long Zhou, if the parliament falls into complete chaos, they will have ample opportunities. Slaanesh loves to herd. Let them take advantage of the chaos to kill more sheepdogs. Now that the Queen is commanding the front lines, the Super S-class pilots will be free to maneuver. Even if they can reduce the number by at least half, it won't negatively impact the battle situation. In the meeting hall, legislators, one after another, sacrificed their lives for the great cause of wall pasting. Yi Hua trembled as she threw out her 10 quotas, her body shaking with excitement. She wasn't alone. She clearly felt the longings of countless comrades within her. Each of them wished they could stand in her place and take over as her wall pasting specialist. Is this what it feels like to have glory always with me? The spotlight is on everyone. It was as if the sky had become bluer, the wind gentler. Wind resistance was approaching 0. In the cockpit, she waved her hands vigorously, pounding the cockpit. This hair-raising feeling was something she would remember forever. For these 10 people, she would risk everything in the future. Even if Su Li told her to drive the boat into Pride, she wouldn't hesitate. A man will die for his friend. Just do it. She captured the people, she plastered the walls. Now all that was left was to sacrifice her life for Su Li at any moment. From now on, let alone his blade pointing at her, even if he glanced a few times in a certain direction, she would rush over to grab a few handfuls of grass to see if there were any rabbits. Han Hai's voice echoed with envy and resentment over the communication channel. Follow the team and leave the stage first, then go around the back and go on stage again. The host has given you his spot. Remember, don't throw too many, there are only 10. Yi Hua was stunned at first, then trembled. No, she could no longer contain her excitement. What did it mean to be ecstatic? What did it mean to be overjoyed? And to be overjoyed? No. She felt like her chest couldn't hold her beating heart anymore. It needed a wider stage to showcase its brilliance. Her heart was about to do a backflip, believe it or not. Is that only 10? It was. Oh my god, there are still 10. Han Hai stared at Yi Hua in the arena, curling his lips in indignation. He only had 3 spots. Just as she felt the counselor's soft touch in her hand, it was over. But what about Yi Hua? She had a whopping 20. Tonight, she'd go to her master and demand an explanation. Yes. After witnessing such a bloody scene, he'd definitely be in a bad mood. She needed to channel her deep maternal energy and give him some of that motherly feeling. As she thought about it, her face gradually turned slightly red. If it meant motherly, wouldn't the suspenders and black stockings be a bit too revealing? The cacophony of noise from the communicator interrupted her reverie. Yi Hua's hesitant voice rang out over the communication channel, a hint of uncertainty. Sister, dear sister, your master has suddenly been so kind to me. Does he want to be governor? Just tell me straight up. If he really wants that, I, Yi Hua, will risk my life to rip a hole through the mechanical island. Han Hai, Chapter 350. Mechanical laws. When it comes to Yi Hua, Chun Chun is a lost cause. For a moment, Han Hai even hoped his ears were misleading. Are you kidding me? Crash into a mechanical island and let me see. If you get close to it, I'll see if you disintegrate. You're really audacious. She glanced at the stands behind the platform with a guilty conscience. Eve was whispering with Gao Mingrui, clearly never having imagined that a mechanical girl would secretly plot against her. Below the platform, Yihua clenched his palms with excitement. He looked at the councilman in his hands and, for the first time in his life, found him somewhat adorable. Before throwing him, he even poked his head with his finger. Su Li looked straight ahead, pretending not to hear the crisp sound. He could endure it. She had performed a great deed. Not to mention a blow to his head, he could even tolerate a slurry from her mouth. He had never imagined that one of the two people Yihua casually picked up would be a bishop of the Divine Grace sect. With someone like that, who was so secretive, it would be impossible to find any clues unless it was a chance encounter. And with just this casual glance, Yihua had pulled out a remarkably detailed list. Before last night, he hadn't even known the Divine Grace sect existed. Watching the execution scene before him coldly, he couldn't help but pinch his palms. He needed to be tougher. The tougher he was, the less the Divine Grace sect would know about him. With Old Man Zhang's early preparations, there was no immediate danger on Lingsue Star. Slaanesh wouldn't show up, because, in her eyes, fighting among her food was perfectly normal. Even if all her sheepdogs were killed, as long as her location wasn't revealed, she wouldn't take such a risk. This is a common trait among those who masterfully conceal their true potential. They won't risk their lives lightly, only striking with devastating force when they have absolute certainty. Su Li's goal was to prevent her from feeling confident enough. Just like when he first arrived on Lingsue Star and faced Ruo Zi. The more proactive he was, the more he created a false impression. By exploiting the intelligence gap to rapidly grow, he could remain invincible. It wasn't just laziness now. The high-level Zerg on Qi and Star were still active. And Slaanesh's permissive attitude towards them was enough to demonstrate her lack of interest in other high-level Zerg. Even if information about Ruo Zi being a Slaanesh had leaked, she wouldn't have immediately taken action. Because to further her advancement, she needed Ruo Zi to reach a certain level. And that level was likely the middle stage of the Zerg Emperor. He couldn't help but think of the arrogance of that late-stage Zerg Emperor. If the existing Slaanesh had grown to that level, this battle would be impossible to fight. At least, not with him now. In his mind, a small tree fluttered its branches wildly. All the source crystals in the capsule, except for the small microwave-sized room in Lightning's bedroom, had been consumed. Newly mined source crystals were on their way, and wouldn't arrive until tonight. But it was clearly impatient, for Slaanesh's presence completely threatened its safety. In the conference hall, accompanied by the sound of walls being shattered, the Dawn Legion erupted in a thunderous roar. They raised their weapons high, displaying their military might to the world. The soldiers' eyes widened in anger, their voices wailing at the top of their lungs at the execution before them. The cries of kill shook the air. Everyone knew that covering the wall with paper was too easy for these council members. Su Li leaped from the platform, walked in front of Qin Fang, and kicked the council members on the ground. The execution had come to an end, but it was clear that no one wanted it to end so soon. Because covering the wall with paper could only temporarily relieve the anger in their hearts. But more anger continued to accumulate in their chests. Su Li knew his soldiers well, and the anger in their eyes was all too familiar. He too had been abandoned on the battlefield, left to die alone in space. Therefore, in this life, he had zero tolerance for such behavior. He stared at the three people lying on the ground and waved to the side. 6 mecha girls quickly stepped forward, working in pairs, and dragged the 3 council members to the platform. The remaining 3 are the culprits responsible for the loss of the Red Flame Star defenses. 1 speaker and 2 counselors. They were the ones who gave the order to bombard the Legion and sign the order. They are unworthy of plastering the wall. I fear they will tarnish the names of the heroes on the wall. They don't even deserve to be trampled upon by the heroes. Therefore, we in Longzhou have more appropriate punishments for those who betray their comrades and distort the truth. He glanced at Qin Fang below. The latter, his eyes red, stepped onto the platform. Holding a fine mesh fishing net, he stripped the 3 men down to their underwear, then wrapped the net around them and hoisted them high. The fat-headed speaker and the council members were now trembling like chaff. The white fat spilled out of the holes in the fishing net. In Qin Fang's hand, the sharp scalpel flashed with a cold light. A tray at his feet held the best hemostatics. Muscle-growing powder, hemostatic gel, powerful adrenaline. All the medicines that could prevent their death were neatly arranged on the tray. Each of them, with a mouthguard in their mouths, drifted slowly in the air like pigs waiting to be slaughtered, swaying with the swaying of the fishing net. They had no idea what punishment they were about to face, but that didn't stop their fear of the unknown. Su Li glanced at Qin Fang and slowly spoke, "Qin Fang, I know you are filled with immense indignation and hatred. But today, you are more than just the commander of the 76th Legion. You are also the executioner of my Dawn Legion. Remember my words. This is an order. Qin Fang unconsciously tapped his heels and saluted Su Li. Su Li calmly returned the salute, then grabbed the microphone and spoke word by word. 3 days, 3,600 cuts. 1 day less, and you will be punished by military law. 1 less cut, and you will be ashamed of the thousands of comrades who died on Red Flame Star. Remember this. I want them alive until the execution is complete. I want them to watch as they are dismembered, one cut after another. Qin Fang's red eyes finally filled with tears, and his body trembled slightly, as if this military order was a heavy burden. He raised his head, saluted Su Li again, and roared, Qin Fang, commander of the 76th Main Battle Corps of the former alliance, receives the order. 3 days, 3,600 strikes. In memory of my countless fallen comrades, and in memory of the immortal spirit of the Longzhou army. From the formation below, a thunderous roar echoed again. Amid the terrified expressions of the 3 pigs, their sonorous cries seemed to tear their remaining livers and gallbladders to shreds. In memory of my countless fallen comrades, and in memory of the immortal spirit of the Longzhou army. Chapter 351. On the platform, the execution began. Su Li didn't linger, his retreating figure, like a sharp blade unsheathed, made it impossible for anyone to gaze at him for long. In the stands, Gao Mingrui clenched his fists tightly. The punishment of lingering death, by slicing, was something he had never imagined. No, he had thought of it, but he would never carry it out in public. That would seem too brutal. But it must be said that everyone in the human parliament, from the speaker to the councillors, has the potential to sing high notes. Listening to that moving tune, not to mention the lingering sound, it's like a single sound that resonates with the ear, resonates with all senses. He felt that the constipation that had plagued him for so long had been completely resolved today. He could eat at least 1 more bowl of rice tonight. So satisfying, after 70 or 80 years of life, today's mood finally smoothed over. Look at that high wall. 2 vice speakers are already missing. Another speaker was skinned alive today. Witnessing such a grand spectacle in his lifetime is truly a blessing for his Gao family. Longzhou's military might is secure after this incident. Next, Su Li won't even need to make a move. It's time for those hidden space-guided weapons to be unveiled. Don't ask. The answer is that they missed during the test launch, or perhaps they were swept away by space turbulence. What? It says made in Longzhou? Are you sure it's in Chinese? Sorry, our made in Longzhou script is all cursive, not regular script. Are you convinced? If you're convinced, forget it. If you're not, so what? Go ahead and hit me. Do you have the energy to mobilize more troops? Unlike Gao Mingrui's excitement, Yi's face was filled with shock and despair. Shockingly, he actually had such brutal methods of punishment. Despairingly, at this rate, his title of God of War would likely be replaced by Butcher. Although she had given the list, but could she be blamed? She had only told him to bring the man back and paste it on the wall, not to hang him up. What was the point of 3,600 cuts? Qin Fang, who was carrying out the execution, was a little hesitant at first, but now, he was getting better. This kind of thing, you get used to it so quickly. Is that really okay? She could already imagine that after this incident, Qin Fang and Su Li would definitely be on the same page. These two, one paranoid to the extreme, the other just wanting to go out and have fun. And now, hand in hand, the two of them, searching the universe for friends. They were definitely after the Enterprise Federation and wouldn't let go. One today, another tomorrow. How could she still feel safe? She turned to look at Gao Mingrui. This time, he didn't sip his hot tea. But she still snatched up his cup and threw it to the ground. You don't care? Gao Mingrui was stunned again, his face filled with disbelief. Halfway through, he stopped. What do you mean he doesn't care? What is he supposed to care about? Just stand there with a plate, waiting for it to boil over? Can't you see? These two are definitely in cahoots. They'll be running all over the Enterprise Association. If we're not careful, both of them could be gone. Gao Mingrui sighed helplessly. Why don't you just follow them? Aren't you planning to use the mechanical island to confront Slaanesh? If you just follow them from beginning to end, what's there to worry about Slaanesh not appearing? Yi's eyes widened at this. That's right. This is truly the case of those in the know being blinded. Why not just follow along? With an SSS rank mecha girl as his backup, and the mecha island, anyone who dares to mess with him will be crushed to death. Seeing Yi's sudden realization, Gao Mingrui slowly picked up his thermos, opened the lid, and took a sip. Look, this is so great. You can still teach him whenever you want, right? Eve's eyes brightened. A divine light flickered in her pale blue pupils, clearly delighted with the proposal. Gao Mingrui glanced at her and curled his lips. He finally understood why Yi Hua, despite his recklessness, was still so favored by Eve. Now it seemed they were a common thread. Under a madman's command, the madmen gathered. That was the right thing to do. Su Li possessed the mecha tree, and they didn't let him go out to wander around, precisely to preserve the flame. But now, the torch and the flame are out together. Go! Go out to wander. Go out to wander. Otherwise, you be unworthy of your status. Gao Mingrui took another sip of tea and slowly screwed the lid back on. This time, he placed the cup to his right, to prevent her from dropping it again. The speaker and the legislators' roars echoed one after another. To prevent them from treating him inadequately, Gao Mingrui even recorded the recordings, so he could play them publicly while he went to the bathroom. Some were happy, others sad. Although many online comments condemned Su Li's cruelty, they were quickly overshadowed by the overwhelming public outcry. Simple punishments were no longer enough to vent the public's anger, especially since so many people had been caught in the crossfire. The evidence piled up, seemingly covering every aspect of the case. As a result, not a single legislator had a good word to say on behalf of these legislators. In a private residence on an unknown planet, beautifully dressed maids shuttled through the ancient castle. Carrying trays in hand, they lined up in an orderly formation, entering the room one by one. A graceful blonde lady lay on her side on a chaise longue, and 4 tube attached to her wrist. Amidst the humming of the machine, freshly collected blood was dissolved into a light serum, which slowly flowed into the lady's wrist. The traces of time were barely visible in her features. Her rich blonde hair was as charming as silk. Beneath her retro-styled skirt, 2 white legs folded. 2 maids knelt at her hem, massaging her ivory white calves. In front of her, another maid also knelt. She held a terminal, which displayed a live broadcast from Lingsue Star. She watched quietly, sipping her decanted wine. Feeling the rich, fragrant aroma linger in her mouth, she swirled the goblet in her hand with a delighted air. Pass on my orders. Counselors of the Business Association, replace them. These pigs can't even do this, so there's no point in keeping them. Master, do we need to select from among the faithful? Just maintain the original ratio. God's pasture requires sufficient stability. The noblewoman glanced at her, and the maid standing by the door nodded slightly, gently pushing the door open. The noblewoman gazed at the girl's back as she walked away, her eyes fixed on her stocking-clad calves. Even through the white socks, she could clearly see the veins at the bend of her knees. She gently licked her crimson lips and narrowed her eyes slightly. The mellow fragrance of the girl's blood was a most delicious wine. Though only a fleeting glance, she could feel its course through her body. It was an incomparable beauty. Just like her, despite being 90 years old, she still possessed the beauty of a young woman. And all of this was nurtured by the fine wines of those beloved people. She parted her rosy lips, staring at the sword-like figure on the terminal. What stage is his clone at? The brain is still immature, but the body is fully developed. Then transfer 2 over. I can't wait to savor his beauty. The lady spoke, a sinister glint in her eyes. Her slender legs couldn't help but tighten slightly. Chapter 352. On Lingsue Star, boxes and boxes of source crystals were placed into Su Li's capsule. As night fell, he stopped watching the execution and instead returned to his bedroom to begin absorbing the source crystals. Before Lightning even saw the box, the little tree tucked it into its system backpack and began absorbing it frantically. It didn't know if the source crystals could give Lightning a brain, but it knew that condensing its own island was imminent. It wasn't a mechanical tree in the traditional sense. It was called a mechanical tree because the mechanical trees of the Mecha Girls were used to solidify the production of Mecha Girls. It didn't have a special name. Throughout history, it had many bizarre names, such as Jinmu, Fusong, and Ruomu. Each tree had a different mission, a different path, and thus earned a different name. It and the Mecha Girls' mechanical trees were of the same origin, but due to different growth environments and different circumstances, they were already vastly different. One by one, the tree seeds were released and placed into the backpack. In its mind, the little tree desperately urged Su Li to spread the seeds across all the occupied planets. Only in this way could it ensure the absolute safety of its own location. Because the young trees grown from its seeds not only possessed the ability to suppress Zerg genes, they could also effectively prevent Zerg from invading the planet. The aura they exude naturally repelled the Zerg, causing them to instinctively stay away. Even a powerful high-level queen would be restricted by the tree species if it invaded the planet. Besides providing early warning, they can also continuously weaken the Zerg's strength. Although this weakening effect diminishes as the Zerg's level increases, the early warning alone is immensely effective. After learning that this was the mechanical tree's order, Eve ordered the elders to take the tree seeds and rush non-stop to all the occupied planets. Su Li, on the other hand, began to focus on the small tree's renewed growth in his mind. Bundles of source crystals were absorbed, transforming into golden liquid droplets that began to condense at the tree's roots. Unlike the massive mechanical island floating in the sky, the small tree, with its abundant source crystals, seemed to intend to use them as the primary energy source for the island's condensation. 5 massive Zerg Emperor cores were entangled by the tree's roots, their energy also being drained bit by bit. It discarded the outer shells of the Zerg Emperor cores, using their energy to build the island's main framework, then frantically injected the energy of the source crystals into it. A blinding golden light filled his mind. As the island's prototype gradually took shape, Su Li felt his mind churning. Amidst the surging energy, he suddenly sensed a connection between his small tree and the void. It felt like a hole had been opened in his mind, allowing him to materialize the small tree at any moment. For both the small tree and Su Li, this situation meant a further increase in combat power. The source crystals in the box were still far from enough to build the island. But the small tree was clearly a little frightened. It exerted all its energy, repeatedly compressing the energy of the source crystals, until a long golden shuttle formed in its mind. Su Li quietly examined the long shuttle before him. It was streamlined, like a water droplet with pointed ends. A closer look revealed fine, twisted lines all over its body. These were the ripples that only occur when space is extremely unstable. Clearly, the source crystal's powerful energy was being restrained to the utmost, granting it immense destructive power over even space. Can such a weapon stand up against pride? The little tree swayed its branches slightly. If she strikes first, you'll be dead without a burial place. If you strike first, it's a 1-for-1 fight. Su Li paused, then slowly nodded. Okay. He wasn't afraid of dying. Against a being like that, a 1-for-1 fight was the best outcome. Now, he had a backup plan against Slaanesh. At least until Slaanesh's presence was discovered, the little tree still had room to grow. If this time was long enough, perhaps it wouldn't be a 1-for-1 fight, but he could chase Pride and fight him. Xiaoshu was confused. What did it mean? Did he not hear what he said before? Su Li ignored Xiaoshu, instead gazing out the window at the brightly lit night scene, silently organizing his thoughts. Could Slaanesh, like Ruozi, be hiding somewhere unexpected? Then, where could that be? Where in the entire galaxy could she easily control the council while still ensuring absolute safety? Darkness beneath the lamp, darkness beneath the lamp. Wherever darkness could reach. A gentle figure approached, slowly hugging him from behind. The unpredictable situation made Su Li instantly aware of who it was. He had no resistance to this soft attack. Especially after turning around and taking in the full situation, he realized even more clearly how dangerous the situation was. The human eye is always limited. At least when it comes to grasping a situation, it's difficult to see the full picture. Han Hai smoothed her golden hair and gently pushed her glasses up her nose. The soft dress perfectly outlined her figure. Beneath the cotton shawl, the slender straps gave just the right amount of firmness. As the de facto second in command of the Legion, she liked to think ahead of Su Li. After all, she often oversaw the overall work. While it wasn't always possible to satisfy him, she always tried her best to make sure there were no mistakes. Only in this way could Su Li focus more deeply on his thinking. Gazing at the slowly evolving situation before him, Su Li clearly realized the limitations of the human eye. So, he lifted Han Hai up and shifted his perspective, gaining a more complete understanding of the situation. Sometimes, a shift in perspective can transcend one's own vision or limited thinking. The darkest part is no longer important. This isn't a problem that can be solved by a sudden flash of inspiration. Strategic deployment requires more than just lightning-fast maneuvers, it also requires meticulous attention to detail. Accurate positioning is essential, but preliminary exploration is equally crucial. Lie down. He's not alone, many things can be done by others. For example, now that he sees the desire for victory in Han Hai's eyes, why not leave it to her and let her give it her all? Perhaps with collective wisdom, a clearer picture will emerge. Su Li gasped. Her short blonde hair cascaded across his chest, and Han Hai's face flushed. She had clearly prepared herself physically and mentally, but upon entering the battlefield, she realized she still needed clear guidance when facing an unknown situation. Master Yu Yu. Straighten up a little. I can't see the situation clearly. Chapter 353. Su Li has been working hard to cultivate his overall perspective. The more he sees, the more he realizes his shortcomings. But some things are destined to be beyond mere effort. For example, his palms, under the specific conditions of the vast sea, seemed somewhat unable to control the situation. When the morning sun shone, his vision was still dark. He had spent the entire night searching for the darkest part, and suddenly, at this moment, a glimmer of understanding came. She might not be in this hemisphere, or in that hemisphere. The Enterprise Federation has too many planets. Searching for them one by one would be too time-consuming and exhausting. It's even possible that she is constantly moving. If they were to plant tree seeds on every planet, they could accurately locate her. But why? Why did they drive Longo out? Yet Longzhou still provide them with a stable living environment? Besides, he wasn't thinking of rushing over and engaging in a one-for-one trade. Han Hai let out a lazy hum. She shifted her body to the side, tucking her head into Su Li's blanket. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a shadow over her fair legs. Su Li gently stroked them, and twisted his stiff neck. The public trial had concluded, and while the execution continued, it was time for the soldiers to gather their minds. Especially in this tense situation, completing the corresponding training as quickly as possible and building combat effectiveness was paramount. Old John was gone, but the training plan he had devised remained. All the soldiers knew that Old John had died of exhaustion. His funeral was scheduled for 3 days later, and his body had been transported to Tianshu Star. The funeral would soon be held there. Although the soldiers were puzzled as to why he had chosen to go to Tianshu Star, they nonetheless obeyed his last wish. Only Su Li knew why, for on the mountainside of Linjiai Star, the gazes of all the warriors, who had sacrificed their lives defending their homeland, were fixed upon him. They were men of his son's age. He could not allow a sinner like himself to be engraved alongside their names after death. He simply requested that his ashes be scattered at sea. The morning sun could not dispel the gloom in Su Li's heart. He changed into his training uniform, shouldered his load, and headed for the training grounds. The pilots' training continued as usual, shouting resounding slogans as they sprinted along the academy's walls. Sweat dripped from Li Tianlong's hair. As their physical fitness gradually strengthened and improved, the loads they carried also increased in tandem. Su Li had never been a merciful man. He was ruthless in his training of the pilots. Yet, no one complained, for he was even more ruthless with himself. Who has ever seen a man capable of carrying more than twice his own weight, and still moving briskly on the training ground? A man needs to put a little pressure on himself to be motivated and forge ahead. You all, your backs buckling under the slightest weight, what kind of men are you? Su Li's words were cold and ruthless, causing several female pilots in the formation to turn their heads. What are you looking at? If you don't treat yourself like a man, why would you go to the battlefield? They rolled their eyes and turned back, believing their commander was right. They never considered themselves inferior to male soldiers, but it was undeniable that to achieve the same physical qualities as male soldiers, they needed to put in more effort. Master, could you give me some special treatment? Tell me more about the pressure you're under? Li Tianlang leaned forward with a sly look, the weights clinking on his body. Su Li pondered for a moment. I have a lot of mecha girls. Li Tianlang, He had to admit, this was indeed a considerable pressure. Li Tianlang tightened his backpack and silently followed the team. Those casual words created a huge chasm between him and Su Li. This wasn't some special treatment. This was the Somali Trench. While he was still raving about one mecha girl, he was already leading a group of mecha girls on their horses. Look, someone prepared tea for training, someone recorded and accompanied him during study sessions. He even had his own dining companion, and even his own personal teleportation channel when he went out. What did he have? All he had was a vicious woman who tied him to a stool and whipped him. Why should he compare himself to others? Looking back, Yirong and I were so shameless. But now, it seemed no wonder she was able to become a master. It was all thanks to his discerning eye that he spotted Su Li at first sight among the vast crowd. And then all he could do was follow Su Li around every day, filled with envy and jealousy. Su Li raised his wrist, glanced at He Yu's custom-made watch, then turned and glared at Chang Zi, who was lagging behind. He had clearly put on so much weight that his heart rate was out of balance. I told you so many times, force training is fine, but it has to be done in moderation. A pilot needs not only a strong physique, but also absolute control over himself. You're always pushing your limits now. Do you have the ability to truly control yourself? I have it. Then take off your weights and jump from the spot, 1.21 meters high. Xiangzi took off his heavy weights and, under Su Li's gaze, without even adjusting his breathing, he jumped from the spot. 1.22 meters high. Failed. Reduce the weight by 10 kilograms? If I catch you again, you'll be sent to training camp with the third batch of pilots. Yes, Commander. Xiangzi wiped the sweat from his forehead, pulled out a lead sheet, and tossed it to Su Li, then put on his weights again, and caught up with the team. A centimeter of error is unacceptable. When operating a mecha, even a single degree of deviation can mean the difference between life and death. Remember, you're about to face the final assessment. I sincerely hope that you will graduate successfully, and then take up the banner of the Dawn Legion. The Legion isn't mine alone, it's yours as well. If you can't bear this banner, you'll have to remain at the academy and continue your training. Those who fail the assessment 3 times will forever lose the chance to wear the Dawn Legion's medal. Therefore, I hope you all will be fully prepared and treat every assessment opportunity with great care. Now, for the final 3 kilometers, give it your all. I want to see the Dawn Legion's reserves charge forward. The reserve pilot's pace quickened upon hearing this. The next second, the entire column shot forward. The team, suppressed for so long, finally unleashed its full potential at this moment, sprinting towards the finish line. Su Li paused, watching the reserve pilots, who had finally reached S-level fitness, a slight grin forming on his face. Li Tianlang and Xiangzi rushed to the front of the column. His physical fitness was already showing signs of surpassing S-level. Chapter 354. Outside the training ground, a bright red mecha transformed into a streak of light. At breakneck speed, the spear in its hand fired a few consecutive strikes, shattering targets the size of watermelons. Su Li looked through the telescope, squinting slightly. After Lightning reached SS rank, all of her attributes skyrocketed. Her previously balanced attributes, nourished by the mechanical tree sap when she was injured, became severely skewed again. While adjustments could be made with S-rank modules, the performance boost from these modules was far from enough to make up for the disparity. It would be better to just let her push her speed to its limits. Make the deflection angle smaller, and don't make excessive movements. At high speed, your kinetic energy is the ultimate weapon for penetrating armor. Let speed take over. No need for extraneous movements. That would only cause instability. Lightning gritted his teeth, followed Su Li's advice, and increased his speed once more. Turning quickly will inevitably cause a loss of kinetic energy, but don't rush. Keep your center of gravity down. Yes, beautiful, that's it. Pay attention to your control of the machine. Don't overly stiffen your legs. Trust their cushioning power. Remember when we were hurtling down the mountain? It was that feeling. 038, with her hands draped over her shoulders, watched the speeding Lightning as if she were seeing the figure racing on the track again. The only difference was that her pilot wasn't flying her this time. Lightning's improvement was visible to the naked eye. She could already handle independent driving. Sister, go ahead. Let's increase the intensity of her training. 038 quickly deployed, carrying Su Li into its cockpit. The black and red mech's gun barrels instantly extended, the support gun mounts behind it firmly anchored to the ground. A dozen black muzzles, loaded with training rounds, shot skyward. A dense barrage of bullets showered upon Lightning, threatening to encircle her. The next second, the gun mounts retracted, and the mech lunged forward, charging into Lightning's path. 038's scalp tingled. Although the rounds were only training rounds, the subsequent maneuvers were all about real combat. Perhaps only Su Li could be so extreme as to practice combat in an SS-class mech. Although also upgraded to SS class, with enhanced weaponry, she was no match for Lightning without Su Li at the controls. The range fire coverage was adequate, but at close range, she lacked the ability to counter her rapid attack. The blade swung upward, a blinding flash of fire. A massive recoil struck, but Su Li deflected it with a spun. The scarlet figure vanished, reappearing at her flank in a split second. Su Li prepared to swing his sword, but the next second, he loosened his grip. Caught off guard, the tip of his spear shot through the air, and a sudden thought struck him. But it was too late. The scarlet mech stumbled on the heavy sword, the sudden force unsteadying her footing and sending her tumbling backwards. The immense momentum gave her no time to adjust, sending her tumbling across the ground for a long distance. Thick smoke and dust billowed, obscuring 038's vision. But even with her vision obscured, she knew how hard Lightning had fallen. Extreme speed wasn't just her weapon. It was a double-edged sword. At such speed, she tripped over the stationary long sword, sending her and her heavy sword flying without a trace. Her foot was surely broken. 038's scalp tingled. This was her own mecha mother. This was too cruel. When the smoke and dust cleared, There was no trace of the bright red mecha left. Only Lightning lay motionless on the ground in the distance. Sully piloted 038 quickly, closing in, then jumped out of the cockpit. Her left foot had indeed lost its ability to move, but the damage wasn't serious, only the sensor had been shattered by the heavy sword. Lightning pouted, her face filled with indignation. She knew she was going to fail, but she had never imagined it would be so complete. Even though he'd been using his speed flexibly, he resorted to such a devastating move, leaving him with no time to react. Feeling wronged? Let's go! I'll fix it for you back home. Be careful next time. We used this against Heiyu before, haven't you forgotten? Speed doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Instead, you should pay attention to changing circumstances and anticipate them. That way, you can minimize the likelihood of harm. I understand. Knowing it isn't enough, you have to remember it. Lightning, I don't want to lose you again. Sully gazed into Lightning's crimson eyes, and lifted her up in a horizontal embrace. Lightning's body trembled slightly, and her grip on his collar tightened slightly. Great progress, but it takes work. I know anticipating situations might be your weakness, but with the right training methods, even if you can't remember, we can develop a conditioned reflex. Upon hearing this, Lightning nodded her head heavily. If her brain wasn't up to par, then her body would. It wasn't a big deal, she could definitely do it. In the cockpit, a streak of cold sweat trickled down 038's forehead. What a huge grudge. Your dog food doesn't taste quite right. And it's a conditioned reflex. Are you trying to force her to remember it? Is this real dog food? Is it laced with blood? For the first time, she began to seriously consider whether she should continue to join the army. Now it was Lightning, who would be next. The thought of Sully whipping her one day while still affectionately calling her sister. She frowned, then suddenly realized that it wasn't so unacceptable. At the edge of the training ground, Eve, watching everything unfold through binoculars, her eyebrows twitching. She was finding Sully increasingly unreadable. You said he didn't like Lightning? The two of them were glued to each other every day. But if you say you like someone, do you really like them like that? Loving someone means breaking her legs? Then could she say she loves those idiots in the Human Council? Because she constantly wants their legs broken. As 038 and the other two sped towards her, Eve put down her binoculars. Without a word, Sully helped Lightning into the maintenance rack. In less than 10 minutes, they had replaced the sensor. Lightning twisted his foot, and under Eve's astonished gaze, he leaned over Sully's cheek and kissed him. Master, you're amazing. Watching Sully grinning like a fool, Eve was stunned. Now she just wanted to send Lightning back to the robot island for another checkup. Is Sully amazing? He's definitely gained experience. You're really stupid. You've probably forgotten that the person doing your repairs is the same person who broke your leg. In principle, the governor of the robot island isn't allowed to interfere in the love lives of the mecha girls. But she suddenly realized that sometimes, intervention is necessary. Chapter 355. Ah! Sully, this kind of training is too dangerous. I know, so I'll design a simulator when I get back, specifically for Lightning's situation, to strengthen her anticipation and reaction skills. Eve opened her mouth, then swallowed back the words she was about to say. Mechanical girls spar with each other, sometimes paralyzed. She just twisted her ankle, so I'm just too idle to bother with such matters. By the way, when do you plan to begin the integration of pilots and mechanical girls? To prevent them from getting too complacent, let's do it in the later stages of the assessment. Most of the candidate pilots have already improved their physical fitness. They basically met all the training requirements. They may be a little behind in practical skills, but after the assessment, it should only take a short time for them to integrate with the mechanical girls. Eve rolled her eyes. Are you using yourself as a model? Sully shrugged slightly, but didn't answer. He knew that a pilot who had undergone systematic training couldn't be that bad. All they lack is practical experience on the battlefield. And there are plenty of such opportunities on the front lines. So, the Dawn Legion will finally have its own pilots. You could say that. Although they're still immature, I can guarantee that their combat power is more than double that of an average pilot. Double? Eve glanced at Sully. He was always so confident. Undeniably, he had the capital to be confident, but for him to have the same confidence in the pilots he trained, wasn't that a bit overly optimistic? Has the governor ever tried piloting a training aircraft? Eve shook her head. Then give it a try. I believe you'll gain a new understanding of our pilots' capabilities after piloting them. Sully smiled and offered the most pertinent advice to ease doubts. Unlike ordinary pilots, the pilots of the Dawn Legion were personally trained by him using his old training methods. Although the training period was short, They were all either experienced pilots or had experience operating power armor. Compared to Su Li's past, their starting point was already quite high. So even if the training time was short, I believe they would be able to deliver satisfactory results. As for future improvements, that can't be achieved through training alone. All we can rely on is their understanding and perseverance. The tempering of the battlefield is essential. Su Li could say that if he threw them into the battlefield for more than 2 months, he would have a ruthless army forged in blood. Eve gazed thoughtfully at the training mech number 1, docked in the nearby hangar. She walked over to its side, and covered its exterior armor with her hand. As the cockpit slowly opened, Eve leaped directly into the cockpit, more than 10 meters high. As the mech's hatch closed, its eyes suddenly lit up with a flash of red light. It stepped out of the hangar, slightly stretching its limbs under Su Li's somewhat stunned gaze. After familiarizing itself with the training mech's functions, its thrusters suddenly erupted with a burst of blue light, and the entire mech surged forward. Su Li had never imagined that Eve's every move would be so saturated with ruthlessness. At a single glance, he knew Eve's time on the battlefield would be considerable. This wasn't a systematic killing move, but a battlefield stunt. Every single move was the result of years of battle, a refined, simplified technique. She was worthy of being the supreme ruler of the mechanical island. With just a few attempts, she mastered the mecha's capabilities. Even the massive iron shell from Su Li's world had been adapted to her with remarkable speed. It's no exaggeration to say that she could pilot this mecha and wreak havoc on the battlefield. So this was an SSS-class mecha girl, but what exactly her mecha looked like was unknown. To have reached this level, either the mechanical tree had forcibly boosted her with its inherent power, or she had fought and triumphed against a Zerg at the end of its Insect King stage. After witnessing Eve's strength, Su Li leaned more towards the second possibility. For he had instantly sensed the same aura of pride in Eve. This was no illusion. For people like them, the sharpness of their intuition often means the difference between life and death. This discovery made Su Li's heart tremble slightly. He and Pride were currently trading blows at an extreme 1-for-1 ratio. But if Eve were added to the mix, wouldn't that mean that Mechanical Island could have another SSS-ranked mecha girl? He didn't know where Slaanesh was hiding, but Pride knew all too well. He dreamed about it every night. As for that little Karami on Qian Star, whose identity was still unknown, even if he killed her, she wouldn't yield enough laws. He could keep her as a pet for now. After all, it wasn't the people of Longo who were being eaten. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but rub his hands. In the cockpit, Eve suddenly shuddered, feeling as if someone was targeting her, and subconsciously stopped operating the mech. Following her instincts, she looked down and saw Su Li, face timid, rubbing his hands like a fly. She knew without hesitation that his mind was playing tricks again. But it didn't matter. She had anticipated this. This time, she wasn't going anywhere. She'd just follow him and see what he could do. Trainer number 1 was being stored. He jumped out of the mech and bumped head-on into Su Li, who was clapping his hands. "Governor, you're amazing. Your piloting skills are truly astonishing. If you weren't so busy with official duties, I have the nerve to ask you to be my disciple. Just say what you mean. Who are you trying to impress with all this brazenness?" Su Li's expression froze for a moment, and he scratched his head. "Well, I'd like to go out for a bit." A look of astonishment crossed Eve's face, but she rarely spoke up to stop him. "Well, I'm thinking that Slaanesh won't be found anytime soon, and tying up our top fighters like this would be a waste. So, your subordinate, have a somewhat unfortunate suggestion. I wonder if the governor is interested in hearing about it." Eve slowly put her hands behind her back, her lightning-like eyes narrowing slightly beneath her military cap. Su Li considered his words, and rubbed his hands again. "It's like this. I happen to know the location of a prideful. Do you think we could find some time?" He made a vicious gesture towards her, then raised his face with a playful smile. Eve's narrowed eyes slowly widened, her hands clenching into fists behind her. For some reason, she didn't feel the slightest bit of surprise at this news. She even took it for granted. That's right, she said. How could he just be chasing a Zerg mothership? And he even issued a gag order against the mecha girl. It was truly outrageous. Goodness me, that **** had truly gone deep into the Zerg heartland, even discovering Pride's exact location. What else could he not dare do? Nothing, absolutely nothing he wouldn't dare do. Can't you see? He's about to team up with her to rape Pride. Chapter 356. Su Li looked at Eve's expression, and instinctively felt something was amiss. But when he thought of Pride, he swallowed hard and decided to give it a try. After all, offending Eve was only temporary. Losing the chance to kill Pride might mean a long wait. Slaanesh was lurking nearby, and relying on source crystals to increase strength would take time. He could afford to wait, but that didn't mean everyone could. For now, the safest strategy was to launch a surprise attack on Pride, adding another SSS-ranked mecha girl to the mechanical island. The stronger one's strength, the less restricted one's actions. Furthermore, further understanding the high-level Zerg could provide a systematic basis for future Slaanesh victories. Eve's silence left Suli feeling uneasy. A woman's thoughts were unpredictable. But if she remained silent for a long time, would that mean she acquiesced? That would be wonderful. While rubbing his hands, a slender hand grasped his ear with lightning speed, causing him to lurch sideways. Eve narrowed her eyes, a cold glint in her eyes. Good. You're so kind. Commander Su is truly exceptional. He's so unassuming, yet even touched the arrogant man's butt. The thought of Su Li's near-death experience made her feel sick. This mechanical island had promise in every way, but it was easy to lose it. I didn't touch it. I just took a look from a distance. Su Li gestured frantically. It's so big, like a mountain. Lightning stood behind Su Li, watching Eve grab Su Li's ear and instinctively looked up at the sky. Eve narrowed her eyes upon hearing this. Late-stage insect king? Su Li nodded, gnawing at the pain. Absolutely late stage. That planet has abundant vegetation and a habitable environment. Besides Pride, there are many high-level queens. If we can successfully launch a surprise attack, not only will we be able to produce an SSS-level fighter, but the strength of the others should also be significantly increased. We should be able to provide at least over 100 S-level modules. As soon as he said this, he felt his ears finally break free from Eve's restraints. The latter's brow furrowed slightly, her light blue hair fluttering as her tall figure stood still. 100 S-level modules meant a vast number of high-level insects. Pride, a late-stage insect king, was surrounded by at least 10 high-level queens, and the elite species around him were likely at least king-level. As for the swarm, I'm afraid every single one of them possessed the strength of an elite species. An increase in the queen's strength often means an increase in the strength of the entire colony. The yawning disparity in power meant that fighting this battle would require the absolute best of Dragon Continent. At the very least, every mecha girl from the Dawn Legion would be required. In addition, at least 3,000 high-level guards would be mobilized to launch a surprise attack on Pride. The battle couldn't be prolonged. If it exceeded the specified time frame, even high-level mechas might still be able to escape once the swarm of insects arrived. But that wasn't always the case for the S-level mecha girls. Su Li felt a little uneasy. He couldn't make decisions for Eve. Such a proposal was a risky one. The decision wasn't his. He also hoped to systematically improve his own strength, but as it stood, upgrading his S-level mecha to SS level would only further expand his power. It wouldn't bring about a qualitative change. Of course, the combined June sisters were greatly enhanced. Especially when combined, their explosive combat power was unprecedented. Su Li could even assert that, after their union, they had already reached the combat power of an SSS-level mecha girl. However, they were still somewhat powerless against the arrogant. This also made him realize that even the mecha island lacked a strong counterweight against Zerg of this level. There was only one SSS-level mecha girl, Eve. There was also only one mecha island. The emergence of the source crystal allowed the mecha tree to break free from its constraints, but it would take too long. As Slaanesh's traces were discovered, he increasingly realized that if they continued in this complacency, they would be completely enslaved, becoming food for the evolution of higher-level queens. Being domesticated, devoured, and then allowing the queens to grow. If this continued, humanity would have no chance of standing up again. Because whether it was the mecha island or humanity, even the most brilliant and talented needed time to grow. Over time, humans would be filled with hope, only to find themselves repeatedly despairing. Because they didn't even realize that such hope was a bubble. Because the other party's growth rate far surpassed their own, no matter how hard they tried, they would ultimately be smothered. To completely burst the bubble of hope, they had to leave. At least leave the area controlled by lust, and then develop and plunder. He could die on the road, but he absolutely could not die at home. Long Zhou had the mechanical island and Gao Mingrui. He, Su Li, could act as a thug to maintain order, but whether it was Eve, Gao Mingrui, or the countless people and mechanical girls of Long Zhou, they didn't need a thug. It was a banner. A banner that gave them hope. Even if this hope was only a pipe dream, it still offered a glimpse of a bright future they imagined. Su Li knew this, so he worked hard, striving to make this pipe dream more and more solid, until it finally materialized. This was also why he, against all odds, trained the Dawn Legion. Because Long Zhou needed more people like him. Once they fully matured, Long Zhou would have countless Su Lis. If pilots and pilot girls were trained separately and then integrated together, S-Class pilots could unleash the power of SS-Class pilots. This would, to a certain extent, alleviate Longzhou's lack of high-level combat power. As long as Longzhou's strength completely crushed the Enterprise Federation, there would be no need to worry about the so-called Divine Grace sect. They were indeed a thorn in people's side, and their hidden power was considerable, but they were not a particularly serious problem. The list provided by Old Zhang included the names of at least half of the bishops. As for the various lower-level organizations, they were countless. Defeating them simply requires the right timing and meticulous unraveling the mystery. Gao Mingrui personally oversees this. There's never been a better time to strike down pride. The corporate federation is shaken, and Slaanesh hasn't recovered yet. The Divine Grace cult is currently addressing the unrest within the corporate federation. No one is focusing on the small island of Longzhou. Their biggest fear now is a sudden, massive counterattack from Longzhou. Each one wishes to minimize their presence. How dare they even raise their head? Su Li stared at Eve before him, awaiting her decision. He knew that, as the Legion commander, he might make mistakes due to flawed intelligence. But Eve wouldn't. Judging by her age alone, she wouldn't make mistakes easily. Perhaps. Probably. Chapter 357. Eve's expression shifted repeatedly, her pale blue eyes flickering with an inscrutable light. I'll look into it, she said, quickly walking towards a nearby military multi-purpose terrain vehicle. Su Li agreed with her lack of haste in replying. After all, this was a major military operation. While the number of troops mobilized might not be large, the level of combat power was already at the top of Longzhou's capabilities. Such a major decision deserved careful consideration. Both morally and logically, it should be discussed with Gao Mingrui before a final decision was made. As Eve's car sped away, Su Li's tense body slowly relaxed. Even though they were already quite familiar with each other, Eve still managed to put him under immense pressure when it came to such serious matters. Lightning leaned over and took Su Li's arm, rubbing her face against his. Feeling his body relax, she couldn't help but smile happily. I knew you'd be most relaxed around me. Su Li paused for a moment, then squeezed Lightning's hand. Not necessarily. Sometimes, I'm just as tense. Lightning's pretty face flushed slightly, and she pressed closer to him. Hong Ying, standing behind him, frowned slightly. She noticed that these two, whenever they had free time, were always in perfect harmony. They were still at the edge of the training ground, so they didn't know how to react. But do you really want to fight Pride? Even an SSS-level governor wouldn't be sure to win with her strength. Su Li patted Lightning's hand. It's okay. Don't you have me? Relax. It's just a suggestion. Whether it will pass or not is still up in the air. Lightning didn't respond, but simply squeezed Su Li's arm, tightening his grip. In the base, in the communications tower's command room, Gao Mingrui's graying hair seemed to stand on end. Looking at Eve's serious face before him, he suddenly regretted his suggestion. He'd been out of his mind to have been so impolite as to ask Eve to keep an eye on Su Li. And now, after less than half a day, something had happened. Big deal. You said you were going to mobilize all the SS-class mecha girls in the guards? And all the mecha girls in the entire Dawn Legion? And of course, your mecha island. I considered Su Li's analysis, and believe this is indeed the best time. He wasn't aimless. Moreover, for us, this may be one of the few opportunities to rapidly enhance our strength. Gao Mingrui's mind raced, rapidly analyzing the feasibility of the entire matter. The Divine Grace cult had already begun the process of purging the council. While it was just a rehash of the issues, the general public clearly didn't have enough right to know. Trust needs to be rebuilt. They won't initiate an attack until they achieve certain results. Su Li's idea is perfectly appropriate. If his plan succeeds, the additional SSS class will have a deterrent effect far greater than her own strength. At that point, they can even put pressure on the corporate federation again, further stoking public anger. Only in this way can the Divine Grace cult reveal more of its backup plans. Do you have a plan? Where is the location? How long is the estimated operation duration? I'll have the plan ready as soon as possible. The entire operation won't take too long. I plan to deploy sufficient strong forces initially to forcibly eliminate arrogance. After that, the Dawn Legion can take over, and the guards can work together to eliminate the remaining Zerg. Eve glanced at Gao Mingrui and continued. Although the planet is located in the heart of the Zerg, we can still exploit the situation. A true advanced base is essential. With it, we can radiate to a wider world. Gao Mingrui wanted to take a sip of tea, but after glancing at Eve, he pulled his hand back. Don't tell me the commander of this advanced base is our precious one. Eve opened her mouth, a little embarrassed, and said, "Actually, it could be just the two of us." "I'm not going." "Eve, eh?" She looked Gao Mingrui up and down. He looked old, but who knew where his confidence came from? The plan to assault arrogance can be carried out. But the matter of the advanced base needs further discussion. The planet is there. It won't vanish into thin air. We can advance step by step, but we can't rush ahead. A few mechas and humans can be stationed there, but if we send you and Su Li there, then we'll have to give up this huge home? Gao Mingrui stopped drinking his tea. For the first time in his life, he felt Eve's exhaustion. What kind of people are these? They said they wouldn't let Su Li leave, but they took you with them. So you all left? Who's going to take care of such a huge family? He's the hope of your mechanical island, but isn't he also the hope of Long-O? We were counting on him to firmly bind Mechanical Island and Long-Zhou together, but now you're using Mechanical Island as a pretext to run away. It's faded. This patriotic sentiment has faded. The pace was so fast he had no time to lament. Eve raised a hand to smooth her hair, a hint of excitement on her face. That's not what I meant. It's just that his proposal has given me some new ideas. One SSS class isn't enough. We rarely have such a good opportunity. We're already swinging the mechanized island at it, so why not smash a few more? Planets covered in vegetation aren't hard to find in the Zerg's heartland. If we smash a few more, we'll have several more SSS class fighters. Think about it. With all this, we'll have more than enough confidence to take on Slaanesh or the Cult of Divine Grace. Gao Mingrui gave Eve a deep look. It had to be said that this proposal also excited him. But the problem is, neither of them mentioned a single word about the dangers and uncertainties involved. Smash a few more? Do you really think the Zerg with prefixes are just useless? They're brains, not nuts. How can you be so sure they're not strong enough to be smashed at will? What if your shivering touches the Insect Emperor? Does that mean neither of you has to come back? The Eve from a while ago seems to have vanished. With just one suggestion, she's become a completely different person. If Yi Hua were still alive, Gao Mingrui would suspect that Eve is possessed by him. Yesterday, he was still thinking about how to restrict Su Li from leaving the house, and how to prevent Slaanesh from stealing his home. Today, he's planning to take Su Li on a whim. Why didn't Su Li tell him about his proposal? Did he think he was too old to act recklessly? A general on the battlefield is not subject to military orders. But now, with the two on Lingsue Star, the big and the small, right before his eyes, could he say he wouldn't approve this plan? He could guarantee that when he opened his eyes tomorrow, he wouldn't see either of them. One madman would be fine, but now there's another. Eve was clearly over 200 years old, but looking at her still-looking face, Gao Mingrui inexplicably felt like she was his daughter who hadn't grown up. What? Elope with the yellow-haired man, taking his household registration? Chapter 358. Su Li was completely unaware that his proposal was already causing Gao Mingrui to question his own patriotism. He peeled one larva after another quickly. Before he could even begin the next one, Lightning was already waiting eagerly. He suddenly wondered if he'd been tricked by her, that she casually promised him to peel larvae for the rest of his life. Why not do something else with his quick hands? Peeling worms here? But seeing Lightning's cheeks puffing up, he could only slurp the sauce from his fingers hungrily and continue peeling. He was smiling like a bright spring day. What could anyone do? Peel. Just treat it as training. Poor skills, they were always so good. If it weren't for all the other things going on outside, Su Li would have preferred to spend the whole day with his robot girl, chatting and laughing around a small table after training. Delicious food, a table full of friends and family. Add a couple of glasses of wine and a few cigarettes, TSK. Those were the days his father hadn't even lived through. That's assuming Lightning doesn't drag him to watch some crazy skit like Innocent Stepmom Falls in Love with Me after dinner. Lightning's brain is like a misplaced string on a gushen, making it hard to grasp its thread. He doesn't deny that this makes their lives more interesting, but he also doesn't want her to learn anything too much. Like most children, normal schoolwork is a struggle, but she can learn risque songs at a glance. So, in many cases, he wants to keep her tied to him. Because it's hard to imagine if, out of your sight, she's watching Brother, I Want You to Love Me Again. Su Li has no brothers, he has apprentices, but no matter which one, he never wanted to love. Hong Ying was also shelling, but her speed was clearly not fast enough. Usually, by the time Su Li handed her the fourth, she hadn't even opened a single one. But judging by the serious expression on her face, she treated the shelling like a battle. Life is like that. Often, after striving tooth and nail, we realize we were working in the wrong direction. Hong Ying clearly didn't realize it. But hey, you might have realized it. The circles under her eyes were completely dark, clearly indicating that her experiment had hit a bottleneck again. She and the Black Thorn were locked in a tug-of-war, one desperately trying to speed up its evolution, the other refusing to comply and preferring a more measured approach. Eat something. Maybe the problem lies with the source crystal. Its energy itself is very gentle, so if we want to accelerate evolution, we'll probably have to start with the Zerg's genes. Heiyu's lifeless eyes suddenly gleamed with a divine light. Daddy, you truly are my dearest daddy. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? She let out a joyful exclamation, leaned over to Su Li's cheek and pecked him. Without eating anything, she took the elevator down again. For a researcher, perhaps a sudden flash of inspiration is far more important than a meal. Han Hai tried to stop him, but failed. He could only pick up his plate and follow Heiyu towards the laboratory. 038 swallowed the food slowly, and placed the larvae he had peeled on his plate onto Su Li's. So, what are the chances of the governor agreeing to the proposal? Su Li shrugged. I don't know, because I haven't systematically assessed the governor's own strength. Based on my understanding of her abilities, if she can kill Pride, she probably won't miss this opportunity. 038 frowned. I haven't been to that planet, so I have no idea of Pride's strength. I'm afraid I can't give you any advice on this point. Su Li slowly shook her head. Don't worry, sister. Even if the proposal passes, Pride will most likely be dealt with by the governor himself. As for us, we'll probably just target the king-level queens or elite species below. That won't be easy to deal with either. This proposal will probably mobilize a large number of personnel. Do you have a corresponding battle plan? Yes. At least a dozen. 038 gasped. Su Li, who couldn't write a single word less than a single word on a petition, had actually written over a dozen battle plans. This showed just how deep his obsession with Pride was. What had Pride done to his brother? Even though Aka Industry had disgusted him so much, I never seen him target him like this. Lightning nudged her and whispered, You didn't see Pride's breasts? They're this big. As big as my mecha. 038 suddenly felt a little uneasy. Is a man's curiosity so strong? She looked down at the button dangling from her chest, and for the first time in her life, she felt a sense of inferiority. Compared to Han Hai, she could still say she was quite curvy. But compared to the 20-meter giant, her curvaceous figure wasn't enough. What was he planning to do? Use it as a trampoline? Su Li finally took his first bite of lunch, apparently oblivious to 038's strange look. With Commander Gao's caution, he should be able to come up with a more appropriate action plan. We'll act accordingly. As long as we can achieve a quick victory, even if we're outnumbered, the risk isn't too great. 038 was no longer focused on the battle plan. Her mind was now preoccupied with the two 20-meter diameter trampolines Lightning had mentioned. If her brother actually brought them back, where would she put them? Han Hai had just returned to the table after delivering Heiyu's meal, when she noticed 038's strange expression. Normally, this expression only concerned Su Li, but the question was, an action plan would cause her to have such an expression? To those who didn't know, they think she was arranging a secret love affair for her master. By the way, Master, the Corporate Federation fleet on the northern defense line has withdrawn. They were heading north, but I heard the Corporate Federation has blocked the warp lanes around their home planet. They can only return slowly and step by step. The civil unrest has begun. If we want to do anything, now is the best opportunity. Su Li nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to say something, his terminal vibrated, interrupting him. The message from Eve made him pause. Clearly, we're not the only ones who think this way. Boss Gao agreed. Su Li had expected Eve to approve the proposal. But he had never imagined the entire proposal would be approved so quickly. He hadn't even submitted his action report yet, and they already ordered him to begin preparations. So what was the point of learning standard paperwork? Issue the order. Recall the mecha girls deployed on the northern front. We're running out of time, Governor. We only have 6 hours. Chapter 359. Move. Quick. Load every usable weapon onto the ship. Whoa. Put down that pot. We're going to war, not a picnic. Conventional ammunition is useless. Deploy high-intensity armor-piercing incendiary rounds. This time, they're all-powerful weapons. Fill every available ammunition slot on the ship. If I can't kill them with my bombs, I'll just ram them with my ship. Worst-case scenario, I'll just explode. My life has been worth it. Teams of mech girls loaded boxes of ammunition onto the ship amid Yihua's roars. 038 stood beside Yihua, surveying the armed transport before them. She felt the ship was a little small. If Arrogant was really as big as Lightning said, how on earth would she bring it back to her brother? These weren't just a few birds or short-eared rabbits. and Eve's constant tendency to explode was a bad sign. In the bridge control room, Sully pulled out a hard drive as if he were pulling out a treasure, but Eve snatched it away and inserted it into the display. A virtual battlefield topographic map appeared, the mountains and rivers clearly visible. Sully cleared his throat and pointed to a small red dot. This is where Pride was when we first explored this planet. Of course, I mean when she didn't move at all. Eve waved her hand, her eyes fixed on the map. She won't move. This is Pride's nature. Because of her immense strength, she disdains concealment and won't easily move. That's perfect. My original plan was to deploy the Legion's S-class mechas at a distant point, forming a dense artillery position. Using this firepower to attract the Zerg swarm, we could then divide our forces. Once the Zerg swarm was small, our elite forces would intervene and deliver a precise strike against Pride. Sully marked several deployment points on the map. These were islands he had discovered during his last exploration, devoid of Zerg presence. As long as they occupied advantageous terrain, long-range concentrated firepower could stimulate the Zerg swarm to split up, undoubtedly increasing the survival chances of the low-level mechs. They were responsible for fighting and retreating. As long as they retreated along the designated route, creating a time difference and coordinating artillery support, they could definitely avoid being surrounded and intercepted by the Zerg. The entire march route was winding, but all 4 routes ultimately led to the same destination. This part of the combat mission can be assigned to Han Hai. She and 038 will each assist in manning 2 artillery positions, while Yehua will pilot the ships to provide support. This will ensure both the Mecha Girls' firepower output and their retreat. As for the assault on Pride, I don't know the Governor's strength. Against the Insect King, I die, and against the Insect King, she dies. Su Li's crisp answer sparkled. That's no problem. Once we finish defeating Pride, the remaining Zerg tide, even the Dawn Legion itself, will be enough to overwhelm them. He made his plans confidently. Ever since his last encounter with Pride, every moment of his free time had him mulling over a counterattack. He nearly torn his sandbox to pieces before finally coming up with a dozen relatively reliable strategies. If this one wasn't satisfactory, he had other options. For splitting the Zerg swarm alone, he devised several strategies tailored to his current combat power. Unafraid of Eve's disapproval, he laid out his plan without hesitation. Eve listened to Su Li's instructions and nodded slowly. This plan is feasible. You will be fully responsible for the rear-line combat missions. I will be responsible for dealing with the arrogance. Su Li was slightly taken aback. What did he mean by he's solely responsible for the rear-line combat missions? Does that mean he doesn't have to go to the front lines? Su Li, still unwilling to give up, spoke cautiously. Governor, what do you mean? I mean that you will coordinate and command the Mecha Girls in action. This time, the entire Dawn Regiment's 3,000 Mecha Girls, plus the 5,000 Royal Guards, will all be under your command. I will coordinate the Royal Guard's 3,000 SS-class Mecha Girls, and take charge of the frontline combat missions. Su Li felt a pang of discontent upon hearing this. This isn't quite right. He had discovered arrogance, and when the time came to combat it, he couldn't participate. What good had he done? He had longed to discover a treasure and had called you to share it, but you, knowing the location, kept quiet when he was asked to do odd jobs. You won't even let him lick the treasure chest. That's too much, Eve glared. What's inappropriate? Why are you putting yourself in danger? Do you know you're the future of Mechanical Island? If you don't want to go, just stay and handle government affairs. Lao Gao and I can go. Su Li was stunned. The future of Mechanical Island had become a catchphrase, and you were still the president of Mechanical Island. So eager for success and reckless, what if the president is gone? What's the future to talk about? He opened his mouth to argue, but met Eve's gaze and unconsciously lowered his voice. Forget Lao Gao. He's old, and I'm worried about him. I'm worried about you. Governor, I can watch from afar, okay? I just want to learn some experience. Besides, I have the June sisters with me. Even if I can't fight, can I still run? Besides, I can't stay behind forever, can I? Eve glanced at Su Li, rarely uttering an objection. With the governor's tacit approval, he then approached Han Hai to discuss the other details of the deployment. Honestly, this was the first time he had been able to mobilize a full 8,000 S-class and above Mecha Girls. Although he currently only had a few dozen SS-class Mecha Girls, that number might change after this battle. The ship began to lift off. The 2 small armed transports simply couldn't carry so many Mecha Girls. They decisively brought along B-class frigates, and only then were they able to secure all 3,000 Mecha Girls. In the sky, the Mecha Island trembled slightly, leaving a shadow behind as its main body slowly vanished into the void. Sully watched as the ship left the atmosphere and plunged into the void tunnel. The massive mech island followed silently behind. Unlike the ship's entry, the mech island seemed to exist within the void itself, its entry and exit creating no spatial artifacts. Sully looked at the massive structure, then at the tiny, pointed droplets in his mind's eye. A sudden bittersweet feeling welled up in his heart. Their mechanical island was a true mechanical island. My own was, at best, a mere island of hair. The little tree in his mind swayed its branches, indignantly saying, "You're the island of hair. Your mind is full of island hair." The majestic mechanical island shimmered with tiny sparks of light. This was Su Li's first time observing the island so closely. It was a dense forest of steel, its towering buildings densely packed together, stretching as far as the eye could see. This wasn't an island, it was a mobile war fortress, armed to the teeth. Chapter 360. Sully narrowed his eyes. The caliber of a single main gun on the mechanical island was as thick as the hull of the armed transport. He couldn't even imagine the sheer power of such a main gun. And such main guns were everywhere, front, back, left, and right. No one knew the mechanical island's exact specifications. Everyone's understanding of it was limited to visual observation. Not even humans had ever seen this mobile fortress up close, like Sully had now. The stacked gun barrels gleamed coldly in their fierceness. The hard, metallic texture made his scalp tingle. Even though it was still some distance from the ship, the overwhelming pressure still made him gasp. Not only himself, but even the armed transport beneath him seemed dwarfed by the mechanical island. This was the mechanical island constructed from the insect emperor's body. The birthplace of the mecha girls' lives. The 12 elders walked over to Eve's side, glanced at Sully with some concern, and lowered their voices, saying he might not be willing to observe the battle from a distance. Furthermore, Pride also possesses the ability to teleport. Is this deployment really a good idea? Eve looked at Sully, who was gazing up at the mecha island, and her lips twitched slightly. Just consider it a challenge. As a commander, he's barely qualified now, and his personal combat skills are also top-notch. However, he's far from ready for the next step. Just tell him to stay calm, and will he be able to remain calm? People can't teach people, but once is enough. The 12 elders frowned, a flicker of pity crossing their faces. But it's not necessarily that he's eager to grow, but rather that the environment he finds himself in constantly pushes him forward. So, this world is full of trade-offs. Smart people's choices aren't always smart, but why are they smart? Because no matter what they choose, they always minimize losses. He's too idealistic, too unrealistic. But idealism isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least the direction is correct. But if the direction is only correct, then it will completely collapse. The 12 elders shut their mouths. She simply looked at Sully, who was still surveying the mechanical island, with some concern. This will be a tough battle. Even for the SS-class mecha girls of the Imperial Guard, this war is not to be underestimated. They all came with the determination to die. The reality is not as Eve described in the command room. Crush a few more each time you go out? That was just a comforting remark to Gao Mingrui. In reality, arrogance alone is already a formidable challenge. Don't worry. He'll survive, even if I die. Eve's fingers gently played with her light blue hair, leaning back in her chair, legs crossed. Her eyes, filled with unprecedented seriousness, gazed at the 12 elders. If I die, command of the mechanical island will be transferred entirely to Sully. He will become the new governor. Look at him now, doesn't he look like a boy seeing a new toy? She lowered her legs and smiled at the 12 elders. If I die, then give him this toy we guarded for centuries. After all, with that malnourished thing in his head, he won't be able to condense his own mechanical island in 100 years. The 12th elder fell silent, but she quickly regained her spirits. She didn't need to worry about Eve's fate, as she most likely wouldn't survive. They were all returning to the embrace of the mechanical tree, so it didn't matter when. Legion Commander, we arrived. Yi Hua's voice echoed through the communicator. The ship immediately approached low Earth orbit, found the right angle, and began to cut in. Gazing at the massive planet before him, Sully clenched his fists. But before he could take it in, countless massive, dazzling fireballs burst into view. Trailing a trail of red light, they broke through the atmosphere and bombarded the incoming ship. Surface Zerg attack. Position 47,735.55230. Energy intensity is about the same as a B-class frigate's main gun. All units, get out. All units, get out. A shrill alarm blared throughout the ship, and Sully frowned slightly. The battle plan he had originally formulated had now been shattered. Arrogant seemed to have sensed their arrival, deploying Zerg troops ahead of time and launching a preemptive attack. The pull of low Earth orbit made dodging difficult for the ship. As the ship's rudder twisted, the hull shook violently. Just as he was about to order a forced atmospheric penetration, countless blue beams of light descended from overhead. They precisely struck each fireball, completely shattering it. They weren't fireballs at all, but rather clusters of condensed, intense acid emitting scorching energy. Even after being shattered, they still dispersed through space, forming small clusters that spread across a vast area, like a spun orange web beneath the ship. Although the small bursts of acid weren't enough to penetrate the energy shield, they were simply too dense. Spitting everywhere? Do you have any sense of public morality? Didn't your arrogant family teach you to respect public health? Yi Hua cursed, piloting the armed transport ship rapidly towards the atmosphere. With the mechanical island's cover, she let go completely, jacking up the thrusters, unconcerned about whether the immense torque would deform the ship, daring to push against the most dangerous angles, challenging gravity's authority. Dense streams of acid followed one after another, the massive mechanical island's guns firing at full blast, already engaged before even reaching orbit. Looking at Eve's impassive expression, Sully realized that he had no idea how to conduct this type of combat. Cold sweat soaked his uniform. If he had brought his own troops here without permission, he would have faced annihilation. He didn't even have the strength to break through the first line of defense. Don't just stand there, enter the atmosphere quickly and begin high-speed maneuvers. Arrogant ones react very quickly. Sully didn't have time to react. The next second, the June sisters appeared before him. Regal's domain field instantly expanded, detecting the surrounding spatial fluctuations. As the ship broke into the atmosphere, everyone on board gasped. Above the ground, dense swarms of Zerg reared up. Rays of orange light converging in mere seconds, completing the accumulation of energy. Sully knew these guys. Back on the Zerg mothership, he had slaughtered countless of these creatures. Looking at the endless stream of elite species below, all the mecha girls gulped. Chapter 361. Surf, keep surging. Sully racked his brains, but he couldn't figure out how Pride knew they were coming. But facing a sea of elite species, they had no choice but to fight back, because above them were not only the Dawn Legion's B-class frigates, but also the mechanical island. They had to provide cover for their advance. On high, the battle plan has changed. Ships maneuver south for 300 miles. Assuming heavy artillery, give us 20 minutes. Sully turned to look at Eve, saluted her, and jumped off the bridge. The battlefield situation was always changing rapidly. 50 SS-class mecha girls quickly followed him, jumping off the armed transport. Behind them, 500 mecha girls followed silently, scattering in midair like dumplings. The flight module instantly deployed, and 50 figures transformed into a sharp blade, piercing the swarm. Sully did not pilot the June sisters, but instead sat in the Lightning's cockpit, utilizing her extreme speed to the fullest. A sudden skirmish erupted. Dazzling beams of energy rained down from the sky. 500 mechs, armed with energy weapons, dodged at breakneck speed, sending beams crashing into the Zerg's rears. These bugs were incredibly disgusting. Their mouthparts could eject streams of acid, and their tails spurted out globs of acid. However, their weaknesses were also obvious. Between bursts of fire, their bodies accumulated large amounts of scorching acid, rendering their structures extremely unstable. Anti-ship energy weapons could easily rip through their abdominal defenses, causing the acid-filled chambers to explode. As the Zerg's abdomens exploded one by one, a torrent of acid splattered everywhere, stirring up thick clouds of fog on the ground. 50 figures weaved through the Zerg swarm, dodging the insects' attacks, and carefully guarding against the acid spray. The battle on the ground was not as one-sided as one might imagine. The large number of melee Zerg mingled with the elite, causing great trouble for the 50 invading figures. They were unable to launch a cluster attack and only advanced less than a kilometer into the swarm before being forced to take to the air, adjusting their direction a second time before charging the Zerg again. On the ground battlefield, only the bright red figure continued to weave through the Zerg swarm, never stopping. The spear tips touched and separated, and a crack appeared in the elite's abdomen. As the abdomen exploded, a torrent of acid gushed out through the crack, showering the surrounding Zerg. The hissing and roaring, and everywhere one looked, there were Zerg. At this moment, he seemed to be standing in the center of the outpost's battlefield again, as if he were once again the only one left on the battlefield. But everything was different. The enemy was different, and so were the people around him. Back then, he didn't even have 3 squads of high-level mecha girls. But today, he had a full 11,000 high-level mecha girls around him, including over 3,000 SS level ones. The dense swarm of insects stretched as far as the eye could see. But so what? They were also living beings. Once dead, they would never rise again. If he killed enough, his comrades would descend from the sky. I had to say, this feeling of having someone to rely on was truly wonderful. In the cockpit, Lightning's combat uniform shimmered with a faint red glow, contrasting beautifully with her fiery red hair. She bit her lower lip, feeling Su Li's fluid control, her mind reflexively clearing. Master, I can go faster. The mech's engine roared, and their senses instantly merged. With this intertwined state of you and me, the red mech completely lost its trace on the battlefield. The resounding explosion sent tremors through the air, shaking every grain of sand on the beach. With each resounding sound, Lightning accelerated instantly after a sharp turn. She was like an indomitable knight, unmatched on her path. Behind her, countless insects exploded. Not even a drop of insect blood could stain the blood-red spear. Master, faster. I can go faster. Su Li felt Lightning's state, her body already beginning to heat slightly. He knew that Lightning in this state was truly lightning. Both herself and her mech. At this moment, she had truly reached her peak. The powerful thrust of the engine allowed the mech to cut through the oncoming wind, carrying with it a vast mass of sand from the beach, as if treading on the wind. She didn't even need to grip the spear with much force. Each gentle slide effortlessly sliced through the insectids. As she killed more and more Zergs, Lightning's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Even during daily training, she would sometimes feel exhausted and limp. But the feeling of trembling in battle was something special. Especially when her mind was completely relaxed, she could even more deeply experience the feeling of being under ultimate control. A blush gradually spread across her cheeks, and steam began to emanate from her head. Lightning's red lips parted slightly, wisps of white air escaping from them. She involuntarily shrank back, pressing herself against Su Li. Su Li glanced at Lightning's form. Though he knew it was not appropriate to lose focus during battle, he couldn't help but feel a slight sway of excitement. He used to think he was obsessed with legs, but after meeting Lightning, he became obsessed with faces. Then, breasts, waists, hips, and stockings. With a trembling hum, Su Li suddenly realized that he was simply lustful, uncontrollable. Han Hai's voice came through the communication channel at just the right moment. Master, the artillery position has been deployed. A test round of armor-piercing incendiary rounds has been fired. Loaded. Fire! Fire! The bright red figure suddenly soared into the sky. 3 seconds later, a shell slammed into the beach, sending up a cloud of dust. Maintain all firing parameters. Conduct a blanket bombardment. A few seconds after the order was given, a hail of bullets descended, overwhelming the heavens, several times more intense than the Zerg's acid spray. Over 500 figures hovered just outside the blast radius and began systematically firing bursts at isolated Zergs. On the beach ahead, the dense Zerg swarm, under the bombardment, finally paused their air suppression. However, there were still at least 20 Zerg positions like this on this stretch of beach. As each position was marked, the artillery positions began to call out their names one by one. The overwhelming shower of ammunition made Su Li's scalp tingle. In his mind, a small tree waved its branches, diligently collecting the energy escaping from the air. Only this time, it didn't use the energy to fuel itself. Instead, it used it all to strengthen the tiny water droplets beneath its roots. The massive frigate finally emerged from the atmosphere. A large number of mechas flew out, streaking with light, and rushed towards the battlefield on the ground. A gigantic figure followed closely behind the frigate, breaking through the atmosphere and hovering high in the sky. It was just as it had been seen on Lingsui's star, only the size of a palm. But everyone present knew how magnificent it would be when it descended. Chapter 362. Each company, clear out any remaining Zerg. Small reconnaissance equipment will be launched. 5 minutes later, except for the first and second companies, all personnel will advance toward their designated target points according to their original groupings. Su Li's order resounded immediately. The cleared beach couldn't serve as the primary offensive direction, as if the attack were to be split from there, they wouldn't have a reasonable evacuation route. The over 300 mechs from the first and second companies silently organized their equipment. They knew that their two teams needed to advance inward along the current offensive direction, gradually exploring what other backup plans Pride had left in this area. A large number of mechs followed the ships and began to move. 340 figures split into 20 regular teams in the air and began to explore the woods behind the beach. The artillery positions unleashed a final wave of fire, a barrage of shells slamming into the dense forest ahead with a resounding boom. Su Li stood at the front of the team. After confirming there were no unusual sounds in the dense forest, He gave the order to explore. The forest was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Black earth in the huge bomb crater was turning, and a few flames flickered in the wind. Wisps of thick smoke rose with a damp sea breeze. Mechs flew over the dense forest, observing the movements within. From time to time, Mechs swooped down, carefully surveying the ground. Nearly 10 teams were conducting a sweeping exploration of the ground, mapping the distribution of ground insect nests. In his mind, the small tree was even more alert, like a radar, frantically scanning the surrounding area for any mother insects that might suddenly appear. The June sisters tightly surrounded Lightning. The 6 Mechs moved at breakneck speed. After confirming that there was no sign of the Zerg Queen in their current location, the over 300 Mech girls involuntarily accelerated their exploration. The forest was hot and humid, dappled with light and shadow. Mechs shuttled through the trees, and the Mech girls' voices occasionally echoed over the communication channel. The continuous bombardment had already startled the flock of birds. The forest was completely silent, with only the roar of the Mech engines echoing everywhere. The bright red Mech landed on the ground and reached out to grab a branch. The dense marks of insect bites were clearly visible, but they were not the Zerg they were looking for. Lightning let go of the branch, glanced at the transparent slime on her hand, and wiped it on the tree trunk with a hint of disgust. The giant tree creaked at her actions. Lightning's thick bark was directly stripped bare, revealing the phloem underneath. "Master, there aren't many signs of Zerg activity in the forest. Should we continue exploring?" Lightning felt a bit uneasy. In such a dense forest, her movements were severely restricted. Suli frowned, feeling that Pride wouldn't send out just such a small number of Zerg. Did they think they used the same configuration the second time around? As a high-level queen and a late-stage Emperor Queen, Pride couldn't possibly make such a low-level mistake. Furthermore, the deployment on the beach was already the foundation for a massive Zerg swarm. With such a configuration, they didn't even send out a queen to oversee it? Or was he being constrained by past experience, and these high-level Zerg now had their own independent minds? The queen must exist. If she's not here, then I must have failed to explore thoroughly enough. Or perhaps, all the queens are gathered around Arrogant, controlled remotely only by the elite. Suli suddenly felt the urge to curse. If that were the case, then the little tree's scanning would be largely useless. It could only determine basic Zerg information based on energy levels. At least so far, the little tree had only explored the relevant skill tree once. Since unlocking the Queen's location function, it had spent its days devouring Queen's energy, and hadn't focused on strengthening that area. "You're such a loser. You collect so much energy, but are you just using it to grow taller?" The little tree, ? It swung its branches wildly, even spreading its roots apart, allowing Suli to see the tiny water droplets beneath them. It wasn't that it didn't want to strengthen, but it simply didn't have the energy to develop comprehensively. It had to explore the Queen and help him break through the void barrier. If it hadn't temporarily enhanced this ability last time, how could he have teleported twice through the void tunnel and captured the Insect King's core? Suli was stunned. When did you enhance yourself, but not to eat better? Have you truly improved your combat power? The tree shook its branches. Did you ask for it? For a moment, Suli really wanted to pull it out of his head. Didn't he ask for it? He used all the energy of the source crystals to condense the mechanical island, and yet it swallowed it all in one gulp. Now, with a wave of its branches, it shamelessly claims it didn't ask for it. The thought of the mechanical island floating above his head made him tremble with anger. It seemed as if the safety of its host, its own, was of no importance. If it hadn't experienced Slaanesh, making it truly realize the difficulty of survival, he wouldn't even be able to see the island hair in his mind right now. "Ruozi, have you found anything?" Ruozi's weak voice echoed in his mind. "Lord, nothing. No brainwaves spreading, not even the most basic." In June Shou's cockpit, blue energy enveloped Ruozi, shrinking her into a tiny ball, her aura compressed to an inaudible level by June Shou's power. Suli gazed at the vast forest before him and, somewhat unconvinced, gave the order, "All units, gather and clear a cannon position." Regardless of whether Pride is ambushed or not, each unit will select their own site and begin test firing from 70 kilometers, increasing the range of each gun in turn. The mecha girls quickly gathered together and cleared a clearing in the forest. Armament protocols connected the mechanical islands, and heavy artillery emerged one after another, calibrating their targets and rapidly loading and firing. Deafening cannon fire rang out, the massive recoil creating circular shockwaves. Over 100 shells blasted into the dense forest ahead, stirring up a cloud of dust a few seconds later. Legion Commander, Zerg ambush confirmed 130 kilometers ahead. The number is unknown, but large areas of dense forest are collapsing. They're moving at breakneck speed and are rapidly maneuvering toward us. The observer's message sent back made everyone nervous. The next second, Su Li's voice rang out over the communication channel. All units, change sights. Range 100, armor-piercing incendiary rounds. After 3 rounds of bombardment, disarmament protocol will be lifted, and you will take off from where you are. Do not fight. Repeat the order, do not fight. Hold them off. I want you to hold them off. Chapter 363. Su Li immediately soared into the air, only to see the densely packed trees in the dense forest to the east swaying violently. It was the sight of enormous insects charging forward. Beyond the area covered by the artillery fire, the trees across a 20-kilometer swath to the east were swaying wildly. This was no mere giant insect swarm. No giant insect swarm could cover 20 kilometers. Furthermore, this was only the horizontal area. As it stretched eastward, the previously tranquil forest began to sway. The shells fell, sending up tiny specks of dust. Su Li further widened his field of view, and saw a dense mass of enormous creatures swarming through the dense forest. What he considered a small species had grown to the size of a medium-sized species. Not to mention the large and elite species. A massive mandible stretched out from the dense forest. Its massive body, visible only in length, reached a staggering 200 meters. It swung its front half and unleashed a deafening roar in Su Li's direction. Am I still an elite? Jun Quan sighed, but then realized he'd been speaking nonsense over the comms channel. The next second, he immediately changed his tone. Master, I'm so scared. That centipede is so huge. Lightning's scalp also tingled. The next second, countless blue beams of light poured down from the sky. The mechanical island's auxiliary attack, a continuous salvo of secondary guns, pierced directly into the insect swarm from high above. Retreat. Complete the retreat in an orderly manner. All teams coordinate their maneuvers and increase their speed. Provide covering fire. Anti-ship energy weapons materialized, and over 300 figures soared into the air, their flight modules deployed. They flew backwards at a rapid speed, attacking the approaching Zerg. Su Li witnessed the elite withstanding the barrage from the Mecha Island's secondary guns, its hard black carapace scorched red. Yet, it simply shook its head and plunged into the dense forest, sprinting towards the group. The Mecha Island's secondary guns were as powerful as the main guns of a B-class frigate. Even so, they were powerless against the elite. This demonstrates the sheer strength of its defenses, reaching a terrifying level. The Mecha girls chose not to quickly distance themselves. Even in the face of such a terrifying Zerg swarm, they maintained a steady retreat, waiting for the swarm to draw closer. Only once they reached optimal attack range did they begin to increase their speed. 1, 2, 3. Stop counting. The Zerg swarm is constant in size. This is a massive, exponentially larger swarm. Judging by the scale, it should be 3 massive swarms. About 130,000. Oh my god. Master, this is my first time experiencing such a large-scale situation. How about you just let me go? Just give me some peace of mind. At least something to think about. Jun Quan, shut up. Jun Wei stared at the dense swarm of Zerg and retreated quickly. The spear suspended around his body pierced the Zerg's mouthparts with a piercing sound. Over 300 versus over 100,000. Even with the mechanical island looming overhead, this terrifying outnumbering filled everyone with trepidation. There's no way to fight a battle like this. We can only fly them from a distance. A vast swarm of flying troops burst out of the dense forest, rapidly pursuing the mech girl in the air. Their enormous size made the noise of their flapping wings far surpass the roar of the mech girl's engines. The leading dung beetles were each nearly 600 meters long, their armor gleaming a turquoise gold hue, gleaming eerily in the sunlight. Master, thank goodness Yihua isn't here, or else she surely try to rip their shells off and stick them on the ship again. Lightning muttered, his gaze fixed on the pursuing elite. Its speed was immense, far exceeding even the vast majority of Zerg. A king-level elite. Su Li pulled the joystick, sending lightning swerving, his speed instantly increasing to its limit as he charged towards the elite centipede below. He held the spear loosely in his hand. As it neared, he flicked his wrist, exerting a powerful thrust. The next second, the 30-meter-long spear shattered the gust of wind and charged towards the elite's still uncooled carapace. A sharp metallic scraping sound echoed as the alloy spear shattered into several pieces, disintegrating in midair. The tip of the spear had barely penetrated 10 centimeters before it detached from the elite's head armor as it disintegrated. The roar echoed again, echoed by countless Zerg shrieks, a chilling sensation. Lord, it has issued a Zerg kill order, It's targeting you. Ruizi's voice echoed in his mind. Su Li glanced at the serpentine centipede and shuddered. Heaven is fair. Or rather, the laws of the world are fair. While granting the queens exceptional intelligence, it also deprives them of other attributes, such as defense, speed, and coordination. However, it grants them the ability to reproduce, compensating for their shortcomings. And they exploit this trait to its full potential. An elite species, it combines both speed and defense, achieving peak strength in both areas. A mere King-class mech could withstand an energy attack as powerful as a B-class frigate's main gun, demonstrating its defensive prowess. Furthermore, its massive mandibles were no mere slackers. The main gun's bombardment, coupled with a lightning-fast stab, seemed to be the only way to kill it, short of a close-range attack into its mouthpiece. Junlin's only remaining attack could inflict damage. In a split second, he had made up his mind. At the command, the 5 mechs quickly converged. The instant the lightning unfurled, 2 men immediately grasped Junwei's hands. Lightning even found time to scoop up Ruizi, who was floating to the side. In a fraction of a second, all 3 were contained within Junwei's cockpit. This was Lightning's first glimpse of the internal structure of a 5-in-1 mecha. It wasn't so much a cockpit as a series of connected petri dishes. Aside from Junwei, the main character, sitting in the driver's seat, the other 4 sisters were suspended in separate petri dishes. The moment Su Li sat in the driver's seat, his seatbelt automatically fastened. His helmet instantly shared his vision. He grasped the golden longbow in his hand. The petri dish where Junyu was located glowed with a golden light. Streams of energy began to converge, condensing into a golden arrow, which rested on the bowstring. The golden Junlin's body trembled slightly, and a domain field expanded. The elite's body paused the moment it came into contact with the domain field. The next second, a blinding golden arrow pierced its mouthparts, shredding them. The whirling blast of air ripped the soft flesh in its mouth into shreds. Wherever the massive vortex passed, negative pressure was created behind it. The vacuum sucked its small brain into a complete pulp. Chapter 364. The king-level elite was killed in a single blow, but Su Li's face showed no trace of joy. Junlin had always been a trump card. If a king-level elite must employ SSS-level tactics to defeat its enemies, how would he cope with higher-level Zerg in the future? S-level mecha girls can defeat large species. SS-level mecha girls can defeat elite species and ordinary queens. With their own bonuses, they can fight against higher-level mecha girls. However, it must be said that SS-level mecha girls is actually the ceiling for mecha girls. Like Lightning, she has already reached SS-level prowess, but as an SS-level mecha girl, she can't even break through the defenses of a king-level elite without a desperate attack. Also, while mecha girls generally only achieve peak performance in one attribute, the Zerg achieve peak performance in several aspects simultaneously. They are not without reason their formidable nature. They are called a scourge because of their extraordinary strength. There's only one SSS-level mecha girl on the entire mecha island, and that's Eve. Based on current combat power comparisons, an SSS-level mecha girl without a pilot can only be on par with a king-level queen or an elite. Eve isn't arrogant towards her enemies, as she claims. Because SSS level isn't everything. Junlin's attack power can also reach SSS level levels. But after a few attempts, he hasn't even scratched the surface of his arrogance. Is it because reaching SSS level allows for a comprehensive improvement? Su Li didn't know her true strength, but he couldn't gamble. Because there's only one SSS class mecha girl, and only one governor. With Junlin and Xiaoshu, it's only a one-for-one trade. So what's Eve relying on? He originally thought the governor's claim of her invincibility within the Insect King was due to the Mechanical Island. But now, after seeing that the Mechanical Island's secondary guns couldn't even kill a king-level elite species, he seriously doubted his own assumptions. What are you kidding? Governor, what's your reasoning? Does an SSS-class mecha girl have some special killer weapon? He stared at the Mechanical Island floating above him, his scalp beginning to tingle. What if she was just trying to convince herself, and didn't actually have the strength? The thought of this possibility made Su Li's head buzz. Then he's the center of all Longo. The center of the Mechanical Island. Governor? Governor, are you there? How's the battle going on your side? Eve's voice echoed over the channel, accompanied by deafening cannon fire. The operation is proceeding according to your plan, but the scale of the Zerg swarm has exceeded the planned scale by more than 3 times. Her calm voice made Su Li breathe a sigh of relief. On the cloud map distributed by the Mechanical Island, small green dots representing each team flashed one after another. It could be seen that the teams had begun an orderly withdrawal after engaging the enemy. But the plan had to be restructured. On high and 038's voices rang out intermittently on their respective channels. His mind raced, maneuvering Junlin to dodge the Zerg attacks while formulating a new plan. The original rendezvous point was no longer available. Each unit had to drag the Zerg swarm, which far exceeded the planned scale, into a wider circle, in order to hold back as much of it as possible. This would lay the foundation for the subsequent plan. The Dawn Legion's mechs had already emerged in full force. The mechs on the mechanical island had already deployed nearly 2,000. The remaining 3,000 S-class mechs were crucial to the ability to draw out more Zerg. Suli didn't hesitate, issuing the second plan's execution instructions to the 3,000 mechs still stranded on the mechanical island. The 3,000 mechs flew away from the mechanical island, heading back to their original location. They needed to circle behind the massive Zerg swarm and launch another artillery attack towards Pride's location, drawing more Zerg in. This meant that the first and second companies had lost their last remaining support. They had to risk their lives to hold back the 130,000 Zerg before them, keeping them captive. "Your Majesty, can I intervene now?" Ruazi's voice echoed in Suli's mind, but she flatly refused. Her intervention might influence the direction of some Zerg and relieve the pressure on the two companies, but the appearance of another Zerg king would undoubtedly draw Pride's attention. Her ability to seal space meant she must possess the ability to teleport. She could tolerate her Zerg being kite. Even the slaying of her elites and queens was acceptable. Confident in her own strength, her tolerance was surprisingly strong. However, if another royal challenged her authority, Ruazi's position would undoubtedly face the wrath of Pride. Suli could not afford such consequences. The small reconnaissance device finally transmitted real-time footage of Pride's location. The dense swarm of Zerg remained endless. The once dense forest had been shattered beyond recognition by the bombardment. The massive Zergs maneuvering had completely destroyed the dense forest. But it was precisely because of this that the sheer power of the entire Zerg colony finally became clear. More than a dozen king-level queens were stationed in various locations. Densely packed with elite species, there were thousands of them. Hundreds of them were exceptionally large, king-level elites. With each round of artillery fire, an elite species would lead a large number of Zerg away. But as the large Zerg swarms departed, dense swarms of insects would swarm out of the hive, filling the entire clearing once again. Watching the elite species, their heads held high, Suli knew they were waiting for the Zerg swarms in the clearing to be dispatched, so they could command their own swarms and complete their preparations for departure. A bitter taste began to rise in his mouth. He finally realized that his preparations were woefully inadequate. Let alone over 10,000 mecha girls, even 100,000 would be stretched thin against the massive Zerg tide before them. How could they fight? The remaining 3,000 mecha girls could, at best, lure away 10 Zerg swarms led by elites. But now, there were thousands of elites awaiting deployment. How did Pride sustain such a large Zerg swarm? What did these Zergs eat and drink daily on the planet to ensure such a formidable quality despite their sheer numbers? Cold sweat began to trickle down his spine. He recalled Eve's expression when she had responded to his proposal, and his eyes narrowed. She was indeed very tempted by the idea. And it could be said that she had single-handedly driven the launch of this military operation. She clearly had a full understanding of the current situation. So, if she were in charge, what strategic deployment would she make? Eve had hinted at it. She led 3,000 SS-class mecha girls in a massive assault, while he was responsible for containing the Zerg swarm. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't discern Eve's specific military deployment. He couldn't understand how 3,000 men could guarantee a 100% kill of Pride against such a Zerg swarm. Chapter 365. Strength limited his imagination. His lack of understanding of the mechanical island's strength, his lack of understanding of the governor's power, led him to make a grave mistake early in the battle plan. He had originally thought that commanding over 8,000 high-level mechas was the most powerful battle he had ever fought. But now it seemed that such strength was nothing. In the cockpit, Junyu's eyes widened. Her usual serious expression vanished as she gazed at the dense swarm of elite species before her. Clearly, the dense swarm of elite species had completely shattered her worldview. Master, I can't shoot that many. Even if I empty my energy. Suli swallowed hard. Not only Junyu, but neither could he. This wasn't a question of manly dignity, it was a question of idiocy. Each arrow killed a baby. Currently Junyu, even with the support of his 4 sisters, could only fire 10 high-intensity energy arrows. As for Junlin's ultimate, he could only fire 3. If even one of the 5 mechas gave out, Junlin would be on the verge of collapse. At that point, he'd be a piece of meat in someone else's mouth, whoever grabbed it first would own it. Each bite was crunchy. He didn't know if it tasted like chicken, but considering he was covered in cold sweat, it must have been salty and fragrant. He suddenly understood Eve's strategic plan. If it were Eve, she would most likely choose to kill the Zerg swarm the moment they encountered it. Yes, kill it, just like when she routinely raided and captured the queen. Charge forward at top speed, taking the enemy's head. Using the mechanical island's most powerful main guns, they continued their assault, and then 3,000 mechas rushed down, confronting the arrogants head-on. Only in this way could the battle be resolved in a remarkably short time, saving a considerable amount of time. And not, as he was doing now, where all the teams were bogged down in the mud and chased across the planet by the Zerg. His plan, though seemingly haphazard, was actually even more so. Besides bogging down the battle and prolonging it, it wouldn't have achieved much. If one had to point to a single advantage, it might be that the Mecha Girl's survival rate would be greatly increased. But this statistic existed only on paper. And there was a constraint. They had to evacuate the planet in a timely manner, so there wouldn't be any casualties. But mobilizing so many troops here, just to fire a few shots and then run? A chaotic and noisy cacophony echoed through the communication channel. Voices reporting on the battle situation from various units echoed in the cockpit, making Su Li's head nearly explode. Wrong. Wrong from the start. But if he had to choose again, he would most likely still choose this wrong plan. Even if it meant a massive loss of equipment and a significant investment of time. As long as they gradually erode the Zerg swarm. Perhaps they'll kill more than they reproduce. Longo and Mechanical Island currently lack the time and ammunition to sustain a campaign of this magnitude. According to Su Li's simple calculations, if they were to engage in a tug-of-war with Pride on this planet, they would need at least 300,000 S-class mecha girls to establish a foothold and gradually erode the Zerg. The ammunition coordinated by the Human Council could only sustain such a campaign for a month, but with the Zerg's massive force, a month wouldn't yield any meaningful results. Furthermore, Arrogant wouldn't sit idly by and watch such a powerful force emerge on the planet to challenge her. Through much thought, all the plans flashed through his mind for a brief moment before being rejected. He suddenly understood Eve's intention. She simply wanted to teach him a lesson, to show him that he still had many shortcomings. Everything comes at a price. Only by paying the price can one gain something. The battlefield situation changes rapidly, and a single misstep often means a missed opportunity. Missing an opportunity isn't a terrible thing. What's terrible is being overly idealistic. If one constantly fears sacrifice and the cost, then one will only stay where they are, never advancing. Recklessness is unacceptable, but planned sacrifices are essential. She was wary of him wandering around because she feared he would provoke enemies she couldn't defeat. But if she could defeat this enemy, then she would come. A powerful surprise attack was the perfect solution. Although it would put him in danger, if everything went according to plan, there was room for maneuver. He didn't have to be like him, driven by impulse, chasing the Zerg mothership. One slip-up could ruin everything. Su Li fell silent. No one understood the meaning of sacrifice better than he did. He suddenly understood the resolve of the 3,000 mechs aboard the ship, including the 6 elders. From the moment they embarked on this journey, they had no intention of returning alive. Su Li took a deep breath and pressed the button on his communicator. All troops, extricate yourself from the battlefield. Assemble at the designated location and evacuate the ship. There's no point. This operation, ever since the flawed plan was issued, has been completely put on the defensive. He was truly an idealist, always focused on preserving the lives of his men. This was why, in addition to daily operational training, the Dawn Legion's mecha girls also received additional training in retreat formations. Because the wars they participated in were all tough ones. He wanted his men to not only be able to fight tough battles, but also to minimize casualties during retreat. This was why he had been so furious the last time he came to this planet. Because, in the crucial moment of life and death, they failed, completely exposing their backs to the enemy. He simply wanted to ingrain battlefield survival skills into their core through rote training, but he had overlooked the essence of war. He wasn't a qualified commander, at least not yet. Aboard the armed transport piloted by Yi Hua, Eve stood up. From the moment Su Li ordered the entire force to retreat, she knew he understood her message. She pressed the communicator to her ear, and the next second, the mechanical island, suspended high in the sky, began to descend rapidly. Let's go! My comrades. Let our commander Su witness the might of the mechanical island guards. Eve leaped from the bridge, her long blue hair flying in the whistling wind, her black and red cape whipped up by the gusts. A beam of light shot out from the mechanical island, enveloping her completely. Her figure, along with the mechanical island, vanished from the spot. The next second, the mechanical island was hovering directly above Pride. Chapter 366. Her massive, mountain-like form twisted, Pride's sharp horns pointed skyward, her eyes brimming with rage. She could not tolerate anything towering over her. Dazzling arcs of electricity flickered and danced above her horns, resembling spirit snakes. The streaks of lightning shot high into the sky, directly colliding with the beam of energy pouring down from the mechanical island. 3001 figures swooped down, a massive ice-blue mecha at the forefront. Its flight modules rapidly ejected, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Pride. The 50-meter-tall ice-blue mecha barely reached half the size of Pride's upper body, yet in her hand, she held a blade several inches longer than herself. With a swirl in midair, she slashed towards Pride's neck. The ethereal blade, also ice-blue, slashed through the air with an indescribable brilliance, moving so fast that even space itself became unstable. A series of humming vibrations emanated from the blade, ripples spreading outward, and even Pride couldn't help but narrow his eyes. A steel fork stabbed from below, blocking Eve's attack. The weapons clashed, and the sparks were swallowed up by the unstable space, not even the sound escaping. Sully stared at the image transmitted back by the detector in amazement, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. The SSS-class mecha had indeed been comprehensively enhanced. At least in terms of size, it was more than twice the size of the SS-class mecha. A burst of garbled characters flashed through his eyes. The data surrounding Eve was fluctuating constantly, making it impossible to read properly. He had only seen this kind of condition in mechas that had been invaded by the Zerg. This meant Eve's data was changing at a rate of dozens of times per second. This made him wonder if he could adapt to this rapidly changing pace once his mecha girl reached SSS rank. Eve ultimately persisted in her decision and charged in forcefully. 3,000 SS rank mecha girls charged into the battle group, joining the thousands of elite species remaining. Only those who had fought against these elite species knew the immense pressure they faced. He glanced at the many mecha girls speeding away from him and paused. All units must complete their retreat in an orderly manner. You will no longer be able to participate in the remaining battle. On high in 038, gather your forces. Without waiting for a reply from the two men on the communication channel, the golden rain vanished with a single stride. When she reappeared, she had already charged into the Zerg swarm. Her size was over 3 times that of Eve's ice-blue mecha. The moment the golden rain appeared, she attracted the attention of numerous elite species. Sully closed his eyes. A blinding red light radiated from the golden mech, transforming into red streaks that covered all participating mechs. A wreath of thorns hovered above each mech girl's head. After reaching SS rank, Lightning's general had finally risen again. Unlike the halos above the heads of many mech girls, the halos above all the Zerg were a pitch black. Hurry! They're too high. I can only suppress them for 20 minutes. Even before Lightning finished speaking, the halo above Pride's head instantly shattered. Eve suddenly rolled over, dodging Pride's tail swing. As its insect body swung, its 1,000-meter-long hideous form was fully revealed. Dozens of elites, unable to dodge, were pierced by the leg stalks. A mecha girl was also unable to dodge, and was directly pierced through by a leg stalk. Sully was about to dodge to save the situation when 4 elites blocked his path. He hurriedly blocked with his long sword, and the next second, a scepter appeared in his palm and plunged fiercely into the ground, blocking the attack of another elite. The golden shield spun and shrank, cutting through the elite's weakest leg joints. More than 20 spears waited for an opportunity to strike. The reflection of the Golden King could be clearly seen in the elite's crimson compound eyes. Every swing of his longsword accurately intercepted the king-level elite's attack. Finally, after more than a dozen exchanges, he saw the opportunity and thrust his spear into its mouthparts. The centipede was not dead, but limbs. Even with its head blown off, it continued to charge fearlessly on the battlefield. As far as the eye could see, the flashes of swords and gunfire blazed from all directions across the battlefield. The Zerg raced relentlessly through the narrow confines of the battlefield. The rich smell of blood, mingled with the steam of gunpowder, filled the air with a hazy, infernal air. The ground trembled incessantly as the Zerg raced. The Zerg's hissing echoed incessantly. Just as its mandibles were about to pierce a mech, the golden rain trembled again, releasing its regal field. A fraction of a second's delay gave the mech a chance to survive. She tilted her body slightly, and the mandibles pierced past her waist, ripping off a large section of the outer armor. The sharp sword pierced the elite's mouthparts, stirring and withdrawing, releasing a large amount of mucus. The mech gave Sully a thumbs up, and the next second, the elite tackled her to the ground. Its long jaws and mouthparts pierced the mech's cockpit. Its raised thumb repeatedly pounded the ground under the Zerg's violent movements, its grip firmly clenched, never loosening. The number 08 on the mech was blindingly bright. Junlin leaped forward, thrust the barrel of his gun into the insect's mouth, and pulled the trigger. He lifted it with both hands, but what he brought up was a body already broken in two, disintegrating into starlight. A faint smile graced her face, her eyes tightly closed, as if she knew her mission had ended, finally finding her own release. The wreckage of the mech lay where it lay. The dim light from the cockpit, and the blood on the driver's seat told Suli that a life was slipping away. He hadn't had much contact with the Eighth Elder, but at least during those brief moments of interrogation, the Eighth Elder had taught him much beyond torture. For example, on the northern cliffs of the Linjai Star Base, small purple flowers bloom. They're small and unattractive, but just a few can fill the room with a long-lasting fragrance. Or, for example, Junshou's rat will gurgle if you give it specific food. He tried, but found the fragrance wasn't intoxicating. She was simply telling Suli, in her own way, to cherish the beauty around him. Just like Lightning always liked to cuddle with him while sleeping, just like Heyu always loved night raids. Just like an insignificant rat, it would chuckle. He knew this rat was right there in his capsule, but he never knew it. A figure swooped over, tightly grasping Junlin's body, tumbling rapidly on the ground before quickly rising. Don't just stand there. Are you crazy? This is a battlefield. Suli shook his head, feeling the voice echo through the sky. Inside the cockpit, Lightning gripped Suli's shoulders tightly. She could feel his body trembling slightly. Why? Why must such a sacrifice be made? Master, because this is real war. Chapter 367. Stand up. Quick! The roars of the mechs echoed in his ears, and Junlin slowly stood upright, letting the Zerg's green blood flow through his golden mech. On the battlefield, there was never time for sentimentality. He simply tightened his grip on his weapon, and amid the roar of thrusters, he swung his sword once more. The floating spear pierced the mouthparts of one elite species after another with a piercing sound. With the blessing of telekinesis, the vast battlefield was the most suitable battlefield for Junlin. The floating shield could effectively resist the Zerg's attacks, while the floating spear was a powerful weapon for sneak attacks. For close combat, there were long swords and shotguns, and for ranged attacks, there were longbows. He distractedly controlled one weapon after another, fighting with all his might among the Zerg swarm. He knew that if he killed one more elite species, perhaps one less SS-class mech would be killed or wounded among the guards. Under the interference of lightning and regal might, the mecha girls belonging to the Royal Guard finally unleashed their unique innate skills. For a moment, a dazzling display of light unfolded and endless buffs emerged, instantly unleashing the mecha girl's maximum combat power. Eve's figure spun rapidly in midair, her long sword, shimmering with icy blue light, slashing across Pride's chest once again. A blinding line of blood exploded, and a torrent of blood gushed out. Electric arcs danced between her horns, repeatedly meeting the main cannon fire from the sky. The steel fork in her hand grazed the ice-blue mecha, and she suddenly raised it high into the sky. An even more violent arc of electricity struck the fork, and with Pride's roar, it spread in all directions. Junshou's 20 shields clashed together, suddenly extending and blocking the arrogant, furious blow. Even though she instantly released her shields, she was still affected by the arc, curling up in agony within the petri dish. Jun Zhe's energy couldn't alleviate her pain, so Jun Quan had no choice but to transfer it. In a split second, her hair stood on end and her eyes rolled back. Suli immediately focused his telekinesis and forcibly took over the body. The next second, the almost electric shock made him wonder if his brain had been instantly boiled dry. A one-for-one trade? A risk of burning his brain? A one-for-one trade on the eve of death? The small tree trembled with the shock, and even the leaves on its branches, unable to withstand it, began to curl and fall off. Suddenly, a chilling sensation came over him, prompting Suli to initiate a teleportation to escape. A steel fork pierced his back, shredding his flight module before it fully entered the void tunnel. Ao Wang squinted his eyes. As he glanced in the direction the golden mecha had vanished, multiple pupils beginning to flicker in his eyes. That golden thing, in a sense, was even more annoying than the enemy before him. He had so many tricks up his sleeve, so many tricks, so many that they could render her attacks ineffective. This undoubtedly dealt a resounding slap in the face to arrogance. She could tolerate a bloody battle between equally matched foes, but she couldn't tolerate a bug hopping around in front of her. She's got her sights on you. Don't show any more weaknesses. If that doesn't work, retreat from the battlefield. Suli didn't reply. He knew arrogance had more tricks up his sleeve. If he wanted to appear before her again, he had to devote some of his attention to keeping a constant eye on Arrogance's movements. Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. He removed his damaged flight module and discarded his empty shotgun. 20 minutes had already passed, and half the elites remained on the battlefield. Aboard the ship, all the mecha girls clenched their fists tightly. They stared at the throbbing battlefield on the screen, each gritting their teeth in unwillingness. Deputy Commander, we can't hold back this many Zerg swarms. Indeed. We simply can't hold back this many Zerg swarms. Go back. Let's go back. The Governor and Commander are fighting bloody battles. Why can't we? The guards can go, so why should we, the Dawn Legion, have to retreat in such a humiliating manner? Fight back. Bring all our mecha girls back with us, even if we can only serve as cannon fodder to help them hold back the Zerg tide. Hanhai clenched his teeth tightly, saying nothing. The person fighting bloody battles on the screen was none other than her core contracted pilot. How could she bear to see him fight alone? But aboard the ship now were the absolute core of the Dawn Legion. Each of these pilots in training was a seed. Each was the seed of the future growth and development of the Legion. She understood Suli, and therefore knew why he always charged forward. She also knew that the detailed plans behind them were all designed to minimize casualties in the Legion. He had been poor before, and so he cherished the comrades who had followed him all the way. They had followed him all the way from C rank to his current position, each of them having made tremendous efforts. Even the subsequent reinforcements were elites, who had fought their way through battle after battle. Behind his seemingly reckless actions, each one was meant to shoulder more pressure for them. But this time, he couldn't bear it. As the Zerg continued to swell on the battlefield, their own forces were dwindling. Fighting wouldn't get easier for them, only more exhausting. Under the Zerg's fueling tactics, even the strongest forces, isolated and helpless, would be worn down to death. Go back, Deputy Commander. Please! Let's go back. Others can sacrifice themselves, and so can we. The Governor and Commander are on the front lines. Deputy Commander, if possible, I sacrifice my own life to keep them alive. Calls of people pleading for battle echoed from behind him. Yihua, piloting the armed transport, turned his head and stared at Hanhai with confusion in his eyes. My sister? Can you do this? He's your man. He's the faith of our Dawn Legion. That jerk just almost kissed him on the ass, and you can't stand it. I'm telling you, I can't stand it. He's my brother. Even if I'm tried by a military court, I'll accept it. I take the blame. Retreat? Retreat, you idiot. You heard the order to retreat, but I didn't. Yihua turned around. He glared at the mech girls before him. Did anyone hear the order to retreat? No. Damn it. A Legion commander, betraying his own soldiers, marching behind the Imperial Guards. And you can tolerate that? You can't tolerate that. What the hell are you talking about? Just turn around and go back. I'll drop my ship and lead the charge. We're brothers, so just follow me like a dumpling. Charge. Amid the increasingly loud shouts of the mech girls, Yihua turned the rudder all the way to the bottom. The Imperial Guard girls gathered around the ship, watching it turn. They exchanged glances, each silent in tacit agreement. They, too, wanted to return, because their faith was on the front lines. Chapter 368. Humans have extremely complex feelings toward insects, a mixture of fear and disgust. Of course, some also like them, but they're just insects. Suli dodged the elite's obstruction, shook his spear, and stabbed the queen before him again. When an insect learns to wield weapons, he truly wonders how humans can win. The king-level queen fluttered her wings, rubbing them against her abdomen, emitting bursts of explosive sounds. Your Majesty, it curses you. The spear tip grazed the two swords, sending out a series of sparks. But the tip, which circumvented the attack, still scratched her chest. The nimble, swinging tip seemed to be imbued with life, but before he could thrust further to inflict further damage, Suli charged forward, tumbling on the spot. Where he had stood, a thick flash of blue, yellow, and white lightning blasted a deep, smoking crater in the ground. Master, 3 o'clock. Suli drew the long sword from his back and hurled it at the incoming steel fork. The two collided, sending the longsword careening back. A thread of telekinesis instantly wrapped around the hilt, and with a sudden jerk, he swung the sword, striking the fork repeatedly. The immense force was unaffected by the long sword. He could only unleash the long swords from his arsenal, hurling them one after another at the steel fork. He couldn't block the arrogant blow. It took more than 20 strikes before the steel fork deflected slightly, firmly piercing the armor of an elite insect. The elite didn't even have time to dodge before it was pierced. The steel fork sunk at least 30 meters into the ground. No matter how strong the insect armor was, it couldn't withstand Pride's powerful blow. Su finally understood why Eve could contend with Pride. It was because she constantly shifted her attributes, likely coordinating a vast number of other attribute points with each strike to ensure her effective output. The Queen's sword struck again. Just as Su gripped the hilt of his spear, ready to deflect the sword, the Queen suddenly loosened her grip on both swords and grasped the spear tightly. Su saw a hint of mockery on her face. The next second, dozens of spears hurled themselves from all directions, piercing her like a toothpick. For the first time, he realized that even the Queens had brains. Grab his weapons? He had more weapons than she could have imagined. Sweat rolled down his jawline, and the intense concentration made him feel a little tired. The seemingly endless stream of insects kept appearing one after another. After attracting Pride's attention, every kill against elites and queens became exceedingly difficult. A single misstep would have seen Pride annihilate him, along with his mecha girl and Ruozi, in one blow. Pride wasn't feeling well either. Every time he freed his hands to deal with Su, Eve would seize the opportunity to inflict another wound on him. The ice blue mecha, like a dancing elf on the battlefield, was erratic, irritating Pride. A deafening roar mingled with the thumping of its massive tail, each swipe of its mandibles capable of slaying scores of Zerg. Finally, her armor began to fray. After losing their combat effectiveness, the SS-class mecha girls immediately chose to self-destruct. This kind of high-level combat power is rare in every military region. But now, they are like moths to a flame. The cries of victory for the Mecha Island and the resolute figures pierced Su-Li's heart. Thinking of these people sacrificing their lives for his proposal, Su-Li's heart bleeds. His team had trained all the way to this point, but they only had a mere 50 SS-level mecha girls. And in just a dozen minutes, the number of SS-level mecha girls who died in the explosion far exceeded the number of SS-level mecha girls in the Dawn Legion. These mecha girls, transferred to any legion, would enjoy the treatment of legion commanders. But now, because of their own words, they sacrificed themselves in this unfamiliar land. Without rescue, they lost their combat effectiveness and their chance of survival. The explosion was the only way out. At least they risked their lives to blast open the arrogant insect armor. Was it worth it? No one could answer this question. But since Eve agreed to the implementation of such a plan, it must have been worth it. The 8th and 10th elders were already dead. The familiar 04 was dodging and swerving on the battlefield, battling an elite species with his bayonet held upside down. He didn't know how many lives would be lost in this battle, but he knew the price was high. Eve's voice, slightly panting, rang out over the communicator. High-level Zerg possess a repulsion field, a life-saving skill. The number of times it can be used varies by species, but there's a certain interval between uses. She dodged Pride's sharp horns. Under Pride's furious eyes, the icy blue blade flashed, piercing her right eye. Pride lowered his forehead, blocking Eve's blade with it, and clasped his hands together, striking her. It seemed that in Pride's eyes, Eve was nothing more than an annoying bug. Even without the steel fork, she wasn't without a way to fight back. Human defense wasn't as strong as insect armor, but a high-level Zerg like Pride was best at choosing between trade-offs. She would rather suffer a few bloody wounds on her forehead than lose her eye. Dodge! All units, be prepared for contact. The first wave of the Zerg has begun to return. Repeat, the first wave of the Zerg has begun to return. We're about to break through the blue safety zone and enter the danger zone. We're running out of time. The familiar voice in her ears was tense, yet also carried the courage of a life-or-death struggle. The mechanical island overhead erupted with a dazzling beam of light once again. The next second, the beam of light swept long furrows across the Zerg's path. The immense behemoth continued its slow descent. That was the mechanical island, where the mechanical trees grew, the birthplace of the mecha girls and their final stronghold. A large number of Zerg were instantly vaporized by a single volley, their figures swept away by the concentrated beams of the multiple main guns as they sped along. The immense power was so overwhelming that it was hard to imagine that Pride had been maintaining a constant barrage with the mechanical island. Su glanced at the sharp horns. They shimmered coldly in the sunlight, a single glance sending a chill down his spine. Not far away, on the horizon, 3 small black dots were rapidly growing larger. Hanhai's apologetic voice echoed over the communication channel. "I'm sorry, Commander. We disobeyed orders. We simply cannot allow you to fight alone. If sacrifices must be made, please take us with you. There are no cowards in the Dawn Legion." Chapter 369. Hanhai! How dare you disobey? Su was momentarily shattered. He had assumed the Dawn Legion, and its remaining 5,000 mechs had retreated into the stratosphere. But he had never expected them to return. The densely packed mechs of the royal guards rushed into the battlefield without a word. They were simply not high enough, but level wasn't everything. They might not attack the elites, but they could help their comrades intercept the approaching Zerg swarm. Mechanical Island, long live! The royal guards mechs shouted in unison. Amidst the chorus of slogans, one powerful voice stood out. Dawn Legion, long live! With just one sentence, Su Li couldn't help but unleash a barrage of curses on the communication channel. I'm going to defeat you, idiot. Yi Hua. It's you again. You? What's wrong with me? I came to save my Legion commander, to save my brother. What's wrong with that? Her high voice betrayed the fear that others wouldn't know she had a human brother. Su Li was stunned for 3 minutes after hearing that. The ship hovered in midair. Yi Hua straightened up, running her slender fingers across the control panel, feeling the touch as quickly as possible, as if to etch this icy sensation into her heart forever. She didn't know if she ever touch a ship again after she disembarked. But nothing mattered anymore. In this life, aside from never having met the Insect Emperor and not having her own pilot, she had no regrets. Yi Hua walked over to Han Hai and embraced her with all his might. Having worked together for many years, they had a strong understanding. They exchanged glances, but nothing was said. They simply embraced with all their might. Yi Hua grinned, tugged at her cape, and, under the gaze of the mech girls, quickly walked off the bridge. She always sneaked down before, but this time, there was no need. She stood at the edge of the guardrail, facing the wind with a roar of passion. Dawn Legion victory! Over 2,900 mech girls shouted in unison, their voices resounding and powerful, without a moment's hesitation. They leaped from the ship, and with the same unwavering determination, they met the returning Zerg swarm at the edge of the battlefield. Han Hai, accompanied by 50 mech girls, landed heavily beside Junlin. At that moment, she suddenly felt her empty heart suddenly filled. Han Hai, you're the deputy commander. I know. But I'm also your mech girl. Nonsense. With such a huge disparity in strength, what if something unexpected happens to you? Su Li's words stopped abruptly. On the battlefield, no one can prevent accidents. The thought of losing someone filled his heart with a suffocating pain. It throbbed in his chest, making him feel utterly uncomfortable. He felt a complex swell of emotions within him, desperately needing an outlet. Lightning bit his lower lip and gently squeezed his shoulder. The regret and resentment of his comrades, who had died in the explosion, the deep sense of self-blame, and the legion that had already withdrawn, yet chose to rush thousands of miles to help because of the uncertain battle situation. Faces appeared before him. After this battle, he didn't even know how many familiar faces would leave him. Why? Just because he was their legion commander? Just because he was some so-called hope? Could a single word determine the lives of so many people? If only he were a little stronger. If only he were a little stronger. Master, human strength has its limits. Don't you understand? We're all here. You don't really need to be strong. A red ball of light entered Su Li's mind. She nuzzled Su Li affectionately, opening her arms and hugging him tightly. We're all here. Always here. You have your choice, but we simply choose to share life and death with you. In the cockpit, Jun Quan and Jun Zhe's bodies suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance. Golden lines spread across their bodies, slowly connecting. Two soft hums echoed in their ears, the two mecha girls simultaneously resonating. On the battlefield, the golden Junlin's body suddenly twisted. The entire mecha's form suddenly shifted as it moved, forcibly rising again, reaching a height of nearly 200 meters. In his mind, the small red ball of light tightly embraced the golden ball of light. The other 5 balls of light began to rapidly rotate around the two. Under Eve's astonished gaze, Junlin completely completed his transformation. It had discarded its previously somewhat conventional external armor, now sporting a more streamlined design. Beneath the golden crown, the red visor shone with a faint golden glow. The already dazzling gold armor, now lightweight, now boasted an even more striking red. Never before in the history of the mechanical island had the number 3,347 been able to merge with other mechas. This sudden development left Eve stunned. Even Pride's pupils dilated slightly upon seeing it. This little creature, though not particularly skilled, is full of tricks and bravado. Time and again, it's the most dazzling sight on the battlefield. With a bang, a golden spear suddenly appeared in Junlin's hand. A red tassel fluttered, and with a slight twitch of the spear's tip, the 3-kilometer distance was covered in the blink of an eye. The queen didn't even have time to react before it was pierced and lifted high. The small tree trembled like crazy, clearly driven into a frenzy by Pride's electric shock. But it must be said that the spear, forged from the Queen's energy infused with source crystals, was truly effective. Ruozi, fight for the Zerg's command authority. A brainwave, also at the Emperor level, instantly spread, sweeping across the battlefield. Although Ruozi was only at the early stage of the Zerg Emperor, her strength was vastly inferior to Pride's. However, as both were Zerg Emperors, their ranks were not much different. While the release of pheromones and brainwaves wasn't enough to cause the Zerg to rebel immediately, it could still disrupt their behavior. One after another, the hideous, terrifying insects paused, their tentacles swaying in hesitation. Brainwaves spread across the battlefield, creating a negative effect even more potent than the mecha girl's inherent abilities. Many elite species were slain while they were momentarily stunned. Junlin, blessed with a speed bonus, transformed into a golden red afterimage at that moment. Master, so fast! So fast! I never been this fast. The lingering resonance made Jun Quan's voice tremble. Jun Zhe, standing beside him, blushed. Jun Shou squeezed her eyes shut, her eyelashes fluttering. She had never felt so frail before. Could such near-perfect armor truly provide effective protection? She felt like she was hanging onto Junlin's body. If she moved even a little faster, she would be blown away by the gust of wind. If he were thrown out, it would be truly humiliating. Junlin would likely become the only unarmored, naked mecha on the island. Chapter 370. Arrogant was furious. She had never imagined that a bug emperor was hiding on the battlefield. From the fluctuations, it looked like a Slaanesh who would forever hide in the gutter. How dare she? How dare she, with the strength of a nascent bug emperor, dare to challenge her in front of her? She was the first of the 7 deadly sins. The absolute emperor beneath the bug emperor. How dare a mere Slaanesh, a rat in the gutter, dare challenge the authority of the first? To release brainwaves in her presence was a fundamental disrespect for her. The emperor's majesty must never be challenged. She had come to her star domain without permission, and she deserved death. Perhaps, she could also strip her mind, leaving her to become a breeding tool for eternity, drifting across the starry sea. Only this could quell the rage within her. Arrogant's intense pupils scanned every direction within her field of vision. She captured brainwave after brainwave, locating the direction of Slaanesh. But then, she roared again. That damned rat, it never stays in one place. Amidst the earth-shaking roar, an invisible field spread, instantly causing the entire space to freeze. Your Majesty, she has stabilized the space. We can no longer use void teleport. Ruozi shuddered and curled up again. Facing Pride, she was naturally terrified. Even at the end of her Insect Emperor stage, she wouldn't dare confront Pride head-on, let alone at the early stages. If she were exposed to Pride, the outcome would be either immediate death or a fate worse than death. Despite this disparity in power, she still acted recklessly under the Lord's orders. It was, admittedly, incredibly thrilling, her legs trembling with excitement. This feeling was far more thrilling than meeting the Lord's charge. The dazzling Junlin ran to the steel fork and pushed it to the ground. The massive fork crashed to the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Arrogant, eyes wide open, searched for any trace of Slaanesh, but still found nothing. At least, beyond the dense swarms of insects on the ground, there was no trace of Slaanesh at all. Furthermore, with Eve constantly harassing her, she could no longer contain her rage, becoming completely furious. Hundreds of bolts of lightning flashed across the battlefield. In her quest for Slaanesh, she had actually wiped out the vast number of surrounding Zerg with a single strike. The mech girls, alerted by Su Li's warning, dodged and soared into the air, barely avoiding the blow. Looking down again, they saw only insect corpses strewn across the ground, reduced to dust by the gusting wind. Cold sweat streamed down the faces of every mecha girl. If they hadn't dodged in time, a single strike from such a powerful attack would have wiped out at least 2/3 of their combat power. The dazzling Junlin once again ran past the steel fork. This time, it directly opened the entrance to the Void Arsenal, hurling the flat steel fork from head to toe. Arrogant's furious attack gave the Mecha Island's main gun an opening. A dazzling beam of light shot down overhead, but was blocked by Arrogant's curled-up insect body, leaving hundreds of meters of the body pockmarked and riddled with holes. Eve seized the opportunity and slashed Arrogant's neck with her icy blue blade. The blade penetrated barely half a meter before being deflected by an extremely powerful repulsive force. Green blood splattered, and a powerful repulsive force tore everything around her, forcing everything away from her body. The ice blue mech, directly struck by the repulsive force, had its exterior armor instantly reduced to a thin layer, leaving its once contoured front flat. Zerg and mech girls alike, the sudden repulsive field repelled everything. Thankfully, the repulsive field's coverage was limited, and only a few mech girls suffered the same fate as Eve. Most, escaping the shockwave, instinctively chose to move away. The dent in the cockpit caused all the mech girls to gasp. But when they saw the ice blue mech spiral and ascend, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Sully instinctively changed direction. Eve hadn't specifically mentioned the existence of the repulsive force for no reason. She must have had a plan. Thinking of this, Junlin's speed increased to its maximum. With Jun Shou's enhancement, its speed surpassed lighting by 10%. A flash of golden red light, bringing with it a fragrant aroma, made Pride unconsciously lick her lips. She had only two desires for this utterly annoying creature before her: to smack it to death, or to stuff it into her mouth. However, it was so slippery that even with her double pupils, it was difficult to accurately detect its position. The golden spear slashed through Pride's carapace, producing only a few sparks. To pierce her carapace, a weapon would need to be imbued with the Insect King's energy. He hadn't given up on harassing Pride. At least while she adjusted to his speed, he could draw Pride's attention for Eve. The little tree frantically shook its branches in its mind. Hack her. Kill her. She's electrocuting me, kill her. Quick, while she's not used to your speed, use our big treasure. See if we can pierce her to death. It parted its roots, revealing the tiny water droplets beneath. Sully let the little tree protest frantically in his mind, but did nothing. Mechanical Island had already sacrificed many SS-class mecha girls for this operation. He didn't have the nerve, nor the qualifications, to compete for Pride's resources again. Get out of the way! In less than 5 seconds, Eve's stern voice echoed over the communication channel. The next second, a dark shadow descended upon him. Junlin didn't have time to turn around. He simply used the little tree's power to forcibly break Pride's spatial blockade. Sully, reappearing 2 kilometers away, barely had time to look up before being tackled to the ground by the fleeing mecha girls. Ding! He had never imagined the sound of the mechanical island could be so resounding. Even though it had shrunk countless times, it was still the size of 2 B-class frigates. Yet, even this behemoth was lifted by Eve and smacked down hard on Pride's head. 1 blow to the head, 2 to the head to keep him from falling. With the repetitive clangs. Clang. Clang. Sully's heart trembled. On the 3rd blow, Pride's horn shattered at its base, crashing to the ground with a deafening resounding clatter, but that noise couldn't mask the gong-like resounding of the mechanical island. I had thought Pride was extremely difficult to kill. It turned out she was indeed. But once you mastered the technique and tricked out the life-saving repulsive field, she would be much easier to kill. Sully stared in amazement as he forcefully smacked her head into his neck, instinctively shrinking her own. For some reason, he suddenly wasn't very excited about his mecha island anymore. He had thought using it to kill enemies would be incredibly cool. But now it seemed like this was undoubtedly more down-to-earth. Chapter 371. Sully saw it clearly. Prideful to death, his eyes widened. His double pupils whirled rapidly, searching for Ruazi even in his final moments, until his massive body collapsed to the ground. But who could have imagined that Slaanesh, one of the 7 deadly sins, would actually ride in a mecha piloted by humans? In her mind, she had probably never imagined that such a powerful Zerg could stoop so low as to become a human slave. To her death, she believed that Slaanesh coveted her power. Green blood stained the mountain. Prideful, mountain-like form lay silently there, its head completely deflated. Only the eyes remained above its chest, still visible. Ruazi finally took control of a portion of the Zerg swarm and engaged the rest, completely separating the existing battlefield. The pressure on the battlefield suddenly dropped. The mecha girl's time for reckoning had finally begun. Without the high-level Zerg, even though the Zerg here were generally stronger, they could still fight back and forth. The ice blue mech hung high in the air, holding the mechanical island with its back to the crowd. It looked like a toothpick reaching out to grasp a gold brick. She didn't face the battlefield directly, but with her back to the crowd, exuding an indescribable aura. Master, I just vaguely heard the governor mutter something like my breasts are flattened by my bump when he was hitting Pride. Master, please move forward. I want to see if they're flat. No, you don't. Jun Quan's words suddenly made Sully feel a little uneasy about the situation. He glanced at the area in front of the ice blue mech. It wasn't exactly flat, but it was as smooth as a mirror. He felt that at his young age, he could take risks on the battlefield, but this one was truly unacceptable. The icy blue figure floating in the air slowly landed, unfurling, and the mecha island expanded again, rapidly soaring into the sky. At the base of the massive mecha island, several holes, caused by the arrogant insect horns, were scattering fragments. A golden light enveloped the entire Mecha Island, and the slow work of repair began. Eve pulled out her personal mirror and surveyed herself from head to toe before returning it to her pocket and turning around. Her cold, stern eyes swept across the battlefield, a commanding presence beneath her. But Suli still noticed her slightly deformed hat. Of course, aside from the hat, she was still flawless from head to toe. Suli also unfurled. Junzei immediately activated his innate skill, showering the sky with light, healing the wounds of every mecha girl on the battlefield. Dozens of medical mechs shuttled across the battlefield, dragging the wounded from each mech. Working with Junzei's light rain, they began rapidly treating them, then placing them in a safe location. Suli quietly walked to Eve's side, silent. He simply watched his mechs help the medical mech sort and drag the wounded, then provide targeted treatment based on the severity of their injuries. He had never imagined that a battle, supposedly involving enormous sacrifices, would end in such a dramatic manner. But as he watched the wounded being carried out one by one, his eyes couldn't help but flicker over them. All the mecha girls currently active on the field were S-rank. As S-rank mecha girls were few and far between. The mecha island in the sky repeatedly belched out beams of energy, clearing the surrounding insect swarms. It had regained its majestic appearance. However, after witnessing the shrunken mecha island, Suli's mind was forever filled with a golden brick. That once majestic and imposing image, after its collapse, could never be regained. A medical mecha girl quickly ran back, asked Eve for instructions, and then hurried away again. A distinctive beam of light descended, illuminating the wounded. Gently lifted them up, and they flew toward the mecha island. Eve stared at Suli, her long light blue hair flying. After a moment, she slowly said, "Want to go up and take a look?" Suli had never imagined that his first visit to the mecha island would be at such a time. Eve gave him no chance to refuse. Two beams of light shot out from the mecha island, enveloping the two of them. As they slowly ascended, Suli raised his head, gazing at the vast base of the mechanical island. His heart was filled with indescribable shock. The images of the gold bricks and the present moment alternated in his mind, becoming indistinguishable. As the two finally reached the end of the beam, he finally set foot on a territory never before explored by humans. Eve took the lead, her black skirt swaying in the breeze, her figure standing erect. She always exuded a soldierly air, and her combat boots accentuated her long legs with an air of unbridled strength. She removed her warped military cap and flicked it in her hand, her light blue hair dancing in the wind, her blue eyes flashing with an inscrutable light. Actually, humans have landed on the mechanical island before. Suli raised his eyes, a puzzled expression on his face. Eve smoothed her hair and led him forward, standing on a hoverboard, waiting for him. Suli hurriedly took 2 steps, and stood beside her. The hoverboard began to move along its designated route, weaving through the steel jungle. He didn't know why Eve had chosen this moment for him to land on the island. As he entered the steel jungle, his eyes never faltered. Tall buildings stretched for hundreds of meters. Such structures abounded throughout the mechanical island. It was clear that the mecha girls mostly relied on their hoverboards for daily travel. The hoverboard's tracks were so densely packed, crisscrossing the steel jungle, that it was impossible to see where they were going. Eve waited a long time, but Suli didn't respond. She glanced over and saw that his head was tilted high, spinning in circles like a radar. He didn't even notice his step. 2 more turns, and he falls straight down. "You don't seem curious about the other human's identity." Suli finally regained his composure and offered his guess. "The previous host of the mechanical tree?" Eve's pupils narrowed slightly, and she nodded slowly. She knew Suli could guess because he, too, possessed his own mechanical tree. He died 348 years ago. I wasn't even born then. But I do know that he had clearly instructed that no human could ascend to the mechanical island. Suli was momentarily stunned, a wry smile on his face. "Then is it too late for me to descend now?" Eve glanced at Suli blankly. "Probably too late. But if I were you, since I'm already up here, I might as well take this opportunity to take a closer look. After all, there's always a chance I won't be able to descend." Chapter 372. Eve's joke brought a wry smile to Suli's face. But he still followed Eve's advice, and carefully surveyed this unexplored territory. It wasn't a vibrantly colorful place. The color scheme was incredibly monotonous. It was clearly steeped in sci-fi, yet it was dominated by only 2 colors, black and gray. If you count the light lines used as road markings, there was a 3rd color. Disappointed? Do you think the mechanical island isn't as wonderful as you imagined? Suli slowly shook his head. This was simply an extremely large arsenal, a multifunctional battle fortress. Perhaps this style was truly just right. A figure soared into the sky, locked onto their positions, and quickly unfurled above the hoverboard. Lightning stumbled slightly, losing her balance. Sully quickly reached out to support her waist, and she subconsciously clung to him. Now, the mechanical island had been given another vibrant red. Lightning, remember to hand over the steel fork you took later. You don't even have your own void arsenal, so what good is it to pick it up? Can you hold onto a weapon over 300 meters away? Lightning's smile faltered. She picked up so many weapons since she met Sully, but this was the first time someone had offered to take them back. But this isn't from the mechanical island? Its original owner is dead. She can't use it, but she can see it. What's wrong with dragging it around the training ground to turn heads? The composition of her steel fork needs to be tested. If it contains any harmful substances to Sully, you'll be left without a pilot. When will we need you on the island? Or I'll send June show up right now. Lightning's decisiveness made Eve roll her eyes. With her around, many things were no longer convenient to say. Seeing Sully showed no interest in asking further questions, she simply shut her mouth, letting Lightning enthusiastically explain everything to Sully. Master, that's our dormitory. Do you see that tall building? I lived there before, even for a short month, but I worked really hard to learn about human society. Back then, my hair barely reached my jawline. Sully couldn't imagine how beautiful Lightning would be with short hair. He simply followed her finger, shifting his gaze. The tall buildings here were practically identical. Even if she pointed at him, or even led him inside to take a look, he wouldn't be able to find his way back. His sense of direction had been lost long ago during the twists and turns of the hoverboard. Furthermore, there weren't even any decent landmarks here. That's our training center, that's our hospital. And over there, the most central building on our mechanical island, the feedlot. Sully nodded frequently. Whenever Lightning mentioned a place, he nodded and that was it. As for where exactly it was, he had no idea. But seeing Lightning's cheerful expression, he felt like he was truly participating in her life. The feeling was strange, and it made him subconsciously tighten his grip around her waist. Eve caught sight of this and frowned slightly. No human had ever visited the mechanical island, let alone one with a girl in his arms. She suddenly felt a little offended as the governor. She was the governor, not some saleswoman accompanying a local businessman to look at a house. The hoverboard finally stopped beside a large building. Eve dismounted, displayed her authority at the building's gate, and then led Sully and Lightning into the true core of the mechanical island. He immediately spotted the massive mechanical tree. Unlike his own mechanical tree, the one in the distance had clearly reached a certain limit of growth. The thick trunk wasn't straight like a small tree, instead, it curved sideways and grew upward. If scaled down, it would look remarkably like a bonsai. Surrounding the mechanical tree, hexagonal petri dishes, resembling honeycombs, were neatly arranged on the ground, forming a continuous patchwork. A variety of colors shimmered on the petri dishes. Sully, who had some knowledge of mecha girls, knew without the two explaining it to him that the different lights represented the different levels of the mecha girls being bred. A circular canopy enveloped most of the breeding grounds. Video windows above it displayed footage of various competitions and battlefields. Among them were his active presence on the battlefield. The breeding farm has now suspended breeding operations. Over 1 billion mecha girls have been withdrawn simultaneously. Honestly, I always felt our combat power was insufficient, never imagining we one day be overwhelmed. Clear footsteps echoed through the farm. Sully followed closely behind Eve. Every time he passed a petri dish, a light would illuminate it. Wherever he walked, the dish would light up. For a moment, the entire farm was illuminated by a path of light. A tree-shaped mark began to appear between Eve's eyebrows. As she drew closer to the mechanical tree, the mark grew brighter. Sully touched his brow. From his lightning-red eyes, it was easy to see that a mark had also appeared there. But the marks on the two men were completely different. In his mind, the branches of a small tree swayed gently, connecting to the void. The next second, a small tree, about a man tall, appeared before Sully, its roots twitching. It gathered its excess roots in a very human manner, striding along its two main roots, taking 2 steps toward the mechanical tree before it, and waving its branches politely. Sully stared at the small tree in front of him in amazement. He had never imagined that this thing could actually walk. No, that wasn't the point. The point was that it had just, so ethereal, walked out of his mind. And it was over a man tall. Sully subconsciously bent down, hunched over, and looked down. If the small trees were as tall as a man, then his treasure should be at least the size of a normal gold brick. His searching gaze darted back and forth beneath the two golden-white main roots, but a few tiny roots kept blocking his view. He took 2 involuntary steps, crouched down, and just as he was about to reach out to pry them away, he was struck in the face by a golden branch. He flew backwards over 10 meters. Lightning slid to catch Sully in midair. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the small branches frantically pulling at their roots, trying to cover the main root. It looked like a little girl having someone squat down to look under her skirt. Lightning glanced at Sully, whose face was swollen. Sully, you've been scratching around in your head a lot. Now it's out, and you installed it, old tree. Chapter 373. Below the mechanical island, the participating mecha girls had already begun cleaning up the battlefield. They hadn't killed all the Zerg, but instead left a significant number for Rosie to take over. June Quan, with one hand resting on her awning, gazed toward the mechanical island. For some reason, she felt a certain unease. Her other hand grasped and released the hem of her skirt, wrinkling the fabric in just a few seconds. Sister, I feel like Master has been beaten. June Wei frowned. She felt the same way. She gently stroked her right cheek and looked up at the sky. Although she had suspected her master would one day visit the mechanical island, when that day arrived, she still felt a little surprised. This feeling of unease grew stronger, and she lifted the hem of her skirt and bit her lower lip. No, I still have to go up and take a look. While there's no danger on the mechanical island, this strange feeling isn't right. Just in case, it's best to. Second sister, do you think it has something to do with me asking the master to confirm the governor's condition? June Wei was stunned, then, remembering what June Quan had said during their fusion, she silently retracted her steps. It was best not to go anywhere. Oh! Forget it. As long as she didn't get her head knocked off balance, she could still accept it. June Wei looked at June Shou, who was rapidly moving towards them, and silently turned around. People always need to mature. And the way to achieve maturity is to learn to play blind. Hearing June Quan's sudden cry of pain, she felt her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys suddenly clear up. You're everywhere. You're everywhere. You just have a mouth. If I don't treat you today, you'll be my eldest sister from now on. No, sister. I'm just kidding, kiddos. Hey, have you ever seen 3060 kiddos? June Quan pressed her breasts down hard, a miserable expression on her face, earning June Shou an even colder glare. Just wait. Master's fine, it's good, but if Master loses even a hair, just wait. I ignored you these days, and when we get to Guanghua Star, just wait and see what I'll do to you. June Wei suddenly remembered something and turned away. Sister, we don't have to take her to Guanghua Star. She's got big ambitions, and wants to rebel against the governor. Second sister, are you trying to be irreconcilable with me? June Quan had never expected to be stabbed by his own sister. June Wei snorted softly, and turned to clean up the battlefield. Huh, irreconcilable? You sound as if we were once inseparable. On the battlefield, the mech girls dragged the Zerg corpses, gathering them one by one. A large pit had been dug, and numerous Zerg corpses had been pushed into it, covered with a thin layer of soil. Han Hai glanced at the golden seed in his hand, and gently tossed it onto the soil. The golden seed quickly sprouted roots, deeply burying itself in the soil. Drawing on the energy of the Zerg bodies, it began to grow rapidly. The Zerg energy on this planet was extremely abundant. Before the mech girl's astonishment, the seed not only quickly grew into a small tree, but even began to grow taller. Unlike the small trees on Lingsue Star, it grew larger and larger, until it could be hugged by more than a dozen people, and then it slowly stopped growing. As the golden branches swayed in the wind, faint golden buds could be seen. A faint fragrance spread, perking up every mecha girl who caught its scent. It was a scent that brought profound peace of mind, and for a moment, everyone wanted to settle down here. Sisters, let's not go back. This planet is so large. It's not a small place like Linjiai Star. It would be a waste to use it as an outpost. With the golden tree, we could establish a secret base here. Yi Hua's words tempted Han Hai. The Mecha Island had all the materials it needed. As long as the construction team teleported through the Mecha Island shadow, they could reach the main Mecha Island instantly. What's more, the planet's ecology was intact, and its species were rich and diverse. It had to be said that Pride had indeed taken good care of this place. With the golden tree, the Zerg wouldn't harass us. Although it was in the Zerg's heartland, it was definitely a paradise. At that time, as long as the mechanical island deploys a phantom here, large armies will be able to come and go freely. Han Hai gently stroked the trunk of the golden tree, her eyes involuntarily glancing towards 038 in the distance. To be more precise, she was looking at Pride's corpse. If seeds were sown on her body, what a magnificent tree would sprout. At this moment, 038 was completely consumed by anxiety. She circled the enormous Pride again and again, trembling and muttering to herself. How can I carry this? How can I carry this? Pride's enormous size was truly excessive. Even in death, her residual power lingered, causing all the mecha girls around her to tremble uncontrollably. Rank suppression is never simply stated. This invisible and intangible existence is truly real, leaving everyone who experiences it with a profound feeling. Pride was dead, but her insect body continued to twitch. With each twitch, the thousand-meter-long body would curl up and lash out at the ground. The surrounding area shook as if struck by an earthquake, even the mountain itself. For a moment, much of the work was stalled. But 038's anxiety wasn't about that. It was about how to bring back the enormous Pride. Seeing the majestic weapon before him, 038 felt devastated. The trampoline was a good one, but it had been punctured by the governor. 038 had originally thought Pride would be subdued like Ruozi, which would have been the least of his worries. But now it seemed Chun-Chun had been wishful thinking. Now not only was Pride gone, but the trampoline was gone too. He couldn't just cut it off and take it back. It was such a massive creature, but its upper body was unpalatable, and its lower body was incredibly poisonous. Aside from Lightning, who could bite off a couple of insect legs, no other mechs could withstand the toxicity of such a multi-legged creature. She couldn't help but shudder at the thought of Lightning's swollen mouth, drooling, and hazy eyes. That image, once seen, would be etched deeply into her mind, impossible to forget. By the way, Sister Ruozi, would you eat this? Ruozi shook her head, her legs still trembling. Pride's rank-based suppression was far greater for her than it was for the mechs. Furthermore, aside from cores of the same sequence, Pride had no effect on her advancement. She slowly approached Pride's shattered head. As expected, the Insect King core within was gone. What remained was a vast, deep pit. Chapter 374. Mechanical Island, Breeding Room. Sully watched in amazement as the old tree similarly raised its roots. The gesture was enchanting, a sight he had never seen before. Amid its dense roots, the Insect King's cores were densely packed, at least dozens at a glance. However, most of these cores were empty, devoid of any energy storage. Only one dark golden metal core shimmered, tightly bound by the roots. Sully rubbed his face as he watched the young tree reach out from its roots to touch the core, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Arrogant as hell, a bit too sloppy. Eve so perfectly embodied the concept of a nation of propriety that even looking at her now gave Sully a sense of detachment that didn't jibe with reality. The intelligent, dignified, and beautiful woman before him, and the thug who was banging bricks on his head, simply didn't match. He shook his head sharply, trying to separate the two images that were trying to merge. Two sets of SS-level upgrade modules hovered in front of the mechanical tree. Compared to ordinary upgrade modules, SS-level modules were a golden yellow. If ordinary modules still had mechanical components, then SS-level modules were like pure energy. They emanated different radiances, signifying Pride's ultimate authority in different fields. Sully raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat exceeding his expectations. He had assumed that a single Insect King could only extract one set, but unexpectedly, there was a surprise. The more SS-level modules, the more SSS-level mecha girls could be created. This was undoubtedly great news for the strengthening of the mechanical island. I won't give you these two sets of modules. Both the northern and southern war zones require a high-level mecha girl to guard them. However, Pride's body can be left to you. Furthermore, her weapons, after being reforged at the mechanical island, can also be added to your arsenal. Sully nodded. He had no objection to this outcome. The main force responsible for killing Pride was the mechanical island, so it was good enough for him to get his hands on Pride's weapon. Besides, with greater strength comes greater responsibility. He wasn't currently capable of commanding and deploying a large-scale battlefield. At least he couldn't do it the way Eve did, taking into account the overall situation. One was stationed in the north, monitoring the Human Council, while the other was monitoring the progress of the southern battlefield. Over 1 billion mechas were on standby, ready to dispatch to both northern and southern battlefields. Gao Minghui was commanding the central region, overseeing the overall situation. So what was Eve's responsibility? A sudden thought popped into his mind, and considering Eve's recent movements, he glanced up at the tall figure with a guilty conscience. It seemed she hadn't been sprawled out like that in a while. Yes, you're right. As compensation to your Dawn Legion, I'll keep a close eye on you from now on. How's that? The best of the Mechanical Island's forces are here to protect you. Just wondering if you're touched. Eve turned around, a half smile on her face. Lightning, eh? She knew all along that the SS level upgrade modules were just a cover. Compared to Eve following her around every day, she'd rather take a set of modules herself. Then, she'd be among the Mechanical Island's top fighters. Galmingerway disagrees with us deploying in the Zerg heartland. But, a general is not subject to orders from outside the military. Construction of the sub-base can begin immediately. I already contacted the construction team on Lingsue Star. They should be en route to the Mechanical Island projection. Eve stared, scrutinizing Su Li's expression. It wasn't until his gaze began to evade her that she realized her gaze was too aggressive. From time to time, a flash of light emanated from the petri dishes in the breeding room. Su Li cautiously took a half step back, awaiting Eve's next words. We currently face two major challenges. One is the Divine Grace cult, and the other is the Corporate Federation. Their interests are deeply intertwined, yet they are not a single entity. Whether Rosie's existence has been revealed or not, she can no longer remain on Lingsue. This place suits her perfectly. As for the infiltration of Guanghua, we must also personally undertake it. All the details may seem trivial, but taken together, they all point to the same goal. It's not that we can't tolerate Slanish's existence. It's just that we can't tolerate Slanish's existence when it's out of our control. Rosie needs to grow safely, and this planet is the best place. With a little tree, she can avoid being spied on by other Zerg. This operation is held in such high secrecy that even Galmingerway doesn't know our exact destination. This fundamentally prevents any intelligence leaks. We have plenty of time, but we must seize every second. The pace of development can be slow, but the crackdown on the Corporate Federation and the Divine Grace cult must be prioritized. Su Li subconsciously saluted. Eve waved her hand. Don't be so nervous. Take a look around. And give the two mechanical trees some time to spin together. Su Li nodded, glanced at the small tree bouncing around in front of the old one, then turned and followed Lightning toward another area. The 12 elders approached Eve and lowered their voices. The battle damage report is out. In this battle, a total of 832 SS-class mechas were killed, with 1,921 seriously injured. The rest were all lightly wounded. Among them, 2 SS-class mechas of the Dawn Legion were killed, and 32 S-class mechas were killed. They were also injured, but their mechas were transported back to the ship. Should this information be reported to Commander Su? Eve watched Su Li's retreating figure, and slowly shook her head. The mechas of the 6th and 8th brothers. The 12 elders' breath hitched slightly. Their remaining mechas are on their way back to the Mechanical Island. They had assumed Eve had no energy for other matters, but what the 12 elders hadn't anticipated was that every detail of the battlefield had escaped her. Whether it was dragging Su Li to the island or formulating future strategic plans, she was, in essence, using one thing after another to avoid the reality of her comrades' sacrifices. It was as if once she was busy, she would forget their faces and voices. She was far less carefree than she appeared. A near 1 in 3 casualty rate had left her back slightly bent. 832 men, in exchange for 2 SSS-rank mecha girls. From a strategic perspective, this victory was nothing short of miraculous. After all, every enemy they faced was far more formidable than they were. Defending against a larger force, they achieved a resounding victory. While preserving their manpower, they also annihilated arrogance. This was a battle worthy of commemoration. Eve glanced at the mechanical tree, then slowly raised her head and lay down on the suspended platform. Call back the third sister and have her oversee the treatment. Later on, you take Su Li for a walk. I'm tired and need to rest. The 12 elders' report was like a knife, easily slicing through her cover. She couldn't stay any longer. If she did, she feared her eyes would blaze. Chapter 375. Standing at the edge of the mechanical island, Su Li finally saw what he least wanted to see. His immaturity was instantly magnified to its fullest. Had it been Gao Mingrui or Eve, upon seeing this scene, their faces would have been filled with awe, their hearts filled with regret, but he couldn't do it. Watching the shattered mechas being quickly reassembled by the mech girls, struggling to reconstruct them into a complete form, he felt as if a stone had been choked in his throat. His heart was filled with an indescribable pain. The number 08 on the mechas, and the shattered cockpits replayed the scene before the 8th elder's death over and over again before his eyes. Lightning stood beside Su Li, her eyes red. She had brought him here on purpose, because the mech girls of the Dawn Legion had also suffered battle damage and sacrificed. No one could be perfect. Even with Eve's formidable strength and the dazzling icy blue mechas, she couldn't do it. On the battlefield, manpower is often limited, and all they need to focus on is doing their own thing. She hoped he would understand this and let her go. Just like she had let herself go countless times before on the field. Because once you hold on to something and insist on it, you'll be stuck in a quagmire for the rest of your life, unable to escape. If she hadn't let herself go, she'd probably be a bystander by now. How could she ever have the chance to meet him again? Lightning clung to Su Li and whispered softly, "Master, thank you. Thank you for appearing in her life." Lightning took Su Li's hand and slowly pressed it against her cheek. She stared at the mecha girls and the royal guards working on the mechas. The entire mecha graveyard was filled with sobs. They never hid their emotions in the graveyard. Many lightly injured mecha girls came here to bid farewell to their comrades. Their mechas would be kept here for a day and a night before being collectively processed. Su Li gazed at the mechas, only seeing their shattered shells. Because he was unfamiliar with them, he didn't even know who they once belonged to. The pain and resentment in his heart finally dissolved into a long sigh. Let's go back. When Su Li returned to his ship, he saw dozens of mecha girls carrying the arrogant, enormous bullhorn and placing it on the deck. The entire armed transport staggered under the immense weight. Frightened, the crew hurriedly began to adjust various parameters. Han Hai covered his ears, a hint of impatience on his face. Yihua swarmed around her like a fly, chattering incessantly. "Sister, dear sister. Give me some men. Can't you see? That dung beetle shell, those lines, that length, that color. It's definitely made for warships. Listen to me, it's not easy to get here. I'll peel a few of its shells off. That's a king-level elite species. If it stuck to a warship, what a powerful force it would be. Can you imagine how powerful that would be? I can't imagine. I don't want to know how sturdy the armor of those dung-pushing creatures is." TSK disgust. Do you disgust me? Every job deserves to be taken seriously. They're diligently practicing the meaning of life. Why do you disgust me? They're just pushing dung for fun. It's not a matter of principle. Besides, you didn't even disgust me when you ate their legs. Upon hearing this, Han Hai immediately covered his mouth. Yihua pointed downwards. Why can 038 dispose of Arrogant's corpse, but I can't strip Dung Beetle of his clothes? This is unfair. I'm going to tell my brother. You don't have the final say in this legion. Go, go! I was thinking I'd give you Arrogant's insect armor, but since you insist on the Dung Beetle shell, I'll hand it over to the mechanical island. They'll be melted down and transformed into weapons to equip more mecha girls. Hiss! Yihua gasped, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Sister? My dear sister? Are you serious? Me? I have this honor? Han Hai. I must solemnly tell you today. From today on, you're no longer my sister. You're my mother. Mechanical Island is nothing. As long as you're here, I won't even acknowledge it. Su Li pushed the door open, his heartbroken heart instantly crumbling. If Yihua, this grudge, were really his daughter, he wouldn't be too proud to spank her 800 times a day. Cut off some of Arrogant's flesh, and send it to various locations to cultivate saplings, leaving some for you to cultivate as material for Blackthorn. It's based on millipedes, right? Remember to be mindful of the neurotoxins remaining in its system when cutting. Lightning's eyes lit up at this. The queenly persona she had maintained for a short time collapsed again. Before Su Li could react, she leaped from the bridge in a single leap, her movements smoother than ever before. Su Li turned around and looked around. The June sisters, the only ones capable of stopping lightning, acted completely oblivious. He slapped his forehead. He'd forgotten Lightning had a penchant for nibbling millipedes. And he was saying it was so satisfying to nibble on his mother. He was truly being rude. 038, who was directing the cutting operation, saw a flash of red lightning rush over with a gust of wind. The next second, a giant insect leg was severed. Lightning licked it gently with her tongue, and instantly shuddered, her eyes bulging. Are you crazy? This is poisonous. 038 scurried over, and snatched the insect leg from Lightning's hand. Her lips visibly swelled, and saliva flowed out, as if a valve had been opened. Junzei teleported to Lightning's side, his blue earring swaying, as he placed his hand on Lightning's back. 038 was stunned. Is this procedure so familiar? It's only been a short time since she'd been on board, and you all have so many tricks up your sleeve? She glanced down at the insect leg Lightning had licked, then at Lightning's eyes, which were now looking in different directions. A wave of doubt welled up in her mind. Are battlefield aftereffects so severe? Or could this thing relieve battlefield stress? Confused, she leaned forward and sniffed it gently, finding no distinctive smell. Ruozi, can this be eaten? Ruozi nodded gently. Yes, it's numbing. One bite, and the world is filled with the Lord. 038 swallowed upon hearing this. She lifted the insect's leg and gently licked it. She didn't want to be poisoned, she simply wanted to experience what it meant to be filled with the Lord. The next second, her mouth swelled up, the corners of her mouth stretched completely to her ears, uncontrollable. After a slight numbness on her tongue, a surge of after-effects rushed straight to her head. Hey! Seriously, Suli crawled all over Arrogant's body. What was she seeing? This wasn't a battlefield, this was heaven. There were so many Suli that she couldn't even see them all, even if she split her eyes apart. This one was even better. Not only was it 4K, but it also landed on her chest. 038 pressed her hand firmly against it, feeling the warmth, her saliva dripping down. Junzei's expression was indescribable. If she had known, she would have held it down, at least it wouldn't flow onto her hand. Chapter 376. Master, are you sure you won't care? Suli was completely bewildered by Jun Shou's questioning. It was clearly a mouthful, but he couldn't understand why the mecha girls of his Dawn Legion had gone mad. Why, knowing it was poisonous, did they all insist on trying it? Looking at the pile of mecha girls standing in various corners of the battlefield, drooling, he was completely paralyzed. Before, only lightning himself was abnormal. Look at him now. Those uniform black and red cloaks, and the golden medals on their chests. Isn't this outfit cool and eye-catching enough? Why must they add the dragon plummeting 3,000 feet? The flat ones flowed on the ground, and the larger ones, like the 038, were pouring down their cleavage. Suli couldn't help but stare several times. If Junzei hadn't awakened his inherent skills, she wouldn't have been able to save so many people. Comrades sacrificed, the battle was difficult, and there were a lot of wounded and sick soldiers. He'd just been feeling sad, but now it wasn't sadness anymore, it was despair. Yes. Despair. You all have your arms in slings, so why are you joining in the fun? What? You fought with pride, and developed feelings for her? You're all standing around her, drooling. Are you trying to give her a watery burial? I'd like to intervene. How can I? Look at this crowd. Is there anyone who can hear me? Hey, another Legion commander. Suli's face darkened as he looked at 534 approaching. He subconsciously moved back and put his hand on his butt. This feels like a collective feast of undercooked mushrooms. Junzei maintained the end's field, a wry smile on his face. It's not very toxic, but it has a strong hallucinogenic effect. But I have to say, it's a good thing for relieving stress on the battlefield. But only if you choose the right situation. Suli was stunned. Not very poisonous? Everyone was choking with their mouths agape. You call that not very poisonous? That's great. From now on, the whole small garden next to the hospital can be drenched after a fight, saving water for the flowers. Knock them out and carry them away. It's better than standing here humiliatingly. Yihua twitched his lips. Brother, let's not do that. 200 of them are floating on the ship. I don't want to see them bleeding all the way. Suli's forehead veins throbbed. Then hang them on the deck railing. 10 miles into the wind. Ugh. Hanhai quickly stepped forward and covered Yihua's mouth. She didn't know if it was 10 miles or not. She only knew that if Yihua continued talking, she might end up hanging on the deck too. And in the most conspicuous place. On an unknown planet, a strange sight appeared. The ship flew through the sky, the drool dripping from the mecha girls forming strings, as if the ship was covered with countless thin, transparent ribbons. Eve stood on the mechanical island, watching the armed transport ship pass by, her brows knitted together. They were all the same ships, so why didn't her own mechanical island have these special effects? The team finally began its return journey. The armed transport ship, complete with its special effects, and its escort ship slowly sailed into the clouds, beginning to escape the planet's gravity. The mechanical island remained in place to coordinate with the construction team. The remaining Pride body was sent to the mechanical island, awaiting deployment by the construction team before being synchronized and transferred, switching the positions of the mechanical island projection and the main body. Ruozi watched the ship drift further and further away, gradually disappearing from sight. Even though she knew everything was for her safety, the indescribable sense of loss she felt after going from companionship to being alone still washed over her. She sat alone on the rocks, swinging her legs. Tears welled up in her lavender eyes and streamed down her cheeks. She hummed a ballad Suli often sang, then took out a proud leg and stuffed it into her mouth. On the mechanical island, Eve, having learned the whole story, gazed at the arthropod on the plate before her, and tentatively extended her hand. Governor. You really want to try it? Why not? The 12 elders, hearing this, spoke again with some concern. According to Commander Sue, there are some things to be careful about when it comes to leg slurping. First, the medical bots. Second, if you see a bunch of strange creatures jumping towards you, don't run. They could be medical bots coming to rescue you. Enough, are you annoying me? I said the same thing 3 times. I'm SSS rank. They can eat it without any problems. So why should I be? This is just in case. Are they far away? Yes. At their current speed, they should have already started their warp. Eve finally made up her mind when she heard Sully walk away. She picked up the small segmented leg in front of her, and gently licked it with her tongue. A tingling sensation, like an electric shock, spread from the tip of her tongue, causing her to frown unconsciously. That's it? It doesn't seem unusual. The mecha girls of the Dawn Legion should strengthen their military training. Even my will can't interfere with such a thing. She raised her head. The room was still the same room. Even the furnishings were unchanged. Didn't they say it would cause hallucinations? Where were the hallucinations? It seemed Sully was exaggerating. Eve turned around and saw Pride staring at her with wide eyes. A second later, cold sweat drenched her body. With a single step, she flew out of the room, soaring through the air. All units, attention. Pride is attacking the mechanical island. There's more than one Pride on this planet. All units, attention. There's more than one. She choked on her saliva, and she didn't finish her words. The flying figure paused, and looking down, she found Pride had grabbed her foot. She struggled hard, kicking Pride in the head, sending her soaring even higher. The 12 elders were stunned. They watched Eve jump and leap on the bed, calling out Pride. Just as they were about to move in to restrain her, they were kicked in the face. Then, they saw Eve stand on one leg, seemingly leaping 10,000 meters into the air. She broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, she wished she were the one sacrificing herself. This is a living ancestor. I must restrain her. Don't let her escape. Don't call the medical robot. From now on, if a fly flies into this room, it won't leave alive. Are they carrying bacteria and breezes? They're carrying the face of the mechanical island. If I had known this would happen, I should have tied her securely to the bed with alloy ropes. Arrogant! Tell me, how many hidden tricks do you have? How can there be 2 arrogant people on the same planet? I get it. You have the ability to feign death, right? Yes. I do. Come here, stay close. I'll tell you quietly, I actually have a backup plan. Yes, move slowly, come here, and I'll tell you everything. The 12 elders waved at Eve. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and began to approach the 12 elders step by step. Just as the 12th elder reached out to restrain her, she grabbed his arm, and slammed him back down. The next second, the 12th elder felt a knee as strong as steel crash down upon his neck. Eve snorted coldly, you idiot. Do you think I'm stupid? Her saliva flowed, dousing the 12th elder's head and face. Are you stupid? No. You're not stupid. I'm stupid. I'm only SS rank, and I don't know where I got the confidence to think I could handle you. Isn't it just shame? Anyway, it's not you who's embarrassed. Go. Run with the wind. Freedom is the way. If I even gotten in the way, I wouldn't be a mecha girl. I can't train AI, so just make do. Ruiz. Chapter 377. Faith always crumbles. The 12 elders knew this all too well. Her feelings for Eve were extremely complex. From the day she left the factory, she had been her leader, teacher, mother, and sister. She was the being she had sworn to defend with her life, the only guiding light in her heart. Until she washed her face with her saliva. Eve didn't hold back. The 12 elders' arms cracked, but she didn't even struggle. Even the suffocating sensation in her neck couldn't suppress the pain of her crumbling faith. She didn't even want to speak, for fear of having the saliva poured back into her mouth. 04 pushed open the door, and met Eve's eyes, as she executed her grappling maneuver. She stared in amazement at the scene unfolding before her. Before she could react, she heard Eve shout loudly, and leap from the spot, striking a one-legged stance. Another arrogant one. The 12 elders collapsed to the ground, despairing, wiping their faces with their sleeves. Hurry, run! 04 froze in place, momentarily thinking she misheard. A damned silence enveloped the room. Eve, realizing something was amiss, suddenly remembered what the 12 elders had said. She stood on one leg, a cold sweat pouring down her back. Could any of these unusual situations be the medical machine girl coming to her rescue? She was completely paralyzed. If the first arrogant one to attack was one of the 12 elders in the same room with her, that would be a lot of fun. She glanced at the second arrogant one standing at the doorway, and without further thought, she instinctively extended her legs, longer than her life, and unleashed a spinning kick. Regardless of whether she's truly arrogant or not, let's get down with the first one. No one in this room will leave standing today. Before 04 could recover from her shock, she was kicked out the door and slammed against the wall. The next moment, a slender hand grabbed her collar and dragged her back inside. The door was shut and locked. 04 was about to get up to say something when she noticed 12's warning look and shut her mouth. After knowing each other for so long, there's still some tacit understanding. Eve glanced at the two arrogant people on the ground, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Having hallucinated and then removing the arm of her own elder, what should she do? To prevent the other person from causing a scene and attracting more people, she instinctively kicked them too. Seeking a way to erase some of their memories, Eve stood in front of the dressing mirror. In the mirror, an arrogant person stood before the two fallen arrogant people, gazing at the mirror with a sidelong glance, drooling profusely. Only then did Eve realize the chill on her chest. She looked down and saw her pristine white shirt was completely soaked, revealing the black lace underneath. What should she do? Silence him? The thought of continuing to work together in the future made her feel incredibly embarrassed. The expansion of the mechanical island could all be left to her toes. What's the difference between this and running around naked in front of your subordinates? I'm standing on one leg, like an old hen, stretching her arms out and thinking she's so cool. Should she pretend to faint, claiming the poison was too much? Or should I be more ruthless and just silence them? This plan is the most direct and hassle-free. Eve suddenly felt exhausted. She gently stroked her forehead, her body swaying slightly. To appear more convincing, she even forced a touch of paleness onto her face. As the supreme leader of Mechanical Island, she couldn't be defeated by a mental toxin. She had to demonstrate her resistance and struggle against it at all costs. So, she staggered around the room for nearly 2 minutes before collapsing headfirst onto the bed. On the ground, Elder 12 slowly climbed to his feet. 04 also sat up, pressing down on 12's arm and neatly reattaching it. As the arm cracked, Elder 12 gasped. Every minute of the dislocation was excruciating pain. But this showman pondered for another 2 minutes, swaying for another 2 minutes before finally collapsing onto the bed. Did she know how she spent those 4 minutes? 04 raised his eyes, turned his back to Eve, and gestured a few times toward 12. Is she faking it? Obviously. Neither of them said a word. They simply glanced at Eve on the bed in tacit understanding, gesturing again. I don't think so. She's such a clean person. How could she let drool drip onto her bed? But have you ever seen someone faint in bed? 04 was silent for a moment. What if you suddenly fear being silenced? 12 gestured with despair. Silencing her is the most cost-effective option. Eve's facade collapsed, and her heart was broken. Rather than embarrass everyone else, it would be better to silence her. Do you think it's possible for us to go on assignment starting tomorrow? 04's gesture made the 12 elders' eyes light up. How could she not have thought that this was the perfect opportunity to escape from the mundane duties? That's great. Ideally, we could go as far as possible, without having to come back at any time. The two elders leaned against Eve's bed, silently gesturing. Neither of them noticed that Eve's eyes were wide, staring at the backs of their heads in a trance. Her pale blue eyes had begun to dim. The persona she had maintained for over 200 years had collapsed like this. It was more painful than killing her. Let's go! The farther away the better. It would be best if she never appeared before her eyes again. The SS modules are ready. She was originally worried about the candidates, but now there's no need. Just the two people by the bed. She just needs to hold out a little longer, until the poison wears off, and she can see clearly who they are. Tomorrow, the modules will be issued, and then they'll be out of here immediately. By the way, what are you doing here? 12 suddenly gestured towards 04, a questioning gesture. 04's face changed, and she began gesturing rapidly. This interruption made her forget her main task. Had the guards gone mad? They're following the Dawn Legion's lead, licking insect legs, and now they're flying all over the mechanical island. She danced with joy, her limited vocabulary making shadows of her gestures. Hearing this, Elder 12 waved his hand. Fly! The role model is already lying in bed. They can fly however they want. They can imitate the Dawn Legion and hang on the edge of the mechanical island. On the ground, Ruozi, feeling sad, raised her face. It was a sunny day, but for some reason, it started raining. Chapter 378. Lingsue Star Communications Tower Command Room. Gao Mingrui rubbed his brow as he looked at the intelligence summary on the table before him. A dozen virtual images appeared at their respective seats, their faces solemn. A senior advisor glanced at Gao Mingrui, who was sitting at the head of the group, and said, "The Human Council of the Corporate Federation has undergone a major shakeup. Preliminary estimates suggest that 2/3 of the original staff have been replaced. According to reliable sources, many were hanged immediately after being laid off. They seem eager to consolidate their power, using those abandoned after losing the struggle to appease public anger. That's not surprising. What's surprising is that the power they hold has been transferred completely smoothly. Aside from the change of seats, nothing else has been affected. This is truly remarkable." Gao Mingrui nodded. He wasn't surprised by this result, as the Divine Grace cult had played a significant role in it. "Is this the list you submitted?" The senior advisor nodded. "Then let them replace some more personnel. If they keep changing them, their work will only get delayed. We don't need to do this task. Spread the word to the people on the northern front. The radicals among them will be happy to hear it. Also, independent fronts are gradually forming on various planets. In particular, some of the planets bordering us have frequently expressed goodwill to us, hoping to be incorporated into the new Longzhou territory." The senior advisor's words made Gao Mingrui frown. He glanced at the senior chief of staff before him, wondering what had happened that had caused him to bring up this matter again at the meeting. The issue of the ownership of the major planets has been a clear policy from the outset. Longzhou will not take possession of any planets outside its existing territory, except for its home planet. Additionally, the selection of various races is of paramount importance. The people of Longzhou have spent countless years verifying the excellence of their own genes. They have no intention of introducing new genes from outside. Especially with the leak of their gene pools, Longzhou is absolutely unlikely to allow any other race to enter its occupied territory. These shameless people are getting even more filthy with each passing day, corrupting the precious genetic heritage of our ancestors through hybridization. In short, unconditional submission. We will provide garrisons for your defense, but in exchange for resources, you want to be incorporated into our territory? Just a few words, and you expect to get it for free? Such goodies have happened before, but never again. I don't want your land, and I don't want your people. Resources in exchange for garrisons. Submit your loyalty and pay tribute. Don't pay? If you don't, I'll beat you. If you don't pay enough, I'll beat you again. This policy was approved by all the top leaders and the majority of the people. It's one of the main priorities for the future. But how long has it been implemented? Some are already dying. Everyone's face was grim. They all looked at the senior chief of staff, waiting for an explanation. The senior chief of staff smiled before continuing. "The neighboring planet I'm referring to is an independent alliance of 5 planets. They possess a large amount of rare minerals. Furthermore, I've seen an unusual cohesion among them. I think some of these allies are worth pursuing." He spread his hands, undeterred even under the scrutiny of his colleagues. "They have space combat capabilities. They must be part of the main fleet that defected. They have dozens of warships of all classes, including almost every type except the mothership. I think we still need to fight for them. At least if we agree to their terms, we can directly possess a war-hardened space corps. Their conditions aren't too onerous. All they want is Dragon Boat's recognition." Bang! Before Gao Mingrui could say anything, an old man, with a sullen face, slammed his hand down on the table. The force was so strong that it knocked his teacup to the ground. He stared at the senior chief of staff and cursed him, calling him by name. "Xiao Weifeng, don't forget, the wall-pasting ceremony was just held on Lingsui's star a few days ago." The senior chief of staff narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. "Are you threatening me? What have I done? I painstakingly negotiated terms, striving to reduce casualties on our front lines, and all I get in return is a wall pasting? Are the lives of the soldiers on the front lines not lives? With a few empty words, you can exchange half a fleet for 5 resource stars. You won't take such a deal, won't you? Don't you know how to settle accounts? Or, do you insist on pitting your fleet against the enemy fleet, suffering heavy casualties, and then reclaiming the resources? Then, will they willingly give them to you? It's a good thing they don't stab you in the back. I do this all for Longzhou. Li Changming, you're stubborn, but you can't play with the lives of our soldiers? Am I playing with the lives of our soldiers? This is the integrity of a nation. The pride of a nation. We are not businessmen. We are soldiers. We say what we mean, and we do what we say. It wasn't so long ago that they betrayed us, and now that we're strong, they're wagging their tails and begging for mercy again? Xiao Weifeng, I'm telling you. If you're a dog, you should behave like a dog. When I'm in a good mood, I can pat his head, but when I'm in a bad mood, I'll kick him to death. He's just a pet, and if he barks his teeth at me, I'll put him in the pot. I'm not afraid of sacrifice. Even if beating a dog means I lose an arm or a leg, that's my dignity as a human being. I will never be like you, wagging my tail to a dog for a little food. You know what? Xia Weifeng, you disgust me. Li Changming's eyes were filled with anger. After the public trial, all the people of Longzhou were unprecedentedly united. At least in terms of the general direction, they were completely united. What he never expected was that there would always be those who were self-righteous and desperately hindered. Under various banners, they used the nation's reputation to sell favors. Such a person unexpectedly held the position of senior chief of staff. What? Did you spend too much time in the rear during the war? You become obsessed with your head all day and night, oblivious to the fundamentals of right and wrong. Gao Mingrui raised his hand, ending the meaningless discussion. He glanced at the senior chief of staff calmly, sorted through the materials before him, and his expressionless face was as if he had returned to the old human parliament. Xia Weifeng, effective immediately, is suspended from all duties pending an investigation by the supervisory authorities. If any connection with foreign races is discovered, your assets will be confiscated, and you will be taken to the battlefield and executed on the spot. Chapter 379. General Commander. You? Xia Weifeng panicked. He had worked diligently for decades, finally reaching his current position. Just because he proposed a proposal, he was demoted to the ground. Even detained pending trial, executed? Gao Mingrui, are you crazy? I'm a senior member of the general staff. I'm not an ordinary soldier. I'm the backbone of Longzhou, an indispensable part. How dare you? On what terms do you want to demote me to the ground? On what terms do you want to investigate me? Gao Mingrui ignored him, quietly dialing a number and waiting for the call to be connected. The next second, Su Li's voice rang out. Hello old Gao, what's up? Yes. He didn't mince words, simply stating his request. From the moment Su Li's voice rang out from the terminal, the entire conference room fell silent. That kind of silence couldn't even be called tranquility. It was, more accurately, silence. Gao Mingrui loved this feeling of stillness, because it made him feel good and helped him live longer. He loved using this straightforward approach to tell others why he was right. Yes, it was Su Li. The members of the human parliament were so naive. Wasn't it fun to watch? But a double-edged sword has two edges. There's someone in my family who's, but is a little off, like they're sitting crookedly. He deliberately turned on the radio. A chilling question came from the terminal. Who? Xia Weifeng. Got it. The simple conversation on the call terminal made everyone's forehead break out in a cold sweat. Gao Mingrui didn't even glance at Xia Weifeng, as if he were dead. Matters of principle must never be made again. Gao Mingrui has lived his life to prove this point. He will never make that mistake again. Acting on one's own will is unacceptable, but sharing common ideals is more important. On such a vast ship with no way back, if you can't share common ideals, then get off. If you don't get off yourself, someone else will. Su Li is the best person to clean up the mess. A good reputation? For someone in actual power, such a thing is necessary, but it can be cultivated. But instilling awe in those on your ship isn't achieved through a so-called good reputation. One can only rely on ruthlessness towards the enemy and cold-bloodedness towards one's own people. Only when everyone feels the constant threat of a sharp blade hovering over their heads will they remain vigilant. Sit up straight. In the conference room, only Xia Weifeng's hysterical shouting remained. He had watched the entire public trial. Just as he had gloated then, so he felt miserable now. A ripple appeared beside him, and the white-gloved Junwei appeared behind him, expertly kicking both of his legs. The appearance of a stainless steel barrel made everyone in the room gasp. Gao Mingrui watched Junwei disappear from the virtual image before turning to other topics. It must be said that the meeting progressed much faster after the disloyal individuals disembarked. Xia Weifeng had truly told everyone present a joke. They couldn't even understand how someone, who held the position of senior chief of staff, could say such foolish things. 5 planets, and a handful of ships, and they were expecting to force Longzhou into submission? As neighbors, why don't they just keep their tails between their legs and follow others' lead? Purely tired of living. As for Xia Weifeng, for this group of people, the difference in their choices speaks volumes. He can't even be politically correct, let alone actually make progress. The sooner people like him are taken down, the more capable people will rise to the top. In the entire scene, only Li Changming glanced at Gao Mingrui and silently cursed him as an old fox. He said he couldn't understand what Gao Mingrui saw in Lu Weifeng, constantly promoting him, only to realize now that promoting him was easier than letting him go. It seemed like everything was deliberately staged, waiting to be killed when necessary. Gao Mingrui glanced at Li Changming and gave a subtle smile. After the shouting and clamoring for war, it was time to talk about something practical and uplifting. The governor has deployed a new battlefield plan. 2 SSS-class mecha girls will be deployed to the northern and southern battlefields, respectively. The next strategic focus, after each unit has gone down, please come up with a corresponding plan as soon as possible. After receiving approval, I hope all battlefields will maintain a steady pace, especially in the northern battlefield. If any unpleasant encounters occur with our new neighbors, I hope to hear them kneel down and apologize calmly. Many officers and soldiers stood up in unison and saluted Gao Mingrui. Li Changming glanced at Gao Mingrui and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Otherwise, he had been speaker for so many years. He speaks differently from these roughnecks. He's also a man who doesn't waste time. Those who deserve it receive it, and nothing is left unfinished. Every meeting starts with a downplay and ends with a boost. And the intelligence confidentiality is incredibly thorough. Goodness, we didn't know anything. The Alliance has 2 more SSS-ranked mecha girls. Who would have believed this if we hadn't heard it at the meeting? Has the mechanical island finally let go of its cover, or has Gao Mingrui finally pulled out a trick? Li Changming glanced at Gao Mingrui's wrinkled face and felt his chances of capturing Eve were slim. Those are 2 SSS-ranked mecha girls. That's like having 2 more governors for the entire Longzhou. Without this added combat power, they could fight tough battles. Now, with a stronger force at their back, Li Changming wanted to attack directly to the home planet. By the way, Lao Gao, could you please stop shoving those scraps from the Dawn Legion into me? Lingsui Star is far south anyway, so it's best for the Southern Theater Command to handle it on its own. No need to deliberately send them back to their original units. Li Changming has been finding this quite troubling lately. He's sent so many people to Lingsui Star for training, only to have one return every few days. He even has to dispatch a separate ship to pick them up. It's truly a hassle. Lin Tiannan's eyes rolled, and he stood up. We want them. Commander Li doesn't want them, that's fine, we'll take them. Our 7th Army wants them. Honestly, Commander Su is a complete jerk. We almost exhausted all our pilots. It's hard to even muster a single assault troop for a fight these days. Everyone, if you don't have any objections, just give them all to me. He glanced around, noticing no one else had any other objections, and his lips curled upwards. The other Legion commanders clearly had no opinion on these withdrawals. These roughnecks, still driven by inertia, always felt that being rejected was inherently frustrating, and they didn't want to be part of it. But the difference was truly enormous. Can the soldiers who were rejected by ordinary places compare to those of the Dawn Legion? Chapter 380. The long voyage finally came to an end. To help the mech girl's mouths heal, Su Li even took an extra lap around the outskirts of Lingsui Star. Gao Mingrui had been waiting outside since morning, enjoying the breeze as he watched the ship slowly sink into the sunset. Wen Jing followed beside him, also looking up at the ship. The black behemoth finally docked. The armed transport ship, illuminated by the lights, looked even more menacing, though the mech girls hanging atop it were a bit of an eyesore. Su Li jumped off the ship and quickly ran towards Gao Mingrui. Why are you still getting off? It's getting late, and it's still a bit chilly outside. Gao Mingrui smiled cheerfully, and seeing Su Li's friendly attitude, he finally felt relieved. The heroes have returned, and I, an old man, have nothing better to do, yet I'm not allowed to come out and greet them. You're right. By the way, what's the situation with Xia Weifeng? Is he still being tried? Is he from the Divine Grace sect? Gao Mingrui shook his head. Although he's not from the Divine Grace sect, there's no need for an investigation. Just post him on the wall. A businessman whose mind is solely focused on petty gains and losses. He was born in the wrong place. He should have been reincarnated into the Enterprise Federation. Su Li didn't ask for details. Leaders have their own rules. He nodded immediately. That makes sense. The people posted on the wall down there are all entrepreneurs. You? When did you learn that trick? Gao Mingrui raised his head with a half-smile. Just as he was about to say something else, he saw the mecha girl hanging on the edge of the ship. His eyelids fluttered. I keep telling Su Li to unite the mechanical island. Unite the mechanical island. Is this how you unite? He pointed with his finger and asked hesitantly, what is this? Su Li glanced up and replied unhappily, seasickness. Gao Mingrui rolled his eyes. If he didn't want to talk about it, then he'd just say it. But he also said he was seasick. If the mecha girls of the Dawn Corps were seasick, then the whole. He suddenly remembered Yihua. The seasickness excuse suddenly made sense. The Corps pilot assessments are approaching. If you don't have any special plans for the first batch of pilots who will graduate, I'd like to transfer some of them to the front lines to hold down the fort for a while. No plans. They train for combat. The battlefield is their destiny. Just follow the leadership's instructions. However, they all been through the battlefield and are very familiar with battlefield conditions. Tell the corps commanders to stop being so polite. The troops are available to everyone. Just deploy them wherever there's danger. They won't budge unless they're whipped. Only in a high-pressure combat environment will they think to move. Gao Mingrui smiled. Okay. I conveyed that perfectly. I can see you're very confident in the soldiers you trained. Su Li followed Gao Mingrui, walking closely. He looked much better now than before. While his strength hadn't reached Super S levels, the physical qualities of an S-class pilot had stabilized. His age held him back, but with enough genetic enhancement fluid, he could become a Super S-class pilot within a year. Once he became a Super S-class pilot, his genetic lock would be unlocked. Without him having to fight on the battlefield, he could easily live another 200 years. I do have some confidence. After all, each of them has been trained under high pressure. If they don't have the skills, letting them go would be a disgrace to the Dawn Legion. By the way, Lin Tianen said he wants to take in your soldiers who have returned. Considering the coordination issues, do you have any objections? No. He's quite selective. Even those who have returned from the Dawn Legion are considered elite within their original units. He's not at a disadvantage in any way. But he only has one legion, how can he take them all? Su Li spoke, and suddenly realized that Lin Tianan's position might need to be moved up. Long O shouldn't have just one such force like the Dawn Legion. He understood the principle that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Beliefs are acceptable, but no one says they must be unique. Even Gao Mingrui asked him for people. It's probably more than just a request. Su Li suddenly stopped and scratched his head. Old Gao, you're not going to do anything, are you? I haven't even secured my position as Corps Commander yet. I'm still making mistakes and omissions in commanding Corps-level operations and drafting plans. I still have a lot to learn. Gao Mingrui waved his hand. Don't worry. I'm not asking you to shoulder any heavy burdens. It's just that if you wait until you start carrying a lot of burdens, it'll be too late to start planning. Then wait until you live another 100 years. You bastard, do you think I'm a cuckold? Gao Mingrui turned his head and kicked him. Su Li didn't dodge, fearing he sprained his back. But judging by the force of the blow, the old man seemed to be in good health. But look at the way he walks. He staggered, wishing he had someone to support him every step. Some people act only occasionally, but others for a lifetime. The two's eyes met in the setting sun, one with an aged face, the other with a determined expression. Gao Mingrui looked at the face before him and smiled softly. Some burdens are unavoidable. Su Li nodded. Well said. Remember to take your medicine on time. If you can hold on for another 200 years, it won't be a problem. Old comrade, you must have the spirit of self-sacrifice and dedication, and the spirit of self-discipline. Gao Mingrui, It never occurred to him that others were scrambling to gain power. But Su Li, standing before him, was terrified of even the slightest increase in his burden. Sacrifice and dedication, self-discipline? He was almost burning himself out. Still burning? Gao Mingrui said nothing more. He simply stared into Su Li's eyes, and saw his gaze begin to shift. Su Li disliked the look between him and Eve. It was extremely aggressive, as if he wanted to pry out every secret in a person's heart. Gao Mingrui understood, and he turned to face the setting sun. In battle, sacrifice is inevitable. We are human, not gods. We don't make the rules, and neither do we control life and death. As a commander, this is just a required course. Perhaps it sounds cruel, but when you witnessed enough sacrifice, you become numb. Su Li fell silent. He had seen plenty of sacrifice, in his past life, in this one. In the battle on Ling Chui Star where Ruozi was captured, 2 members of the main battle group were killed. He had never felt as distressed as he did now. He knew it was a life-or-death struggle. Unlike this operation, it was actually a choice. So many SS-class mecha girls, at least in terms of rank, were on his level. But because of his proposal, they had lost their lives on that unknown planet. This sense of responsibility made him feel extremely oppressive. Numb? The last thing he wanted was for himself to slowly become extremely numb.